When I woke up, I heard a little girl crying, calling me mother. I opened my eyes and saw a shabby wooden ceiling. Beside me were two children, a crying girl and a boy with red eyes, both looking scared and helpless. The girl hugged me tightly, and although I wasn't used to such closeness, I held her. Then memories that weren't mine flooded my mind. I realized I had died, and was now living in someone else's body, Muyun's body. Her life had been full of suffering, abandoned by her family, forced into a terrible marriage, and abused. She escaped, but endured endless hardships before settling in this poor village. The boy, Yuanbao, sweetly offered to cook for me despite being so young and malnourished. His thoughtfulness touched me, and I promised to protect both him and his sister, Yueya. I decided that in this new life, I would care for these children and live a simple, peaceful life, exactly what I had longed for in my previous life. But peace didn't last long. A fierce woman barged in, accusing me of stealing eggs and threatening me. She even tried to hit Yuanbao, but I pulled him into my arms and stood up to her. She was shocked by my sudden boldness. I wasn't the weak, submissive Mu Yun she remembered. When she kept ranting, I hinted her husband might be visiting another woman in the village. She hesitated, unsure whether I was lying, and left in a huff. For the first time, I felt a sense of strength and resolve. This life wasn't just a chance to survive, it was my chance to fight back, protect my new family, and make things right. When Zhang sneered at my suggestion to apologize, I stayed calm. I wasn't surprised. She'd never lower herself to say sorry. Instead, I told her to check by the riverbank before it was too late. Her hesitation showed she wasn't sure if I was lying, and she eventually left in a hurry. Watching her go, I couldn't help but smirk. That woman had bullied the previous Mu Yun for so long because of a misunderstanding about her husband, but now I wouldn't let her push me around. Back in the house, Yuanbao showed me the empty rice and flour sacks. I realized we had no food left. Thinking quickly, I decided to head to the back mountain to find something to eat. I reassured Yuanbao and Yueya, asking them to wait at home. They nodded obediently, their little faces full of trust. After I left, the kids waited patiently, but trouble came to our door. 3 boys from a nearby village, led by Li Dali, approached. Yueya clung to Yuanbao, frightened. These boys had bullied Yuanbao before, and I knew Li Dali had his eye on Yueya, even wanting her as his child bride. Yuanbao bravely stood in front of Yueya, refusing to let them near her. Despite being outnumbered, he didn't back down. Li Dali tried to convince him, saying it was for their own good, but Yuanbao wouldn't hear it. His words were firm, "My sister will never go with you." When Yueya started crying, saying she wanted to stay with us, Yuanbao comforted her. My heart ached imagining how scared they must have been while I wasn't there. Li Dali and his gang, emboldened by their numbers and family connections, planned to take Yueya by force. They thought no one would stop them, because I was just an outsider with no one to rely on. Little did they know, I was no longer the same helpless woman they once knew. They were about to learn the hard way not to mess with me or my family. When I returned home, my heart was pounding from worry. I had rushed back from the mountain after an uneasy feeling told me something was wrong, and I arrived just in time to see Yuanbao being chased by a furious man with a knife. If I had been even a few seconds later, my son could have been seriously hurt, or worse. Before I got there, Yuanbao had bravely tried to protect his sister Yueya from a group of bullies. Li Dali, the leader, wanted to take Yueya to be his child bride. Yuanbao, despite being so small, stood his ground and even fought back when they attacked. He was pinned down, and Yueya was carried off, crying. Yuanbao, desperate and furious, bit one of the bullies, Lu Dahu, so hard that he drew blood. By the time I arrived, the scene was chaos. Yuanbao, bleeding and trembling but defiant, had spat out a piece of Lu Dahu's flesh, horrifying the gathered villagers. Lu Dahu's father, a large and violent man, grabbed a knife and tried to attack my son. That's when I acted. I threw a stone with all my strength, hitting the man's arm and making him drop the knife. I ran to Yuanbao, panic-stricken as I checked him for injuries. He had blood on his face, but it wasn't his own. I couldn't believe what my little boy had been through while I was gone. Despite his fear, he had fought with everything he had to protect his sister. My heart ached for him, but I also felt proud. No one was going to harm my children again, not while I was here. When I arrived and saw Yuanbao's tear-streaked face, I knew something terrible had happened. He clung to me, his voice shaking as he cried that Yueya had been taken. My heart sank, but I reassured him. "Don't worry, Yuanbao. I'm here now. We'll get Yueya back." Before we could act, Lu Dahe's father picked up a knife, threatening to kill us. His rage was no surprise. His son had been bitten badly by Yuanbao. But I wasn't about to let anyone harm my son. Without hesitation, I kicked the man hard, sending him flying. When he tried to get up, I pinned him to the ground. My anger was cold and sharp. "Touch my son again, and you'll regret it." The villagers watched in shock. Lu Dahe's mother wailed about her son's injury, but I knew Yuanbao wouldn't have bitten him without a reason. When Yuanbao explained that Yueya had been kidnapped by Li Dali, I was furious. I turned to the villagers and the village chief, demanding justice, but their response was predictable. The chief tried to dismiss the matter, suggesting that Yueya might even have a better life with Li Dali's family. His words made my blood boil. I made it clear I wouldn't abandon my children, no matter how hard life got. I gathered Yuanbao and left, determined to find Yueya. Along the way, I gathered information about Li Dali's family, who were powerful and well-connected in their village. I couldn't act recklessly, not with 2 children depending on me. But I vowed to make everyone who hurt Yueya and Yuanbao pay. Yuanbao, even as young as he is, showed such understanding and maturity. He told me he would remember everything and grow strong enough to protect us. His words warmed my heart, but they also reminded me of how vulnerable we were. I realized I needed more than courage. I needed power and status to shield my family. Reaching Li Dali's house, I knocked on their door, determined to bring Yueya back. I might not be able to punish them today, but I would ensure they regretted ever crossing me. This was only the beginning. When the door opened, a well-dressed woman greeted us. It was Li Dali's mother. She looked uneasy when I asked about Yueya, and even more so when I accused her son of taking my daughter. She tried to deny it at first, calling it a misunderstanding, but I wasn't here to argue. I demanded to see Yueya, making it clear that I wouldn't let them get away with this. Her hesitation told me the truth, and she finally let us in. As soon as I stepped into their yard, I heard Yueya's soft cries. My heart broke. I rushed to the room where she was, kicked the door open, and saw her teary, swollen eyes. She froze when she saw me, then melted into my arms, trembling but safe. I held her tightly, promising she'd never have to be scared again. Li Dali, standing nearby, looked terrified. He hadn't expected me to come for my daughter or to confront him directly. His mother tried to excuse his actions, saying he thought Yueya was abandoned, but Yueya's frightened reaction told me everything I needed to know. I calmly told her the facts. Li Dali had taken Yueya with the help of others, and my son Yuanbao had to fight to protect her, even biting one of them to escape. I had already dealt with Lu Dahe and his father. Now it was Li Dali's turn. I suggested that 2 broken arms might be a fair punishment. Li Dali's mother panicked, offering money and compensation instead, but I wasn't interested in bribes. Before I could respond, Li Dali's father, the village chief, arrived. He tried to smooth things over, but I stood firm. "If you won't discipline your son, the law will. Kidnapping is a serious crime." The chief reluctantly admitted his son was wrong and asked how I wanted to resolve the matter. I didn't let up. I had no interest in compensation or empty apologies. I wanted justice for Yueya and a guarantee that this would never happen again. For too long, people had underestimated me and my children. That would end today. Seeing that this family did not really repent, Mu Yun sneered in his heart. Is this to make her not make a big fuss? Village Chief Li, what do you think the punishment should be? Why don't we follow the law? I don't need it if it exceeds the scope of the law. Dali's father heard this. His face suddenly became ugly, and displeasure soon appeared in his eyes. Big sister, This law is useless for children. You are so old, you should understand it. Mu Yun sneered, village chiefly. Whether the law is useful to Li Dali is not up to you and me, nor is it up to your brother, who is the county magistrate in the county government. If the county magistrate can't make a decision for us mother and daughter, there is still the prefect. This prefect won't be surnamed Li.
You.
Dali's father didn't expect Mu Yun to dare to say that. His face suddenly turned pale. His brother's future is the most important, and the family can't be dragged down. Mu Yun, you're just a foreigner. Are you sure you want to be unreasonable? Although Dali's father's tone was threatening, he was also a little helpless. Mu Yun said seriously, no one can bully my 2 children. If anyone touches my 2 children, I will fight them to the death. Fight to the death. You are a weak woman. Who do you think you can fight against? I heard that you will not live in Yueya village in the future. So, how about you come to live in our Qinghe village? I will decide to divide the land for you and ensure that your family of 3 will have food to eat in the future. Dali's father knew that it was his family's fault after all, and tried his best to make compensation. If it was the previous Mu Yun, he might agree. In this world, it is too important to have enough food, but for the current Mu Yun, the issue of having enough food is very simple, and she does not need this compensation. However, the Li family is not a big evil person, and it is not unforgivable. Moreover, she is not able to act according to her own ideas for the time being, and it is not good to ask too much. Asking Dali's hands is just talk, and she knows that the Li family will never agree. Let's put it this way. Village chiefly, I don't think your family has reached the point where they have no conscience. I don't want compensation, and I don't want Li Dali's hands. I want him to be a servant for my Yuan Bao and Yueya for 3 months, to work with his hands and to make amends and repent with his actions. If they couldn't torture Li Dali's body, destroying his soul would be a kind of revenge. Dali's mother felt distressed. How can that be? My Dali has never worked. He has never suffered. He wants to study. Mu Yun said then after he finishes school, he will be a laborer in my family. What they want is someone who has never worked, so it is easier to torture him this way. Dali's father felt a headache when he saw Mu Yun's refusal to give in. That won't do. If it gets out, how can my son live? His Li family cares a lot about face. Mu Yun snorted coldly and said in a mocking tone, Village chiefly, do you think it's a good reputation for a 10-year-old child who has learned to rob girls? And he's still studying? If Li Dali is really lucky and can learn something in the future, if this matter gets out now, it will ruin his future. After all, how can a person who can do such a thing at the age of 10 have good character? Dali's father was shocked because he had a younger brother who was a county magistrate, so he understood the importance of reputation. If one wants to make a name for himself, he needs to manage his reputation well. He never thought of letting his son be an ordinary farmer. Even if he just went to work in the county government, he would be eating official food, which is much better than ordinary people. After thinking for a while, Dali's father said, Okay, I agree, but I have conditions. First, you need to ensure that my son is always safe in your home and cannot get hurt. Second, you can live in Qinghe village. I will give you land. Although it is not much, it is enough for you and your son to have enough food. As long as there is no disaster, this is compensation. Third, you cannot abuse my son verbally or physically. Old Li, how can you agree to this? Dali's mother was anxious. Her face was full of worry. Li Dali was also anxious, and he felt that he had lost all his face in an instant. His dark face suddenly turned red. Dali's father gave his wife a warning look and motioned her not to speak. Then he looked at Mu Yun and said, How about it? Do you agree to my condition? I, Li Jingguang, never do anything to bully others. If my son is wrong, I must make compensation. I also agree to your request as long as my son is safe and healthy. Dali's father has always felt that his son's temper is a bit too chaotic. He doesn't listen to what he says, and he can't bear to beat him. Taking this opportunity to temper his temper may make him more restrained. Mu Yun agreed. He was quite satisfied with Dali's father's handling of things, and his anger was relieved. Okay, just do as village chiefly said. Chinga village is not too big or too small. There are currently 2 houses vacant. One was where the Zhou family lived before. Later, because their business grew, they moved out of the village and sold the land and house to the village chief. The other one is by the stream and there is a forest next to it. The house is under the forest and there is a stream on the side of the house. The land is also around, but because it is a mountain, the things grown are not very good. This was where an old doctor lived before. Later, the old doctor was invited to move to another place and never came back. Muyan looked at both places and finally chose the one under the forest. Although the house here is not very good, the land is not very good, but she likes the environment. If she repairs the house and plants some flowers and plants, it will be a small paradise. She liked this kind of residence the most in her previous life. Village chief, I will choose this place. Thank you. Muyan still thanked him. It seems that although Li Dali is hateful, his parents are not too hateful. At least they still have a conscience, although this conscience may not be good. Seeing that she chose this place, Dali's father shook his head helplessly. Obviously, another place is better, but it doesn't matter to him. Okay, then this will be your home in the future. As the village chief, I still welcome you. We will be neighbors in the future and get along well. Dali's father also wants Muyan to be happy and not to torment his son too much. Muyan smiled. Okay, then the village chief, you go back. We have to start cleaning the house. The village chief glanced at his son. This is the time when hard labor is needed. Muyan must want Dali to stay and work. With a helpless sigh, Dali's father turned around and left. Li Dali looked at his father with pleading eyes and called out pitifully, Dad. Dali's father was ruthless and stopped looking at him. He turned his head and looked at Muyan and said, if you need anything, you can tell me. You are an orphan and a widow, and I will try my best to help you.
Muyan nodded.
At this time, her anger had been mostly eliminated. Thinking that the 2 children had not eaten yet, she looked at the village chief and said, Village chief, lend me a fire starter. The village chief nodded, took out a fire starter from the pocket hanging on his body, and handed it to her. Okay. Thank you, village chief. You go back quickly. Don't delay us from cleaning the house. Muyan drove people away directly, so that the village chief would not feel reluctant to see Li Dali working later. The village chief sighed helplessly again, and turned away. Li Dali raised his foot to step out, and Muyan shot a cold look at him. Ahem. Li Dali heard the voice and looked over. Seeing Muyan's cold eyes, he dared not move again. The village chief left, and there were only 4 of them at the door of the house. Li Dali did not dare to make any extra movements, feeling guilty and afraid. Muyan said coldly, Li Dali, your father is gone, and you will stay here as a servant in the future. You have to do whatever Yuanbao and Yueya say, do you hear me? If you dare to disobey, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Li Dali raised his neck, trying to find some momentum for himself. My father said, you are not allowed to hurt me. Facing a weak woman, Li Dali was not too afraid. He just felt guilty and was a little afraid to look into Muyan's eyes. He was not afraid of a weak woman. Muyan sneered. Oh, not hurting you? You believe what I said, but you lied to your father. Anyway, he is not here now, so I can do whatever I want to you. Yuanbao. Go to the stream and wait for Mother. When I come over, we will wash the rabbits together, and then Mother will roast rabbits for you to eat. Yuanbao took Yueya to the stream, and after making sure that the 2 children could not see him, Muyan picked up the 2 rabbits on the ground, grabbed the rabbits' necks, and crushed the rabbits to death with a click. The rabbits, which were originally lively and jumping around, were dead in an instant. This violent scene scared Li Dali. He looked at Muyan with horror, not understanding how this woman who looked so weak could have so much strength. Muyan was very satisfied with his expression. She smiled. Li Dali, if you don't want your neck to be broken like these 2 rabbits, then go and work hard, otherwise I don't mind letting you experience the feeling of having your neck twisted. Go and clean the whole house for me. There must be no dust. If you don't work hard, you will go to jail. Your father agreed to my conditions because he didn't want you to go to jail. If you think you can run back home, I can't do anything to you. Then you are too stupid. Li Dali looked at Muyun in surprise. How did she know what he was thinking? Muyun picked up the rabbit and walked towards the stream, saying as he walked, "If you haven't finished cleaning after I roast the rabbit, don't blame me for being merciless." Yuan Bao and Yueya sat on a stone by the stream, waiting for their mother to come. When they saw their mother coming, they hurriedly called out, "Mom." Muyun calculated the time and knew that the two children must be starving. She threw the rabbit by the stream and looked around. Because it was abandoned, there were many dead branches around, just enough to make a fire. "You sit down, and your mother will pick up firewood to make a fire for you to roast the rabbit." Muyun moved quickly, picking up firewood in a few seconds, then took out the fire starter and started to make a fire. Yuan Bao led Yueya to the fire, moved a larger stone for Yueya to sit on, and then he went to pick up firewood. After the fire started, Muyun went to the house to find a big pot to boil water. Seeing Li Dali cleaning quietly with a bitter face, she was quite satisfied and didn't say anything. After the water boiled, she quickly scalded the rabbits, then plucked out the hair and washed them in the stream. She moved quickly, and soon the two rabbits were clean. She took out the bamboo sticks she had found in advance, strung them together, and started roasting them over the fire. Seeing Yuan Bao picking up a lot of firewood, Muyun smiled and praised, "Yuan Bao is great. You helped your mother pick up so much firewood. You are really amazing." Yuan Bao put down the firewood and smiled shyly, "Mom, if you have anything to do, you can ask me to do it. I have grown up and can help." "Mom, don't be too hard alone." Muyun felt warm in her heart. This pair of children are cute and filial. She is so lucky to be able to come here and become their mother. "Okay, thank you, Yuan Bao." "Yuan Bao, go to the house and see if there is any salt. If not, ask Li Dali to go out and find some. Mother needs it." Yuan Bao nodded, stood up and walked towards the house. Muyun sat on a stone bench on the side and waved to Yueya, "Come here. Mother will hug you." Yueya was wronged and frightened today. Muyun felt distressed and wanted to hug her more. Yueya walked over and nestled quietly in Muyun's arms, like a well-behaved kitten, lovable. "Are you scared today, Yueya? Tell your mother." Muyun didn't want what happened today to leave a shadow in Yueya's heart. He wanted to talk to her about it and not be afraid to mention it. Yueya trembled when she thought of what happened in the morning. After seeing her mother, she deliberately didn't think about those things. Now that it was suddenly mentioned, she was very scared. Muyun comforted her distressfully. "Don't be afraid, Yueya. Don't be afraid. Mother is here. Yueya must understand that no matter what happens, Mother will come to save you. Mother will not let Yueya fall into danger. You have to believe Mother, okay?" Yueya nodded, feeling the warmth in her mother's arms. Her heart calmed down, and the fear disappeared little by little. "Next time if you encounter danger, Yueya, don't cry. Be strong and brave. Find a way to protect yourself from getting hurt, and then wait for Mother to save you, understand?" Yueya nodded obediently. Muyun touched her head lovingly, thinking that he had to teach them some self-defense martial arts. Both children were too weak. The first step was to supplement their nutrition, and the second step was to start teaching them basic self-defense martial arts. You have to find a way to make money first. In her previous life, her most profitable skills were assassination and stealing intelligence. Except for the period of execution, she lived like an ordinary person. She had done some ordinary daily jobs such as takeaway stalls, company employees, tea art, and flower art, but these did not make money. In her previous life, she wanted to be an ordinary person, so when she was bored, she would experience all kinds of life, as if she could experience a different life every time she changed her identity. That feeling was quite fun. It should be relatively easy to make money in this ancient time. She knew a lot of things, but the first step was a little difficult because she had no capital. "Let's go to the city tomorrow to see if there are any ways to make money." Smelling the fragrance of rabbit meat, she came back to her senses and roasted the rabbit seriously. Yuan Bao came over with a bag of coarse salt. "Mom, I found it. I thought it was gone. I asked Li Dali to find it, but I saw it in a corner of the kitchen. I just don't know if it can still be used. Mom, please take a look." After Li Dali left, Yuan Bao looked around the house. After eating, he decided to clean up together, clean up their new home as soon as possible, and then move in with his mother and sister. Muyan took the dusty bag from Yuanbao's hand, let go of Yueya, took the bag to the stream to wash it, found a clean stone, poured the salt out and put it on the stone, and then continued to wash the bag. "Mom, the rabbit is going to burn," Yuanbao shouted. Muyan came back and turned it over to continue roasting. At this time, the fragrance of the rabbit meat had come out, and the fat was also roasted. Yuanbao and Yueya were already very hungry, and now they felt even hungrier when they smelled this smell. Yueya's stomach growled, and she kept swallowing saliva. "Mom, how long do we have to wait? I'm so hungry." Yueya touched her shriveled stomach and looked at the rabbit meat on the fire with shining eyes, wishing she could eat it right now. Muyan looked at the greedy look of the two children and smiled indulgently. "It's almost done. Wait a few more minutes. It will be ready soon. Please bear with it a little longer." Yueya nodded obediently, and Muyan sprinkled salt on the rabbit meat and continued to roast it, and the fragrance became stronger. Li Dali came over slowly with a pot, some salt and wheat flour. "This is what my father gave you." Li Dali put the pot on the ground, but his eyes unconsciously fell on the roasted rabbit meat. "It smells so good." It was the first time he smelled such a fragrant meat. Seeing his eyes, Muyan smiled. Her roasted rabbits were a specialty. Sometimes when she was on a mission in the wild, she couldn't let her stomach go. Roasted rabbits and roasted pheasants were her specialties and the food she was best at. "Have you finished cleaning the house?" Hearing Muyan's cold voice, Li Dali quickly looked away and replied indifferently, "Not yet. I don't know how to clean the house. My sisters used to do these things at home, so I didn't have to do them." Hearing this, Muyan laughed sarcastically. "I didn't realize it. You, a man, are not even as good as a little girl. You can't do what your sisters can do. It's so embarrassing. You even have the nerve to say it out loud. I'm ashamed for you." Muyan's sarcasm and ridicule made Li Dali feel ashamed and angry. The boy couldn't help but blush, but because of his dark skin, it was hard to see. A real man should do great things. "I just need to study. These little things at home are done by women. I am a man and don't need to do these things. If you didn't deliberately make things difficult for me, I would have to do these things all my life," Li Dali said stubbornly. Now Muyan's insults have damaged his self-esteem, and he is very disdainful of Muyan's words. He knew from a young age that he didn't need to do anything, just dress well, eat well, and go to school. Feeding chickens and cows, farming and chopping wood, cooking and washing clothes at home are done by women. He is a man and doesn't need to do these things. This is what his mother told him. When his grandparents were around, they often told him this, so he believed in his bones that men only need to study, and the rest are what women should do. Muyan sneered, who stipulated that men can only study and take exams, while women can only do laundry, cooking, and housework? Did you make that rule? In this big world, do you have the final say? Li Dali looked at Muyan's playful expression and felt that she seemed to be looking down on him and laughing at him. He was very ashamed and annoyed. He spoke loudly. "Everyone is like this. The whole village is like this." Muyan sneered again. Everyone is like this, so you are like this. Don't you have your own judgment? Don't you have your own thoughts?" Li Dali's face flushed with anger. He was very unconvinced and shouted, "You are making specious arguments. I am too lazy to talk to you." Muyan laughed. "You can't beat me, not because you are too lazy to talk to me, but because you are unreasonable. Haven't you learned a saying? If you are right, you can go all over the world, but if you are unreasonable, you can't take a single step. Do you know what this means? Do you need me to explain it to you?" Li Dali was very angry. He felt that what he said was right, but he just couldn't beat Muyan. This feeling was too uncomfortable and aggrieved. He didn't want to say anything more, otherwise he would probably get even angrier. "I'm going to clean the house. I don't want to talk to someone like you scoundrel." After saying that, Li Dali ran away quickly. His figure was full of impatience, as if he was afraid to hear Muyan's voice again. Muyan glanced at the back and withdrew his gaze indifferently. "Yueya, the rabbit is ready. Wait for your mother to make it for you. It's a little hot." Yun faced his daughter with a smile on his face and gentle eyes, which was completely different from the expression when he just confronted Li Dali. Yuanbao watched from the side and couldn't help laughing with his mother. He felt that his mother was so powerful now. She was good at talking and fighting. Although he didn't know why his mother suddenly became like this, he liked her more like this. Yueya couldn't wait any longer. Her stomach began to growl again. Her big grape-like eyes flickered and stared at the rabbit meat. She swallowed her saliva. She looked so greedy that Yun laughed and felt distressed. She quickly divided the rabbit meat into two, put it on the clean stone she had just prepared, and gave it to the two children respectively. Yueya nodded and couldn't wait to taste it. The aroma of fat and meat melted in her mouth, and her little face showed a satisfied expression, which was very cute. "Mother, it's delicious," Yueya said in a soft voice. Yuanbao tore off a piece of meat and handed it to Yun. "Mother, you eat it." Yueya also hurriedly tore off a piece of meat and handed it to Yun. "Mother, let's eat it together." Yun looked at Yuanbao and handed it to him without tasting it. She was very touched. How could this child always be so sensible? She felt a little distressed, touched Yuanbao's round head, and smiled gently. "Yuanbao and Yueya eat first, Mother. Is this one, you see? It's also roasted." The other rabbit was almost done, but because she was afraid that the children would be hungry, she gave it to them first. Yuanbao was stubborn and refused to take his hand back. Yun had no choice but to lower his head and eat the meat he handed over. "Mother, there is this one." Yueya also held the meat in her hand and fed it to Yun. Yun smiled and opened his mouth to eat, enjoying the feeding of the two children. Seeing Yun eating, Yuanbao started to eat. The rabbit meat was so delicious that it left an indelible mark in Yuanbao's little heart. When he grew up, he always remembered the feeling of eating meat for the first time. The mother and her two children sat by the stream, enjoying the cool breeze and eating the fragrant roasted rabbit meat. This scene made Li Dali, who was cleaning, envious. The smell even drifted to the house. It was so tempting. Li Dali had no intention of cleaning. He kept swallowing his saliva, thinking that he would ask his mother to get him a rabbit to roast when he got home. Li Dali, who had no intention of cleaning, felt that his stomach was rumbling. He was so irritable that he could only speed up, hoping to finish cleaning earlier and go home for dinner. The smell of meat attracted the villagers who were working nearby. When they saw the strange mother and her two children, someone asked curiously, "Who are you? I have never seen you before." There were residents not far away around, and the villagers were very curious about the sudden appearance of the mother and her two children. "Aunt, we just moved here. My name is Yun, and these are my two children, Yuanbao and Yueya." Looking at the woman carrying Yun replied politely. But his politeness and smile were not responded to. The woman looked sour, very jealous of others eating such delicious meat. "Just moved here? Live here?" The woman pointed to the house in front and was surprised to see Li Dali cleaning the door. The tone suddenly became better. "Are you a relative of the village chief?" Yun saw that this was not a good person to get along with, and his tone was a little lighter. "No, I lived in Yueya village before and just moved here today." Hearing Yun's denial, the woman was very confused, looked at Li Dali, and then looked at Yun with a probing look. "Big sister, what are you roasting? It smells so good. I can smell it from a long distance." A rough male voice sounded, and a young man and woman came over, looking curiously at Yun and the remaining rabbit meat in her hand. Yun looked over and saw a couple who looked quite honest and simple. They seemed to be preparing to finish work and go home. "Brother and sister-in-law, you guys are finishing work now. I have a roasted rabbit that I hunted in the mountains." Seeing that Yun was so easy to talk to, the young woman also spoke, and the three of them started chatting. "To live here, you must get familiar with the neighbors around you. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. It is still necessary to get along well." Although she was a killer in her previous life, she didn't like to be alone. The three of them talked and ignored the old woman just now. The old woman looked unhappy. "You are not a wealthy family. You eat and drink as much as you want. You really don't know how to manage the family. A woman like you, are you divorced by your husband's family and come to our village? Before Muyun spoke, the young woman couldn't help it. Aunt Chunlon, what are you talking about? Why do you say this to others for no reason? A woman's reputation is so important. You will ruin Sister Muyun's reputation by doing this. After a conversation, everyone got to know each other. Aunt Chunlon is a widow. She loves to gossip. I don't know if she is too bored or what. She likes to gossip everywhere when she has nothing to do. Then she spreads it everywhere. She tells everyone else about it. Over the past 10 years, this habit has become more and more serious. In the past, she was still managed by her husband, but since her husband died, her habit has become more serious. Now, everyone dislikes her. If they hadn't been neighbors for decades and her son and daughter-in-law were not good people, everyone would really not want to associate with her. Aunt Chunlon was disdainful. Da Qiang's wife, why are you meddling in other people's business? You are so stubborn. No wonder everyone says you are stupid.
Mom.
The daughter-in-law next to Aunt Chunlon looked embarrassed, but she didn't dare to say anything. Da Qiang's wife blushed. She knew she was stupid and couldn't say anything nice. She also knew that everyone would say this behind her back. At this time, she felt very embarrassed when Aunt Chunlon said this. Seeing his wife being bullied, Zhou Daqiang was unwilling to do so. Zhou Daqiang was tall and, as his name suggests, he looked very strong. He was full of strength and would make people feel scared when he got angry. He looked at Aunt Chunlon angrily. Aunt Chunlon, my wife is very smart. Looking at the whole village, who is as smart, sensible, kind, and virtuous as my wife? But you, Aunt Chunlon, you don't know. Yesterday, when I passed by the village entrance with a bullock cart, I heard everyone talking about you. As for what they were talking about, I think you know it, Aunt Chunlon. I'm not the kind of person who gossips about people behind their backs or makes up stories, so you don't have to ask me. Sister Muyun will go home first. You are welcome to our Qinghe village. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to your sister-in-law for help. Looking at Muyun, an orphan and a widow, Zhou Daqiang felt a little sympathetic and spoke. Daqiang's wife also smiled and nodded. Yes, Sister Muyun, if you need help, you can come to me. Muyun smiled and nodded. He liked this kind couple very much and felt that they could indeed interact more often. Not wanting to see Aunt Chunlon, Daqiang and his wife went home after talking to Muyun. Ayu, I will also hunt a rabbit tomorrow to roast it for you. But we may need to ask Sister Muyun how to roast it so that it can be as delicious as hers. The voices of the couple gradually faded away. Muyun was a little surprised. Zhou Daqiang came to ask her how to roast a rabbit for his wife. Muyun couldn't help but smile. He was really a good husband. There are probably not many men in this era who treat their wives like him. After Daqiang and his wife left, Aunt Chunlon also left. Her daughter-in-law smiled at Muyun a little embarrassedly and hurriedly followed. But Aunt Chunlon changed her route halfway and went to visit the village chief to inquire about Muyun's background. Her daughter-in-law had no choice but to go home and tell her husband, fearing that her mother-in-law would be gossiped about again, which would make it difficult for the couple to live. After eating the rabbit meat, the mother and her 2 children were full of energy, and their physical strength and spirit returned. Muyun asked Yuanbao to play with Yueya by the stream, and went to clean up the house. It was unknown how long it would take Li Dali to finish cleaning by himself. It was already afternoon, and it would be dark soon. He had to finish it quickly, otherwise he would have no place to sleep at night. Li Dali only cleaned it roughly, not carefully. Muyun took another piece of cloth, fetched water, and carefully wiped the cabinets in the house again. Li Dali looked at her and felt that she was disliking that she didn't clean it well. He was dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to say anything. He was afraid to talk to Muyun. Li Dali, do you have new bedding at home? Go, and tell your father to sell it to me. I'll give him money in 3 days at most, and you go and get me 2 beddings. Li Dali pretended not to hear her and didn't want to pay attention to her. Muyun glanced at him and saw that he deliberately ignored her. She picked up a small stone on the ground and threw it at his side. With a whoosh, the stone shot straight on the table in front of him, making a small hole and sticking there steadily. Li Dali was stunned. He looked back at Muyun in surprise. Muyin didn't move, but looked at him coldly. If you ignore me again, then this stone will be shot into your head. Li Dali threw down the rag in his hand. I know, I'll go back and ask. He left reluctantly, and Muyin continued to clean the house. The big dust was almost cleaned up by Li Dali. She took the rag and wiped it again, and it was very clean. After cleaning up the house, there was also the yard outside. Because no one lived there, it was full of weeds, and all these weeds needed to be removed. A small house outside the house was filled with farm tools, but they were all a little rusty. Muyin picked up the sickle and went to the stream to find a stone to sharpen them. Because they had not been used for a long time, these tools were not sharp and needed to be sharpened again. Mom, I like it here so much. Can we really live here forever? Yueya jumped for joy when she saw Muyin coming. Seeing her so happy, Muyin couldn't help but smile. Yes, as long as Yueya likes it, we will live here forever. Yuanbao came over and wanted to help Muyin get things. Mom, let me get it. Muyin smiled, and in her heart she sighed more than once that her son was too sensible and filial. Yuanbao, these things are too dangerous for children. You can't touch them. Mother will come to get them. If there is anything Yuanbao can do, Mother will call Yuanbao again. When talking to the two children, Muyin spoke softly. Seeing such two good children, she couldn't help but overflowing with maternal love. She always felt that they were so well-behaved and cute, and she liked them so much. Yuanbao saw that she couldn't help, so she didn't force it. Whatever his mother said was what he listened to. Muyin found a grindstone and sharpened all the tools. After working for a long time, Li Dali also came back with 2 large quilts. Muyin took the quilt and went to the room to make the bed. Looking at the brand new bed, she was very satisfied. With her efforts, life would get better step by step, and she would let the children live a better life. Mom, I like this bed so much. Can we sleep in this bed together at night? There is only one bed in the room. Muyin asked Li Dali to find 2 quilts. She planned to have one bed for herself and one bed for the 2 children. But now there is only one bed, so they can only sleep together tonight. Although she may not like it, the 2 children are so well behaved that they will definitely not make noise when they sleep. Thinking of this, Muyin quickly accepted it in her heart. When she has time later, she'll get a new bed and put it in the room. The 3 of them will sleep in one room. The room is not small, so it will be no problem to put another small bed. Well, we'll sleep together. Mother will take you 2 to sleep together. Muyin admired herself for adapting to the role of mother so quickly. She was really amazing. She was worthy of being a top killer with excellent adaptability. With her hands on her hips, Muyin stood by the bed and smiled happily. Yuanbao and Yueya looked at her and started laughing too. Li Dali saw the heartwarming smiles of the family of 3 from outside the door and was puzzled. How could they smile so happily when they lived in such a shabby house, had nothing to eat or wear? Yueya, Yuanbao, Mother will wash your feet for you. Go to bed and sleep and wait for Mother. Muyin fetched water for the 2 children to wash and then let them sleep in bed and wait. They were only 2 3-year-old children. They must be tired after a day of tossing and turning, especially Yueya, who must be tired after crying all morning. After arranging the 2 children, Muyin went out. In the yard outside, Li Dali was cutting weeds with a sickle. Most of them had been cut. Muyin picked up and dug out the roots of the weeds. Neither of them spoke, and they worked quietly. Soon the whole yard was flattened. Muyin directed Li Dali to throw the pile of weeds farther away. At this time, the sky gradually darkened and the moon was slowly rising. After throwing away the pile of weeds, Muyin asked Li Dali to go back. After all, he had to go to school tomorrow. After Li Dali left, Muyin sat down in the yard, looking at the house and yard in front of her, the slowly rising moon, and the fresh and natural air. Her eyes were full of a relaxed smile. This kind of self, it feels so good to organize life bit by myself, ordinary and natural, without life and death struggle, no intrigue and no mutual exploitation. She smiled with satisfaction, thinking about getting water to wash, but suddenly thought of her unwashed clothes. so she had no choice but to not take a bath for the time being, but she was tired all day, and it was really uncomfortable not to take a bath. She went to look for it in the house, but couldn't find any clothes. In the end, she had to give up. She had to endure the discomfort. She had to buy some clothes tomorrow, both for the children and for her, but she didn't have a penny, so she had to think of a way. With the expectation of future life, Mu-yun went into the house to sleep. The two children had already fallen asleep. She lay down carefully and fell asleep soon. The next day, Mu-yun was awakened by the sound of birds chirping outside the house. Mu-yun opened her eyes and the light from the window shone in, stinging her eyes slightly, and then slowly adapted. "Brother, can you really do it?" "Why do I feel that there's too little water?" Yueya's voice sounded, and Mu-yun gradually came back to her senses. Oh, yes, she had traveled through time, and there were two children. Now this was Qinghe village. She hurriedly got up, put on her coat, opened the door, and went out. Seeing their mother wake up so quickly, the two children seemed a little at a loss. Yuanbao stood on a stool, kneading dough on the kitchen counter. Yueya stood aside, holding a bowl of water in her hand. The stove next to them had already started a fire, and it was burning vigorously. There was also a pot on the fire with boiling water in it. "Mom, why are you awake?" Yueya's soft voice sounded, and Mu-yun's eyes moved from the pot to the two children. "What are you two doing?" Seeing that their mother didn't smile and was still a little serious, the two of them suddenly didn't dare to speak. Yuanbao stood on the stool at a loss, not understanding why his mother seemed angry. Yueya suppressed her fear and spoke softly. "Mom, my brother and I want to cook for you. You did so much work yesterday and must be exhausted. We want you to sleep a little longer." Hearing this, Mu-yun sighed helplessly. Others have a headache because their children are too naughty, but she is the only one who has a headache because her child is too sensible. Walking over and picking Yuanbao down, Mu-yun said seriously, "Didn't Mom tell you yesterday that children can't do dangerous things? Those tools yesterday were dangerous, the fire today is also dangerous, and the kitchen knives are also dangerous. Don't do this again next time. You can only cook when you grow up, not now." "Oh, we get it, Mom. Don't be angry, I won't do it anymore," Yuanbao said, a little depressed, and anyone could hear the disappointment in his tone. Mu-yun was helpless, and instantly felt distressed. She rubbed Yuanbao's head. Her face was no longer serious, but gentle again. "Yuanbao, be good and grow up healthy so that you can give your mother a good life in the future." If Yuanbao hurts himself by burning the fire while cooking, or accidentally cuts his hand while cutting vegetables, he will not be able to work, read, or write in the future. How can he take care of your mother? When your mother is old, it won't be okay without Yuanbao and Yueya to take care of her. Yuanbao and Yueya nodded obediently. "We understand, mother." Seeing how obedient they were, Mu-yun smiled with relief. "Okay, wait aside. Mother will cook for you." Just looking at the dough on the chopping board, Mu-yun didn't know where to start. She knew nothing about pasta. How to make this? Make it into noodles? Thinking back to how to make noodles, Mu-yun felt a little tired. If only she had a mobile phone, she could search and find out. "Yuanbao, what were you going to make just now? Noodles?" Yuanbao shook his head. "No, mother, this is black flour, used to make black steamed buns." "What? Black steamed buns?" After carefully recalling the original owner's memory, Zhang Yu finally understood what black steamed buns are. That is, black steamed buns, made of buckwheat flour. The original owner had made it before. Although it was not delicious, it could fill her stomach at least. Rolling up her sleeves, Mu-yun began to make her first meal of pasta. After a long time of struggling, the black steamed buns were finally ready, but the shape was not very good looking. Not only were they black, but they also looked crooked and had no appearance at all. Mu-yun was a little helpless. Cooking was a bit difficult. "Mother, are you ready?" Seeing Mu-yun standing in front of the pot without moving, Yueya could not help but shout. Mu-yun came back to her senses. She was just thinking about whether to find someone to cook. If she relied on cooking, she was afraid that she could not fatten the two children. The goal of making them fat and white was probably not easy to achieve. She only knew how to grill meat, and she couldn't eat grilled meat every day. "Okay, Come and get it. Hearing this, the two children hurried over, but when they saw the black steamed buns in the pot, Yueya exclaimed and then spoke softly, Mom, why are the black steamed buns so ugly today? They are so ugly. Yueya's words made Mu Yun embarrassed. She smiled awkwardly. Maybe Mom hasn't made this for a long time, and now she is a little rusty. Although it looks a little ugly, it's edible anyway. You should try it and see how it tastes. The two children obediently picked up the black steamed buns and bit them. Facing Mu Yun's expectant eyes, Yuanbao tried his best to ignore the dry steamed buns in his mouth and said with a smile, It's delicious, Mom. Yueya also nodded with difficulty. Mu Yun was relieved, smiled, picked up one, and started eating. After a few seconds, she looked ugly. Such a dry and bitter thing could not be called delicious. Yuanbao, Yueya, why don't you stop eating? It's too disgusting. Mu Yun said a little embarrassedly. Yuanbao did not stop, but said, Mom, as long as I can fill my stomach, there is nothing else to eat at home. Mu Yun nodded helplessly. Yeah, let's eat first. It's okay as long as you are full and not hungry. Yuanbao, Yueya, Mother will take you to the city later. We will go to make money and then buy clothes and food. Yuanbao was worried. The little guy actually learned to frown. Mom, we don't have money and can't buy things. I can wear clothes. You don't have to buy them for me. Mu Yun looked at his little appearance and couldn't help laughing. Yuanbao thinks Mother has no money? Yuanbao nodded, Mother. We don't have money. It's not that I think we don't have money. Mu Yun touched his head and said with a smile, We can find ways to make money if we don't have money. Today Mother will take you out to make money, and we will buy things with the money. Yuanbao was curious, Mother. How can we make money? What can we do to make money? He also wanted to learn how to make money so that he could buy beautiful clothes and delicious food for his mother and sister. Seeing Yuanbao's eager eyes for knowledge about making money, Mu Yun rubbed his head and said with a smile, There are many ways to make money, and it is difficult to explain them all at once. Today, Mother will take you to the city to find opportunities and ways to make money. Yuanbao nodded, his little face full of expectation. The mother and her two children each ate a black steamed bun and could not eat any more. It was really hard to swallow, and she couldn't eat it if she was full. Mu Yun closed the door of her house, took the two children out, and headed towards the village entrance. She remembered that there seemed to be ox carts at the village entrance, which took people who wanted to go to the city every day, but she didn't know how much each person would pay, and she didn't know if people were willing to take them with them, buy on credit first, and pay later when they came back. Mu Yun led the children all the way to the village entrance. There were already several people waiting at the entrance, and there were 2 ox carts parked on the side of the road. In one night, everyone in Yueya village knew that a widow with 2 children had moved into the village. It was said that the widow was still very young and pretty. Seeing Mu Yun and the 2 children, several villagers whispered about it, and they didn't stop talking until Mu Yun got closer and closer, but they couldn't take their eyes off him, and kept looking at Mu Yun. Although her clothes were not very good, old and torn, her face was indeed pretty, with fair skin, slender figure, and delicate features. She didn't look like a country girl at all. She had a small and straight nose, bright and moist eyes, and rosy lips. Every part of her face was pretty. She looks like a fox. TSK. A voice that was neither loud nor soft-sounded, with some sarcasm, and looked at Mu Yun. It was a little girl, wearing an ordinary blue cotton dress, with an ordinary silver hairpin on her head, and a basket in her hand, which contained some flower-like things, which seemed to be fake flowers. She had an arrogant expression, and her slender eyes looked at Mu Yun with disdain. Her slightly thick lips were slightly raised, and a cold snort came from her flat nose. "Are you talking about me?" Mu Yun walked in front of the girl and asked directly. Chunhua didn't expect Mu Yun to ask directly. She was stunned for a moment and was a little at a loss, but she quickly reacted, raised her neck and said, "Who said you?" "I said Foxy Look. Are you Foxy Look?" "Chunhua, don't be like this." Another girl next to her pulled Chunhua's sleeve, somewhat disapproving of her causing trouble outside. "Go away, it's so annoying. Who wants you to care?" As Chunhua shook her hand vigorously, the girl next to her was caught off guard and almost fell down. Mu Yun was quick to support her. Chunlon didn't expect Muyun to help her. After a moment of stunned, she immediately thanked him. Thank you, sister. You should be Sister Mu, who just moved to our village, right? Welcome. Chunlon spoke softly, and she was also a beautiful girl next door. Very attractive. Muyun smiled. You're welcome. It just happened. TSK. A bunch of idiots. It's annoying just to look at them. After saying this with disdain, Chanyue got on the ox cart directly and no longer looked at this side. Muyun was too lazy to argue with her. The important thing today was to make money to buy clothes and food. People who were not pleasing to the eye could be dealt with slowly another day. There was no need to rush. Hey, Sister Muyun, are you going to the city too? Zhou Daqiang and his wife came over with 2 chickens. They were a little surprised to see Muyun. Seeing that it was them, Muyun smiled and replied, Brother Daqiang, sister-in-law Daqiang, are you going to the city too? Zhou Daqiang put the chicken on the ox cart. Chanyue, who had already sat on it, saw this and exclaimed in disdain. Why did you put the chicken on too, Brother Daqiang? This is for pulling people, not chickens. How can we sit like this? Zhou Daqiang ignored her and put his chicken away. Then he helped his wife get on the cart and sat her down. Chunlon also got on. Muyun was about to ask who was pulling the ox cart when he saw Daqiang sitting in the driver's seat. He then turned to Muyun and said, Sister Muyun, let's take our cart. We can still fit 3 of you and your 2 children if we squeeze in. Muyun was surprised that Zhou Daqiang was the one pulling the ox cart. She said embarrassedly, Well, Brother Daqiang, sister-in-law Daqiang, I don't have any money at the moment. Can we go together to give you the money when I come back? Muyun found a more suitable excuse. If she really made money when she went out, and those gossiping people knew about it, who knows how they would frame her? There was the most gossip in the village. Zhou Daqiang looked at his wife and asked for her opinion with his eyes. Daqiang's wife smiled and said, It doesn't matter, Sister Muyu. You don't have to pay this time. You can pay next time you ride. It's not easy for you to take care of 2 children alone. Before Muyun spoke, Chanyue was dissatisfied. Sister-in-law Daqiang, you give a stranger who just came here for free, but you don't give us any. You are too unkind. You are so ungrateful. No wonder people say you are stupid. Daqiang's wife was a little at a loss, but still said, I just see that Sister Muyun is in trouble. Chanyue, your family is not in trouble. Every time you go to the city to sell hairpins, you can make a lot of money. You don't need the money for the ox cart. You are different from Sister Muyun. Speaking of selling hairpins, Chunyue's face was full of pride. I can make money because I have the ability. I don't need your money for the ride. I just think you're being unfair. If we go by relationship, I'll be closer to you. But you exempted her, an outsider, and didn't exempt me. I'm so angry. Muyun took the 2 children and sat on the bus. Chunlon reached out to help. Muyun smiled gratefully at her. Thank you. Chanyue looked at Muyun and her 2 children with disdain and turned her head away. Sister Daqiang, are you going to sell these 2 chickens? Muyun asked curiously. Sister Daqiang nodded. Well, there are many chickens at home, so I thought of catching 2 to sell.
Muyun nodded.
At this time, farmers who wanted to make money only sold some farm chickens and eggs. Seeing the hairpins in Chunyue's basket, and then seeing Chunlon also carrying a basket, Muyun smiled and asked, What are you going to sell, Sister Chunlon? Chunlon smiled and opened the basket to show Muyun, Sister Mu. I'm going to sell handkerchiefs. These are embroidered by me and can be worth some money. Muyun took a look and praised, Sister Chunlon has really skillful hands, and her embroidery is really beautiful. Chunlon smiled shyly, Sister Mu. You are too kind. My embroidery is just average.
There are some that are better than mine.
Those are really amazing. Muyun smiled and said, Sister Chunlon, you are still young, but you can embroider so well now. As you grow older, your embroidery skills will continue to improve. Many years later, you will be an embroidery master. Daqiang's wife also echoed, Chunlon's embroidery skills are really good. The things she embroiders are very beautiful. She is the best embroiderer in our village. Chanyue couldn't listen anymore and snorted heavily with a nasal tone. A bunch of people who have never seen the world, They are not afraid of being laughed at if they say it out, and they call themselves embroidery masters. They really don't know what they are talking about. This is not the way to flatter someone. Exaggerated. Chunlan's smile froze on her face, and she smiled at Mu Yun and Daqiang's wife awkwardly. Mu Yun looked at Chunyue and smiled. Sister Chunyue, this hairpin is really not that good. Can it be sold for money? Seeing that the topic was about herself, Chunyue immediately said proudly, Of course, mine is much more valuable than Chunlan's. What do you know as a bumpkin like you? As for hairpins, the original owner had some memories. She had seen them on her sister's heads. That one was much more delicate than Chunyue's, and the material looked more expensive. Chunyue's hairpin was like a copycat version. Although it looked like one, if you looked closely, you could find that the workmanship was rough and the material was cheap. Mu Yun smiled. Yours is just average. I've seen better-looking ones. Chunyue was furious at what Mu Yun said, and her face turned ugly immediately. You, what do you know? You country bumpkin, you know nothing. My hairpin is loved by all the noble ladies in the city. They are scrambling to buy it. Have you seen a better one than this? If you had seen one, you wouldn't be here when you can't even afford the fare for an ox cart ride, and you would ask for alms from others. You're really boastful. Mu Yun didn't care about her words, but said lightly, This is a different time. If you don't believe it, just forget it. Chunyue was too lazy to pay attention to her and turned to look at the road ahead. Mu Yun asked Sister Daqiang, How long will it take to get there? The ancient transportation was really inconvenient. After walking for so long, it seemed that we had not walked very far. Sister Daqiang smiled and said, It's still early. We haven't even walked half of the way yet. It may take another hour or so. Hearing this, Mu Yun felt powerless. She was used to modern airplanes and high-speed trains. To be honest, the speed of this ox cart was not as fast as her running. On the way, the few of them didn't talk anymore. Mu Yun held Yueya and let Yuanbao lean on his legs. The ox cart finally arrived in the city after an hour. Yueya and Yuanbao were very curious when they entered the city for the first time. Their big eyes kept looking around. Mu Yun agreed with Sister Daqiang about the meeting place in the afternoon, and then took the two children to the street. The city was quite lively. There were stalls on both sides of the street, selling everything, as well as fabric stores, jewelry stores, and even restaurants. Mom, there are so many people here. There are so many things I haven't seen before. Yueya was full of amazement. They are all very interested in these novel things. Yuanbao is introverted, but his eyes are full of curiosity. Mu Yun looked at the two children and couldn't help feeling distressed. She had to make more money and take them to see more of the world. What others have, her children should also have. Mu Yun looked around and thought about how to make the first money. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation are businesses that have existed since ancient times. Which one should I start with? Clothes? Food? These two things are the most common on the street. How about selling the design drawings to the clothing store? It seems that it won't work. Although she can draw, she doesn't know much about ancient costumes, and she is afraid that she can't draw any good-looking works. Wait, recipes? In ancient times, recipes seem to be kept secret, but in modern times, recipes for various ingredients can be seen everywhere in recipe books, short video teaching videos, etc. As a single person, she had thought about cooking for herself several times and didn't want to order takeout anymore. For this reason, she read a lot of recipe books and video tutorials and even signed up for a class. Unfortunately, she didn't have a talent for cooking. After many experiments, although the procedures were correct and the appearance was okay, the food was not as delicious as she imagined. But she remembered all the recipes she had learned. As a top agent, her good memory was her least noteworthy advantage. Mu Yun finally showed a smile on her face, which made her think of a way to make money without any capital. She looked at the restaurant in front of her, which was a bit small. I wonder if I can pay more. After thinking about it, she still asked someone where the best restaurant in the city was. The eldest brother, who was pulled to ask for information, was a lively man. Seeing that Mu Yun was so good-looking and asked politely, he immediately told her the origins of the two major restaurants in the city. The eldest brother spoke a little too carefully, or to put it simply, He was a little too long-winded. Muyan listened for a long time and got some useful information from it, but he was not interested in listening to the rest. I understand. Thank you so much, brother. I'm in a hurry, so I'll go over first. Brother, you are a good person and you will be rewarded. You will have a peaceful life in the future. After saying that, Muyun hurriedly took the two children away. The elder brother smiled and liked Muyun's politeness. He enjoyed the pleasure of helping others. He smiled and turned away. Muyun followed what the elder brother said and walked forward. Not long after walking, I saw the two restaurants. The two restaurants face each other, with completely different decorations and appearances. One is magnificent and the other is low-key and restrained, but from the appearance, you can see that both restaurants are well off. However, the magnificent restaurant has a constant flow of customers in front of it, while the low-key and restrained restaurant is deserted, and there is no one at the door. I heard from the big brother just now that the Magnificent Lee's restaurant is newly opened and has only been open for 3 months, while the low-key and restrained Pang's restaurant has a history of more than 10 years and is a time-honored brand. In the past, dignitaries and others loved to go to Pang's restaurant, but the chef of Pang's restaurant was replaced half a year ago. After that, the dishes were average and there were no new dishes. Gradually, fewer people came until the Lee's restaurant opened and Pang's restaurant's business was completely gone. After understanding, Muyun decided to choose Pang's restaurant because the eldest brother said that Pang's restaurant was owned by the richest family in the county, Pang's family, while Lee's restaurant was opened by an ordinary wealthy family. Although the business of this wealthy family seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, and it was about to surpass Pang's family, but a lean camel was bigger than a horse, and Pang's family could give her what she wanted and needed her more. Lee's family was different. Their business was booming and they must be arrogant. They would not need her recipes, and it would not help her future development. Muyun led the two children to Pang's restaurant. The waiter at the door saw that they were wearing tattered clothes, but did not drive them away. He just asked politely, "Girl, are you coming to eat?" Muyun shook his head. "No, I have some ancestral recipes that I want to sell. My family is in trouble, so I reluctantly gave them up and wanted to ask if your store needs them." Muyun had an expression of giving up, and the waiter saw it and naturally believed it. But it was not his decision. After thinking for a while, the waiter said, "I'll ask our shopkeeper. Please come in and sit for a while." The waiter invited the person in. The person who had been staring at this side laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. He ridiculed Pang's restaurant and ridiculed it. It was so poor that it had to receive a mother and her two children who looked like beggars. It was really hopeless. Entering Pang's restaurant, Muyun sighed. The Pang family was really rich. The decoration was so exquisite and elegant. The tables, chairs, and benches were all made of fine wood and had a very textured feel. Just as he was looking around, the waiter came over with a middle-aged man. "Shopkeeper, it's this girl who said she wanted to sell the recipe." The shopkeeper took a look at Muyun and her child. Although they were not dressed well, the mother and her two children looked good and had a transcendent temperament, unlike ordinary farmers. The shopkeeper had seen a lot of things and was very accurate in judging people. He immediately believed what Muyun said about the difficulties at home. Judging from their appearance, they were probably from a wealthy family in the past. "Miss, can you show me the recipe you mentioned?" Muyun shook his head. "Shopkeeper, for some reason, the recipe has been destroyed by me, but I remember all the contents. I can write it down on the spot. You can ask your chef to make it and see how it tastes." The shopkeeper was a little hesitant. He didn't want to make any more trouble, but the waiter had already invited people in, so he asked casually, "To be honest, our store may be closed. Although I am somewhat interested in the recipe you mentioned, I am afraid that it will not save the store. I am also hesitant whether to buy your recipe." The shopkeeper still spoke, and his willingness to buy the recipe was not strong. Muyun was a little surprised. "Are you going to close? It would be a pity to close such a good store. All these decorations and furniture will be wasted." Looking at everything in this restaurant, Muyun really felt it was a pity. The shopkeeper sighed helplessly. "We don't want to close, but there is no way. We are losing money even without business. If we don't close, we will lose more. Muyan thought for a while and said, "Shopkeeper, it is normal to make money and lose money in business. If you are ready to close down once you lose money, it only means that you are not suitable for business. Competition in the business world is normal. When you encounter difficulties, you must first find a way to solve them, not to escape." The shopkeeper sighed helplessly. "Miss, you don't know. We have thought of many ways, but it still doesn't work. Sometimes fate is like this, and there is nothing you can do." Muyan really couldn't bear to see him give up on himself. In this world, if you give up on yourself, there is really no hope. People like her, who crawled out of the dead pile, will never do anything like giving up on themselves. No matter where they are or what situation they are in, she will climb up and never allow herself to be weak and give up. She herself will not do this, and she can't bear to see others do this, always feeling annoying. "Shopkeeper, let me give you the recipe first. You can ask your chef to make it and try it right now. If all of you think it tastes good, you can give me money. If you think it is useless and not delicious, then I don't want any money. And it would be a pity to close your restaurant. If you don't want to close it, I will help you find a way to ensure that you can grab the business from the opposite side and restore the previous business status. What do you think?" The shopkeeper was a little hesitant when he heard this. He had already reported the closure to the young master. Now he said he wanted to continue to open it, which seemed a little embarrassing. Moreover, he didn't think that Mu Yun, a woman, could do anything to help him build up the business. He had been managing this restaurant from the beginning. He also made a lot of money from this restaurant. It was not just a matter of money. It was his hard work. If possible, he really didn't want to close it. Seeing that the shopkeeper didn't speak, Muyan spoke again. "Shopkeeper, it can't be worse than the current situation anyway. Why not give it a try? What if it gets better?" Muyan didn't really like to help others. She was more thinking about herself. If she really helped this restaurant to succeed, it would be very helpful to her in the future. Seeing that Muyan was confident, the shopkeeper persuaded him again and again, and he, who was unwilling to give up, no longer hesitated and nodded in agreement. "Okay, then give it a try. If it doesn't work after trying, he will completely give up." Muyan nodded. "Bring paper and pen. I'll write a few recipes for you. Try them first. The most basic thing for a restaurant is food. This is the most important. We will talk about the rest later." The shopkeeper nodded and asked the waiter to bring paper and pen. Muyan also learned calligraphy in his previous life, and his handwriting is not bad. Although it is not amazing, it is not ugly. Seeing that her handwriting was good, the shopkeeper concluded that her family must have been well off before, but now that her family had fallen into poverty, she had fallen into such a situation. Muyan wrote down more than a dozen recipes in one breath, including both meat and vegetarian dishes and 2 kinds of snack recipes. The shopkeeper took a look at it. Although he knew many of the ingredients, he had never seen such methods and ingredients. With a nervous mood, the shopkeeper asked the waiter to give the recipe to the cook and let the cook make some first to try. After that, there was a long wait. In fact, Muyan was a little worried. He didn't know if this recipe was reliable. If it didn't taste good, it would be a disaster. Time passed slowly. After a long time, several cooks and waiters came out with plates of hot dishes. As soon as they came out, the fragrance wafted in. When the shopkeeper smelled this smell, his eyes suddenly lit up and he became impatient. The waiter placed the plates one by one, and the chef came out with the last dish, with a smile on his face. "Boss, please try these dishes." The chef looked excited and looked at the shopkeeper expectantly. The shopkeeper couldn't wait to try them. Hearing this, he immediately picked up his chopsticks and tasted them. The first dish he ate was steamed mandarin fish, which was relatively light. The fish meat had no fishy smell, only a faint fragrance. The meat was tender, fresh and delicious, and better than he had imagined. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. This was much better than the previous ones. They also had steamed fish in their store, but the taste was far worse than this. The shopkeeper then tried the houching hand-grabbed bones, which were also spare ribs. However, they were not braised or boiled in plain water, but fried. After frying, they were fried again according to the ingredients on the recipe. It was fragrant, spicy, and numb, which made people unable to refuse it. After eating the meat dishes, there were also vegetarian dishes and dim sum. The shopkeeper tried every one of them. He suddenly regained confidence in the restaurant. When the chef saw the shopkeeper finished eating, he hurriedly asked, "Boss, what do you think of these dishes?" The shopkeeper nodded, "Very good. Although they are all common dishes, the strange thing is that the taste is completely different, much better than before." The chef nodded excitedly. "Yes, shopkeeper, where did that recipe come from? It is very detailed and even explains how to handle the ingredients. The dishes cooked according to the above method taste very good. If there are more recipes, our restaurant may be saved." The chef did not want the restaurant to go bankrupt. The salary and benefits paid by the boss were good. If he lost this job, how would he support his children and wife in the future? The shopkeeper immediately looked at Mu Yun with a serious expression. "Miss Mu, thank you. I accept your suggestion. I will take all the recipes you have. The price is not a problem." Mu Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. The chef is a chef. Using the same method, the food she makes tastes like chewing wax, but the food she makes is delicious. It turns out that cooking requires talent. "Shopkeeper, I have a lot of recipes. As for the price, you decide. What I just wrote are just some simple recipes. I will write some others. Some ingredients are more complicated to prepare and need time to prepare." The shopkeeper nodded. "Okay. Thank you, Miss Mu." When the chef learned that the recipe was written by the girl in front of him, he couldn't wait to look over and see what other recipes there were. Mu Yun wrote dozens of recipes in one breath, which made the chef very excited. He couldn't wait to try to make all the dishes again to see if they were as delicious. Yuan Bao and Yueya were drooling at the table of dishes. Seeing this, the shopkeeper hurriedly called the waiter to bring chopsticks for the two children to eat. Mu Yun took the time to take a look and saw that the two children were eating happily. She smiled silently. Soon the recipe was written. Mu Yun put down the brush, blew the ink, and handed the paper to the chef and the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, as for the money, just give me some first. It's not too late to give me the rest after you have verified whether this dish is marketable. The main thing is that I am a little short of money now, so you have to give me some now." The shopkeeper nodded immediately. "Okay, no problem. What you said makes sense. If I give you too little, I will feel bad, and if I give you more, I will be unsure. Our store is in a downer now, and I really don't have much money. I am a straightforward person, so don't mind it, Miss Mu. How about this, Miss Mu? I will give you 50 taels of silver first, and I will give you the rest after the store business picks up. Or, if the business picks up, I will give you half of the first month's profit. How about it?" Hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes lit up. Half of a month's profit was a lot, so she readily agreed. "Okay, let's do as you say, shopkeeper." After the two parties reached an agreement, Mu Yun gave the shopkeeper some suggestions. The restaurant should be closed for a few days and reopened after preparations are made. Mu Yun said a lot, and the shopkeeper wrote it down one by one. After talking for a long time, seeing that the dishes were about to get cold, Mu Yun picked up the chopsticks and talked while eating. Half an hour later, she finally finished explaining. After all, it was about making money for herself, so she naturally had to pay more attention to it. When the profit came out, it was predicted that she would have at least hundreds of taels of silver. When she walked out of Pang's restaurant, Mu Yun felt the heavy silver in her pocket and showed a happy smile. This money is not too difficult to make, Mu Yun thought happily, and then took her two children to go shopping. She went to the clothing shop first, preparing to buy some clothes for herself and her children. The mother and her children were dressed too shabby. As soon as they entered the shop, they were given the cold eye by the waiter. "If you want a bag, go out and ask for it. Don't come in and dirty our shop." The waiter's eyes were full of disgust. He really didn't want to serve the mother and her two sons who looked like beggars. Mu Yun's good mood was immediately ruined as soon as she stepped in. "How dare you talk to customers like that? Or is this the way you treat customers in your store?" Mu Yun's voice was very loud. When other people in the store heard it, they all looked over, looking at Mu Yun and his two sons. The waiter's face turned red when he was scolded by Mu Yun. Being stared at by so many people, he felt embarrassed and said angrily, "Am I wrong? You look like beggars, aren't you? You're wearing such tattered clothes. Can you afford the clothes in our store?" Mu Yun sneered, call your shopkeeper out. I want to ask if everyone in your store is so dog-eyed. Mu Yun had never been bullied like this before, and she was very angry. The shopkeeper came out quickly, glanced at Mu Yun, and his eyes showed disgust. My girl, our store is not a charity. We can't help you. You should go somewhere else. The guests talked a lot, and they also disagreed with the store's approach, but no one said anything. Mu Yun couldn't stand it anymore, and she clenched her hands at her side into fists. Looking at these two guys who looked down on others, she tried hard to suppress the urge to take action. Okay, very good. I'll remember you, wait. There will be a day when you kneel down and beg for mercy. Mu Yun took the two children out, looked back at the name of the store, and remembered it firmly in her heart. At this time, she had no power, no influence, and no money. There was no way to slap those two people in the face openly, so they could only wait. The shopkeeper didn't care about what Mu Yun said. He sneered and continued to do his business. Mu Yun found a new store. This store was different from the previous one. It didn't look down on them. Instead, it treated them very politely. She bought several sets of clothes at once, and it only cost 2 taels of silver. Mu Yun sighed that the prices in this era were really low. After changing into new clothes, the mother and her 2 children changed their image and looked better. The 3 of them continued to buy happily. After buying a lot of things, they only spent 10 taels of silver. If they hadn't been unable to take it, Mu Yun would have bought more. Looking at today's harvest, she was very satisfied. Yuan Bao, Yueya, do you have anything else you want to buy? If not, we will go back. Yuan Bao and Yueya shook their heads. They were very happy today. They bought new clothes, toys, and many delicious foods. They had never seen these before. Okay, let us go back then. Mu Yun was carrying a lot of things and couldn't hold the 2 children's hands anymore, so she let them hold each other's hands and walk in front of her. Yuan Bao, Yueya? Why are you here? A child's voice sounded, and Mu Yun looked up. There were several teenagers in front of her, including Li Dali, Fuxing, Tiniu, and Jin Bao from Yuhe village, and a few people she didn't know. The one who called Yuan Bao and Yueya was Tiniu, who was tall, thin, and dark. Li Dali was very surprised to see Mu Yun and her 2 children, and then lowered his head without saying a word. Tiniu walked over happily. Yuan Bao, Yueya, I'm so happy to meet you. My grandmother told me about your family. Yueya, are you okay? Tiniu was a straightforward person. He asked directly because he was worried and didn't know how to beat around the bush. Yueya nodded slightly. Brother Tiniu, I'm fine. We are very happy living in Qinghe village with mother now. Hearing this, Tiniu was relieved and nodded. That's good. Yueya shared one of her candies with Tiniu and said with a sweet smile, Brother Tiniu, this is for you.
Mother bought it for me.
It's delicious. Tiniu refused. No, Yueya, you can eat it yourself. I don't like candy. But Yueya still insisted on giving it to him. No, the last time you shared candy with me, you said that it was your favorite candy. Mu Yun smiled and said, Yueya's kindness, Tiniu, just accept it. I heard from Yueya that you took good care of her when you played together. Thank you. In the original owner's memory, Yueya did mention the people who played together many times.
Tiniu was the best and always took care of Yueya.
Li Dali would also give Yueya food, but he was very strong and Yueya was a little afraid of him. Fuxing was timid and only listened to Li Dali and Lu Dahu. Tainyo touched his head a little embarrassedly, smiled shyly, and finally accepted the candy. Mu Yun glanced at the others, and noticing Mu Yun's sight, Fuxing hid his small body behind Li Dali, praying in his heart that Mu Yun would not see him. He had seen the miserable state of Lu Dahu and Dahu's father, and he was so scared that he had nightmares all night. Mu Yun just glanced at a few people coldly, and then retracted his sight. Yueya, Yuan Bao, we have to go back to school, so we will leave first. Tainyo was a little reluctant, but they didn't have much time to play outside, and it was time to go back. Otherwise, he would like to play with Yueya and Yuan Bao again. The 3 children were saying goodbye, but Mu Yun thought about studying. Yes, Yuan Bao and Yueya are also at the age to go to school. Although they are only 3 years old, both children are smart, and it is time for them to learn some basic things. But the school is too small and too far away if she sends them there, unless she lives in the city. But for now, she doesn't want to live in the city, and it's not suitable to live in the city now. Thinking of this, Muyun decided to teach at home first, and when she makes a lot of money, she will consider moving to the city. With this in mind, she took the two children to the bookstore and bought pens, ink, paper, and inkstone, as well as a 3-character classic to teach the two children to write and recognize words. When Muyun got everything ready and arrived at the gathering point, everyone had already arrived. Seeing Muyun coming late with a bunch of things, Yueya's already bad mood seemed to have found an outlet. Muyun, you are so generous that you made us all wait for you for so long. We clearly agreed on the time to go back, but you are still late. If you don't want to go back, just say it earlier. Isn't our time the same? You are so shameless to make everyone wait for you. Yueya spoke in a burst of words, and her ugly face looked even more sarcastic. Dacheong's wife said hurriedly, "No, we just arrived not long ago. Sister Muyun, why did you buy so many things?" Muyun's packages were about to cover her. This pile of things must have cost a lot of money. The mother and her two children also changed into new clothes, looking more energetic and beautiful. Muyun had no time to pay attention to Yueya. He hurriedly put his things on the ox cart and said to Dacheong's wife, "I rarely go to the city, so I bought more." "I'm sorry, Dacheong's wife. I made you wait for me." Dacheong's wife shook her head hurriedly. "It's okay. We are all neighbors. No need to be so polite." After Muyun put the things away, he carried the two children on the car and finally got in himself. The ox cart started, and seeing that the two chickens were still there, Muyun asked, "Dacheong's wife, didn't you sell these chickens? Why are they still on the car?" Mrs. Dacheong looked helpless. "I can't help it. No one wanted to buy it at the price I offered. If it was any lower, I wouldn't want to sell it, so I brought it back." Muyun nodded and asked casually Mrs. Dacheong, "How much do you want to sell it for?" "I don't understand the current market yet." Mrs. Dacheong said, "Normally, it should be at least 7 or 8 copper coins, but today they were only willing to offer 5 copper coins, which was too low. I didn't want to sell it, so I didn't sell it."
Muyun nodded.
It was quite cheap. She was thinking about buying the 2 chickens later and going back to nourish Yuan Bao and Yueya. Chunlon said, "It seems that last year's harvest was not as good as in previous years. That's why everyone has little money now and can't afford to buy anything." Brother Dacheong also agreed. "Yes, it's much better here. I heard that many people in He County have no food to eat this year because of the drought last year. Farmers like us who make a living by farming rely on storing food to make a living. If the harvest this year is not good, there will not be enough food next year, and life will naturally be hard. This is the first time that Muyun feels the real ancient life. Unlike modern times, there is no need to worry about having enough food. Here, being able to have enough food every year is the best life for ordinary people." She felt a little emotional. It is really not easy for people nowadays to live. Yes. Fortunately, there is no drought here. Otherwise, I don't know how we would get through the days. Dacheong's wife also said. Seeing that Muyun bought a lot of big bags and small bags, Dacheong's wife said at the right time, "Sister Muyun, you're still young and don't know the hardships of life. It is not easy for you to raise 2 children alone. You still have to save as much as you can and plan more for the future." Knowing that Dacheong's wife was kindly reminding him, Muyun smiled and said, "I know, Dacheong's wife. You don't have to worry about me." Sister-in-law Dacheong smiled. Seeing that Muyun didn't think she was meddling in other people's business, she felt that Muyun had a good temper and was more willing to talk more. Chunwa looked at Muyun's things and her clothes. Her mood, which was already bad, became even worse. The others kept talking, but no one paid attention to her, which made her feel very dissatisfied. "Sister-in-law Dacheong, you are just worrying about nothing. Look at the clothes she is wearing. They must be expensive. It's like she's going to rob people when she goes to the city. She buys everything and spends the money she gets from pawning. She will have a hard life in the future. You are so kind that you even waived the car fare for her. Does she need this little money?" Muyun didn't bother with Yueya just now. Seeing that she was getting excited again, he would not tolerate it anymore. He glanced at Yueya's basket, which was covered tightly. Could it be that she was in a bad mood because she didn't sell all the hairpins? Guessing the reason, Muyan looked at her and said, Sister Chunyue, you are very angry today. I see you have it on your face. Do you have a bad temper and get angry often? Chunlon heard it and looked at Chunyue. One side healed, and the other side appeared. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on her face, Chunyue raised her hands to cover her face in panic, and then said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Chunlon said seriously, Sister Mu, do you know medicine? Chunyue felt very embarrassed. She loudly scolded Chunlon, What nonsense are you talking about? Chunlon, watch your mouth and don't talk about my affairs. Chunlon saw that she was angry again. She was helpless, and could only choose to shut up. Muyan smiled and said, I don't know any medical skills, but I know some ways to keep healthy. Sister Chunyue's problem is caused by excessive internal heat. If the internal heat is excessive, you have to rely on conditioning. You can't lose your temper, and you can't eat any spicy food. The most important thing is to control yourself and don't lose your temper all the time. Sister Chunyue, are you in a bad mood today because you haven't sold out the hairpins? Sister, you can't do this. You have to relax your mentality. There are good and bad things in doing business. Why do you care so much? Chunyue subconsciously held her basket tightly. She didn't want others to know that she hadn't sold out the hairpins, especially she didn't want Muyan to know, always thinking that she would laugh at herself. I sold out my hairpins a long time ago. The things in this basket are what I bought. They are all for my daughter's family. What do you know? Muyan smiled, Really? You're still so irritable after selling them. Sister, you should control your temper more. Chunyue was furious and wanted to lose her temper again, but when she thought about what Muyan said, which was similar to what the doctor she had seen before said, she forced herself to hold it back. Because she tried her best to hold back her emotions, her face was a little distorted. Touching the pimples on her face, she felt irritated. Because of this, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to find a good husband. Chunyue was immersed in her own thoughts, and the ox cart became quiet for a while. Seeing that she was quiet, Muyan retracted his gaze and ignored her. The sun slowly went down, and just as it was getting dark, the ox cart finally entered the village. Chunyue and Chunlon were the first to get off the car. Dechong's house was not far from Muyan's house, and seeing that she had a lot of things, he offered to send them to her home. Muyan was very touched, and she hadn't even paid yet. Brother Dachang and his wife are really kind-hearted. When they arrived at the door of the house, Brother Dachang helped Muyan to bring the things to the door of the house. Muyan took out the silver and gave the money to sister-in-law Dachang for the car fare. Sister-in-law Dachang didn't want to accept it, but Muyan insisted on giving it to her. She wanted to refuse but couldn't, so she finally accepted it. Sister-in-law Dachang, please sell me those 2 chickens. I want to give Yuan Bao and Yueya some supplements. Here are 20 copper coins.
Take them.
I'll take the chicken. Muyan stuffed the copper coins into Dachang's wife's hand and was about to leave with the chicken, but was stopped by Dachang's wife. Sister Muyan, this is too much. The chickens on the market only cost 7 or 8 copper coins each. I'll charge you 12 copper coins for 2 chickens. This way I won't lose money. Dechong's wife sympathized with Muyan, a woman who had to raise 2 children alone. It was really hard, so she couldn't bear to take her money. There was no reason for Muyan to take back the money she gave out. She was strong and fast, so she pushed Dechong's wife away and said, Dechong's wife, these 2 chickens are worth the money. Don't refuse. Go back quickly. It will be dark later, and I still have to cook for the children. I won't keep you here. After locking Dechong's wife outside, Muyan left without looking back. Dechong's wife had no choice but to look at Dechong, and finally got on the ox cart and went home. The next morning, Muyan had just got up when she saw Dechong's wife coming with some eggs in her hand. Sister Muyan, you're up. I'm going to the fields and passing by your house. By the way, I'll get a few eggs for your 2 children to nourish their bodies.
You can cook them for them.
Muyan gave too much money yesterday, and Dachang's wife felt embarrassed, so she thought of bringing some more eggs today. Muyan was polite to her and finally did not refuse. Seeing that Dachang's wife was still holding she asked, Dachang's wife, what are you going to plant? Dachang's wife smiled, No, The planting season has long passed. Muyan nodded, and after watching Daqiang's wife leave, she took the eggs to the kitchen to light the fire and start cooking. There were a lot of things bought yesterday, so the 2 chickens were kept first. After eating the things bought, the chickens would be stewed. There is no refrigerator here, and the things will go bad if they are left uneaten for a long time. Eggs were boiled for breakfast. After Yueya and Yuanbao got up, they followed Muyan to eat 2 eggs. Then Muyan took them to see the land allocated by the village chief. Li Dali went to study, and there was no one to order around. Muyan could only carry A to the field to have a look. Qinghe village is relatively flat and there are not many mountains, but the land allocated to her by the village chief is all mountains, but this is also her own choice. Fortunately, it is not far from home, and it does not take long to walk. Most of the other families grow rice and wheat, as well as potatoes and corn. Now it is summer, and the planting season has passed. Muyan is going to see what else can be planted in her own land. All the way to the mountain, looking at the mountain covered with weeds, she felt a little powerless. Would she be asked to loosen the soil for such a large piece of land? This would be exhausting. Big sister, you're the new guy named Muyan who moved here, right? An old lady who was working nearby came over and talked to Muyan. Muyan nodded. Yes, old lady, I am Muyan. You're still young and don't know how to choose. This land is not easy to grow crops. Why don't you choose another place? It's much better over there. The land there is not left barren. The village chief's family is growing crops there. Look at this place. It's so barren. You can't grow any crops on this kind of mountain land. The old lady continued, pointing to the land on one side. The one next to it is mine. I use it to grow potatoes every year. The harvest is not good. I'm afraid you can only do the same as my family, just plant some potatoes or something. Muyan hasn't decided what to plant yet, but she knows a little about farming. In her previous life, she made friends with an agricultural tycoon in order to spy on intelligence and hide her identity. For this reason, she specially learned a lot about agriculture and then discussed a lot with the tycoon, which led to her knowing more about this aspect. She thought that agriculture was the most useless thing in her career as an agent, but she didn't expect that it would come in handy one day. Come to think of it, the study during that time was worth it. Auntie, let me take a look before deciding what to plant. With such a large piece of land, I can't eat all the potatoes I plant. Seeing her simple and innocent look, the auntie smiled helplessly. You don't look like a farmer in this way, but like a lady from a rich family, fair and tender. After a quick cleanup, Muyan looked even more beautiful. Especially her cool temperament was outstanding, making people feel that she didn't look like a farmer. Muyan smiled, but didn't say anything. The original owner was indeed not a farmer's girl, but a lady from an official family. Speaking of which, she shouldn't let go of the original owner's family members. After all, they were so excessive at the beginning. Well, when I have time in the future, I will go back and clean up those so-called family members. Muyan thought so in her heart. She picked up and dug on the ground, then squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil to take a look. The soil was soft and similar to sand. It was called sandy soil, which was most suitable for growing agricultural crops such as sweet potatoes and peanuts. Muyan asked the old lady on the side, Auntie, does anyone in our village grow sweet potatoes and peanuts? The old lady shook her head. No. It seems that those you mentioned are grown in He County. I don't know. Most of us grow rice and wheat here, which are commonly eaten by everyone.
Muyan nodded.
Fortunately, she bought a lot of seeds yesterday. She bought a lot of vegetables, fruits, sweet potatoes, peanuts, garlic, and onion sprouts. She planned to plant more of these things herself so that it would be convenient for her to eat them in the future. Annie, how did you loosen the soil in your house? As soon as Muyan asked, Auntie Zhang knew what she wanted to do. If you want to loosen the soil, you have to borrow the cow from Old Man Zhang. His cow is very familiar with loosening the soil, and it is easy to use. Muyan didn't know any Old Man Zhang, so she said, Then Auntie, can you take me to find this Uncle Zhang to borrow a cow, and what kind of things do people usually give when they borrow a cow from him? Auntie Zhang smiled and said, You've asked the right person. I have a good relationship with Old Man Zhang's family. I'll ask you after I finish work and go back. As for taking things, you can just watch it. I don't have any suggestions. Muyan nodded, okay. Thank you, Auntie. I don't know how to call you. Annie Zhang smiled and said, just call me Annie Zhang.
Everyone calls me that.
Muyan nodded, took out the dry food he bought yesterday from his pocket and handed a piece to Aunt Zhang, saying, Aunt Zhang, this is the lunch I brought today. I was going to eat it after I finished my work. Now it seems that I can't do this work today, so I have to go back. Take this cake and eat it. Aunt Zhang hurriedly refused. She didn't feel comfortable asking for other people's things. However, there was no reason for Muyan to take back the things he took out, so he stuffed them into Aunt Zhang's hands and then called Yuan Bao and Yueya to leave. Muyan knew very well that there is no free help in the world. Even if people are kind, you have to know how to give something. Since she couldn't plant the land today, she decided to take the two children to the mountains to see if they could hunt 1 or 2 wild rabbits or something. The children still have to eat more meat to grow fast. This was the first time Yuan Bao and Yueya went hiking with Muyan. They both liked it and thought it was fun. Mom, I also want to learn how to hunt.
Can you teach me?
Yuan Bao opened his mouth, his little face full of longing. He also hoped to become as powerful as his mother. Muyan nodded. Okay, Mother will teach you in the future. Not only teach you hunting, Mother will also teach you martial arts, so that your body will become stronger and more powerful, so that no one can bully you in the future. Yuan Bao's eyes were full of surprise. Really? Mother, I want to learn. Muyan nodded. Yes, really, you are a man. You must become powerful so that you can protect your sister in the future. Yuan Bao nodded seriously. Yes, and you have to protect Mother. Mom, look where there is a beautiful flower. Yueya pointed to a corner of the forest, where red flowers were blooming, very conspicuous in the green woods. Muyan looked over and then asked, Yueya, do you want it? Mother will dig it out for you, and we will take it back and plant it in our yard. Yueya smiled happily and nodded. Yes, yes, thank you, Mother. Muyan walked over, raised his and dug up the flowers with their roots in 2 or 3 strokes, then continued to go into the mountains with the flowers in his arms. Mom, there are many beautiful flowers there, too, look. Yueya saw the flowers again, and Muyan looked in the direction she pointed, smiling helplessly. Yueya, that's not a flower, it's a mushroom. Let us go and have a look. Yueya didn't know what a mushroom was. She just thought that the round thing looked like a flower, so she thought it was also a flower. Muyan walked closer and saw that the ground was covered with large patches of yellow mushrooms. She recognized them as chanterelles, and it seemed that they were quite delicious, but she had never eaten them, only seen them on the internet. There are many videos about wild mushrooms on the internet. When the wild mushroom season comes, many people in Yun City go to the hospital because of accidentally eating wild mushrooms. But even after entering the hospital, they still have to continue eating, which makes everyone very curious about how delicious the wild mushrooms are. After that, the video about wild mushrooms is very popular, and many people specialize in finding wild mushrooms to sell, and they can make a lot of money. Muyan looked at the large area of chanterelles and had an idea in his mind. He could pick them and send them to Pang's restaurant to add a wild mushroom sign. However, wild mushrooms are not common, and he doesn't know if there are any in other places in the mountain. Muyan didn't pick them for the time being and waited until the day when Pang's restaurant reopened. If he picked them now and left them there by then, they would go bad. Marking this location, Muyan continued to move forward with Yueya Yuan Bao. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound in the bushes. Yuan Bao, Yueya, squat down and don't move, there seems to be something. The two children squatted carefully, and they became a little nervous. Brother, is there a wolf? Yueya nervously pulled Yuan Bao's clothes and asked in a low voice. When adults tell stories, they always like to talk about wolves in the mountains. Yueya is most afraid of wolves. Yuan Bao was also a little nervous, but he still didn't forget to comfort his sister. It's okay. Mother is here. Nothing will happen. Yueya nodded, not daring to move. Muyan lightened her steps and walked slowly towards the shaking grass. Her steps were so light that the rabbit didn't notice someone approaching and was still digging a hole with its head down. Muyan saw that it was a rabbit and immediately felt relieved. He then got ready, pounced on the rabbit, and hugged it tightly in his arms. The rabbit was suddenly frightened and struggled hard, but couldn't get free. Yueya Yuanbao, you can move now. Muyan turned around and spoke to the two children. After hearing what Muyan said, the two children dared to move. When they stood up and saw the rabbit in Muyan's arms, Yueya immediately ran over happily.
Wow.
Mother, this rabbit is Yueya Yuanbao. You can move now. Muyan turned around and spoke to the two children. After hearing what Muyan said, the two children dared to move. When they stood up and saw the rabbit in Muyan's arms, Yueya immediately ran over happily.
Wow.
Mother, this rabbit is so beautiful. Muyan looked down. We'll take it back for you to raise and play with. Yueya immediately smiled with her eyes curved, her voice jumping with joy. Really? Mom, that's great. I can play with the little rabbit in the future. Yueya wanted to hold the little rabbit, but Muyan was afraid that she was too weak to hold it and would run away, so she had to hold it herself. After that, she waited around for a long time, but didn't see any prey. She lost interest and took the two children home. But just when she arrived at the door of the house, she saw a few people standing in front of her. Muyan frowned and was a little confused. When he got closer, he found that they were from Yueya village. Muyan is back, someone said, and the others turned around to look over. Seeing Dahu's father and mother, Muyan sneered. What are you doing here? Dad Dahu came with his clansmen, including several young and strong men from the clan. He could never forget the humiliation he suffered that day, and the villagers were also talking about it, which made him feel even more ashamed. After hesitating for a few days, he asked several brothers from the clan to come to Muyan together, wanting to regain the face their family had lost, and ask Muyan to apologize and compensate for the losses of him and his son. Dad Dahu thought that Muyan had money now and wanted compensation even more. Dad Dahu looked at Muyan with a cold face, and he looked ferocious. Ordinary people would really be scared by his look. Muyan, I want you to solemnly apologize to me for what happened before, and your son to apologize to my son and make compensation. Otherwise, our entire Lu family will not let you go. Yes, Muyan, you are just an outsider. Our Yueya village has taken you in for so many years, but you repay kindness with hatred. It's simply too much. Dahu's arm is still injured, and he can't go to school. The tuition is so expensive, but he can't go to study. You have to compensate for this loss. And Dahu's father has a broken hand, and he can't kill pigs for a while. You have to compensate for this, otherwise this matter is unacceptable. Other members of the Lu family also spoke up. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that some clansmen wanted to help and force Muyan to apologize and compensate. Muyan counted, including Dahu's parents. There were a total of 8 people, and the other 6 were all tall and burly men. Any one of them would be enough to deal with ordinary people. But they were going to deal with Muyan. Dahu's father knew that Muyan was a martial artist and had kung fu skills, so he specially found so many people to ensure that there would be no mistakes. What if I don't compensate? What do you want? Yuanbao was worried and didn't want to go in, but Muyan stopped him with her eyes. She touched Yuanbao's head and said, You must trust mother and stay here obediently. Yuanbao then took Yueya around those people and went into the house. Muyan, you'd better not be too arrogant. You should be low-key. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some martial arts skills. If you don't know what's good for you, we will teach you today. One of the men spoke, his eyes full of evil smiles, and the scrutiny he gave Muyan made her very uncomfortable. Okay. I also want to know how you taught me. It's not shameful for so many of you to come and cause trouble for a weak woman like me, but it's normal for you Lu family members to be thick-skinned. Muyan started to sarcastically say that these people were really shameless to use their numbers to bully the weak. Many people knew that someone from Yueya village came to find Muyan, and those who liked to watch the fun had secretly hidden aside to watch. Being ridiculed by a little girl, several grown men couldn't stand it, and their faces turned ugly. Someone said, Muyan, don't think that we are embarrassed to hit you just because you are a woman. You hit me so hard. Look at what happened to my second brother's arm. If you are determined not to apologize and compensate, then we can only return the injuries suffered by my second brother and Dahu to you. Mu Yun was fearless and said lightly, "Okay, but let me make a deal in advance. If you can't beat me, don't bother me again in the future." It's too embarrassing, isn't it? Several people just thought that Mu Yun was bragging. If several grown men like them couldn't beat her, it would be really embarrassing, and no one would have the face to bother her again. "Okay, since you are so arrogant, don't blame us." "Wait, big brother and fourth brother, wait a minute, let me go first. This girl is so delicate and tender, don't hurt her, I'll feel bad. Let me have a good fight with her first." The men of the Liu family looked at each other, laughed, and all looked like they were watching a good show. Mu Yun hated such men the most. Lustful men. They deserved to die. Before the man approached her, she ran over and kicked him out in the air. This scene happened so quickly that everyone was stunned. They stared at this scene in a daze, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. It was not until their cousin fell heavily in front of the men of the Liu family that they came back to their senses and hurriedly helped their cousin up. Mu Yun's cold voice sounded, with a disgusted tone. "Don't look at me with your disgusting eyes. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I will dig out your eyes in anger." Now none of the big men in the Liu family dared to look down on her anymore. They looked at each other, feeling that things seemed to be out of their control. "Let us go together and catch her. I don't believe that so many of us can't catch a little girl." One of the men spoke, obviously not wanting to be frightened by a little girl like Mu Yun. It was simply embarrassing. The others nodded, and all surrounded Mu Yun. Mu Yun's mouth curled up a sneer. These people didn't know any martial arts. They were just a little stronger. They were not her opponents at all. They really overestimated their abilities. Mu Yun didn't move. She waited until they all gathered around and walked in front of her. She smiled contemptuously, then she touched the ground with her toes, and the whole person flew into the air. With a few sweeps, 3 of the 7 people were kicked away. After landing on the ground, Mu Yun didn't stop and continued to stretch out his long legs to sweep. Several people only felt a pain in their ankles, and then they all fell down. The 3 in front got up and rushed towards her again. Their sturdy bodies hit them. Mu Yun slightly sidestepped to avoid them, then stretched out his foot and tripped them. The man immediately fell to the ground. She raised her foot and stepped on him. The man screamed and felt that the bones on his back were about to be broken by Mu Yun. The others seeing this, they swung their fists at Mu Yun. Mu Yun sneered disdainfully, punching several people one by one, and started fighting with them. The people of the Liu family were all show-offs, good-looking but useless. They looked tall and strong, but in fact, they could be crippled with one punch. After a while, several people had fallen to the ground and wailed, and the remaining few were just holding on. Mu Yun did not kill them, but hit them in the painful places. Although it hurt, it did not cause much harm to the body, enough for them to suffer. About half an hour later, all 7 big men lay on the ground, and only Da Hunyang stood aside and trembled. Some villagers who were hiding and watching were also shocked by Mu Yun's fighting power. They all widened their eyes and opened their mouths, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Seeing this scene, Aunt Chunlon suddenly regretted her impoliteness when she spoke to Mu Yun the day before yesterday. She didn't know if Mu Yun would bear grudges. If he did, what would she do in the future? Are they going to beat her up too? Looking at the Liu brothers lying on the ground, Aunt Chunlon felt pain. "Okay, you can all go away. If you come again, I will break your legs. Liu Dahu did something wrong, but you didn't teach him to repent, and you still dared to come to your house to make trouble. With parents like you, the child will get into trouble sooner or later. Can a family like yours, who is nothing, protect a child who only gets into trouble but has no ability to solve it? Indulging a child or drowning a child is the same as killing him. Think about it carefully and go back to educate your children well so that they won't get into trouble and lose their lives in the future." Mu Yun's reminder was kind, but whether Liu's parents would listen to it or not was none of her business. Glancing at the people on the ground, she walked into the yard and ignored them. The Liu family members outside felt their faces burning. It was really embarrassing. They came to Mu Yun with such a big fanfare, but in the end they were beaten up by her. 7 grown men couldn't even beat a woman. The prestige of their Liu family would probably be gone in the future. Several people climbed up pitifully, without even looking at Mu Yun's yard, and walked towards the road out of the village. They saw people from Qinghe village after they took a few steps. Many of them were hiding behind trees and rocks and watching them, but now they didn't hide anymore and stood up, their faces full of gossip and scrutiny as they looked at the Lu family members. TSK. How embarrassing. 7 grown men couldn't beat a little weak woman. It seems that the Lu family is just like that, not as powerful as everyone says. Yes. I thought Mu Yun was in trouble, but who knew that the Lu family's men were the ones who suffered? It's really surprising. Mu Yun looked weak and not tall, but how could she be so powerful? It's really scary. We should all stay away from her in the future and don't offend her accidentally. Yes. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Remember not to mess with Mu Yun in the future. The villagers of Qinghe village talked about it. The voices were not loud, but they all fell into the ears of the Lu brothers. They lowered their heads, endured the pain in their bodies, and quickened their pace. They just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Lu Dahu waited at home for a long time, hoping to hear the good news brought back by his parents. He finally waited for his parents to come back, and he hurried out to greet them. But he didn't expect to see that the uncles, who were usually tall and strong, all hung their heads, dejected and embarrassed. Lu Dahu suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? What's wrong with the uncles? Whose father sighed helplessly, but was too embarrassed to say it out loud. He only said earnestly, who, don't mess with that family in the future. Take a detour when you see them, and never get involved with Mu Yun's 2 children again. Luda, who was puzzled, Dad, Mu Yun is just an orphan. Are we afraid of her? Whose mother cried and ran into the house with a distressed look on her face. The other uncles and aunts looked at Luda, who, all of them were a little dissatisfied. If it weren't for this kid causing trouble, it wouldn't have brought shame to their entire Lu family. Who, you'd better control your temper in the future. If you offend someone you shouldn't offend, we will all suffer. You're not a child anymore. It's not easy for your parents to earn money to send you to school. You should study hard and don't waste money. You don't learn good things, but learn bad things. After Uncle Lu finished speaking, he turned and left. The others sighed, scolded Lu Dahu, and then left. Only the father and son were left in the yard. Lu Dahu asked, Dad, who beat up the uncles? Although Lu Dahu had some guesses in his mind, he didn't want to believe it. If Mu Yun was so powerful, why was she so weak before? Didn't the village chief's daughter-in-law often bully her? She didn't resist. It's Mu Yun. She's very powerful, not an ordinary person. What happened before might just be a disguise. She doesn't look like an ordinary person. Dahu, don't mess with those 2 kids in the future. Dahu's father said, and then he went into the house tiredly. After what happened, he didn't have any pride at all. In the future, he just wanted to kill pigs and sell meat, and didn't want to fight anymore. Lu Dahu frowned. He really didn't understand why things turned out like this. It was obvious that Yuan Bao and his family were cowards who would only be bullied before, but now they suddenly became so powerful. Lu Dahu glanced at his arm. The pain was still vivid in his mind. He really couldn't forget it. He didn't go into the house, but went out of the house and went to Fuxing's house. Aunt Song, is Fuxing at home? After asking, Lu Dahu suddenly remembered that Fuxing should have gone to school. When Fuxing's mother saw Lu Dahu, her eyes were full of vigilance. The past few days have been a hot topic, and she knows everything. Usually, Fuxing often plays with Lu Dahu and Li Dali. Fuxing's mother asked about it that day. Fuxing was timid, so he immediately told the truth. After Fuxing's mother knew about it, she locked Fuxing at home and didn't let him go out. She only let him go to school when it was time to go. She thought that the matter was over, but now she saw Lu Dahu, and she suddenly became a little scared. It is said that Mu Yun is now like a female demon, very powerful. She is afraid that Mu Yun will come to her house one day, because her family does not have so many relatives like the Lu family to help. In just a moment, Fuxing's mother thought a lot. Fuxing went to school. Why didn't you go, Dahu? Lu Dahu said, Aunt Song, don't you know? Yuan Bao bit off a piece of flesh from my arm. It hurts so much, and I bleed a few bowls. I can't go to school for the time being. Lu Dahu's eyes were gloomy, and he gritted his teeth when he said this. Fuxing's mother looked at the arm that Lu Dahu was holding. The white gauze was still oozing with bright red blood. She was immediately frightened when she imagined the scene of Yuan Bao biting off human flesh. She took a few steps back in panic. If there was no wall behind her, she would have fallen to the ground. Lu Dahu knew that Fuxing was timid, and so was Fuxing's mother. Why should they do this together? Li Dali was fine, Fuxing was fine, but he was the only one who was injured so badly? This was unfair. Seeing Fuxing's mother's frightened look, Lu Dahu continued to speak. Aunt Song, my parents took my 6 uncles to avenge me today, but I didn't expect that Mu Yun was actually a master with powerful martial arts. My uncles were all injured. They just came back and are now lying at home unable to move. It wasn't me who took away Yueya. I was worried that Fuxing might be in trouble, so I wanted to come and see. Fuxing's mother was frightened again. Her eyes widened with shock. You said your uncles were beaten? And the injuries were serious? Lu Dahu nodded. Yes, and my dad, his last injury hasn't healed yet, and this time he has a new injury. Aunt Song, I heard that Mu Yun's family went to the city yesterday. I wonder if they went to find trouble with Fuxing. Why don't you go to Qinghe village to ask Mu Yun if he did anything to Fuxing? It's too far to go to the city. My dad said that Mu Yun said that no one can bully her child, otherwise don't blame her for being rude. Lu Dahu looked worried, as if he was really worried about Fuxing. Fuxing's mother couldn't help falling down again, and she was almost unable to stand. Dahu, everyone only knows that you and Li Dali did the robbery of Yueya. Fuxing is timid and dare not do such a thing. You should go back and recuperate. Don't go out and walk around. It's not good for your wound. Fuxing's mother remembered her husband's instructions, barely maintained her composure, and warned herself not to panic. Mu Yun certainly didn't know that Fuxing was involved in this matter. As long as Lu Dahu and Li Dali didn't say it, no one else would know. Lu Dahu saw that she actually wanted to leave Fuxing aside and didn't listen to his deception to find Mu Yun, and he was disappointed and angry. But he still didn't show it. I'm just worried about Fuxing. Aunt Song, if you don't worry, forget it. Maybe you're overthinking. Fuxing went with us. Yuan Bao and Yueya know about it. This matter can't be kept secret. Aunt Song, I'm leaving. I'll come to your house another day. Lu Dahu said, turned around and left. With his back to Fuxing's mother, his expression immediately became gloomy. Aunt Song was so smart. Didn't she do anything when she was fooled before? Was she too timid or smart today? She didn't even ask about Fuxing's safety, and she even knew to clear Fuxing. Humph. What a fantasy. Lu Dahu was extremely unbalanced. He didn't want to suffer alone, so he had to have someone to accompany him. When he walked to the door of the village chief's house, he heard a quarrel coming from inside. Zhu Sheng, you rascal, you are shameless. You want a widow. Is your brain stuck in the door? If you dare to let me down, I will beat you to death today. Lu Dahu listened to the noise and sneered in his heart. He had known about this for a long time, but he didn't tell anyone. Every time he met the village chief's daughter-in-law, he would accidentally mention that he saw Zhu Sheng sending rice to Mu Yun again. In fact, the rice was sent to Widow Zhang at the river mouth. For this reason, the village head's daughter-in-law would always go to Mu Yun for trouble, and every time Mu Yun was scolded and beaten, Yuan Bao would be sad. As long as he saw Yuan Bao in pain, he would be happy because everyone's eyes would only be focused on Yuan Bao. If he hadn't interfered, Li Dali and Yuan Bao would have become good friends. And Jin Bao, Tai Niu, and the others all only liked Yuan Bao and only loved to play with Yuan Bao. He was just a 3-year-old kid. Couldn't he handle him? He didn't like Yuan Bao, he even hated him, and now he completely hated him. If it weren't for Mu Yun, I would still be kept in the dark. I thought you gave all your things to Mu Yun, and I beat and scolded her several times. Zhu Sheng, you rascal, your conscience has been eaten by dogs. I worked hard to give birth to your children, serve your parents-in-law, and do housework. I didn't do anything wrong, but you went to find that Widow Zhang. Do you have any shame? You're a scholar, bah. Shameless. And that witch Widow Zhang, just wait, I will beat her to death one day. Across the wall, the noise in the yard was also very loud. Lu Dahu realized that Mu Yun also knew about Zhu Sheng and Widow Zhang. When did she know it? Lu Dahu had too many thoughts in his little head. He didn't understand. If Mu Yun was so powerful, why didn't he resist the village head's daughter-in-law before, but was always scolded and beaten? Since he was so weak before, why did he suddenly become strong now? Isn't it good to be so weak all the time? Without listening to the words in the village chief's yard, Lu Dahu returned home with a lonely look. The village chief's family lost their reputation because of Zhu Sheng's provocation to Widow Zhang. Widow Zhang wanted Zhu Sheng to be responsible for her, but Zhu Sheng was beaten by his father, wife, and mother at home, and his life was miserable. This matter gradually spread, and the heat pushed down the affairs of Mu Yun's family. Everyone's after-dinner talk shifted from Mu Yun's mother and son to the village chief's family. Qinghe Village. Mu Yun was repairing the yard at the door. She cut some sticks and wanted to replace the original broken wall and tidy up the yard. Yuan Bao and Yueya were digging a hole to plant the flowers they dug on the mountain today. Mu Yun got them a small and asked them to work, which was good for their health. The two were very happy digging mud. While Mu Yun was making a fence, he paid attention to the actions of the two children. The original yard was too small, so she planned to expand it so that it would be more convenient for the two children to play. She was a person who could not sit still. She loved to daydream when she sat down, so in her previous life, she would experience life everywhere and not let herself be idle. The mother and her two children were busy in front of the yard, and laughter was heard from time to time. This scene became very warm under the setting sun. Seeing that the sun was about to set, Yuan Bao shouted, "Mom, should we cook dinner?" When doing things, Mu Yun would easily forget the time. If Yuan Bao didn't remind her, she would forget to cook. But when it comes to cooking, she has a headache. Her cooking skills are afraid that the two children will suffer. Yuan Bao, Yueya, is the food cooked by mother not delicious? Mu Yun put down the wooden stick and rope in her hand and asked the two children. The two little heads shook quickly. "No, the food you cook is delicious, mother." Yueya also said, "The meat you roast is the best." Mu Yun laughed helplessly. "You too, you have learned to flatter at such a young age. You are really two clever little ghosts. When mother makes money, go and hire a girl who can cook for you." "I know my cooking skills well," Mu Yun said, and walked towards the kitchen. She couldn't cook two complicated meals, so she made some simple ones. "Just bear with it for the next few days, just fill your stomach, and go to the city in a few days to see if you can buy a little girl who can cook." Mu Yun simply steamed some rice, fried some meat and vegetables, and the family of three sat down to eat. Although not delicious, it is not bad. For Yuan Bao and Yueya in the past, such food is actually delicious. After dinner, Mu Yun boiled water to bathe the two children. After all the busy work, it was dark. The two children looked more lovely and beautiful after taking a bath. Before, the original owner basically only bathed them once a month, and even did not bathe them in winter. It was not that the original owner was lazy, but the original owner could not afford the bathing things, and the children did not have two sets of clothes to change. Recalling the days in the original owner's memory, Mu Yun could not help but feel sorry for the children and the original owner, a real ancient woman, who used to be a lady of an official family. Although she was not favored and was abandoned on the farm, she had food and drink and a maid to serve her. Although she did not live a life of luxury, at least she did not have to worry about food, but after escaping, the original owner had to worry about her livelihood, and she was pregnant. When she knew she was pregnant, her belly was already big, so she had to give birth. Because of the lack of family love, the original owner was looking forward to the arrival of the two children. After giving birth to the children, she also made a lot of efforts to feed them. She learned to grow crops, find wild vegetables, and sew clothes for people in exchange for food. The original owner tried her best to raise the two children. She also lived a hard life. In this life, except for the first 2 years after the birth of the children, she never had a good life again. Looking at the two children who are now clean and refreshed, Mu Yun's eyes are full of tenderness. She will take good care of the two children, let them eat well, dress well, and have a good future. She hopes that the original owner will know and feel at ease in the afterlife. Mother, I smell so good today. Smell it. Yueya took a bath, changed into clean underwear, and was very happy. Her little face was full of smiles, and her curved eyes looked like crescent moons. Very beautiful. Muyan smiled and went over to smell it. Yeah, it's real. Yueya smells good, and Yueya is pretty, the most beautiful girl Mother has ever seen. Muyan's praise made Yueya smile even more happily. The crisp laughter was particularly obvious in the room. Yuanbao looked at this scene and laughed happily. After coaxing the two children to sleep, Muyun went out to take a bath. Looking at the bathtub, she suddenly missed the modern water heater and shower. How convenient. After quickly washing herself, she returned to the room and was about to go to bed, but she heard footsteps coming from outside. She hurriedly grabbed the coat on the side and put it on. Muyan approached the door, waiting for the person outside to approach. The footsteps slowly approached, but stopped at the door of the house and did not move again. After confirming that there was someone outside, she put her hand on the door and then opened the door at a very fast speed. Seeing the shadow at the door, she moved very quickly and caught the person in one move. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. The man's voice sounded, sharp and unpleasant. Muyan was afraid of waking up the child, so she kicked him out to the yard. The man wanted to run, so she ran over quickly, stepped on him again, and then took the rope to tie his hands and feet. It was too dark and difficult to light a fire. Muyan thought about tying the man up first, and then see who it was tomorrow to make a decision. She was still confident in her tying up skills. If he fell into her hands, he would never escape. After tying the man up, finding a piece of rag to stuff the man's mouth, and throwing it in the corner of the kitchen, Muyan went to bed with peace of mind. The next day, Muyan got up early, dressed Yueya, and just opened the door. She heard Aunt Zhang's voice outside. Muyan, are you up? Muyan opened the door and looked at the gate of the yard. Aunt Zhang smiled and said, that Uncle Zhang agreed to lend you the cow to loosen the land. Are you free now? Come with me to Uncle Zhang's house to lead the cow. Muyan glanced towards the kitchen, then walked to the gate of the yard, opened the wooden door, and invited Aunt Zhang to come in first. Aunt Zhang, there was a thief in my house last night. I caught the man and tied him up. It was too dark and I couldn't see clearly. I was thinking of getting up this morning and asking the village chief to come and take a look, and then looking for you. I didn't expect you to come so early. Aunt Zhang was shocked. Thief? How could it be? Archingha village has not been robbed for so many years. Look who it is. It can't be someone from our village. Muyan took Aunt Zhang to the kitchen. The man's hands and feet were tied last night, and he couldn't move. He couldn't escape and finally fell asleep. He was still asleep at this moment. Muyan saw this and didn't know what to say. She walked to the water tank, picked up the bucket, and poured the water directly on the man's face. The man was startled and woke up. He was angry and cursed. Aunt Zhang looked at this familiar person and felt helpless. This Liang Dazui really didn't change his bad habits. How dare he steal chickens and dogs? Woo, woo woo. Liang Dazui had his mouth covered and couldn't make a sound. Muyan saw him looking at Aunt Zhang with pleading eyes and stepped forward to remove the sackcloth from his mouth. Aunt Zhang, help me, help me. This woman wants to kill me. She locked me up and tortured me all night. It's really too much. Muyan looked at Aunt Zhang in confusion and asked, Aunt Zhang, do you know this person? Auntie Zhang sighed helplessly. Muyan, this man is called Liang Dazui. He is a scoundrel, a troublemaker in our village, greedy for money, lustful, and loves gambling. He is a bad person. He has done a lot of petty thefts in the past. Later, the village chief warned him that if he did such things again, he would be sent to the government. He has restrained himself for 2 years, but I didn't expect that he would do it again today. Liang Dazui is short and fat, with shifty eyes. Muyan felt sick when he saw him like this. We have to hand him over to the government. If such a person lives in the village, everyone has to worry about the safety of their property and personal safety. Auntie Zhang said, let's hand it over to the village chief first. Everything in the village needs to be reported to the village chief before it can be reported. Muyan nodded, but did not refute. He was just a thief. It didn't matter who dealt with him, as long as he was dealt with. Muyan said to Aunt Zhang, Aunt Zhang, I will take this man to the village chief's house first. Why don't you wait for me here? I will deal with it soon and come back, and then we will go to borrow a cow together. Aunt Zhang hurriedly said, It's okay, I will go with you, and I will also go to see how the village chief deals with Liang Dazhu. Muyan nodded, Okay, then let's go together. Taking Yueya and Yuanbao, Muyan found a rope to pull Liang Dazhu and walked towards the village chief's house. Along the way, it attracted a lot of onlookers. Everyone was curious about what happened and hurriedly followed Muyan to the village chief's house. There was a knock on the door of the Li family. After a while, Dolly's mother came to open the door. Seeing Muyan, Dolly's mother was surprised for a moment, and then saw Liang Dazhu tied by her and a group of villagers behind him. Dolly's mother hurriedly called her husband out. Old Li, someone is looking for you. When the village chief heard the voice, he came out and saw that it was Muyan. His heart tightened and he asked hurriedly, What's the matter? Muyan pulled with his hand and kicked with his foot, and Liang Dazhui fell in front of the village chief. The village chief was frightened before he could see who it was. What's the matter? This is Dazhui. Why is it you? What did you do again? The village chief recognized Liang Dazhui when he raised his head. Village chief, help me. This woman is too fierce. She beat me, and my bones are about to be broken. The village chief didn't believe him and looked up at Muyan and asked, What's the matter?
Muyan.
Muyan said lightly, Last night when I was about to go to bed, I heard footsteps outside, so I got up to check and saw this person stealing things from my house. I heard that Liang Dazhui is not only greedy for money, but also lustful. He has done a lot of petty thefts before. Village chief, if I were just a woman with no power, I would not only lose money, but also my life last night. What do you think we should do about this? The village chief immediately kicked Liang Dazhui. You rascal, I've warned you so many times not to do this kind of thing again, but you don't learn your lesson. Well, in that case, I'll hand you over to the government for judgment. The village chief was also very angry and helpless. Village chief, please don't. Village chief, I know I was wrong, and I won't do it again. I was just curious and wanted to go to Muyan's house to take a look. I didn't want to do anything. Village chief, please don't hand me over to the government. I was wrong, village chief. I don't want to go to jail. If I go to jail, what will happen to my mother? She is too old and can't bear it. The village chief snorted coldly. Now you know your mother can't bear it? Why don't you think about whether your mother can bear it when you do things? You are hopeless. Aunt Zhang approached Muyan and said, This Liang Dazhu has a mother who is over 80 years old this year. She is old and needs someone to take care of her. Besides him, his mother is the only one in their family. He was arrested and sent to jail when he committed crimes before, but because he was afraid that no one would take care of his mother, the village chief came forward to compensate the family whose property was stolen and did not send him to the government, just to let him stay at home to take care of his mother. This Liang Dazhu has been quiet for a while, but I didn't expect that he would commit crimes again now. I guess the village chief is annoyed this time and doesn't want to care about him. Muyan thought, I didn't realize that the village chief was so kind-hearted that he would worry about an old lady with no relatives or friends who had no one to take care of her, and he was willing to pay for the compensation for Liang Dazhu. Muyan, I will send this man to the government and let the county magistrate punish him. Don't worry. Except for him, there is no such person in the village. The village chief was really angry and felt so sorry for him. It was in vain that he helped him so much. This Liang Dazhu was just a piece of mud and could not be helped at all. When Liang Dazhu heard that he was going to be sent to the government, he was really scared. He crawled in front of the village chief and begged bitterly, Village chief, don't do it. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I will never do such a thing again. Please, village chief, please don't send me to the government. The village chief was unmoved. If you break the law, you must accept the punishment. It is not up to you, and it's not like I haven't given you a chance. The villagers outside were talking about it. They really hated Liang Dazui, but they felt sorry for his old mother. They were all from the same village. Liang Dazui's parents used to be very good people. They were all neighbors and had some affection for each other. But since Liang Dazui took charge and didn't get married, he became worse, and slowly everyone hated him. Seeing that the village chief was not partial, Muyin was quite satisfied. Village chief, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll leave first. I have something else to do. The village chief nodded. Okay, go ahead. Muyin left with Aunt Zhang, carrying a small bag of rice. Aunt Zhang was surprised to see her carrying rice to borrow a cow. You know, rice is the most expensive food. As rural people, few families can afford to eat much rice. Most of the time, they eat noodles and black steamed buns. Muyin was willing to give away rice, which was really generous. After arriving at Uncle Zhang's house, Muyin was polite and courteous. Uncle Zhang and his wife refused to accept her rice, but there was no reason for Muyin to take back what she had taken out, so she insisted on giving it to the old couple. Uncle Zhang had no choice but to ask Muyin if he knew how to plow the land. Muyin was a little embarrassed and said, "I've never done this job, but I'm very smart and I can learn it once I learn it." Uncle Zhang smiled and said, "Forget it, I'll go plow for you. You gave me such good rice, so I will make money if I plow some land for you," the old man said frankly. Muyin smiled a little embarrassedly. "Will it delay your family's business? I can do it myself." Uncle Zhang waved his hand. "It's okay. We old couple don't plant much land, and there is not much work, so we are free." Aunt Zhang also said, "Since you said so, don't refuse. You have good and fast plowing skills. If you plow your land yourself, I don't know how long it will take, but if you plow the land with him, it will be done in one day." Muyin nodded, and without further ado, the group drove the oxen to the fields. Muyin asked them to go first, and he went back home to prepare some food, as they would need to eat and drink when they were tired from work. Yueya and Yuanbao also followed their mother. The two children were now like followers, and they followed Muyin wherever he went. After returning home and packing a bunch of food and water, she started her farming journey with the two children. When they arrived at the field, Grandpa Zhang had already started driving the oxen to plow the land. Muyin was learning on the side, and after watching for a while, she tried it herself. Grandpa Zhang did not stop her, and handed her the stone plow and asked her to try it. As a result, she really found that Muyin was very smart and could learn it quickly. Muyin thought it was very fun, so she started to plow by herself. Grandpa Zhang sat aside and talked to the two children, letting Muyin plow the land by himself. Until Muyin had almost plowed a large area, Grandpa Zhang stood up and said that it was his turn to plow. Muyin wiped the sweat from his face, handed the stone plow to Grandpa Zhang, and went to rest on the side. This farm work is really not easy to do. It's so tiring. "Mother, drink some water." Yueya immediately offered a kettle, which was very considerate. Muyin smiled, touched her head, then took the kettle and took a big sip, then lay down under the tree to rest, feeling the breeze. This feeling is so good. The wind of freedom, the taste of freedom. "Mother, when are we going back?" Yueya spoke softly, looking tired. Muyin looked at her and touched her little face. "What's wrong? Yueya, are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Yueya shook her head. "No, Mother, I'm just sleepy and want to sleep." Muyin then remembered that Yuanbao Yueya was still a 3-year-old child and needed a nap. Looking at the sun, it was still early. If she took the children back to sleep, it would not be good. It would not be good to leave Uncle Zhang working here alone, and she was not at ease with the two children sleeping at home alone. After thinking about it and looking at the surrounding woods, she decided to cut some branches and leaves to build a small tent for the two children to sleep beside her. "Yueya, wait for Mother. Can Mother build a small house for you to sleep here?" Muyin spoke to his daughter in a coaxing tone. Yueya nodded and looked at her mother curiously. She didn't even know what a tent was. Muyin picked up a sickle and went to the edge of the woods. He chose branches with large leaves and cut them down. After cutting a bunch, he took them all back to the field and began to build a small tent. Yuanbao was very interested and followed to learn. Muyin taught him patiently. Soon a simple small tent was built. The leaves were spread on the ground, and a piece of clothing was spread on it. Muyan called Yueya and Yuanbao to go in for a nap. The two children found it very novel. They had never seen such a small branch house. Muyan sat aside and watched them fall asleep. From here, you can see most of Qinghe village. Most people are working in the fields at this time. At a glance, you can see the bustling people working in their respective fields. This is the real farming life. Modern rural life is only a pleasure for the rich, but in this real era, farming is an indispensable labor for people. Thinking of the farming knowledge she had learned, Muyan suddenly wanted to do something more meaningful. She walked towards Uncle Zhang and chatted with him and learned about the various farming things in Qinghe village. Qinghe village is close to Yueya village. There is a river between the two villages, but the terrain is very different. The land in Yueya village is actually better, mostly flat land, and the soil is fertile. Qinghe village has more mountains, and only half of the land is really good. The rest is not good. Half of the land is mountainous. Thinking of the people in Yueya village, Muyan had bad intentions. She had to let the people in Yueya village know that they had lost something by losing her, Muyan. But farming is not something that can be rushed. If she doesn't produce any results, others won't believe her. The sun gradually set, and Muyan exchanged the stone plow with Uncle Zhang again. She plowed half of it herself, and before it got dark, she had plowed the whole field. She woke up the children, finished work, and went home. She invited Uncle Zhang to her home for dinner, but Uncle Zhang refused to go. In the end, she didn't force it. With her cooking skills, she was just being polite. The next day, Muyan did not go out again, but stayed at home to make sweet potatoes sprout and cleaned up the yard at home. While he was busy, a man came to the door. It was the second brother of Pang's restaurant that day. He came to tell Muyan that the restaurant would reopen tomorrow, and the shopkeeper invited Muyan to come over. Muyan invited the man to the yard. Thinking of the mushrooms that Yueya had seen before, she took the waiter and Yueya Yuanbao to pick mushrooms. After picking them all, she went home and wrote down the cooking methods of mushrooms for the waiter to take back. After working for a long time, seeing the waiter leave, Yuanbao asked, "Mom, are we going to the city tomorrow?" Muyan nodded. "Yes, Yuanbao want to go?" Yuanbao nodded. "I will go wherever Mom goes." "Muyan, what are you doing?" "It looks so strange." The sudden voice broke the conversation between mother and son. Aunt Chulmon approached the gate of the yard and asked with a smile. Ever since she saw Muyan beat someone, Aunt Chulmon dared not treat Muyan badly again, fearing that he would be beaten too. Seeing that it was Aunt Chulmon, Muyan's expression was indifferent. Nothing, just playing. Muyan didn't want to pay attention, but Aunt Chulmon smiled and pushed open the wooden door and went in by herself, looking at the things on the ground with curiosity. "Isn't this a sweet potato? Why did you cut it and throw it on the ground?" Muyan continued to work and replied indifferently, "I cut it for fun." Aunt Chulmon saw that Muyan didn't want to pay attention to her and snorted in disdain in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it. She continued to speak with a fake smile. "I just saw someone come to your house and left with a basket of things. Who is that person? Why haven't I seen him in the village?" Muyan looked up at Aunt Chulmon and understood her intention. She smiled and said, "It's a waiter from the restaurant in the city." "Aunt Chulmon, you don't know him." "Waiter? What did the waiter come to you for? What did you just give him?" Aunt Chulmon asked impatiently. Muyan smiled. "Nothing, Aunt Chulmon. Don't disturb me while I'm working. Go and do your thing." As the most gossipy person in Qinghe village, Aunt Chulmon couldn't control her curiosity at all. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't ask clearly. "Muyan, are you dating someone? Is that your new man?" Seeing that Muyan didn't say anything, Aunt Chulmon began to guess. Muyan rolled his eyes helplessly and was really impressed by this gossipy Aunt Chulmon. It was also understood why someone would ruin your reputation as soon as he opened his mouth. "No, he just came to me to buy some things." "Aunt Chulmon, please watch your mouth and don't say anything. If I hear any rumors about me, it's you who spread them. Don't blame me for being rude then." Aunt Chulmon smiled awkwardly. "How could that be? I'm just asking. I'm not spreading rumors. I won't spread any." Muyan had a cold face. "It's better this way. Otherwise my fists will not be vegetarian. Muyun, what are you selling? Seeing that she was still asking, Muyun was really convinced. Aunt Chunmon, I'm selling gold. Do you want to sell it? Seeing that Muyun was annoyed, Aunt Chunmon was suddenly a little scared. She chuckled twice. No, I'm leaving. You are busy. You are busy. After Aunt Chunmon walked out, she had a disdainful expression on her face and couldn't help muttering in a low voice. Huh. You can't even ask. Maybe she is doing something shameful. So shameless. Muyun continued to work on her sweet potatoes, and when they sprouted, she could plant them. Because she had to go to the city the next day, she rested early today. She got up early the next morning, boiled a few eggs for the children, and took them to the village entrance. The ox cart of Daqiang's family is usually driven by Daqiang's father. Daqiang and his wife have to go to the fields to work. A few days ago, they just happened to go to the city, so they met Muyun. Muyun still chose to ride the ox cart driven by Daqiang's father. Unexpectedly, she met the two sisters Yueya and Chunmon, and their grandmother again. Sister Muyun, are you going to the city again? Chunmon asked with a smile. Muyun nodded. Well, there is something I need to go for. Chunmon nodded and helped her grandmother onto the ox cart. After the cart was full, it started on its journey. Muyun looked at Chunmon and asked, Are you going to sell things? But why don't I see you carrying a basket? Chunmon smiled and said gently, No, we are visiting relatives. Chanyua next to Chunmon was dressing herself up excitedly. Took out a small bronze mirror that was not too bright and looked at it from time to time, fiddled with her hair or adjusted her clothes. Muyun looked at her and felt like a little girl going on a date. The two sisters were dressed very well today. Their dresses were made of the better cotton material. They also wore a silver hairpin on their heads. Their hairstyles seemed to be specially combed. Muyun nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The ox cart soon arrived in the city. Muyun paid and got off the cart. Then he led the two children to Pang's restaurant. Chunmon, Chanyue, and their grandchildren went in the opposite direction of Muyun. When he arrived at the door of Pang's restaurant, he was a little surprised to see the crowded and lively scene. The door of Pang's restaurant at this time was completely the same as before. There was no one there before, but now not only was there red silk hanging at the door and a line dance team was invited, but there were also many stalls with a lot of food placed on small plates, hot and cold, meat and vegetarian, as well as snacks and tea. The dazzling array attracted people's attention. The magnificent Lee's restaurant opposite was quiet and cold, with only a few people in the hall.
Wow.
It's so delicious. It's like a delicacy from heaven. What's the name of this dish? It's so delicious. This cold chicken feet is so delicious. It's boneless. It's perfect. Is this duck roasted? It smells so good. Is this really pork belly? How can it be so delicious, fragrant and crispy? I want to have another bite. How is this braised meat made? It smells so good. This fish is also delicious. This roasted chicken tastes amazing. Various voices of praise were heard incessantly, and people were enthusiastically tasting the tasting package, and they wanted to eat more after eating. What a pity! Each person can only try a small portion, and if they want to eat more, they can only make an appointment for dinner. This is the method Muyun told the shopkeeper. First, use free tasting to gain enough popularity. As long as the food is delicious, there is no need to worry about no business, and then use the appointment system to start the first dinner of the day. After taking a bite of delicious food, everyone will never forget it and want to take a second bite, a third bite, and then business will come. Muyun squeezed through the crowd and finally entered the store. As soon as he came in, he was warmly invited by the waiter to go to the shopkeeper's workshop upstairs. Seeing Muyun, the shopkeeper was very happy. Miss Mu, did you see it? The entrance of our restaurant is simply overcrowded today. There are too many people. Today's dinner has been fully booked, and there are still many reservations that cannot be made. They have been rescheduled for tomorrow. Tomorrow's lunch and dinner will also be fully booked. For the first time, I feel that our Pang's restaurant is too small and cannot accommodate so many people at one time, the shopkeeper said excitedly. When he said that the restaurant was not full, he felt a little regretful. His whole face was flushed with excitement and happiness. It can be said that he was rosy and full of energy. Muyan smiled, walked to the window, and looked down. Downstairs were full of people tasting and people who entered the store to make reservations. She smiled faintly and said, "Shopkeeper, don't worry about it anymore. The restaurant won't have to close now, right?" The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. Of course, of course. This is all thanks to you, Miss Mu. Thank you so much. If I hadn't met you, I would have closed the restaurant. The shopkeeper now feels lucky to talk about it.
Muyan smiled.
She was also very happy. This meant that she would make money too. Shopkeeper, you don't have to be polite. I just want to make money. We both get what we need. The shopkeeper smiled and said, Miss Mu is open-minded. I really admire her. Don't worry. I have already explained the first month's profit to the boss. After deducting the cost, the profit will be half for you and half for the boss. Muyan nodded. Okay, I won't be polite to the shopkeeper. After all, I really need the money. The shopkeeper nodded. Of course, Miss Mu. You wait here. I'll ask the kitchen to make some dishes and send them over. I'll go and get busy first. When I'm not here, sometimes the people below don't have any ideas. Muyan nodded, let him go, and sat by the window to watch the scene downstairs. Yueya and Yuanbao sat at the table obediently, and the two children talked in a low voice. In the restaurant opposite, Li Xiaoping had a gloomy face and stared at Pang's restaurant. Seeing Mu Yun in the window on the second floor, he asked the subordinates beside him, Is that woman the one who went to Pang's restaurant that day? The subordinates immediately looked at Mu Yun. Although they were dressed differently, their faces were still the same. It's her, master, it's this woman. Li Xiaoping looked at Mu Yun. Due to the location and the window blocking his view, he could only see Mu Yun's face. He had a good-looking face, but it was a pity that she had to choose to go against him. She was simply courting death. Ask someone to watch at the door. As soon as this woman leaves Pang's restaurant, catch her for me. I want to ask her what idea she gave to Pang's restaurant. She was very capable to bring a restaurant that was about to go bankrupt back to life. The subordinate nodded and went to prepare immediately. Master, most of the guests in our box have left. Only those who have a good relationship with you are still here. The rest have gone to join in the fun across the street. The shopkeeper came up to report with a worried look on his face.
Li Xiaoping said,
They are just a bunch of fence-sitters. Don't pay any attention to them. The Pang family won't last long. Yes, master. Hearing the boss say this, the shopkeeper felt relieved. Seeing those familiar guests joining in the fun downstairs on the opposite floor, Li Xiaoping was so angry that he wanted to die, but he pretended to be indifferent on the surface, which made his face twisted. Mu Yun's food came up soon. This time the dishes were much richer and more delicious than the last time. Mu Yun liked food. After eating the meals he made for a few days, today's meal was simply the most delicious food in the world. The two children had never eaten such delicious and rich meals before, and they were all happy. The mother and the three of them were very happy. They passed food to each other, and the scene was warm. Outside the Pang's restaurant, the aroma of food filled the air, making those waiting outside even hungrier. They just wanted to eat such delicious food as soon as possible. The food they tried was not enough to fill their stomachs, and they wanted to eat more. There were too many people, and the staff in the restaurant could not handle it at all. The shopkeeper could only ask the owner to send more people over. At this time, in the Pang mansion, Pang Qingyun was calculating the losses for this month in the accounting office. The huge loss figure gave him a headache. While he was thinking about things, he suddenly heard a servant come to report, Master, the restaurant's shopkeeper Zhou sent someone to report that there are too many people in the restaurant, and he is too busy. He would like to ask you to send some people to help. Pang Qingyun heard the words, was stunned for a moment. What did you say? Pang Qingyun suddenly remembered that a few days ago, shopkeeper Zhou said that he didn't want to close the restaurant, and he also found a way to make the restaurant start again, but the profit of the first month after it started needs to be shared with the person who sells the recipes and gives advice. He has been very busy recently, and was overwhelmed. He didn't listen carefully to what he said, and just told him to figure it out. Shopkeeper Zhou is different from others. He is an old man in the Pang family. Pang Qingyun trusts him very much, So shopkeeper Zhou has more power and can make decisions on many things. Master, shopkeeper Zhou said that the restaurant is too busy and there are too many people. He wants you to send a few people to help. The servant at the door repeated it again. Pang Qingyun put down the account book in his hand and was very curious about how many people there were in the restaurant that made shopkeeper Zhou send people to ask for support. He had a headache looking at the account book, so he simply went out for a walk. He stood up and said to the servant beside him, "Let's go and take a look. Ask the other servants in the family to go with me." "Okay, young master." Pang Qingyun got on the sedan chair and went to the restaurant. At this time in the restaurant, Mu Yun, who had eaten and drunk enough, was ready to take the two children for a walk. They had not yet walked around the streets of this city properly. Last time, they only focused on buying things. The shopkeeper was very busy, and she couldn't help much if she stayed here, so she simply went out for a walk. Mu Yun just said something to the waiter and then went out. The shopkeeper was too busy and no one could be seen. As soon as Mu Yun walked out, several people in the crowd immediately looked at each other and followed her not far away. The street was crowded with people coming and going, and Mu Yun didn't notice that someone was following her. She took the two children to choose from the stalls next to her. "Yueya, this hairpin looks good and suits you. Buy it." "Yuanbao, this piece lock looks good. Mother will buy one for you and your sister." Mu Yun was happy and bought the one she liked for the two children. After walking a few steps, they bought a lot of things. "Mother, this hairpin is beautiful. Buy one for me. I see others are wearing it." Yueya pointed to the silver hairpin on the stall and said. Yuanbao looked at his mother's head, which was empty. Mu Yun took the two children to take a look. Although she was not very fond of beauty, she liked to dress herself up occasionally. In modern times, she would put on makeup when she was bored. Although her cooking was not delicious, she learned makeup very well and had good skills. She could always draw a makeup that satisfied her. Occasionally changing the style and putting on makeup can also make her feel relaxed. "Mother, this one looks good." Yuanbao pointed to a hairpin with red agate and said. He thought that this shiny one would look beautiful on his mother's head. Mu Yun looked at what his son chose and smiled and said, "Yuanbao likes this shiny one? It looks good, but it's too bright and not suitable to wear in the village." Yuanbao didn't understand, and his little face was full of confusion. "Why, mother, don't people in the village allow it?" Mu Yun explained to him with a smile. "No, it's because no one in the village wears it. If I wear it alone, it will attract other people's attention and be too high profile." Yuanbao said, "Mom, even if you don't wear this hairpin, it will be high profile and will attract other people's attention because you are so beautiful, more beautiful than anyone else, and everyone can't help but want to look at you." Mu Yun chuckled and was amused by his son. The stall owner was an old lady, and she also smiled and said, "Sister, your son is so sweet, much better than that naughty boy in my family. But he is right. You are so good-looking. No wonder you can give birth to such a beautiful pair of children. I envy you. This agate hairpin really needs a face like yours to match it. You have fair skin, and this red color is most suitable for you. It will definitely make people shine when you wear it." The stall owner was a talkative person, and Mu Yun was persuaded by Yuanbao and the stall owner. "How much is this?" she asked. The stall owner immediately replied, "Sister, this is an agate jade hairpin. It's a little more expensive, 1 or 2 taels of silver." Fearing that Mu Yun would not buy it, the stall owner looked at her nervously. "This is the only one I have. My husband brought it back from outside. Originally, it should be sold for 2 taels of silver at the lowest, but the price was too high and no one bought it, so I had no choice but to reduce it to 1 or 2 taels. I didn't make any money selling it for 1 or 2 taels, and it was useless just to keep it in my hand. I thought about selling it as soon as possible, so I sold it for 1 or 2 taels. Okay, I'll buy it." Mu Yun spoke readily, and the stall owner was shocked. It was rare to see such a customer who bought it directly, without bargaining. She quickly came back to her senses, said auspicious words in her mouth, and wrapped the hairpin for Mu Yun. After buying the hairpin, Mu Yun continued to walk forward with the 2 children, and the people behind followed closely, looking for a suitable opportunity to take action. Mu Yun thought about what he had to do in the city today, and asked someone for directions. "Sister, do you know where the place to buy and sell slaves is?" Thinking that her cooking skills were too poor, she thought about buying a maid who could cook so that she wouldn't have to worry about cooking in the future. Yueya and Yuanbao's nutrition would also be enough, and if she had to go out for something, there would be someone to look after the two children. Considering all these circumstances, buying a maid is a necessity and cannot be delayed. The elder sister who was asked for directions pointed to the street on the left. "Go through this alley and turn a few corners to reach the captive market. You can ask for directions in front and you will find it." Muyan nodded, thanked the passers-by, and turned into the alley on the left. Seeing the opportunity, the people behind looked at each other and hurriedly followed. When Muyan walked into the middle of the alley, 4 men immediately surrounded him. Hearing a burst of hurried footsteps, Muyan immediately became alert. As soon as he stopped, those people surrounded him. Looking at the 4 strange men, Muyan frowned. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The leading man had a treacherous look on his face and spoke viciously. "Come with us, and you will know." Muyan guessed a lot in his mind, but he couldn't think of who he had offended. Could it be that the original owner's family came to find him? But it didn't look like that.
Go? Ha.
That depends on whether you have the ability to do it. Seeing Muyan not cooperating, the man sneered. "You don't know how to live or die if you don't accept my toast." They didn't take Muyan, a woman, seriously at all. As soon as they finished speaking, they waved their hands and asked their subordinates to go forward and catch them. Muyan pushed the 2 children to the back and let them stand under the wall. Then she immediately took action. These people all had some boxing and kicking skills. It would be difficult for ordinary people to deal with them, but for her, it was a piece of cake. In a few moves, the 4 men were beaten by her and screamed, each with a painful look on their faces, lying on the ground wailing.
"Can you tell it now? Who are you? Why do you want to catch me?"
The man's face was ugly, one of his eyes was swollen, and the remaining one was intact. He looked at Muyan fiercely. "Who do you think you are? Our boss wants to see you, and you dare to refuse. You have offended our boss, and you will suffer in the future." Muyan was puzzled.
"Boss?
Who?" She stepped on the man's chest impatiently and asked coldly, "I'll ask you again. Who told you to arrest me? Who are you?" As she said that, Muyan grabbed the man's arm and slowly began to exert force. Feeling the pain in his arm and looking at Muyan's cold eyes, the man was finally afraid and spoke quickly. "We are from Lee's restaurant, and our boss is naturally the owner of the restaurant." Hearing this, Muyan threw away his hand and asked coldly, "I have no grudges with your Lee's restaurant. Why do you want to arrest me?" The man's tone was angry. "No grudges? If it weren't for you, would Pang's restaurant be like this today? You helped Pang's restaurant to steal our business, so naturally you have a grudge against me." Seeing the man's angry look, Muyan found it funny, and she said in a sarcastic tone, "You guys are really overbearing. I have a grudge against you just because I helped Pang's restaurant? In the business world, everyone depends on their own ability. Today this business is good, and tomorrow that business is good. This is the most normal thing. You want to arrest me for this little thing. Your boss is really petty. Such a person can't do big business. Humph. What do you know? Our boss has a noble status, and he doesn't care about small businesses. You help the Pang family to go against our Lee family. Be careful of your life." Muyan sneered. "He doesn't care about it, but he lets you arrest me. I think he has taken it to heart, but his mind is too small. Such a person will never achieve great things. You have no future following such a boss. I advise you to leave early." Muyan raised his foot and stopped stepping on the man. The man immediately struggled to stand up, but was kicked down by Muyan again. "I still like you to talk to me like this, and I don't like it when I stand up." The man was insulted by a woman like this, and he gritted his teeth in anger. But they were helpless. "I will let you go today. Go back and tell your master not to mess with me. If your people dare to come next time and fall into my hands, they will be skinned alive if they don't die." After that, Muyan went to lead Yuanbao and Yueya away. The 4 of them could only watch her go, unable to stop her, let alone catch her back. Yueya and Yuanbao looked at their mother in admiration. Although it was not the first time they saw their mother fighting, they were still surprised. Mom, can I become as powerful as you? Can you teach me martial arts? Yuanbao said seriously. He really wanted to learn. Muyan nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll start teaching you when we get back, but learning martial arts is very tiring. Can Yuanbao persist? Yuanbao nodded heavily. Yes, I can, mother. Yueya also spoke up. And me, mother, I want to learn too. I want to be as good as you. Muyan looked at the two children with a doting smile and nodded in agreement. Okay, mother will teach you everything. The mother and her two children came to the captive market with laughter. It was called a captive market, but it was not big. It was in a yard. There were not many customers inside. Most of them were slaves being sold. These slaves were locked in special cages. One lowered his head and dared not speak. Seeing this scene, Muyan felt very uncomfortable. This scene of trading people as goods was difficult for her, a modern person, to accept. Are you going to buy slaves? What kind do you need? I'll introduce them to you. Seeing Muyan, the boss immediately came over to talk with a flattering smile. Muyan frowned the whole time, not wanting the two children to see such a scene, but he was worried about leaving them outside, so he had to take them with him. Yueya was curious and a little scared, and she held her mother's hand tighter. Yuanbao was fine, just curiously watching, without any fear in his eyes. Enduring the discomfort, Muyan said to the boss, I want to buy a girl who can cook. Do you have a suitable one here? The boss nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course there are. I'll take you to see this way, please. The boss took Muyan to a cage, inside which were 3 or 4 girls who looked very young, about 14 or 15 years old. Raise your heads. Let the noble have a good look at you. Seeing that the girls were all lowering their heads, the boss spoke in a serious tone, and the girls slowly raised their heads and looked at Muyan. Can you cook?
Muyan asked.
The 4 girls were silent for a moment, and one of them whispered, I can cook. The other 3 had a hesitant look on their faces, and 2 did not speak. When the noble asks questions, you should speak nicely. You are asking for a fight, aren't you? Seeing them like this, the boss spoke angrily, with a threatening tone. Muyan looked at the girl who spoke. The girl was pretty with small features, and if you look closely, she was pretty. Boss, how much is this? Muyan pointed at the girl who had just spoken and asked. The boss smiled and said, This is the most beautiful one among these girls. The price is naturally higher, 10 taels of silver. Muyan frowned. The boss thought she thought it was too expensive, and hurriedly said, The other ones that are not as good-looking only need 6 or 8 taels of silver. The one you picked has a good personality and is steady in doing things. You will definitely be happy with it after buying it back. Muyan didn't like to listen to his sales talk and immediately took out the money to give him. Okay, this is her. Seeing that she was so straightforward, the boss took the money with a smile. Okay, thank you. I'll get you her indenture right away. The boss went to get the indenture, happily. Muyan glanced around and felt that the environment here was very depressing and suffocating. Boss, there are new goods. Come and see how much you can pay for them. 2 big men came in carrying a little boy and shouted loudly as soon as they came in. The boss was getting the indenture in the room. When he heard the voice, he hurriedly replied, Wait, I'll be out right away. Muyan frowned and looked at the boy. The boy was about 5 or 6 years old. He was wearing tattered clothes and his face was dirty with mud. He should be unconscious. His forehead was also scratched and there was dried blood. The boss took the indenture and came out, handed the things to Muyan, and then asked the servants to open the iron cage. He walked up to the 2 big men to look at the new goods.
It's a boy?
This is not easy to sell. As soon as the boss opened his mouth, he wanted to lower the price. This was his habit. At this time, the cage was opened, and the girl chosen by Muyan walked to her side and stood there a little uncomfortably. Muyan's eyes stayed on the boss and the 2 big men, wanting to see how they would trade. How could it be? This child is good-looking, you will definitely sell it well, and the price will not be low. The boss took a close look at the boy and continued, It's too young. If it were a girl, it would be much easier to sell, but it's not easy to sell a boy of this age. Well, 1 or 2 taels of silver, and you give me the person. As soon as the boss said this, The two big men immediately refused. I said we are old acquaintances, and you only offer 1 or 2 taels of silver for such a good product. You are too black-hearted. That's right, Boss Yuan. You are too unkind. How can 1 or 2 taels of silver be possible? 3 taels of silver, and I'll give you the person. One of the big men said this is the price they expected. They didn't spend any money to buy this child. No matter how much Boss Yuan gave, they would make a profit. But people are greedy. Compared with the children they bought and sold in the past, this one is indeed much better. So the two wanted to get as much money as possible. Boss Yuan was helpless. Well, I'll give you another 50 coins, that's the most. I can't afford more. Muyan looked at them like this, and couldn't help feeling disgusted. They bargained for the child like a commodity, and a child could be bought for 1 or 2 taels of silver. Human life in this era was really too cheap. Mom, is this child going to be sold? Where is his mother? Yueya pulled Muyan's sleeve and asked worriedly. Muyan looked at the sympathy in Yueya's eyes and replied helplessly, I don't know. Maybe he has no mother. In this era, there are many people selling girls, but almost no one selling boys. So Muyan guessed that the child should have no family. Mom, let's buy him back. If he is sold to someone else, will he be beaten and not given food? I heard Arya say before that the children who were sold were very pitiful. They were not given food and were beaten. Arya's grandmother often said that she wanted to sell Arya, and she was scared and often had nightmares. Muyan listened to his daughter's words, looked at her soft-hearted look, and then looked at the boy, and his heart couldn't bear it. Boss Yuan, 2 taels of silver, my 2 brothers don't want more. The 3 were still negotiating the price, and Muyan walked over. Sell it to me for 2 taels of silver. Boss, you have so many slaves here. You don't need a child, and I see that the child's face is yellow, and he is still in a coma. I'm afraid he has some disease. If he is really sick, it's not worth it for you to buy him. If you like it, why don't you wait until I buy it and then buy it from me? Muyan didn't care about anything. She looked directly at the 2 big men and said, 3 taels of silver. Sell this child to me. The 2 big men nodded immediately. Okay, I'll sell it to you, girl. You have a good eye. This child is really good. Muyan offered 3 taels, but Boss Yuan couldn't afford it and was unwilling to pay it. In the end, he didn't say anything, with a cold face, showing an unhappy look. Do you have a contract? Muyan asked. Yes. One of the big men hurriedly took out the boy's body and handed it to Muyan. Muyan took a look, took out his purse, and gave them the money. The boy was thrown to Muyan, but he was still unconscious. Muyan was worried, so he stopped the 2 big men who were about to leave and asked, What's wrong with him? Is he really sick? The 2 big men turned around and explained hurriedly, No, he just fell and hit his head, which caused him to be in a coma. He will wake up soon. Muyan nodded and let them go. Boss Yuan's business was robbed, and his attitude was no longer enthusiastic. He ignored Muyan. Muyan looked at the unconscious boy and could only carry him on his back. Yuanbao, Yueya, let's take him to see a doctor first. Mother can't hold your hands now, so you 2 hold each other's hands. Walk in front of Mother. The 2 children nodded obediently, holding hands and walking in front of Muyan. Well, Madam, how about I hold the 2 young masters' hands? The girl's timid voice sounded, and Muyan heard it. Then he remembered that he had just bought a maid, and he didn't react for a while. I almost forgot about you. Yes, you go and hold Yuanbao, and Yuanbao refused. Mother, we can walk by ourselves. There is no need to hold our hands. Yuanbao doesn't like anyone holding his hand except his mother. Seeing the serious look on his little face, Muyan smiled helplessly. Okay, listen to Yuanbao. By the way, what's your name? How old are you this year? Muyan asked the girl. The girl hurriedly replied, I am 15 this year, and have no name. Please give me a name, madam. Muyan glanced at her. Just use your previous name, and don't call yourself a maid in front of me. The girl didn't listen and continued, I dare not. Please give me a name, madam. I am a die-hard. Unless madam sells you away, I will always be madam's. Muyan was helpless, thought about it, and said, Okay. Then you will be called Zizhu from now on. Do you like this name? The girl hurriedly replied, "Yes. Ziju thanks madam for the name." Muyan nodded, knowing that the ancient people were too stubborn and it was not something that could be solved with just a few words, so she no longer corrected Ziju's self-proclaimed name. "Madam, why don't I carry this child?" Ziju suggested. Her master was working while she, a maid, was doing nothing. Ziju felt a little uneasy. Muyan shook his head. "No need. I don't think you are much better. You look so thin like a child. I'm afraid you can't even walk a few steps with a child on your back." Ziju looked ashamed. "Yes, I will exercise more in the future." Seeing her so honest and dutiful, Muyan couldn't help but smile. "I brought you home just to cook. You don't need to do anything else." Ziju said, "Whatever I do is my duty. I just want to be with the lady and have food to eat and clothes to wear." Seeing that her request was so low, Muyan smiled and said, "People have to pursue something in life. Following me will not make you suffer. I will give you a monthly salary of 1 or 2 taels of silver. I will increase it when I make a lot of money in the future." Ziju looked at Muyan in shock when she heard this. 1 tael of silver a month? So much. Seeing her eyes widen slightly in surprise, Muyan smiled and said, "I will do what I say. I only have one request. That is, you must be loyal and not betray me." Ziju said hurriedly, "Madam, don't worry. Ziju will definitely not betray me. If she betrays me, you would like to be struck by 5 thunderbolts." Muyan nodded, and seeing the clinic in front of her, she said, "The clinic is in front. Let's go in and take a look. You pay attention to the crescent-shaped ingot." Ziju nodded, looked at the 2 children carefully, not daring to blink. Muyan entered the clinic and asked the doctor to check the boy's body. The old doctor asked her to put the child on the couch and then took the boy's pulse. Muyan watched from the side, a little nervous, hoping that the child was not really in trouble. "The child is fine. Don't worry, madam. He just hit his head and fell into a coma. I will give him 2 injections, and he will wake up." Muyan was relieved when he heard this. "Okay, please help the doctor." The old doctor took out a silver needle and pierced the boy's head. After a while, the boy's eyelids moved and then slowly opened his eyes. Muyan walked over and looked at the boy with a gentle face. Yueya and Yuanbao also walked over curiously. The boy's eyes were beautiful, bright, and his eyelashes were thick and curled, but his eyes were ignorant, with doubts and confusion.
"Who are you?"
The boy spoke. His childish voice was a little hoarse. Muyan looked at his aunt and spoke slowly. "Do you know where your home is? Where are your family members? Did they sell you out?" The boy's eyes were full of confusion, as if he had no idea what Muyan was talking about. I don't know anything." The boy suddenly covered his head, his face full of pain. Muyan frowned. Could he have lost his memory? "Doctor, what happened to him?" A child of this age would not forget where his home is. The doctor carefully examined the boy and finally said, "He should have hit his head, causing blood clots in his brain and causing amnesia, but this amnesia should be only temporary and will recover slowly." Muyan nodded and then asked, "Doctor, does he need to take any medicine to go home? Please see if there are any other problems with his body." The doctor shook his head. "No, the child is in good health. The only injury is the one on his forehead. I will treat and bandage the forehead injury for him. If you don't want to leave scars in the future, you can wait until the wound scabs and come to me. I will make a scar-removing plaster for you and apply it on him. This will be better for the recovery of scars in the future." Muyan nodded. "Okay, thank you, doctor." After paying the money, Muyan took the children out of the clinic together. "Child, do you still remember your name?" Muyan asked. The boy shook his head, looking unhappy. He was a little scared of the strange environment and people. Muyan was helpless. "Then give yourself a name. Do you know how to name yourself?" The boy still shook his head. Yueya spoke softly. "Mom, give this brother a name." "Mom, the name you gave is nice." Muyan looked at the boy and said, "I bought you from a human trafficker. My daughter saw that you were pitiful and begged me to buy you. If you remember your home, I can let you go back, but you have forgotten now and don't remember anything. You can only live with us first in the future. Are you willing?" The boy nodded. "I am willing."
"Don't leave me. I am scared."
The boy was very uneasy. He didn't remember anything now. He could feel that Muyun, Yuanbao, and Yueya were all good people. He subconsciously felt that it was the best choice for him to be with them now. Seeing him so timid and uneasy, Muyun's eyes flashed with pity. He was sold at a young age. I don't know what he has experienced. It's also pitiful. It's not a big deal to raise one more child, so I'll take him back to keep Yueya and Yuanbao company. Don't worry, we won't abandon you. You'll live with us in the future. Would you like to share the same surname as me? I'll give you a name. Muyun smiled and touched his head, saying. The boy nodded. I do, thank you, Auntie. Hearing his polite thanks and address, Muyun smiled, quite polite. How about the name Muyang? The Yang of sunshine. Muyun glanced at the sun in the sky and spoke to the boy. The boy nodded and finally had a hint of smile in his eyes. Okay, I like this name very much. Thank you, Auntie. Muyun smiled. You re-welcome, little Muyang. She patted his head gently, with an intimate attitude. Yuanbao, Yueya, play well with your brother Muyang in the future, okay? The two children nodded. Hello, brother Muyang. Yueya shouted happily, seeming to like this new family member very much. Muyang looked at Yueya's smiling face and smiled unconsciously. He said shyly, hello, Sister Yueya. Hello, brother Yuanbao. Thank you for taking me in. Please give me more advice in the future. Muyun looked at the polite Muyang and always felt that he had an extraordinary temperament. Even though he had lost his memory, his upbringing and temperament were not lost. He looked completely different from the children of ordinary farmers. She secretly guessed that maybe this child had a complicated background. Yuanbao nodded, with a cold look on his face. Muyun couldn't help laughing. Yuanbao always liked to pretend to be mature in front of outsiders. This was really cute. Okay, let us go. Muyun led Yueya. Yuanbao and Muyang followed behind, and Zijou walked at the end and looked at them. Back to the door of Pang's restaurant again, there were still a lot of people, but not as many as before. Most people left after making an appointment for dinner, and it was useless to stay any longer. Seeing Muyun coming in, the waiter immediately came forward and said, Miss Mu, our boss is here. I will wait for you on the second floor with the shopkeeper. Muyun nodded and followed the waiter upstairs. When Pang Qingyan arrived, he was also surprised to see the situation at the door of the restaurant. After he went to the restaurant to understand the reservation time and number of guests, he was even more surprised. He asked the shopkeeper to prepare a table of food, and he also wanted to try it himself to see how delicious the recipe given by Muyun was to attract so many people. It was a pity that he didn't see Muyun. He was regretting it when he heard the waiter's voice. Boss, shopkeeper, Miss Mu is back. Pang Qingyun's face lit up when he heard it. Please come in quickly. When Muyun and his group went in, Pang Qingyun immediately stood up and looked over curiously. Muyun just looked at him for a moment and didn't look at him anymore. Miss Mu, you are finally back. Let me introduce you. This is our boss, the person in charge of the Pang family. The shopkeeper introduced the two. Pang Qingyun said politely to Muyun, I am Pang Qingyun. Thank you, Miss Mu. Pang Qingyun was dressed in a green robe, with regular features and a gentle temperament. He spoke softly and rationally, looking like a gentle and elegant young man. Muyun smiled. Boss Pang, you are too polite. We just take what we need. No need to thank me. Pang Qingyun looked at the children behind Muyun and said with a smile, Miss Mu, I have something I want to ask you. I wonder if you can do me the honor.
Muyun nodded.
She guessed what Pang Qingyun would ask. She looked back at the children and Zijou. Before she spoke, the shopkeeper said, Miss Mu, I will take Yuanbao and the others to the private room next door for dinner. The owner has just asked the kitchen to prepare many dishes for you to eat when you come back.
Muyun nodded.
Yueya Yuanbao should not be hungry yet, but Muyang and Zijou should be hungry. Zijou, take the 3 children over to eat. And you, sit down with them and eat to fill your stomach first. Zijou nodded in response, yes, ma'am. The shopkeeper led a few people out. Pang Qingyun asked Muyun to sit down, and then said, although Miss Mu is a woman, her talent is not inferior to that of men. Thanks to you, our Pang's restaurant can have today's grand occasion.
Muyun smiled.
She also knew how to say polite words. Boss Pang, you don't have to be polite. You paid me a lot. I didn't lose anything. Pang Qingyun smiled. Manager Zhou told me about the compensation. Half of the profit in the first month belongs to you, Miss Mu. You can rest assured about this. Pang Qingyun, will keep my word and will never break my promise.
Mu Yun nodded.
With the promise of the big boss, the money would not run away, and she felt more at ease. Miss Mu seems to have a lot of insights on business. To be honest with you, Miss Mu, I am facing some difficulties now. I came to you to ask you shamelessly if you have any other insights. Mu Yun had inquired about the current situation of the Pang family, but she was still unclear about the details. Seeing Pang Qingyun say this, she asked curiously, Boss Pang, please tell me what you want to say. Pang Qingyun first explained the situation of the Pang family to Mu Yun, and then talked about business. Miss Mu, to be honest with you, I am afraid that the huge family business of the Pang family will be destroyed in my hands. If so, I will not be able to face the ancestors of the Pang family after I die. Pang Qingyun was at a loss, otherwise he would not have come to ask a woman. Jiangyu was waiting for this result. From the day she found Pang's restaurant, she wanted this result. To make a fortune in this era, she can't rely on herself. It's too difficult. She has no capital and connections, and it's not convenient to do things alone. Although she doesn't know much about the Pang family for now, Pang Qingyun is a very suitable partner. It doesn't seem to have so many tricks, and he is a person who can cooperate. Boss Pang, if you trust me, you can take me to your shop to have a look. I can help you restart the business of the shop, but I won't do it for free. Naturally, I need to be paid. Pang Qingyun was pleasantly surprised to see that she really had a way. Of course, compensation is not a problem, as long as Miss Mu can help. Mu Yun nodded, then Boss Pang, tell me what shops you have and what your business model is like. After I understand it, I can make better changes. Pang Qingyun nodded and chatted with Mu Yun about the various industries under his name. The more he talked to Mu Yun, the more surprised he was. Many of Mu Yun's ideas were very novel, which made him feel bright after listening to them, and many new ideas emerged instantly. The more they talked, the more they felt that they got along well, which made Pang Qingyun feel that they had met too late. Time passed slowly, until the sun was about to set, and it was almost evening. Mu Yun noticed the sky, and ended the topic. Boss Pang, it's getting late, let's leave it at that for today. I won't go back to the village today. I'll stay in the inn for one night. I'll go to the shops with you tomorrow, and then go back. Pang Qingyun nodded, okay. Thank you, Miss Mu. I own an inn. I'll take you there to stay. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the shops together.
Mu Yun nodded.
She didn't expect that he had even gotten involved in the accommodation industry. His business was really wide. But after some understanding, she realized that most of the shops in this city were his. There were also several other counties that were covered with Pang's business. The business was quite big. Boss Pang has a lot of business. Is this in making a loss? Pang Qingyun smiled helplessly. It's not making a loss, but it's not making much money either. I'm even considering closing it down. Mu Yun smiled. Let's go and have a look. Calling Zizhu to bring the 3 children, the group headed towards the Yunqing Inn. At the Li's restaurant opposite, Li Xiaoping saw Pang Qingyun and Mu Yun walking together, and his eyes became even more sinister. She actually attracted Pang Qingyun's attention. This woman doesn't seem simple. She is also a martial artist, and her identity is probably not ordinary. Find someone to check the identity of this woman, and don't touch her for the time being. Li Xiaoping said lightly. Yes, young master. The people below immediately left. Seeing the figures of Pang Qingyun, Mu Yun and others disappear, Li Xiaoping got up and left. Mu Yun came to the inn under the leadership of Pang Qingyun. As soon as he entered, the waiter saw that it was the host, and hurried to greet him. Mu Yun looked around the surrounding scenes and flows of people. She retracted her gaze until Pang Qingyun finished explaining to the waiter. How about it, Miss Mu? Is there anything wrong with my inn? Mu Yun shook his head. No, it's pretty good. The decoration and atmosphere are very good. Pang Qingyun smiled politely. I have asked the waiter to arrange the room. If you need anything, Miss Mu, please feel free to ask for it. I have already told the people below. Muyan nodded. Okay, thank you. Then Miss Mu, you go to rest. I won't disturb you. See you tomorrow. Peng Qingyun said in a gentle voice. Muyan nodded, and the waiter immediately came to lead the way for her and took them upstairs. Regarding the issue of sleeping, Muyan was a little worried. If she slept with Yueya and Yuanbao, would it be bad to leave Muyang alone? But she couldn't sleep with 3 children and the bed couldn't accommodate them. Waiter, does Yuan have a room with 2 beds? The waiter shook his head. No, sir. Aran has 1 bed in 1 room. Muyan felt that this was very inconvenient for people with children. She asked, are there any other inns? The waiter shook his head. No. All inns have 1 bed in 1 room. Muyan was helpless and didn't know how to sleep today. Well, you prepare 3 rooms for us first. The waiter nodded immediately and prepared 3 connected rooms for them so that it would be convenient for them to meet. After the waiter went out, Muyan continued to worry about how to sleep. Yuanbao suddenly said, Mother, Muyang and I will live in 1 room. You and your sister will live in 1 room, and Zizhu and sister will live in 1 room. Upon hearing this, Muyan looked at Yuanbao in surprise. Seeing that he was so sensible, Muyan felt distressed. This child was too precocious. She hadn't said anything yet, but he actually saw what she was worried about. Was it because she showed it too obviously? Zizhu hurriedly said, Madam, there is no need to prepare a room for me. I will watch them in the young master's room, so you can rest assured. Muyan said helplessly, No, you sleep in your room, and just listen to my arrangements. Muyan pulled Yuanbao over and said gently, Yuanbao, if you are scared, you can sleep with mother, or like this, I will watch you 3 sleep in 1 room. Yuanbao shook his head. It's okay, mother, I'm not afraid, and Muyang is with me. We are both men. How can we be afraid? Muyang also said, Aunt, I am your brother. I will protect Yuanbao, don't worry. Muyang was actually very uneasy. Facing the unfamiliar environment and people, he was subconsciously afraid, but was too embarrassed to say it. He could also see that Muyan was worried about Yuanbao, but if Yuanbao was not allowed to sleep with him, he would be afraid. So, he could only selfishly not refuse. Silently saying sorry to Yuanbao in his heart, Muyang lowered his head and did not dare to look at them. Mother, it's decided, I will sleep with Muyang, and you will sleep with Yueya. Yuanbao spoke like a little adult, with a serious face. Muyan smiled and touched his head. Okay, Yuanbao has grown up and can be independent, which is very good. Then listen to Yuanbao. Muyang looked at the interaction between the two, with a trace of envy in his eyes. It seemed that in his memory, there was also someone who would touch his head like this. Muyang wanted to think of more, but his mind became blank again. The problem of sleeping was solved, and Muyan asked Zizhu to call the waiter to fetch water for washing. Looking at the clothes Zizhu and Muyang were wearing, Muyan patted his forehead helplessly. He actually forgot to buy clothes for the 2 of them. The clothes they were wearing now were really too cold. Thinking that it was not completely dark yet, and the shop should not be completely closed, Muyan found the waiter and asked him to help me buy 2 sets of clothes according to the body shapes of Zizhu and Muyang. The waiter took the money and said with a smile, It just so happens that our boss has a ready-made clothing shop on the street. Miss Mu, wait for me, I will buy it soon. Muyan smiled and thanked him, and gave him the errand fee, which made the waiter even happier. Not long after, the waiter came back with 2 sets of brand new clothes. Muyan gave the clothes to Zizhu and Muyang and asked them to put them away and change them tomorrow. As night fell, Muyan went back to his room and fell asleep quietly with Yueya. Early the next morning, Muyan was awakened by the noisy sound downstairs. The sound insulation effect of this ancient time was still a bit poor. Who would like to disturb people's sleep early in the morning? Helplessly getting up, she put on her clothes and went out. Seeing someone quarreling in the hall, she did not go down, but stood on the 2nd floor and looked down. A girl was so angry that she was about to cry, but she couldn't say anything. Her eyes were red with anger. She felt wronged and scared. You guys, you are really too much. You bully a weak woman like me in broad daylight. Is there any law? The man opposite laughed twice. Don't you know the law? In this Lingxi County, I, Shuecheng, am the law. the man said in a proud tone, and several of his friends around him also laughed loudly, with a gangster-like manner, which made people feel sick. Muyun frowned and looked around. There were many people standing in the hall, but no one went to help, just watched coldly. It seems that this disgusting man has some status. Girl, since you are an outsider, I, Xuecheng, am the host here. You are a guest from afar, and I should treat you well. Come on, please go to my house and have a seat. As he said, the man was about to pull the girl. The girl retreated in panic. Muyun couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that the man's salty pig's hoof was about to touch the girl, she quickly ran downstairs and kicked him out with a flying kick. The sudden change scared everyone around. The girl looked at Muyun in a daze, very surprised at her force. In public, how can you be like a gangster, and you are not ashamed? Muyun spoke coldly, looking at them with disgust. Several followers hurriedly helped Xuecheng up from the ground. With a look of worry on their faces, Brother Cheng, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Xuecheng's face was gloomy, and when he looked up and saw Muyun's face, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. She was very eye-catching standing in the crowd.
Who are you? How dare you hit me?
After seeing Muyun's face, the anger in Xuecheng's eyes decreased a lot. Although her tone was cold, she was not as angry as before. Muyun spoke coldly, who I am has nothing to do with you. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and looked at the girl and spoke. Miss, where do you live? You'd better go back quickly. It's not safe here. Don't go out alone next time. The rescued girl was dressed in green. She was pretty and beautiful, with a gentle temperament, and she looked like a lady from a noble family. Her dress was light and flowing, and it was obvious that it was made of the finest silk and satin. This girl must be from a wealthy family, but I don't know why she would go out alone. Muyun quickly looked at the girl and came to a conclusion in his heart. I'm here to find my fiancé, sister. Thank you for saving me. The girl's voice was even gentler, and she looked at Muyun with gratitude. Muyun asked, where is your fiancé's house? Do you know? If you leave now, I will watch these people and will never let them bully you again. Go quickly.
Hey.
No, who are you? You are so arrogant, and you are going against me. You must be tired of living. And you, why are you looking for a fiancé? Just follow me in the future, and I will guarantee that you will have a good life. Don't be ungrateful. Xuecheng's tone was arrogant, as if he was sure that everyone had to listen to him. Muyun sneered. Are you going to rob a woman in broad daylight? How many heads do you have? Do you think the court laws are just for show? Xuecheng snorted coldly, not afraid of Muyun's words at all. What do you mean by robbing a woman? Who saw it? Ask them if they saw it. His fearless look was really an eyesore. Muyun was too lazy to look at it. It would have been fine if she didn't see it. Since she had seen it, she would not let the girl be bullied by such a scoundrel. Girl, you go first. Listen to me, Muyun said forcefully. Chuning was a little worried and hesitated. Sister, you'll be okay? If I implicate you because of me, I will regret it. Otherwise, let's go together. When I see Brother Ningji, he can protect us. Looking at the innocent look of the girl, Muyun smiled. It's okay, I know martial arts. They can't hurt me. You go now, I will stop them. Anyway, I didn't hurt anyone. They can't do anything to me. Chuning hesitated for a moment after hearing this, looked at Xuecheng and others. She said, Sister, my name is Chuning. Don't be afraid. I will go to find Brother Ningji now. You wait for me. I will come back to save you. After that, she picked up her bag and turned to leave the inn. Xuecheng was about to chase, but was stopped by Muyun. Looking at Muyun, who was blocking in front of him, Xuecheng laughed angrily. Okay, in this case, then you take over. You drove that little beauty away because you wanted to serve me, right? As he said, Xuecheng had an evil smile on his face, and that disgusting big hand was about to fall on Muyun's face. Muyun was not panicked at all. He stood quietly and said in a cold voice, If you don't want your hand to be broken, don't touch me. This is a warning. Xuecheng laughed twice when he heard this, his face full of joking warning. In Lingxi County, no one has ever warned me. I'm the one who warns others. You're very interesting. I want to try it even more. As he said this, Xuecheng reached out to touch her regardless of Mu Yun's cold eyes. Seeing this, Mu Yun stopped being polite and directly grabbed the hand that was stretched out and twisted it hard. There was a sound of snapping and the crisp sound of bones. Xuecheng immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "It hurts. Let go, you let me go, believe it or not, I will kill your whole family." Xuecheng was still stubborn. It was the first time he was treated like this. He was furious and lost all his rationality. He just wanted to teach this ignorant woman a lesson. You, let go of our brother Cheng. Do you know who he is? He is the brother-in-law of the prefect of Lingxi County. If you dare to touch our brother Cheng, you'd better think twice. Mu Yun sneered disdainfully. The prefect's brother-in-law? Even if he is the emperor's brother-in-law, he can't bully and rob women. Do you think the country's laws are a decoration? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Xuecheng roared angrily and proudly. Humph. What laws are here? My brother-in-law has the final say. If you dare to touch me, my brother-in-law will put you in jail. Mu Yun increased the strength in his hand and said to the people around him. Everyone heard it. This man said that the laws of our dynasty are decided by his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law is the prefect of our county. Everyone must remember what he said in the future. Don't afford to provoke him. Don't afford to provoke him. After saying that, Mu Yun squeezed his hand again and let go of his hand. After being relaxed, Xuecheng immediately felt much more comfortable and a smug look appeared on his face again. Huh. I thought you weren't afraid. Mu Yun pretended to be afraid. Yeah, I'm so scared. After saying that, she rolled her eyes, guessing that the girl had gone far away, and she could leave too. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, Xuecheng quickly came over and stopped in front of her, with a smirk on his face. Wanna leave? Are you dreaming too much? If you don't go home with me, you can't leave today. Mother. Yuanbao, Yueya and others appeared upstairs, and Yueya shouted worriedly. Zijou came down with 3 children, and she was even more worried, madam. Xuecheng was stunned for a moment, looked at Mu Yun in disbelief, and then looked at the children. You got married? The children are so big? His voice was a little broken, hard to believe. Mu Yun nodded calmly, yes, is there any problem? Xuecheng suddenly looked regretful. He had no interest in young women. He only liked innocent and naive girls. You are really. You are so mad at me. Xuecheng was very angry and felt that he had been fooled. The girl just now was indeed a young girl. It was a pity that she was let go. It was all caused by the woman in front of him. Beat this woman up for me. She is ruining my business and is simply courting death. Xuecheng said with a cold face and his hands on his waist. His friends around him hesitated for a moment. There were too many people here, and they didn't know if anything would happen. However, they dared not disobey Xuecheng's words. After hesitating for a moment, they still chose to take action. Mu Yun snorted coldly. Don't overestimate yourself. If you have the ability, don't complain if you lose. You are a real man, but you want to bully a weak woman like me. If I hurt you, you have to go home and complain like a little brat. It's embarrassing to think about it. Mu Yun's contemptuous words made the grown men blush. Xuecheng raised his neck and said with great momentum, Don't complain. We are not the kind of useless men, but if you are incompetent and fall into our hands, don't talk nonsense, surrender obediently, and go home with me. Mu Yun achieved his goal, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay, keep your word. After he finished speaking, several men immediately stretched out their hands to Mu Yun. Zijou, who was watching from the side, immediately became worried. She was a little fidgety. Yuanbao said, Sister Zijou, don't worry, mother will be fine. She is very powerful. Zijou looked at Yueya and Yuanbao with some surprise. Seeing that although there was some worry in their eyes, they all looked calm, she couldn't help but calm down. Muyong asked in a low voice, Yuanbao, will Aunt really be okay? Yuanbao nodded lightly, his eyes fixed on his mother who was fighting. Mu Yun fought with several people, only one of whom knew some martial arts, and the other 2 had just some brute force. When Pang Qingyun came in, he happened to see Mu Yun fighting. She was agile, and every kick and punch hit the opponent. 3 people were against her alone. but none of them had any power to fight back and were directly crushed. Seeing Xuecheng on the side, Pang Qingyun frowned tightly. This scourge was really a headache. Seeing that Mu Yun did not suffer any loss, Pang Qingyun did not speak to stop him, but stood quietly aside and watched the fight. After a few hits, several people were beaten and could not stand up. One by one, they covered their stomachs, hugged their legs, and sat on the ground, looking painful and helpless. Brother Chung, this woman is a tigress. We really can't beat her. A man said helplessly. Mu Yun sneered, if you can't beat me, just say I'm a tigress. You're really good. I said you were rookies. Each of you is as weak as a newborn chick, so fragile that I can crush you to death with just a little force. Hearing this, the onlookers couldn't help laughing, but when they realized Xuecheng was still there, they immediately shut up and dared not laugh anymore. However, they couldn't help but lowered their heads and hid to laugh. Several men's faces flushed immediately, and they felt that the people around them were making mocking sounds at them. They felt so embarrassed that they wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was too embarrassing. What a rookie. The woman's curse was too ugly and extremely insulting. Xuecheng was somewhat glad that he didn't do it, so it wasn't too embarrassing. It was the followers who were embarrassed, not him. He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to get entangled anymore. He couldn't beat them, and it was impossible to capture them. He was just using his brother-in-law's reputation. His brother-in-law didn't listen to him that much. He had dealt with a lot of things for him during this period. His brother-in-law was very dissatisfied with him now.
All right.
Get up. All of you. You are embarrassing yourself. After Xuecheng finished yelling, he glanced at Mu Yun, snorted unwillingly, and walked away. Several followers also got up and ran after him. Some local people said loudly, "This is the first time I see Xuecheng, this scourge, suffer a loss. It's so refreshing." Yes, yes. It's really refreshing. This lady is really as good as a man. She is amazing. Everyone praised Mu Yun and showed her kind smiles. Pang Qingyun also walked over with a smile. "Miss Mu, I didn't expect you to be so good at martial arts. It's really surprising." Seeing Pang Qingyun, Mu Yun smiled and said, "Boss Pang, you are too kind. I only have mediocre skills. I can barely protect myself." Pang Qingyun explained, "The people from the inn came to find me, and I hurried over. Seeing that you didn't suffer a loss, I didn't say anything. Miss Mu won't mind." Mu Yun smiled. "What's the matter, Boss Pang? Don't worry about it." Pang Qingyun nodded, asked Mu Yun to sit at the table, told someone to prepare it early, and then told her about Xuecheng. After learning about it, Mu Yun's worries were gone. Here, she dared not underestimate the power of the rich and powerful. If they really wanted to arrest someone, they could arrest you under any name. As I said, she is not afraid of anything without children. She can go anywhere, but she has to take care of the children and be careful in her actions. That's good. I said there must be laws in this world. If the prefect is a smart man, he shouldn't let Xuecheng ruin his future like this. Anyone who can become an official, no matter how high the official is smart and shouldn't be so stupid. Pang Qingyun nodded. Yes, so as long as we don't suffer any loss at the hands of Xuecheng, he doesn't have the ability to settle the score afterwards. Prefect Li is restraining himself now. The new county magistrate is said to be of great origin. He came from the capital and has connections with some big family. Although Prefect Li is one level higher in rank, the county magistrate has a powerful backer behind him. He dare not be as arrogant as before. If his affairs are accidentally spread to the capital, his official hat will be over. The previous county magistrate followed Prefect Li's lead, which naturally contributed to his official power. The current one is not only in the same mind as Prefect Li, but also a person who can't be bribed by Prefect Li. After listening to this, Mu Yun was completely relieved. If he met him again next time, it would not hurt to beat him up a few more times. That's good.
Mu Yun spoke.
Breakfast came up quickly, and after they had finished eating, they followed Pang Qingyun to look at the shops. Not long after they left, Chuning brought her fiancé to the inn, but she didn't see anyone, so she had to leave with regret. The Pang family has many shops on the street, some of which are rented to others, and some are run by themselves. Business was good before, but since Li Xiaoping showed up, his family's business has slowly declined, and it has been getting worse and worse until now. Pang Qingyun brought Mu Yun and others to the first shop, which was a jewelry shop. It can be seen that the business is indeed very bad, with only a few scattered people. The decoration of the shop is also okay in all aspects, and it looks very classy. There are many styles of jewelry, and the patterns are exquisite. There are still customers. This shop should not have lost much, right? Mu Yun asked Pang Qingyun. Pang Qingyun sighed helplessly, and then said, "It's all supported by some old customers, so the loss is not big. Look at the Li family shop opposite. There are a lot of people inside. The prices are lower than ours. But I have studied it carefully. Although many jewelry looks the same in style, the materials are different. I am not slandering. The quality of Li family is too poor, but the price is low." Mu Yun nodded. "Well, I will go over and take a look. You wait here." Pang Qingyun nodded. "Okay, go ahead." Mu Yun asked Ziju to take care of the three children and walked towards the jewelry shop opposite. As soon as she entered, she was warmly received by the waiter. Mu Yun refused the waiter service and said that she would take her time to look at it. Seeing that the fabric of Mu Yun's dress was ordinary, the waiter did not bother her much and said with a smile, "Then, sir, take your time to look. If you like something, call me at any time."
Mu Yun nodded.
After seeing the waiter leave, she began to look around the jewelry shop. It was very spacious and beautifully designed. Various types of jewelry were placed separately, separated by bead curtains and flowing gauze. There was also a faint floral scent in the shop, and the style was very good. Compared with the Pang families, this one looked more lively, perhaps because there were many people, or perhaps because of the layout and furnishings. After looking at the exhibits in the shop, she continued to look at the jewelry, carefully examining each piece. The jewelry looked very exquisite, with many patterns and styles, and the prices were directly marked, which was very convenient. Mu Yun admired Li Xiaoping a little. He had a good brain, no wonder he did a good job in business. But it didn't matter. She had seen a lot of new things in modern times, and she knew a little about business. After looking around, she saw people going upstairs one after another. Mu Yun also wanted to go up and take a look, but was stopped by the waiter. "Sir, I'm sorry, there are only distinguished guests upstairs. You can't go up." Mu Yun was not angry. He nodded and turned to leave. This is just like the VIP exclusive rooms in modern times. Only those who spend enough can go up. Returning to the Pang family store, Mu Yun went to the shopkeeper's room upstairs to find Pang Qingyun. "Boss Pang, there is no problem with this shop. The location is good, the flow of people is large, and the business is easy to do." Pang Qingyun nodded. "It should be like this, but we only have a few old customers now. It is not easy to attract people here." Mu Yun nodded. "I know. It's okay, leave it to me. Let's continue to see other shops. After we finish, I will summarize it." Pang Qingyun nodded, and the few of them went to the next shop, but they were all on the same street. The distance between the shops was not far, only a few steps away. "This cloth shop is also mine, Miss Mu, please come in." Mu Yun felt familiar with the shop as soon as she saw it. It turned out to be the shop that she came to buy clothes that day, but was disliked by the waiter and the shopkeeper.
Mu Yun smiled.
What a coincidence. It seems that this grudge does not need to wait until later. As Pang Qingyun walked in, the waiter saw that it was the boss and immediately came up to greet him. "Boss, you're here." The shopkeeper is greeting customers. Pang Qingyun nodded, then turned to Mu Yun and said, "Miss Mu, please feel free to look around." The waiter's eyes fell on Mu Yun. He felt that Mu Yun's face was somewhat familiar. Thinking back, the memory in his mind suddenly became clear. He looked at Mu Yun with surprise, then realized something and lowered his head hurriedly, not daring to look again because of guilt. Knowing that the boss was here, the shopkeeper came out quickly and hurried forward to greet him. Pang Qingyun was accompanying Mu Yun to look at fabrics and clothes. Seeing the shopkeeper coming over, he said lightly, "Don't worry about me. Go and do your thing." The shopkeeper looked at Mu Yun curiously. It was the first time he saw the boss bring a woman to the store. He felt very familiar with her, but He couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Seeing that the boss didn't need him to follow, the shopkeeper returned to the counter. The waiter immediately pulled him over and whispered, "Shopkeeper, do you think that woman looks familiar?" The shopkeeper nodded quickly. "Yes, you think she looks familiar too?" The shopkeeper looked at the waiter curiously. "Their boss hasn't gotten married yet. Could this be their future mistress?" The waiter whispered, "It's the woman who came to buy clothes a few days ago, wearing tattered clothes, and was driven out by the two of us. Take a closer look, is that right?" Hearing this, the shopkeeper immediately remembered, and his face suddenly turned ugly. How could it be her? What's going on? What's her relationship with our boss? The waiter shook his head. "I don't know, but it seems that the boss is very polite to her. I don't know if she told the boss about what we did that day." The two people's whispering was seen by Mu Yun, who smiled and asked, "Are they discussing countermeasures?" She was curious about what countermeasures the two of them could come up with. After learning about the cloth shop, Mu Yun spoke, "Boss Peng, it's normal that this cloth shop's business is not good. Your store has too many problems." Mu Yun's voice was a little loud, and the shopkeeper and the waiter heard it. When the two heard Mu Yun's words, their hearts were lifted, but when they heard Mu Yun address Peng Qingyun in this way, the shopkeeper felt relieved. It seemed that the two of them were not close, otherwise they would not be so unfamiliar. Peng Qingyun spoke seriously, "Please teach me, Miss Mu." Mu Yun walked towards the counter, and Peng Qingyun followed. The waiter was even more panicked, and he wanted to lower his head to the ground, like an ostrich, hiding behind the shopkeeper. After Mu Yun glanced at the two of them, he said to Peng Qingyun, "Let's go back to the inn and talk. I will sort out all the problems and suggestions first, and then tell you together." Peng Qingyun nodded, and his attitude towards Mu Yun was very respectful. The shopkeeper saw them leaving and hurried over to see them off. Looking at Mu Yun, he hesitated to speak. He wanted to speak, but felt embarrassed, unwilling to intercede and apologize. Until he left, Mu Yun didn't say anything in front of Peng Qingyun. The shopkeeper and the waiter breathed a sigh of relief, but they couldn't let it go in their hearts. They didn't know if Mu Yun would say it later. The two of them lost their mood to work and looked worried. After returning to the inn, Mu Yun locked himself in the room to think about things and let Zizhu take the three children to play in the backyard of the inn. She first drew down the exquisite modern jewelry patterns and then made some changes to the interior design of Peng Qingyun's jewelry shop. As for the cloth shop, it was a little more difficult. The Peng family did not have their own weaving workshop, and all the fabrics were imported from outside. The cost was too high, and there was no advantage. If they continued to import and sell, Mu Yun would not be able to do business. She knew some weaving and dyeing methods. If she could open a weaving workshop by herself and make exquisitely patterned fabrics by herself, she could really make a lot of money. In her previous life, her partner was a master designer, famous internationally. Not only could he design beautiful clothes, but he also personally learned the weaving methods of ancient luxury fabrics in order to get the fabrics he wanted. For a piece of clothing, she could go without food or sleep for several days, and she loved it to the point of obsession. She once said that when they retired together in the future, she would be an ordinary designer and let herself be her model. But later, she said that she didn't want to retire. She rarely did the design she once loved the most, but ran after a man all day long. For this reason, they became more and more distant until she was framed by her and lost her life. Recalling the past, Mu Yun sighed. Love is really harmful. If Mu Qing hadn't met that man, there would be no rift between them, and she would not have died from Mu Qing's frame-up. Thinking of what Mu Qing said before his death, Mu Yun laughed at himself. You are too naive. How can there be true friendship in this world? Family affection is unreliable, love is unreliable, and friendship is even more unreliable. Mu Yun, you have been an agent for so many years in vain. You did not die because of my frame-up, but because of your own naivety. Do you understand? She was very sad at the time and regretted that she died before she could enjoy life properly. However, she did not expect to come to this world after death and gain complete freedom. It was a blessing in disguise. Pang Qingyan waited for a long time and finally waited for Muyun. Muyun came to the table and sat down, handed him the drawings in his hand, and said, "Let's talk about the jewelry shop first." Pang Qingyan nodded, picked up the drawings handed over by Muyun in confusion, and saw that there were exquisite jewelry patterns on them. He was surprised. "Miss Mu, you can also design jewelry and draw pictures?" Pang Qingyan felt that Muyun knew too much. His martial arts were so powerful, and he knew so many recipes. Now he could draw drawings and design jewelry. He was really too good. Muyun chuckled, "I know a little. Boss Pang, take a look at these I drew. Can the craftsman make them?" Pang Qingyan looked at several pieces of paper in a row. Muyun drew a lot, which made Pang Qingyan dazzled and excited. "Miss Mu, I have never seen the styles of these things. Compared with the ones we already have, yours are more refined, more beautiful, and very novel." Muyun nodded. "It's okay as long as Boss Pang thinks it's okay. The location of your jewelry store is good, no problem. And I see that your current customers are all old customers. These old customers are all from wealthy families and have no shortage of money to buy jewelry." The Leaf family across the street simply snatched away a wave of customers with low prices. "We will not lower prices. We will continue to do high-end business and attract more noble ladies to our store. The Leaf family's cheap store will allow it to continue to develop, and slowly their store will become synonymous with cheap. After a long time, the label will be formed. In the future, as long as there are ladies with a little money, they will come to buy from us because the things in our store are good things. Although the price is not cheap, our quality, workmanship, and style are all good. They are high-end products recognized by everyone. In this way, everyone will follow suit, and our business will pick up." Pang Qingyan nodded. He didn't quite understand the words such as labels and synonyms that Muyun mentioned. After asking the question and getting Muyun's explanation, he finally understood and marveled at Muyun's cleverness. He could come up with all these words, which was really amazing. Pang Qingyan's tone was full of admiration. "Miss Mu, what you said makes sense, but how can we attract all those powerful and wealthy customers? According to what you just said, if we want to create our own label, it will take some time, and we need the cooperation of customers. If they don't pursue our jewelry, it will be difficult to create this label." Muyun smiled and said, "This is not difficult. So, let's talk about the cloth shop. Women's clothes and jewelry are inseparable. After talking about the cloth shop, I will talk to you about how to attract customers and the two stores together to achieve bundled sales and drive sales." Pang Qingyan nodded and became more interested in Muyun's words. Muyun took out another piece of paper and handed it to Pang Qingyan. "Boss Pang, regarding the cloth shop, if you only sell cloth, you can't make much money no matter how much you sell. If the profit is too high, it will be difficult to sell, and if the profit is too low, you will suffer. So what I mean is, Boss Pang, have you ever thought about opening a weaving workshop, weaving and dyeing cloth by yourself, and then selling it yourself? Of course, you can also wholesale it to others and sell it. In this way, you can make more money." Pang Qingyan was helpless. "Miss Mu, of course I have thought about this. 3 years ago, I bought a cloth workshop, but I lost a lot of money in the end. Weaving and dyeing cloth are not so easy to do." Muyun pointed to the paper in Pang Qingyan's hand and said, "This is one of the materials, methods, and techniques for weaving and dyeing cloth that I wrote down. I also learned some skills about weaving and dyeing cloth. Of course, the cloth woven according to my method is definitely not the ordinary cloth on the market now. If Boss Pang has workers, we will experiment first, weave, and dye a piece to see the effect, and then we can talk about it." Pang Qingyan could hardly hide his surprise. "Miss Mu, you also know how to weave and dye cloth? What on earth can't you do? You are so shocking." Pang Qingyan even wanted to use the word shocked to describe his inner feelings at this moment. Muyun really made him feel surprised and shocked again and again. Muyun smiled and said embarrassedly, "When I am bored, I like to learn this and that. I accidentally learned a lot of things. Boss Pang, what do you think of my suggestion?" Pang Qingyan nodded. "Okay, I will go find workers to try it out, but this is a secret. It will be bad if it is leaked out, but it will not work if I don't show it to those masters. If I don't show it to them, they can't weave it out." Muyun thought for a while and asked, Are the workers that Boss Pang is looking for workers from other companies? Pang Qingyan nodded. It was the cloth shop that I bought, and then sold 3 years ago. The boss is an outsider and his whole family are weavers. After taking over the cloth shop I sold to them, there was not much business, but they could still make a living, so they have been running it. Last year, they asked me if I wanted to buy the cloth shop back. That cloth shop was of no use to me, so I naturally would not buy it, and then they didn't ask again. Muyan said, the cloth shop is useful to you now. You can buy it and then sign an agreement with the workers so that there will be no worries about the secret recipe being leaked. Pang Qingyun hesitated. Miss Mu, although the cloth shop is small, it costs 1 or 200 taels of silver. I can afford this money. If it was in the past, it would be a loss and our family could afford it. But now, if it loses, it will be worse for the Pang family. 1 or 200 taels used to be insignificant to him, but now 1 or 200 taels have become very important. Muyan nodded to show her understanding, and she said, Boss Pang, doing business is risky, and I dare not guarantee that you can make money 100%. You make your own decision. What I can tell you is that the cloth woven and dyed according to my method is different from the cloth on the market now. The cost will be lower and it will be easier to make. As long as it can be made, sales will not be a problem. Pang Qingyun hesitated for only a moment, and then he made up his mind to listen to Muyan. It was just more than 200 taels. He had made a bigger investment in the past. Now that it was like this, there was nothing to be afraid of. With a determined look in his eyes, he said firmly, Okay, Miss Mu, I'll listen to you. I'll go by the cloth shop and weave and dye your cloth as soon as possible. Muyan nodded. Okay, Boss Pang seems to be destined to be a boss. He is very courageous. Don't worry, let alone the richest man in Lingxi County, you may even be the richest man in the great Xia Kingdom. Pang Qingyun never thought about the position of the richest man in Xia State. He just hoped to keep all the inheritance left to him by his father, and he would be content. After dealing with the things, Muyan took the 3 children and Zizhu to buy some food, clothes, and 2 large quilts, and returned to Yueya village. After not seeing her for 2 days, the villagers were curious and guessing again. Seeing her come back with 2 strangers, the villagers speculated even more. Muyan, where have you been? I haven't seen you for 2 days. An aunt who was not familiar with her asked, with curiosity in her eyes, but no malice. Seeing this, Muyan also spoke kindly, and I went to the city but was delayed by something and just came back today. Aunt Lu nodded. Oh, then is this your relative? I haven't seen him before.
Muyan nodded. Ügezo.
This is my distant cousin. This is the child of my sister. Now there is no one at home, so she can only come to me for help. Muyan casually arranged an identity for Zizhu and Muyang. After all, they live in the village, and she is just a farm girl. If she tells others that this is the maid she bought, then the topic of discussion among these people will become her, and she doesn't know what to say at that time. It's better to have less trouble than more, so let me say this to you first. Aunt Lu nodded, and didn't ask any more questions. After returning home, Muyan went to see if her sweet potato seedlings had sprouted. Zizhu and Muyang were both looking at this house. Zizhu didn't expect that the person who bought her actually lived in the village. She thought that Mu Yun was at least a businessman doing business, and a farmer would never buy a maid. But no matter what Mu Yun's identity was, he was her master. Zizhu was just curious and didn't have any other thoughts. Mu Yun was checking his sweet potato seedlings when the village chief came outside with Li Dolly. Mu Yun, you're finally back. Dolly came to your house last night and didn't see anyone. He also asked me where you went. Li Dolly has another 2-day holiday. As soon as he came back, he remembered his duties and came to Mu Yun's house to report, but he didn't see his family. He came to see them again this morning, but still didn't see them, which made him a little worried. He also thought that it would be better if they never came back so they wouldn't have to force him to do hard labor. But thinking about it, he thought it would be better to let them come back. It's just some hard labor. He did something wrong, and he should atone for his sins. I just don't know if Yueya and Yuan Bao will forgive him in the future. Li Dolly followed his father with his head down, carefully raised his head and glanced at Yueya and Yuan Bao. Seeing that it was the village chief, Mu Yun casually invited him to come in and sit down. Yueya brought Mu Yang and introduced her home to him. Look, Brother Muyang, do you like our family? We will live together in the future. Yueya likes Muyang very much. After taking a shower and changing into new clothes, Muyang revealed his original appearance, which was very handsome. Although he was a little worse than her brother, he was already the most handsome brother she had ever seen besides her brother. Yueya happily pulled Muyang around. Li Dolly was envious when he saw this scene. Yueya had never been so good to him. She was always afraid of him and didn't dare to get close to him, let alone holding hands and playing together so intimately. Li Dolly looked at Yueya, Yuanbao, and Muyang with resentment, while the village chief was curious to see what Muyun was doing. What are you planting in the soil? It's sprouted. The village chief asked curiously. Muyun replied while watering, This is sweet potato seedlings. I plan to plant sweet potatoes. The land you gave, village chief, is mostly mountainous. The harvest is not good if you plant other things, but sweet potatoes are the best on that land. The village chief was very surprised. You can plant sweet potatoes?
How do you plant them?
No one in their Yueya village knows how to grow sweet potatoes. Not to mention Yueya village, even the several villages nearby don't know how to grow sweet potatoes. If you want to eat them, you have to buy them, and they are only sold in the city. Sweet potatoes are a product of He County, which is rich in sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes grown there are big and sweet, and very delicious. Muyun did not stop watering and responded, First sprout and grow seedlings, and then plant them in the ground. The village chief suddenly realized, so that's it. Someone in our village also thought about growing sweet potatoes before, so they planted sweet potatoes in the ground like potatoes. As a result, leaves grew, but the sweet potatoes in the ground were the size of thumbs and could not be eaten at all. In the end, no one planted them anymore. Muyun, how did you know to plant it this way? Have you planted sweet potatoes before? Muyun replied, When I was in my hometown, I saw people planting it, so I took note. The village chief nodded, so that's how it is. Muyun, can I tell the villagers about your method of growing sweet potatoes? I will tell everyone that this was your idea, and everyone will remember your favor. Our Yueya village has a lot of mountains. If we can grow sweet potatoes according to your method, we won't be afraid of going hungry in the future. Muyun nodded, Sure, go ahead and plant whatever you want. Seeing Muyun so generous, the village chief had a better impression of her. It seemed that she was not a calculative person. Okay then, thank you. The village chief glanced at his son who was standing aside, and hurriedly said, Dolly, come here and see if your Aunt Mu needs any help. Hurry up and work. Don't be lazy. Muyun, just order me around, I'll be leaving first.
Muyun nodded.
It had been several days since she ordered Li Dolly to do anything. She straightened up, looked at Li Dolly, and said, Go to the bamboo forest over there and cut some bamboo for me. Zijou, you go too. After Li Dolly cuts down the bamboo, you pull it over, and I will make a bed for you. There is only one bed in my house, and it is not enough for you to sleep on.
Zizu nodded. Okay, Mom.
Zijou, call me Sister Yun from now on. This is the village. It's not good to call you ma'am. We will discuss it. Seeing Muyun's serious expression, Zijou hesitated for a moment and nodded in response. Okay, Sister Yun. Seeing that they were going to work, Muyang hurriedly said, I'll go too. Muyun nodded, You can go, but you guys be careful and don't fall. There are many stakes in the bamboo forest. It will be dangerous if you fall on one of them. I know, Mother. The sounds of Yueya and Yuanbao running away were heard. Muyun turned his head to glance at their running backs and smiled indulgently. The people who were chopping bamboo were having a great time. With so many people accompanying him, Li Dolly didn't feel tired. Instead, he found it quite fun. But except for Zijou, no one else spoke to him, which made him very depressed. Yuanbao and Yueya also helped to pull the bamboos, dragging them back to their own yard one by one. Muyang was older than them and could take two at a time. Zijou chopped bamboo with Li Dolly. Although she was small, she was quite strong. Muyun looked at the bamboos that were piled up one after another and picked up a knife to start shaving off the excess branches and kicking the bamboos smooth. The bed had to be made quickly, otherwise Zijou and Muyang would have no place to sleep at night. Muyun's movements were very fast, and the smooth bamboos were piled up one by one, neatly. Mother, Li Dolly asked if there were enough bamboos. Yuanbao asked, dragging a bamboo over again. Muyun glanced at the bamboo on the ground and said to Yuanbao, "Go, and tell Li Dolly to cut about 10 more." Yuanbao nodded, dropped the bamboo, and went towards the bamboo forest again. Muyun had never made a bed before, but she had built a simple small house in the wild and thought that making a bed should not be more difficult than building a house. After processing the bamboos, she began to make them. She first tied the bamboo poles together with ropes and tied them tightly and closely in rows. She didn't stop until she tied them to the width she wanted and continued to tie the second row and tied them row by row like this until the shape of a bedboard came out. Li Dolly and others finished cutting the last bamboo, and everyone pulled the bamboo back. Seeing that Muyun's bedboard was about to be made, Zijou was very surprised. She looked so fragile and like a daughter of a wealthy family. How could she have so many skills and even do such rough work? It was really hard to imagine. "Madam. Sister Yun, let me help you." Zijou subconsciously called out the word madam and immediately recalled Muyun's earlier words and hurriedly changed her words. Muyun nodded and thought for a while.
There were no bricks at this time.
The bedboard was ready, but there was no support. If there were bricks, he could just pile up a few bricks to make a stable and firm support. Unfortunately, there were no bricks at this time. "Zijou, go to the bamboo forest again, find 8 bamboo poles of similar thickness, cut them down, and bring them to me. Li Dolly, you go too." Zijou nodded, called Li Dolly, and went to the bamboo forest again. "Mother, is there anything else we can do?" Yuanbao spoke sensibly, wanting to help Muyun share the burden. Muyun smiled, pointed to the pruned branches on the ground, and said, "You guys help me take all these things and throw them at the kitchen door. After they are dried, you can use them to burn." The 3 children nodded and started to work swiftly again. While they were working, the 3 little ones chattered. Muyong seemed to have forgotten all the common sense of life, due to his amnesia. He always had a lot of questions like a curious baby, chattering non-stop. Yueya told him what she knew and asked Yuanbao what she didn't know. Listening to the childish chat of the 3 little brats, Muyun found it very funny. She continued to do the work in her hands while paying attention to the 3 children. Outside the yard, Daqiang's wife came over with some wild vegetables. Seeing Muyun working, she walked into the yard with a smile. "Sister Muyun, I found a lot of wild vegetables in the mountains today. This kind of wild vegetables tastes good when fried. I'll bring some to you. You can try to fry it in the evening." Muyun asked Daqiang's wife to sit on the stool and then thanked her. "Thank you, Daqiang's wife. I'll try to fry it later." Daqiang's wife looked at a pile of bamboo and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "I cut so many bamboos." Muyun explained that he wanted to make beds for his cousin and nephew who had just come to live with him. Daqiang's wife heard this and hurriedly called her husband to help, saying that Daqiang was the best at making these things. Before Muyun had time to refuse, Daqiang's wife went to call people.
Muyun laughed helplessly.
She didn't like to owe favors to others. It was just that Daqiang's wife was too enthusiastic, which made her very helpless, but she felt warm in her heart. After a while, the couple came. Daqiang's voice was loud and cheerful. "Sister Muyun, if you need help, just come to me. You women can't do this kind of rough work, so you don't have to be polite." As soon as Daqiang came, he started working. He asked Muyun what kind of bed she wanted, and then he started to work. Li Dolly and Zijou came back after cutting thick bamboos. Muyun asked Zijou to cook and took her to the kitchen to let her get familiar with the placement of things. Daqiang and his wife were surprised to see Li Dolly helping with the work here. "Dolly, I didn't expect you to be so sensible and help. It's great." Daqiang began to praise. Daqiang's wife also followed suit with a few words of praise, but Li Dolly felt ashamed and blushed. Others didn't know why he was helping here, but he knew that the feeling of doing something wrong without telling everyone was really uncomfortable. Seeing that he didn't speak and kept his head down, Daqiang and his wife felt strange. Just as they were about to ask, Muyun walked over and said, "Li Dolly is helpful and has helped us a lot. He is shy." Daqiang and his wife smiled and felt that Muyun was not telling the truth. They guessed something in their hearts and didn't ask any more questions. Li Dolly ran to Yuanbao and Yueya to pick up branches with them. He didn't want to stay with these adults. Yuanbao. Yueya, I'll pick them up with you. Yuanbao and Yueya ignored him. Muyang looked at Li Dali curiously, then looked at Yueya and Yuanbao, then moved closer to Yueya and asked in a low voice, Yueya, why don't you pay attention to him? Is he a bad guy? Yueya nodded. Well, he's very bad. We don't like him. Yueya's voice was not too small, and Li Dali also heard it. Hearing that Yueya hated him, Li Dali was very sad, and his eyes instantly became lonely. Yueya, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. This was the first time that Li Dali formally apologized to Yueya, an apology from the bottom of his heart. Yueya saw him apologize, but ignored him and turned her head to the side. Yuanbao would not pay any attention to him and just do his own thing. Muyang looked at Li Dali with sympathy and shook his head helplessly. Later, when he learned about what Li Dali had done, but he felt that Li Dali's death was not a pity, so he had no sympathy for him and even wanted to beat him up. But these are all matters of the future. Seeing that they ignore him, Li Dali stopped talking and worked quietly. Zijou was cooking in the kitchen, and she also arranged the wild vegetables brought by Daqiang's wife. Muyan also bought pork and ribs today. In order to thank Daqiang and his wife for their help, she asked Zijou to make a richer dinner. Because there were 2 beds to make, the workload was a bit heavy, and Muyun was not idle. He continued to tie the bed boards and had to finish it before dark. There were still a few frames for support, so Daqiang went to cut some back himself. The 3 of them chatted while working, and the smell of food in the kitchen soon wafted out. Muyun's eyes lit up, and he was pleasantly surprised. This girl really didn't buy the wrong thing. The food smelled so good. It must be delicious. In the future, cooking will not be a problem. Muyun thought happily in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. Sister Muyun, your cousin is really good at cooking. The aroma is so tempting. Daqiang's wife said jokingly. Muyun nodded in agreement and said with a smile, I can't cook. It will be great to have Zijou in the future. Sister-in-law, you and Daqiang must taste Zijou's cooking skills later. The 2 were about to refuse, but Muyun spoke first. In order to thank you, I specially asked Zijou to cook more food for you. If you don't eat it, it will be a waste. We can't finish it. Daqiang's wife smiled embarrassedly. You are really? Why are you so polite every time? Don't be like this next time. It's too polite. Muyun smiled, and in the sunset, the 2 beds slowly took shape and were finally completed before it got dark. Zijou's food was ready, and after moving the beds into the house, Muyun invited Daqiang and his wife to eat. Zijou cooked braised spare ribs, stir-fried pork with garlic moss, braised eggplant, spicy stir-fried cabbage, cold tofu, wild vegetables brought by Daqiang's wife, and a pot of cabbage and tofu soup. This sumptuous meal stunned Daqiang and his wife, and the children were also very happy. Yueya praised, Sister Zijou, the food you cooked looks delicious. Yueya swallowed her saliva. The taste was so fragrant. Zijou smiled shyly when she was praised. This feeling of being recognized was really good. It aroused a trace of confidence in her lonely and humble heart, and she felt that she was also useful. Muyun warmly invited Daqiang and his wife to eat. She was afraid that they would be shy and embarrassed to pick up food, so she could only take a pair of public chopsticks and keep picking up food for them. There were also Zijou, Muyang, and her 2 children. It was the first time she was so busy at a meal, but today was a special situation. Everyone was unfamiliar. It was the first time they sat together to eat, so it was understandable that she needed more care. Muyun was full of achievements and felt that she was more worldly wise. Everyone was satisfied with the meal. After the meal, Daqiang's wife helped Muyun clean up the other 2 rooms and make the beds. The couple then walked back home slowly in the moonlight. Muyun assigned rooms to everyone. She and Yueya had 1 room. Muyang Yuanbao had 1 room, and Zijou had 1 room. After the arrangement, she sat in the yard leisurely to watch the moon. Such a quiet and beautiful atmosphere made her feel very good. Looking at the empty yard, she thought about arranging a swing and a rocking chair in the back and planting more flowers and plants. This place will be a paradise in the future. In the early morning, The sun began to rise. Muyin got up and opened the door. He saw Zizhu tidying up the yard. The smoke from the kitchen slowly rose, and the crisp birds chirped around. Muyin stretched in a good mood and said with a smile, "Good morning, Zizhu." Zizhu saw her and smiled and shouted, "Good morning, Sister Yun." Muyang and Yuanbao had also gotten up. Only Yueya was still sleeping. Muyin did not call her. It was early in the morning, the air was good, and her spirit was good. Thinking of Yuanbao's request to learn martial arts, she thought she could make arrangements. "Let's start from this beautiful morning." Thinking of this, she shouted to the two children, "Yuanbao, come here. Didn't you say you wanted to learn martial arts before? Let's start learning from today, okay?" Yuanbao was very happy to hear that, and his little face was full of excitement. "Okay, mother." Muyang also wanted to learn. He looked at Muyin expectantly. "Auntie Yun, can I learn? I also want to become powerful." Muyin nodded, "Of course, but learning martial arts is very hard. Since you have decided to learn, you can't escape. You have to keep learning." The two nodded. Muyin first asked them to stand in a horse stance and stabilize their lower body. The two children's movements were not standard. She guided them a few times, and they corrected them immediately. They learned well. After a while, Yueya got up and pushed the door open. Seeing her brothers doing horse stance, she walked over curiously. Brother Muyang, what are you two doing?" Muyang said happily, "We are learning martial arts. Aunt Yun is going to teach us martial arts." Yueya said hurriedly, "I want to learn too. Mom, I want to learn too." Yueya ran to Muyin, pulled her arm, and acted coquettishly. Muyin smiled dotingly and touched her head. "Okay, sure. Go get a comb, and let Mom comb your hair. Then you can do horse stance with your brothers." Yueya smiled happily, nodded, and skipped back to the room to find a comb. When Li Dali came, Yuanbao and the others were doing horse stance. He was a little curious and wanted to go over and ask, but he thought they would ignore him. Helplessly, he stopped. "What are we going to do today?" Li Dali came to Muyin and asked. Muyin thought for a moment and said, "Go to the stream and find some stones, about this size or bigger or smaller, but they must be flat. Find more and put them by the stream. If you can't lift them, don't take them. I'll go get it after I find it." Although Li Dali looked like a tall boy, he was only 10 years old after all. Muyin had no interest in abusing children. He was afraid that the stone was too heavy for him to lift or hurt him, so he told him to get it himself after he found it. Li Dali nodded and went to the river. "Mother, I can't hold on any longer." At this time, Yuanbao and Muyang's foreheads were covered with fine beads of sweat. The two had been squatting for more than 10 minutes, and Muyin was quite satisfied. "Auntie Yun, I can't hold on any longer either." The two of them had been competing secretly, so they had persisted for so long. Muyang felt that Yuanbao could persist at such a young age, and he couldn't lose, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Yuanbao felt that Muyang didn't say he was tired, so he couldn't say he was tired either, and he couldn't lose to Muyang, so he gritted his teeth and persisted. But after persisting for a while, he finally held back and spoke. Fortunately, Muyang also spoke, and Yuanbao thought to himself that at least he didn't lose too badly. Muyin smiled. "Okay, that's enough." Hearing this, the two stood up immediately. After standing up, they felt their legs go weak in an instant and almost fell to the ground. They staggered for several times before they stood firm. Muyin looked at the two of them and smiled. "Now you know that practicing martial arts is not easy. You have to pay for everything you want to get. There is no such thing as something for nothing in the world, do you understand?" The two nodded. "I understand, Mother." "I understand, Aunt Yun." What surprised Muyin was that Yueya was still holding on. Although she started after Yuanbao and Muyang, she had been squatting for quite a while. "Can you still hold on? If you can't, get up." Muyin spoke to his daughter. Yueya smiled with her eyes curved and her tone was sweet. "I'm still okay, Mother. I'll squat for a while longer." Judging from the breath of her voice, she could indeed stay there for a while longer. So Muyin stopped talking. She couldn't bear to see her daughter suffer, but she also thought that it would be good for Yueya if she could learn some self-defense skills. At this moment, she finally understood the saying that a loving mother often spoils her child. In her heart, Yueya and Yuanbao were her children. She couldn't bear to see them suffer, and she felt distressed to see them suffer. But for the future, she still had to put away those heartaches and reluctance. Blindly pampering them would only hurt them. Yuanbao and Muyang looked at Yueya in surprise. They didn't expect that Yueya, who usually looked soft and sticky, was so powerful. The two felt a little ashamed and secretly thought to themselves that they must persevere next time. The fragrance from the kitchen had already wafted out. Muyun smelled the smell and asked Ziju, "Ziju, what did you make for breakfast that smells so good?" Muyun once again sighed in his heart that the purchase of Ziju was worth it. Before, their breakfast was still hard and astringent black steamed buns. Now with Ziju, they can enjoy delicious food every day, and life is getting more and more promising. Sister Yun, I steamed some buns with pork and green onion filling. They will be ready soon. Muyun nodded, smelling the fragrance, feeling happy. Ziju, I bought 2 chickens last time and haven't eaten them yet. You can stew the chickens at noon. Can you kill chickens? The 2 chickens bought from Daqiang's wife haven't been eaten yet. They are all skinny from hunger. Ziju shook her head. I haven't killed one, but I can learn. Don't worry, Sister Yin, I can stew chicken soup. Muyun nodded. It's okay, I'll kill it later, and you can take it away. Muyun even killed people, let alone chickens. Thinking that Ziju was still a little girl, she might be afraid of killing chickens, so she should kill it herself. Oh yeah, that's enough. I won't squat anymore. Go have breakfast with my mother. Seeing that Yueya hadn't called for a stop, Muyun took the initiative to speak, fearing that her small body couldn't bear it and that she had to proceed step by step. She walked over to wipe the sweat off her daughter's forehead and praised with a smile, Our Yueya is really amazing. If she eats more today, she will be even more amazing. Yueya was even happier to be praised by her mother. Her eyes were full of sparkling confidence, and her eyebrows were so cute. Muyun couldn't help but pinch her little face. And Yuanbao and Muyang are also amazing. They can persist for so long on the first day. It's very good. Not forgetting the other 2, Muyun praised them all. Ziju brought the buns and porridge to the table, and Muyun took the children to wash their hands. Ziju, go call Li Dali and ask him to come and have breakfast before going to work.
Muyun said to Ziju.
Ziju nodded. Okay, Sister Yun. Li Dali had already picked up many stones by the river. He was a little surprised to hear Ziju calling him to have breakfast. I've eaten, you guys eat, he said lightly. Ziju continued. It was Sister Yun who asked me to call you. If you don't go, she will have to call you herself. Li Dali still lowered his head to work. I really have eaten, you guys eat. Seeing that he still refused to go, Ziju had no choice but to go back. Sister Yun, he said he had eaten and refused to come. Muyun nodded. Forget it if he doesn't come. Ziju, please sit down. Let's eat first. Li Dali by the river couldn't help but look up frequently. After a long time, he didn't see Muyun coming to call him. He felt a little disappointed, but he felt that this was normal. How could Muyun come to call him? What Ziju said just now was not credible, but he believed it a little. Li Dali continued to lower his head to look for stones, and the disappointment in his heart soon dissipated. After Muyun finished breakfast, she took 2 buns and went to the river. Seeing Li Dali moving stones, she walked over and handed him the buns in her hand. Here, eat first and then work. Li Dali looked up at her in surprise. He wanted to refuse but heard Muyun say, if you don't want to delay your work, eat quickly and continue working. There are a lot of things to do today. Don't refuse. If you refuse, you will have to work as a laborer for me for another 6 months. Hearing this, Li Dali swallowed the words in his throat again. After putting down the stone, he took the bun from Muyun's hand. When he bit it open, it was full of meat filling, and juice was flowing out. The aroma of meat and onions swept Li Dali's entire taste buds. He looked at the bun in his hand in surprise. The taste in his mouth was too fragrant. He had never eaten such delicious food in his life. He couldn't wait to take a second bite and a third bite. He finished the bun in 4 bites. Is it delicious? The buns made by Ziju are not bad. Muyun asked when she saw him eating happily. She counted the stones that Li Dali had picked up and it seemed that it was almost enough. Li Dali was a little embarrassed. He concealed his embarrassment and replied in a low voice, "It's delicious." He was a little regretful that he didn't go to eat when Zizhu came to call him just now. After eating 2 buns, Li Dali was still savoring the taste. The taste was so delicious that his mouth was still full of the fragrance, and he was still reluctant to leave. "That's enough stones for now. Go and have a rest." Muyan thought that he couldn't make him too tired. After all, he was still a child, and he was afraid that his body couldn't bear it. Li Dali asked, "Do you want to move these to the yard?"
Muyan nodded, yes.
"I'll move them with you,"
Li Dali said.
Muyan hurriedly refused. "No. You are still young, and these stones are dangerous. There is still some distance from here to the yard. It's too dangerous for you to move them." Li Dali looked at Muyan in confusion. "Shouldn't you be happy if you hit me or make me tired? After all, I am your enemy. If I am not doing well, you should feel comfortable. Why do you care about these things? After all, this concerns your whole life. Although you are guilty, you are not guilty of death. It is enough to let you receive the punishment you deserve." Li Dali didn't understand. If it was his enemy, he would be happy to see the other party get hurt. "Okay, atone your sins well. Not only do you have to work, but one more thing. You have to be obedient."
Li Dali didn't speak.
Muyan picked up the stones and returned to the yard. When he turned around, he found that Li Dali had also picked up a piece and walked over. Seeing Muyan looking over, Li Dali said, "I'll take these small ones, you take the big one." Seeing that he was carrying it easily and without any effort, Muyan did not stop him. Zizhu also came over to take it together. Yuan Bao and the other 2 were still young, so Muyan did not allow them to take it. He asked them to find a shovel and dig out some pebbles from the river. There were quite a lot of pebbles in the river. The family divided the work and cooperated with each other, and they were very efficient. The 3 children rolled up their trouser legs and stepped on the water by the stream. The sun was at its peak, and people were warm, and the stream water was no longer cold. Mu Yang found a round red stone, and he handed it to Yueya like offering a treasure. "Look, this stone is so beautiful. I'll give it to you." Yueya stretched out her chubby little hand to take it. It was the first time she saw this kind of red stone, and she was very curious. She stared at it with her bright eyes. "It's so beautiful. Where did you find it, Brother Mu Yang?"
Mu Yang smiled.
Every time he saw Yueya's smiling eyes, he felt very happy and would smile too. "I found it in the river. If you like it, Brother Mu Yang will find it for you." Seeing that she liked it, Mu Yang felt even happier and smiled even more brightly. "Thank you, Brother Mu Yang." Yueya thanked him sweetly. After hearing that, Mu Yang became even happier. Yuan Bao on the side frowned slightly, walked over to take a look at the red stone in his sister's hand, and said with a disdainful tone, "It's not that great. Brother will find you a better-looking one." As he spoke, Yuan Bao also started looking in the stream, but after searching for a long time, he didn't find any beautiful stones, and he was very depressed. Muyan found a backpack, carried the pebbles that the children had dug out, and dumped them in the yard. She wanted to pave a stone road in the yard and leave the rest of the space for planting crops and flowers. The project was a bit large, and it was a few days later when she finished. Her sweet potato seedlings had grown a lot, and she was thinking about planting them when she had time, but Pang Qingyan came to her door. After he bought the weaving workshop, he gave the secret recipe given by Muyan to the weaving masters and asked them to quickly weave the cloth first to see, and they worked non-stop for several days and nights, and finally wove the cloth. The moment he saw the finished product, Pang Qingyan was stunned. The secret recipe that Muyan gave was for a kind of top-quality fabric. It was not only soft and smooth, but also had patterns on it. The patterns were woven directly into the fabric, and there was no need to embroider it with a needle. The most important thing was that the raw materials for this fabric were not expensive. Although there were many processes, they were not messy and were relatively easy. If it was produced at home, the cost would be too low, but the price could be sold at a very high price. This was simply a huge profit. Pang Qingyan had already begun to imagine that money was pouring in from all directions. He wanted to ask someone to call Muyan to the city, but in the end, he couldn't help wanting to come to Muyan in person. Muyan was also surprised to see him. The two talked for a long time in the yard and began to discuss how to improve the cloth shop business. Boss Pang, it's useless to say too much now. Let's weave out all kinds of fabrics first. I have several ways of weaving cloth, types of raw materials, and everything about cloth weaving. If we can make more different kinds of cloth, the market will be bigger. In the future, the whole Xia country and even the whole world will be full of our cloth shops. This business is not small. Pang Qingyun was shocked by Mu Yun's words. He never thought that one day his business would be all over the whole Xia country, or even the whole world. He thought it was unrealistic and a fantasy, but now, he felt that maybe it was really possible. Boss Pang, let's not talk about weaving and business for now. These are all safe. Let's talk about the issue of the share between the two of us. I didn't take out these things for nothing. As a businessman, Boss Pang should understand, right? Pang Qingyun nodded. Of course, Miss Mu, if you have any other ideas, you can tell me and we will discuss it together. Muyan nodded and then said, then I'll say it, if Boss Pang thinks there is something wrong, just tell me and we will discuss it again. Pang Qingyun nodded. Muyan said, regarding the weaving workshop, I want to own 30% of the shares. The accounts of the weaving workshop and the cloth shop are separated and not mixed together. The weaving workshop belongs to the two of us, and you own the majority. Pang Qingyun nodded. That's no problem. 30% is too little. So, you get 40%, and I get 60%. This weaving workshop has a bright future, and all of this is thanks to you. Without you, there would be no weaving workshop, and there would not be such a bright future. So, this 40% is what you deserve. Muyan was very satisfied with Pang Qingyun's generosity. If Pang Qingyun was a trustworthy person, they could cooperate for a long time in the future, which would save her a lot of trouble. There are also the cloth shop and the jewelry shop. You will get 10% of the shares in these two shops, and 20% of the shares in the restaurant. However, Miss Mu, you have to participate in the affairs of these shops in the future. You must make these shops do better and better. If they decline and lose money, then what I said will not count. What do you think, Miss Mu? The servant who came with Pang Qingyun had a painful look on his face. He wanted to persuade his master, but he couldn't speak because of Mu Yun's presence. Mu Yun smiled and admired Pang Qingyun's generous and cheerful character, but she rejected his proposal. I am very grateful for Boss Pang's kindness, but I can't take anything else except the weaving workshop. The remuneration from the restaurant is half of this month's income, and we have agreed on it. As for the cloth shop and the jewelry store, I just gave some ideas, and you don't have to give me a share. If you are really embarrassed, you can just pay me the design fee for the jewelry design drawings. I am really embarrassed to take the shares. Pang Qingyun didn't expect her to refuse, and was a little puzzled. At the same time, he wanted to cooperate with Mu Yun more in his heart. He always felt that Mu Yun would have more things. With her around, his various businesses seemed to have new developments. This feeling was very strong. Miss Mu, do you think it's too little? Pang Qingyun asked himself that he was still very generous. He couldn't figure out why Mu Yun didn't agree, or why she had other plans. Mu Yun gave him the feeling that he was not an ordinary person. Mu Yun laughed. How could that be? I think you gave too much. I'm not greedy. Having shares in the weaving workshop is enough. So, what are your plans for the future, Miss Mu? Have you ever thought about doing business? Or do you like rural life and will always live in the village? Mu Yun shook his head. I don't know yet, but I probably won't stay in this village forever. I like to travel around and see different scenery, but the children are still young now. For them, I can only stay here. Looking at the expression of longing for freedom on Mu Yun's face, Pang Qingyun nodded. Miss Mu is a very good mother. I see that the two children are old enough to go to school. Don't you plan to send them to study in the city? Mu Yun nodded. I have this plan, but they are still young. It's okay to wait for another year or so before sending them there. I'll live here for the time being. I like it here for the time being. She finally had the chance to experience the pastoral life she longed for in her previous life in this life. She should at least stay for a year before leaving, otherwise it would be a pity. I think, Miss Mu, you are very talented in business, so I want to cooperate with you. If you plan to do business in the future, you can find me for cooperation. I am not greedy for money. I think there should be no disagreement between us about profit sharing. I think you are a free and easy person, Miss Mu. Seeing that he mentioned cooperation again and again, Muya knew that he really wanted to cooperate. In this case, she could consider it. After thinking about it, Mu-yun said, "What do you think if I say that I want all your industries to be divided 50-50 with me before I am willing to cooperate with you? Are you crazy?" The servant beside Pang Qingyun couldn't help but speak in shock. He said this subconsciously, and by the time he reacted and covered his mouth, it was too late. Pang Qingyun gave him a cold look. "Go out and wait for me." The servant came back to his senses and felt a little embarrassed. He hurriedly retreated after hearing this. Mu-yun smiled and looked at Pang Qingyun and asked, "Boss Pang, do you also think I'm crazy? Or am I asking for too much?" Seeing Mu-yun's smiling face and calm appearance, Pang Qingyun smiled and said, "Miss Mu's request is indeed a bit too much at first glance, but if you can convince me, I don't think it is impossible." Seeing that Pang Qingyun was not angry and could still analyze rationally, Mu-yun admired that his emotions were indeed stable. It was much less troublesome to work with such a person. "The reason is that I can make you the richest man in Xia country, or even the richest man in the country. Do you think this reason is okay, Boss Pang?" Pang Qingyun looked at the confident and flamboyant Mu-yun. When she said these words, she didn't even blink, as if she was sure of winning. "Miss Mu, what makes you think you can make me the richest man in Xia country, or even the richest man in the country? You have to let me see hope. Only then can I believe you, right?" Pang Qingyun asked seriously. Mu-yun smiled and said, "I can open Pang's restaurants all over the country of Xia. I can make jewelry shops and clothing shops sought after by ladies and young ladies all over the country of Xia, and I can also open Pang's inns all over the world, making the Pang family's various industries famous and becoming household names." Mu-yun's words were so exaggerated that Pang Qingyun, no matter how calm he was, couldn't help wanting to laugh. Mu-yun looked at him and continued, "I know you may not believe it, but you can think about it, since I know so many delicious recipes. Don't I know more? There are thousands of foods in the world. How do you know that I don't have a recipe that can make more money? There are also the weaving secrets and jewelry design. I can also design beautiful ready-made clothes. Not only will our fabric sell well, but the dresses I design will make our clothing shop a big hit. And as for the inns, I have more novel design methods and can create a unique chain of inns. These are my abilities. When I say I can make you the richest man, I'm not bragging, but I have the confidence to do so. As for whether you believe it or not, that's up to you." After listening to this, Pang Qingyun really considered it seriously. In fact, according to the current situation, his half of the industry is not much, and all the shops are in a loss-making state. Half of his assets are probably only a few thousand taels of silver. In other words, half of his industry is divided to Mu-yun, which means that he gives her almost 2,000 taels of silver. If it can really develop into what she said in the later stage, then these 2,000 taels of silver are not even 96 cents. Thinking about it this way, this deal is still very cost-effective. If he does not rely on Mu-yun, his industries will only shrink slowly, and maybe there will be nothing left in the end. Thinking of this, Pang Qingyun agreed immediately. He was even a little impatient, let alone the richest man in Xia country. Even if he is an ordinary rich man, if Mu-yun had not appeared, he would not be able to become one. After thinking it through, Pang Qingyun couldn't wait to speak. "Miss Mu, I agree to what you said. We will split everything 50-50. There is no objection." Pang Qingyun's eyes were firm. Seeing that he agreed, Mu-yun's eyes were full of smiles. It seemed that she also had a chance to be the richest man. She smiled and said, "Boss Pang is really generous. Many years later, you will definitely be glad for your decision today. Then, Boss Pang, I wish us a happy cooperation." Mu-yun smiled and stretched out his hand to him. Pang Qingyun was puzzled and also stretched out his hand subconsciously. Mu-yun smiled and held his hand and shook it hard. "Happy cooperation."
Mu-yun smiled happily.
Pang Qingyun blushed a little and was embarrassed to touch her hand. "Happy cooperation."
He also said something.
Muyan quickly let go of his hand and continued to talk about their business plan. After Pang Qingyun blushed, she quickly returned to normal and continued to discuss with her normally. Pang Qingyun's arrival delayed Muyan for almost a day. When he left, the sun was about to set. The sweet potatoes were not planted, so they could only be planted tomorrow. Pang Qingyun came this time and brought the news that the restaurant needed more wild mushrooms. He asked Muyan to buy some from the villagers, as many as possible. Muyan hadn't been to the city for a few days, and the food at home was almost gone. When Pang Qingyun knew about it, she said she would have someone deliver it to her tomorrow and take the wild mushrooms back. Muyan thought that she didn't need to make money from selling mushrooms, so she thought about giving the opportunity to Da Qiang's wife. Da Qiang and his wife were both good people, and she was happy to help them. After telling Zizhu to cook dinner at home and looking at the 3 children, Muyan went to Da Qiang's wife's house, ready to ask her to go with her to find mushrooms tomorrow morning. She had never been to Da Qiang's wife's house, so she could only ask along the way. On the way, she met the 2 sisters Chunlan and Yueya. They were carrying baskets on their backs and going home. When they saw Muyan, Chunlan smiled and greeted them. "Where are you going, Sister Mu?" Muyan smiled. "I'm going to Da Qiang's wife's house." "Chunlan, what are you carrying?" Chunlan smiled. "I'm out cutting grass for pigs." "I'm about to go home." Most of the villagers raised pigs, as well as poultry such as chickens and ducks, because meat was too expensive to buy, and families who raised pigs themselves could eat more meat. Muyan nodded. "Well, then you go home quickly. I'm going to Da Qiang's wife's house." Chunlan nodded. "Okay, Sister Mu. Why did you say hello to her? She's just a widow. What's the point of marrying her?" Muyan walked away a little, but still heard Chunyue's complaints to Chunlan, and their tone was full of disdain. Chunlan's disapproving voice rang out. "Chunlan, why can't you change your mouth? Sooner or later you will offend people. Sister Mu didn't provoke you, but why do you always have a bad face when you see her? You want to marry into the city, but you don't control your mouth. If you offend people in the city, who will take care of you in the future?" Chunlan was really doing this for Chunyue's good, but unfortunately, Chunyue didn't think so. "Humph. You're just jealous of me. Don't think I can't see that you are unhappy these days. Isn't it because the Jia family didn't like you but liked me? What are you unhappy about?"
"You're not as pretty as me."
Chunyue's proud voice revealed her mood at the moment, but Muyan found it funny. Where did Chunyue get the confidence to think that she was prettier than Chunlan, with her face full of pimples, but the pimples on her face seemed to have improved a lot. The voices of the 2 sisters were getting farther and farther away, and Muyan quickened his pace. Just as he arrived at the door of Da Qiang's wife's house, he heard noisy sounds coming from inside. "Da Qiang's wife, you have been married for 2 years, and you haven't laid an egg yet. Your sister-in-law finally got pregnant, but she had a miscarriage because of you. You jinx, do you want our Zhou family to have no descendants? I said a few words to you and you feel wronged. How can you have the nerve to do that?" Da Qiang's wife stood aside feeling wronged, her tears constantly falling. There was an old man sitting next to the old woman. It was Da Qiang's father. Muyan knew him because he had ridden in his ox cart. There were 2 men and 2 women next to them. One woman was crying and wiping her tears, and the man was holding her shoulder and coaxing her gently. "Sister-in-law, you're just jealous that I am pregnant, but you can't do this to me. This is your nephew too. How can you be so cruel? I used to trust you so much and thought you were a good person. Now I know that I was wrong about you." The crying woman spoke in a sad tone, with a look of regret, accusing Da Qiang's wife. "It's not me, it's really not me. I didn't put safflower in the soup. I'm not jealous of you, sister-in-law. I'm very happy that you are pregnant. I really don't."
"You believe me."
Da Qiang's wife cried and explained, but no one believed her. Da Qiang's mother spoke. "Humph. I have known what you are up to for a long time. Now you dare to do such a thing to harm others. I must send you to the government. Enough." "Mother, the safflower was not planted by a ewe. I can testify that safflower is something that needs to be purchased from a clinic. You can go to all the clinics in the city to ask if a ewe has ever bought safflower. It is obvious that someone has deliberately framed her, and I can't figure out what the purpose is. Originally, I thought that we were all family, and we should endure what we should endure, and give in when we should give in, but now I find that I was wrong. Some people will only push their luck, and will not understand our efforts. In that case, let's separate the family. In the future, everyone will live their own lives, and there won't be so many conflicts. Zhou Daqiang said in a cold voice. He walked out from the side, hugged his wife's shoulders, and looked at her with a soothing look. Separate the family? As long as your parents are still alive, the family will not be divided. You, a rebellious son, are you going to ignore your parents who have raised you for 20 years for this woman? Daqiang's mother looked very sad. She pointed at her eldest son's face and asked angrily. Daqiang had a cold face. He was fed up with his parents' favoritism. Now his wife had to suffer with him. He didn't want to endure it anymore. His serious face was full of determination. Dad, Mom, let's divide the family. I've had enough of your favoritism over the years. Now we are all grown up. Let's divide the family. Everyone does their own thing and lives their own life. In this way, no one will feel hurt anymore. As for the matter of safflower, if you want to report it to the police, just report it. It's just right that the people from the yamen can come to investigate. Who put the safflower in my sister-in-law's soup? When the people from the yamen come to investigate, they will surely be able to find out and clear our name. Hearing Daqiang's words, the second daughter-in-law on the side could not sit still anymore and hurriedly stood up and said, Brother, family disgrace should not be made public. If this matter is reported to the police, then everyone in the village will know. How will everyone look at your sister-in-law at that time? Brother, you really don't care about your sister-in-law. Daqiang's sister-in-law looked at the second brother's wife with anger in her eyes and said, Daqiang did this for my sake. I agreed to report it to the police. I don't do anything wrong and I am not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door. People in the yamen will not accuse me of things I haven't done. Hearing this, the second daughter-in-law's eyes flashed with guilt, and she turned to persuade her mother-in-law. After listening to the second daughter-in-law's words, Daqiang's mother also felt that it was not good to report it to the police. Family disgrace should not be made public. It would be bad to spread it out. Besides, she didn't want to force Daqiang into a hurry. Otherwise, how can I get any benefits from their family in the future? Okay, then we won't report it to the police. Let's solve it at home. No, Mother, I will report it to the police. This is a life, my child's life. I will never allow the person who harmed my child to get away with it. He killed my child, and yet he has to pay for everything. There is no such good thing in the world. The daughter-in-law disagreed with her mother-in-law's words. Her usually lively and cheerful personality became unruly at this time, which made people a little overwhelmed. Daqiang's mother's sallow old face was full of impatience. Third brother's wife, we can just solve this matter behind closed doors. There is no need to go to the government office. I will make your sister-in-law give you an explanation. Daqiang's wife cried and said, I won't admit to what I didn't do, let alone give an explanation. Third brother's wife, please report to the police.
I didn't put the safflower there.
I am innocent, and I am not afraid of anything. Let the people from the government office investigate it and clear my name. Seeing the sister-in-law's firm face and her fearless look, the third brother's wife was actually confused, and the certainty she had just felt began to waver. Could it really not be the sister-in-law? But the red flowers were all found in her room. The third daughter-in-law was very entangled. Seeing that the eldest daughter-in-law was so ungrateful, Daqiang's mother was also furious. You ungrateful thing, if you report to the police, it's not our Zhou family who is missing, otherwise I will definitely send you to see the police. Mu Yun, who was outside the gate, also heard what happened clearly. She was thinking about how to help Daqiang's wife clear the charges. Suddenly, she turned her head and saw a small green snake lying on a big tree. She was startled. Looking closely, the small green snake was green all over like the color of jade, with a slender head and very beautiful. At first, I thought it was a poisonous snake. After getting closer and observing it carefully, I found that it was a non-toxic jade snake. Although the color is similar to that of the bamboo leaf green snake and the green mamba, the tail and head are different. The bamboo leaf green snake and the green mamba are both poisonous snakes and are highly toxic, but this jade snake is non-toxic and belongs to the ornamental snake. After confirming that it was non-toxic, Muyun found an opportunity to get close and grabbed the little snake. The little snake was pitifully small, just a thin snake, but the green color was so beautiful that Muyun couldn't help but like it. The strange thing was that after being caught, the little snake didn't run away, just struggled a little and didn't move. Muyun even suspected that it was stupid. But this snake could help her now, so it would be good to bring it in to scare people. Thinking of this, Muyun held the little green snake and pushed open the door of Zhou's house. When everyone heard the voice, they all looked at her. De Chong's wife saw that it was Muyun and wiped her tears in embarrassment. She was very embarrassed to let Muyun see her like this. "Xiaoyun, why are you here?" De Chong's wife asked after adjusting her mood. After getting along for a long time, De Chong's wife and Muyun had a much better relationship, and they also changed their names before. Muyun smiled. "Sister-in-law, I've been here for a long time. I just listened at the door for a long time." Hearing this, everyone's face was not good, and they looked at Muyun with displeasure. How could they be embarrassed to eavesdrop at someone's door? Daqiang's mother was about to speak, but Muyun spoke first. "Actually, it's very simple to find out who put safflower in the soup. I can help you find the person who put safflower in it to harm people." "Who are you? You can do such shameless things as eavesdropping at someone's door, and now you are still so shameless. You don't have to care about our family's affairs, get out." The second daughter-in-law hurriedly opened her mouth to drive him away, looking at Muyun with annoyance. Muyun smiled. "Why are you in a hurry? I'm here to help you." Daqiang's wife looked at Muyun expectantly. "Xiaoyun, what do you have in mind? Tell me quickly." Daqiang's brother also looked at Muyun expectantly, curious about what she would say. Muyun took out the little green snake from her sleeve. When everyone saw it, they were all shocked and hurried away from her. The second and third daughters-in-law were so scared that they screamed. Daqiang's wife was also scared and stepped back, and Daqiang behind her hugged her shoulders to comfort her. You, what are you going to do?" the second son's wife asked in horror, her eyes full of fear. She was most afraid of snakes, not to mention such a strange-looking snake. It was obviously a poisonous snake. Muyun smiled. "Don't be afraid, this is my pet snake. It's not poisonous. Its nose is very sensitive, and it hates the smell of safflower. It can smell even the slightest smell, and the smell of safflower is not too light. Give it to my little green snake to smell first, let it remember, and then let the little green snake smell, everyone here. If anyone has the smell of safflower on them, the little green snake will stick out its tongue to show that it doesn't like it. This way we can find out who bought the safflower." Hearing this, the second son's wife was immediately dissatisfied.
She started to yell.
"It's a joke. You can tell a person apart. You are such a liar. You must have lied to people before." Muyun walked towards her with a smile. "I see the sister-in-law is the most active. Why don't you go first?" "Sister-in-law Daqiang, do you have any red flowers?"
"Give me some."
Daqiang's wife hurried to get the red flowers on the side. They were wrapped in a piece of white cloth. They were just found in her room. After handing the red flowers to Muyun, Daqiang's wife asked worriedly, "Xiaoyun, is this really okay?" Muyun nodded. "Of course, sister-in-law. Why would I lie to you? I know my Chongwu snake best." Muyun took out the red flowers and shook them in front of the little green snake's nose. Sure enough, the little green snake's earth tongue appeared.
"See.
It really smells the smell of soil." Muyun picked a leaf for the little green snake to smell, but after it moved its head, it became quiet, without any smell of soil at all. Everyone believed it unconsciously. "Look carefully, it won't move when it smells other things. I see the sister-in-law is very active, so you should go first." Then Muyun took the little green snake and approached the second son's wife. The second son's wife hid behind her husband in fear. "Ah, get out of the way. Husband, save me, save me. This man wants to hurt me." Muyun hurriedly explained, I can guarantee with my life that this snake is non-toxic. If it hurts you, I will compensate you with my life. Madam, this is our Zhou family. Don't come to make trouble. Get out quickly. The second son of the Zhou family started to drive people away. He was also a little afraid of the little green snake. Muyan looked at everyone and said, "You won't let me report to the police, and you won't let me help you find the murderer. So you have to blame Da Qiang's wife, right? You guys are not the kind of people who bully others, right?" Seeing Muyan standing up for her family, Da Qiang's wife was very moved. Da Qiang's mother hurriedly said, "Who blames her? If she wasn't the one who planted the safflower, then who did?" The things were all found in her room. Muyan said in a cold voice, "Grandma, where are your 3 daughters-in-law? In addition to the one who was murdered and had an abortion, there is also a second daughter-in-law. It's unfair that you only suspect the eldest daughter-in-law and not the second daughter-in-law. Or have you always been so unfair?" Muyan's words made the old lady feel very embarrassed. She was biased, but she couldn't stand others saying that she was biased. When chatting with others outside, she would always emphasize that her family was harmonious. She treated her 3 sons equally and would never let others gossip. "You are an outsider. What nonsense are you talking about in our house? You don't understand our family affairs, and we don't need you to care about them. Go away," Da Qiang's mother said with displeasure on her face, thinking that Muyan was meddling too much. Muyan snorted coldly and said, "I don't want to get involved in your family affairs, but Da Qiang's wife is my friend. You can't bully her or slander her. You have to clear her name in this matter. As for your other affairs, I am not qualified and will not intervene. Don't worry." Da Qiang's wife was so moved that she was about to cry. She didn't expect Muyan to help her and treat her so well. At this moment, she thought to herself that Muyan would be her own sister in the future, and she would not let anyone who bullied Muyan get on with it. "Hey, you two, do you want to find out who really harmed your child?" Muyan spoke to the couple from the third brother's family. The 2 nodded immediately. "Of course, we are not trying to wrongly accuse the eldest sister-in-law, but the safflower was indeed found in the eldest sister-in-law's room." The third brother spoke, and his simple and honest appearance made him look like an honest man with few thoughts. Muyan nodded. "Okay, then, who do you think started a call for the search for safflower?" Zhou Laosen pointed at the second brother's wife and said, "It was the second sister-in-law. After my wife had bleeding, the second sister-in-law said that maybe she had eaten something that she couldn't eat, and that there must be something wrong with the bowl of hot water. Then she took it out and found safflower at the bottom of the hot water. After that, the second sister-in-law said that she saw the eldest sister-in-law sneaking around in the kitchen at noon, and then she went back to the room and didn't come out for a long time. Maybe the safflower was hidden by the eldest sister-in-law, but she didn't expect to find it as soon as she went into search." The second brother's wife was guilty and roared angrily, "You!
What are you talking about? Why are you talking about me? You want to slander me, right?"
Muyan ignored her and just looked at the others and said, "You are really stupid. Look at how your second sister-in-law tried to dissuade you from reporting to the police. It is most likely that she planted the safflower. Your eldest sister-in-law insisted on reporting to the police. From this point of view, your eldest sister-in-law would never do this. And I wanted to use a small green snake to smell whether there was any smell of safflower on her body, but she refused. It is obvious that she is guilty." Muyan's words made sense. Everyone's eyes fell on the second son's wife. Seeing this, the second son's wife panicked. He hurriedly explained, "I didn't. How can you believe the nonsense of an outsider? She is here to sow discord on purpose. She is simply abominable. I am talking nonsense? Ha! I never lie. Ladies and gentlemen, this matter is very simple. Either I let my little green snake smell the sister-in-law to help you identify whether she has touched the safflower, or report to the police and let the people in the government office investigate it. For such a simple matter, you still have to make a fuss. What's the point?" Da Qiang's wife also hurriedly said, "Yes, father and mother, either report to the police, or let Xiaoyun, the snake, smell all of us to identify who has touched the safflower. I am upright and have nothing to fear. As long as I can clear my name, I can do anything." Da-Chiang's wife is not stupid. At this time, she can also feel who framed her. The others were about to speak. But Da-Chiang's father, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Okay, this matter was not done by the eldest daughter-in-law. Let's stop here. Hearing this, everyone looked at Da-Chiang's father. Da-Chiang's mother frowned. What do you mean, old man? Do you know? Da-Chiang's father said coldly. Da-Chiang's wife is not that kind of person. After so many years, I know her temper. Seeing that her father-in-law still believed in her, Da-Chiang's wife's tears of grievance fell again.
Mu-Yun, right?
Go back. It is not appropriate for an outsider like you to interfere in our family affairs. I believe in Da-Chiang's wife. I know who did this, and I will not let your friend down. Da-Chiang's father spoke to Mu-Yun. Hearing this, Mu-Yun knew that it was not appropriate for her to stay any longer. She did not want to interfere in other people's affairs, but she thought that Da-Chiang's wife was such a good person and could not bear to see her being bullied and wronged. Grandpa, you are right. Since you will not let my sister-in-law down, I will leave. Xiaoyan. Da-Chiang's wife was a little embarrassed and wanted to explain for her father-in-law, but Mu-Yun pulled her aside and whispered, Sister-in-law, I have something to talk to you about today. Tomorrow morning, come with me to the mountain to find mushrooms. Do you know Pang's restaurant? Da-Chiang's wife nodded. Mu-Yun continued, I know their boss. Their restaurant needs a lot of mushrooms and the reward is generous. You can go with me to pick them tomorrow, and then they will come to my house to collect them at noon, and the money will be paid to you on the spot. Sister-in-law Da-Chiang looked at Mu-Yun in surprise. She didn't expect that she would call her for such a good thing. She was even more touched. Xiaoyun, it's not easy for you to raise a child alone. You can earn this money by yourself. Just go and pick it. Although sister-in-law Da-Chiang was very tempted, she thought of Mu-Yun's situation and felt that she needed the money more than herself, so she refused. Mu-Yun had no choice but to continue. Sister-in-law Da-Chiang, I don't need this money. I have other ways to make money. Don't worry, come to me tomorrow morning, and we will go together. If you don't come, I will give this job to someone else. Anyway, I don't need it. Hearing this, sister-in-law Da-Chiang became anxious. You girl, why don't you listen? Who complains about having too much money? You can also earn this money if you have other ways. Mu-Yun smiled and said, My other way makes more money. This way is given to you. Will you come? If not, I will give it to someone else. Sister-in-law Da-Chiang rolled her eyes at her helplessly, but her tone was intimate. Come, I'll come. Mu-Yun nodded in satisfaction. Okay, then I'll go back. You guys take your time to deal with your family affairs. After Mu-Yun left, she heard about the Zhou family's affairs from Da-Chiang as sister-in-law the next day. They separated and lived separately in the future, never mixing together again. The second son's wife admitted that she was the one who planted the safflower. When the family was separated, their share of the family compensated a lot to the third son's family, which calmed the anger of the third son's family. It can be seen that Da-Chiang's sister-in-law was very happy about the separation of the family. Seeing her happy, Mu-Yun was happy for her. With Zizhu, Mu-Yun no longer had to take the two children with her. Today, she and Da-Chiang's sister-in-law were the only ones looking for mushrooms. Speaking of mushrooms, Da-Chiang's sister-in-law said that there were a lot of mushrooms on the top of a hill where her family lived, so Mu-Yun followed her. The two climbed for a long time before they reached the top of the hill. Looking at the mushrooms all over the ground, there were still many that were rotten in the ground because no one stepped on them. Mu-Yun felt it was a pity. These mushrooms love to grow most after the rainy season. It rained more than 10 days ago. Now many of them have rotted. It's a pity. Da-Chiang's wife also spoke with regret. Xiaoran, can all these mushrooms be eaten? I don't quite understand. Mu-Yun nodded. Except for the red ones. All others can be eaten. Hearing this, Da-Chiang's wife was very happy and couldn't wait to start picking. Mu-Yun also squatted down and started picking mushrooms. The feeling of picking was really good. Looking at the increasing number of mushrooms in the basket, the two were very happy. Da-Chiang's wife, you found so many mushrooms. The two of us will return with a full load today. Da-Chiang's wife was also very happy. Although she didn't know how much these mushrooms could be sold for, they could still be sold. As long as it was money, she would be happy no matter how much. The two of them picked all the mushrooms in just a short while, and they had filled all the bags they brought. Muyun smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, it's a good thing you brought a big bag, otherwise these mushrooms really couldn't fit in." Da-Qiang's wife nodded. Seeing that Muyun called her sister-in-law and Da-Qiang's sister-in-law, she simply said, "Xiaoyan, call me sister in the future. Don't call me Da-Qiang's wife. It doesn't sound nice." Muyun smiled and nodded. "Okay, I also think Da-Qiang's wife doesn't sound nice, but I don't know your first and last name, so I don't know what else to call me. My name is Lu Yu. You can call me Sister Yu from now on." Muyun nodded and praised, "Sister Yu, your name is really nice." Lu Yu smiled shyly. "My father gave it to me. He is a scholar. Many people in our village ask him to give names because they say he gives nice names." Muyun nodded, and the two chatted all the way down the mountain. When they arrived at the door of their house, they saw a carriage parked at the door. It was someone from the restaurant. Because they wanted to send something to Muyun, the shopkeeper asked the waiter to drive the carriage and bring enough things for Muyun. Muyun led Lu Yu into the yard together. When the waiter of the restaurant saw Muyun, he hurriedly stood up and said, "Miss Mu, the boss asked me to bring something to you. Please see if it is enough." The waiter pointed to the pile of things on one side. There were all kinds of food and daily necessities, and food was the most. Muyun took a look and smiled. "That's enough, not more, not less. Thank your boss for me." After Peng Qingyun got more weaving secrets, he was busy continuing to instruct the workers to weave. Muyun would go and see in a few days. Since they would be partners in the future, he couldn't let others worry about everything. The waiter smiled. "Okay, Miss Mu. The boss asked me to bring mushrooms back. Miss Mu, have you picked them?" Muyun nodded. "Yes, I just picked them." "Weigh them." The waiter nodded and immediately took out the weight to weigh Muyun and Lu Yu's mushrooms. Lu Yu was a little excited. She didn't know how much these mushrooms could be sold for, and she was looking forward to it. "Miss Mu, this one is 5 caddies, 20 cents a caddy, and these 5 caddies are 100 cents. This one is 15 caddies, a total of 300 cents. Lu Yu was stunned. 20 cents a caddy? So expensive? Her eyes widened, and she looked at the waiter in disbelief. The waiter nodded. "These mushrooms are fresh, and the customers in our store like to eat them. Miss Mu is also a distinguished person in our restaurant. Naturally, she has to give the most appropriate price for the things she brings." Lu Yu was surprised. "I didn't expect Mu Yun to have such a good relationship with the restaurant." Looking at the look of this waiter, he respected her very much. "I didn't expect Mu Yun to be so powerful." Lu Yu admired him very much. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Brother Shower, this is my sister Yu. I will give her the job of finding mushrooms in the future. She will send them to the restaurant for you. I have a lot of things to do, so I won't do this business anymore." Lu Yu looked at Mu Yun in surprise. "Xiao Yun Yu." Mu Yun smiled at her. "Sister Yu, every year in the future, whenever it is the season for mushrooms to grow, you will go find fresh mushrooms and send them to the restaurant." The waiter hurriedly smiled and said, "Okay, then we will cooperate with this Lady Lu in the future." The waiter took the mushrooms and got on the carriage. He had to go back with the mushrooms to serve the guests. After the waiter left, Lu Yu took out 100 coins and handed them to Mu Yun. "Xiao Yun, we picked the mushrooms together, so we should get half of the money each." Mu Yun smiled helplessly. "I only picked 5 pounds, and the rest were picked by you, Sister Yu. I don't want this money." But Lu Yu insisted on giving it to her. "Xiao Yun, I know you want to help me. You have helped me a lot by introducing this mushroom picking job to me. I am very touched. You must take this money. Not to mention that it is half for each of us. If you help me like this, even if I give you all the money today, it will be worth it."
Mu Yun declined.
She didn't need this little money now, so she refused to take it. Seeing that Lu Yu insisted on giving it, she said helplessly, "Then, Sister Yu, do you have any chickens at home?"
Lu Yu nodded. "Yes."
Mu Yun smiled and said, "The 2 chickens last time were delicious. Sister Yu, if you really want to thank me, just give me a chicken. The money is not necessary." Hearing this, Lu Yu did not persuade him anymore. After persuading Mu Yun for a long time, he still refused. It was better for him to give in to the chicken now than to ask for nothing. She immediately agreed. Okay, I'll send you the chicken when I get back. With that, Yueya went back in a hurry. She tightly grasped the money she had just received in her hand. She was full of excitement and could not wait to go back and share this joy with her husband. After she went back, she did not see Daqiang at home, so she caught 2 chickens, sent them to Muyun first, and then went to the field to find Daqiang. Daqiang was working in the field at this time. Seeing his wife coming, he stood up with a smile and said, "Ayu, you are back?" Yueya nodded and could not bear the joy in her heart and ran towards him. "Daqiang, do you know what I did today?" Daqiang felt that he had not seen his wife so happy for a long time. Her bright and sunny smile at this moment made him feel as if he saw his wife before she got married. She loved to laugh like this at that time, and it was her smile that attracted him. "What's so happy about?" Daqiang looked doting, put down the in his hand, and caught his wife, who ran over. Yueya looked at him mysteriously and said with a smile, "Guess." Daqiang was helpless. "I can't guess. You'd better tell me quickly." Yueya couldn't wait to take out the 300 coins in her arms and handed them to him as if showing off. "This is the money I earned this morning. You count it." Daqiang looked at her in surprise and said in disbelief, "Did you earn this morning?" Yueya smiled and nodded heavily yes. Daqiang immediately counted a full 300 coins, which shocked him. How could so much money be earned in the morning? He hurriedly asked, "Ayu? Is this really what you earned this morning? What did you do? How could you earn so much money?" Yueya really liked to see her husband's surprised expression. She smiled and told her husband about Muyun's help to them. After listening, Daqiang also found it incredible and then said seriously, "Sister Muyun is a good person. She helped us so much. We must not forget her kindness in the future." Yueya nodded, "Yes, I know." The couple were very happy. They felt that the future seemed to have more hope. After the separation, it seemed that everything was really smoother. When Muyun was free, he started to plant his own sweet potato seedlings. He took the whole family, took food and drinks, and went to the fields. Zijou was very diligent. Muyun smiled and said to her, "Zijou, you didn't expect that you would have to farm after being bought? You have a hard life. If you go to a rich family, you will definitely live a good life." Zijou disagreed. She felt that it was very happy to live with Muyun and the children. She had no burden at all and did not have to serve them carefully. Living with them was very relaxing and happy. "Sister Yun, I don't think this is a hard life now. I eat so well every day, cook with you, clean up the yard, and do some work in the fields. These are all very relaxing. I am very happy." Seeing that Zijou's face was gradually filled with smiles, Muyun also smiled.
She just wanted to test it.
If Zijou really couldn't adapt to this kind of life, she would let her go. A forced melon is not sweet. If she was not willing to stay, even if she held her indenture in her hand, it would be of no use. After all, she could not sell or kill anyone if she was not satisfied. She could not do such a thing. So if Zijou was willing to stay and could adapt to this kind of life, it would be great, and she would not treat her unfairly. "That's good. I was afraid that you couldn't adapt." The two of them talked for a few words and then continued to plant the sweet potato seedlings. Muyang was also helping, and even Yueya and Yuanbao followed suit, handing the sweet potato seedlings to Muyun and Zijou. The 3 children were responsible for handing them over, while Muyun and Zijou were responsible for planting them. While they were busy, the village chief arrived. "Muyun, I guess you're here to plant sweet potatoes. Let me see how you plant them." Muyun looked over. "Village chief, what's so good about this?" The village chief sighed helplessly and said, "I told the villagers your method last time, but unfortunately they didn't believe it. They said that they had tried so many times before and failed, and they didn't believe that you could succeed in this way. They said that if your method worked, why didn't you plant it in Yueya village before? Obviously they didn't believe you." The village chief was really worried about the affairs of the village. He had been trying to find a way to make the villagers live better, but unfortunately, he had not found a suitable one. Although growing sweet potatoes would not make you rich, at least you would not have to worry about having no food. Families with many mountainous lands would always have a year when they did not have enough food and had to spend money to buy it. For farmers, spending money to buy food was too extravagant. Muyan smiled and asked, "Do you believe it, village chief?" The village chief nodded. "I do believe it. You don't look like the kind of person who would do something without confidence." Muyan smiled. "Since you believe me, let's wait and see the results. Some things cannot be rushed. When they see the sweet potatoes I grow, they will naturally believe it." The village chief nodded. "I think so too, but it's a pity this year. If we miss the season, we will have to wait until next year." Muyan nodded. "Indeed. Why don't you take the lead in planting it, village chief? Do you have any mountainous land? You can also use it to grow sweet potatoes. If you take the lead, maybe some families will be willing to follow suit." The village chief nodded. "I thought so too. The sweet potatoes have been prepared at home, and they're just waiting for them to sprout. But I am afraid of making mistakes, so I thought of asking you to go and have a look. You watch us do it, so that there will be no mistakes." Muyan did not refuse. "Okay, I will go and show you when I am done." The village chief nodded. Seeing that Muyan agreed so readily, he was also happy. "Muyan, I just think that you are an extraordinary person, and you will definitely be a dragon and phoenix among men in the future." Muyan thought that the village chief was flattering him, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. As they were talking, the village chief also went to the fields to plant, saying that he wanted to get familiar with it so that he could go back and teach his family. With the village chief joining in, the sweet potato seedlings they brought were quickly planted. The fact that the village chief was helping Muyan to plant the land was seen by many people, and it spread in the village in a short while that the village chief had taken a fancy to Muyan, who had just moved in. When Muyan finished work and went home, everyone she met on the road would look at her curiously. Although they would look at her before, the look they gave her today was very different. Muyan was very confused. What was going on? Why were they all looking at her like that? Puzzled, she walked to the doors of several houses and heard discussions coming from inside. "I was saying that I found it strange that the village chief was so nice, giving her land and a house to live in. It turns out that he has a crush on her. But that's true. Muyan is really beautiful. I have never seen a prettier woman than her in the city. TSK, what's the big deal about being beautiful? The fact that she has bad morals and is not a good wife is enough for others to poke holes in her spine." The village chief seldom goes to the fields to work. He goes to the fields to do rough work for her. It shows that he really likes her. You'd better stop talking about it. Be careful that others may hear and cause trouble for you. What's the big deal? She can do it, but can't let others talk about it? I hate such hypocritical people the most. The village chief must be more than a decade older than her. She is so shameless. Muyan couldn't stand it anymore. She handed the Tiziju. "Here. Wait for me at the door. Don't move." After saying that, she walked towards the yard and pushed the door open. The discussions inside stopped abruptly. The four women sat together, and all looked towards the door. Seeing that it was Muyan, they were all stunned. "You are talking about me behind my back, right? Spreading rumors, making up lies, distorting facts, and destroying people's innocence. You gossipers have never been taught a lesson, right?" Muyan walked towards them and started to question. The four of them had never seen Muyan beat anyone. Although they had heard about it, they all thought it was exaggerated. Muyan looked weak and frail, and he didn't look like he could beat up 7 or 8 big men at a time. However, they were all a little embarrassed to be caught on the spot saying bad things about others. After a brief moment of embarrassment, a woman immediately raised her proud head and said, "If I hear such words, I would be so ashamed that I want to find a place to hide and cry. How dare you come to my door to ask questions? You are indeed a savage who doesn't understand the ways of the world and the rules. You must be an orphan." The woman who spoke was the daughter-in-law of the Tao family, the richest family in the village. Her husband opened a steamed bun shop in the city. It is said that the business is very good. She herself had moved to the city with great enthusiasm, but she came back after only 1 month. When asked about the reason, she only said that she was bored in the city and didn't say anything else. After she came back, she didn't go to the fields to work. She was bored all day and went to visit people everywhere, chatting about this family's gossip and that family's affairs. The other women were also famous for being lazy. When these people get together, they have endless things to say. Generally, people who know a little etiquette will not mix with these people. But Muyan didn't understand them. She only knew that she was not someone who could bear being wronged. Since she had heard them, they had to be prepared to pay the price. What's more, this woman was so ignorant of life and death, saying anything. I guess you don't know me very well. So let me tell you, I am a very narrow-minded person. I can't stand any slander from others, and I usually take revenge on the spot. So today, you guys either apologize to me now, or I beat you up to apologize. Now you still have a choice. Do you want to choose? Muyan's tone was light. There was no anger in his eyes, only disdain and contempt for them. The daughter-in-law of the Tao family has always been a bold one, and she didn't believe that Muyan dared to hit her. Why apologize? We didn't say anything wrong. The village chief did give you the land to farm, and it is said that you two are flirting with each other, and you can tell that you have a private affair as long as you are not blind. As soon as she finished speaking, Muyan stepped forward and slapped her. Muyan was very strong, so the slap was loud. Besides Zizhu and the others, there were other villagers passing by, and they all stopped to watch out of curiosity. Everyone was shocked by the slap. Except for a few people at the door who had seen Muyan beat the Lu family members of Yueya village, the rest were shocked. Zizhu was afraid that everyone would misunderstand, so she explained to everyone. Everyone sympathized with Muyan and thought it was reasonable for her to get angry. After all, a woman's reputation is important. It's no wonder that she was so angry when someone was slandered like this. The daughter-in-law of the Tao family in the yard had been stunned by the slap. She covered her burning and painful face and looked at Muyan in disbelief. Which, you dare to hit me? I'll fight you.
Ah.
Before anyone could move, the roar of the daughter-in-law of the Tao family started, and she raised her hands to grab Muyan. Muyan dodged to the side, then kicked the woman on the ace, making her fall flat on the ground in a miserable state. You are the most despicable person. Not only did you spread rumors for no reason, but you also called me a savage with no parents. The thing I, Muyan, can't stand the most in my life is being wronged. If anyone wants to make me feel wronged, I will make her physically hurt. The other three women were all scared silly. One by one, they rushed to explain, no, it's not us who said that. It was the sister-in-law of the Tao family who came to tell us, and we were just agreeing with her. Yes, we didn't spread rumors about you. We were just agreeing with her. You can't blame us if you want to blame someone. Muyan looked at the three of them who were afraid of death and felt disgusted. You are so cowardly and timid, and you dare to talk about people behind their backs. You are really disgusting. The three people's faces turned red and purple. Feeling the many gazes outside, the three people felt so ashamed that they wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Since you know you are wrong, then apologize to me, and I will not pursue your fault. Muyan said lightly, but the daughter-in-law of the Tao family climbed up again. She was so angry that she had lost her mind and rushed towards Muyan again. Seeing that she was not giving up, Muyan snorted coldly and directly grabbed the person who rushed over. The force was so strong that the daughter-in-law of the Tao family felt that her wrist was about to break. Ah, it hurts, let go, you little witch, let me go. You speak bad words. It seems that your mouth is not painful enough, so you don't remember it. As he said that, Muyan slapped her again with his other hand, 2 slaps on each side. Everyone felt pain when they heard the sound. The daughter-in-law of the Tao family couldn't believe that one day she would be bullied like this. It was so embarrassing. Her face turned green with anger, and she tried hard to break free from Muyan's grip, still cursing. Ah. You little witch, stinky witch, I'm going to kill you. If I don't kill you, I'm not a human being. But no matter how hard she struggled, she still couldn't escape Muyan's grip, which made her even more irrational. The feeling of powerlessness spread throughout her body, making her furious inside, and her whole body was about to burn. Let me go. You rascal. A person without a father and a mother is nothing but a rascal. You witch, I heard that when you were in Yueya village, you had an affair with the son of the village chief. And the other person's wife came to beat you several times. Am I wrong? You still quibble and hit people, you shameless witch.
Vach papa. Papa.
Several slaps were heard in succession. Before the daughter-in-law of the Tao family could finish her scolding, her face was swollen. The burning pain on her face made her feel uncomfortable. Tears were welling up in her eyes. Muyan looked at her coldly and said slowly, "You are very brave. You are the first person who dares to provoke me like this. Today I will let you see what will happen if you provoke me." Having said that, Muyan struck again mercilessly, slapping her several times, making the daughter-in-law of Tao family speechless. Her face was red and swollen, and it hurt so much when she opened her mouth that she couldn't speak at all. The daughter-in-law of Tao family was desperate. She couldn't open her mouth now. Tears kept falling from her eyes due to the pain. She felt pain in her face, mouth, teeth, and everywhere. I want to report to the police.
I want to
report to the police. To arrest you. The daughter-in-law of Tao family said this sentence with great effort. With every word she said, her face hurt more, which made her very frugal with words, and she couldn't say anything more. Muyan sneered and spoke indifferently. It's up to you. You are the one who made the mistake. I just taught a lesson to those who bullied, spread rumors, and insulted me. You wait and see how the government will judge. Will they slap you in the face 20 more times to teach you to shut up and stop spreading rumors? Or will they punish me indiscriminately and support you? The daughter-in-law of the Tao family was uneasy, with a trace of guilt in her eyes. She did gossip, but she didn't deserve to be beaten like this. She felt that she was in the right. The daughter-in-law of the Tao family was about to leave, but was stopped by Muyan. Wait, apologize to me. You can't leave without you apologize. Hearing this, the daughter-in-law of the Tao family widened her eyes. She couldn't believe that Muyan dared to bully others like this. He beat her up like this and even asked her to apologize. Wouldn't it be a waste of beating? But seeing Muyan's cold expression, she knew that she couldn't leave without apologizing. In the end, she gritted her teeth and apologized reluctantly. The daughter-in-law of the Tao family finally left. The onlookers saw her running out and consciously made way for her. When the daughter-in-law of the Tao family saw this scene, she felt even more ashamed. She lowered her head and cried and ran away. The other women in the yard were busy apologizing to Muyan. Each of them was afraid that they would also be beaten like this. It was painful to watch. Seeing that the three of them apologized actively, Muyan didn't pursue it anymore. Anyway, he had already killed the chicken to scare the monkey. Let's see who dares to gossip in the future. But she finally warned, "This is the first time. I can forgive you if you apologize, but if there is a second time, it will not be as simple as an apology. I have a bad temper. I want to hit people if I don't agree with them. In the future, anyone who wants to gossip behind my back should first consider whether they can withstand a beating." After saying that, Muyan also left, took his from Zijou, and went home carrying the. When she came over, everyone unconsciously moved away a little afraid of her. "Sister Yun, you are so awesome." After a few days of getting along, Zijou's temperament became more lively, and she talked more. Muyan said, "If you are not awesome, you will only be bullied. You guys should learn from this. If you are bullied, you can't swallow your anger. You must bully back on the spot. Do you understand?" The three little ones nodded in unison. When they returned home, Muyan thought of the village chief's request and went to the village chief's house alone before it got dark. Zijou stayed at home to cook and look after the three children. When Muyan came to the Li family, she heard a quarrel in the house, and she seemed to vaguely hear her own name. Thinking of the rumors before, she sighed helplessly. These gossipers were really bored. She went forward and knocked on the door. The eldest daughter of the village chief came to open the door. When she saw Muyan, she was a little stunned, and then said coldly, "What are you doing here?" Hearing the quarrel between her parents, Li Damei also disliked Muyan, and her attitude and tone were very bad.
Who is it?
The village chief came out of the house and saw that it was Muyan. He hurriedly said, "Muyan is here. Come in quickly. Please come in." The wife of the village chief also walked out of the house. Her eyes were still red. It seemed that she had just cried. Mu-yun said lightly, "Village chief, on my way home from work, I met someone who was spreading rumors about me behind my back. I was very angry, so I beat him up." The village chief was surprised. "Ah? Who did you beat?" The village chief's wife and daughter also looked over curiously. Mu-yun said angrily, "Of course I beat the person who spread the rumors. Several people gathered together and said that I seduced you and asked you to work for me. Are you going to work for me? You're going to invite me to your house to teach your family how to sprout and grow sweet potatoes. These people are lying with their eyes open. You're someone who can be my father. Are they blind or have a disease in their brains? They even have the nerve to say such gossip. It is simply an insult to me and destroying my innocence. I can't let it go, so I beat them up." Seeing Mu-yun so angry, the suspicion that the village head's wife had previously had mostly disappeared. Come to think of it, her man is so much older than Mu-yun, and Mu-yun is only a few years older than their daughter. How could there be anything between them? The land and the house were divided to atone for her son's sins, not because he liked Mu-yun or saw that she was pretty. She was just being too stubborn and thinking the wrong way. Her man has been well behaved over the years and has never messed around outside. She should believe him. The village head's wife suddenly came to her senses, and the sadness in her eyes disappeared immediately, and she even felt a little guilty. The village head was helpless and asked hurriedly, "What did you do to the man? Did he get hurt?" Mu-yun smiled. "No, I just slapped that woman's face until it was swollen and she couldn't speak." "Who told her to curse me?" "The curses were so ugly that I couldn't imitate her. She also said that I seduced the son of village chief Zhu when I was in Yueya village. She spread rumors in front of me. How could I tolerate it? Once I got angry, I hit her even harder. The woman said she would report to the police, but I don't know if it's true or not." The village chief held his forehead helplessly and disagreed. "Mu-yun, aren't you a little too arrogant? It's very bad to hit people at every turn." Mu-yun was dissatisfied. "Village chief, hitting people is not good, but then they spread rumors behind their backs, talk nonsense, make up stories, and destroy people's innocence, which is good behavior. If you want to educate someone, go educate them. There is no need to educate me. If they hadn't spread rumors, I wouldn't have hit them. The source of this matter actually lies with them, not me." Mu-yun looked very unconvinced, and the village chief was speechless. The village chief's wife came over and said, "Mu-yun is right. Those gossipers are the most annoying. They should be dealt with, so that they don't always make up stories and cause people to misunderstand." The village chief was a little surprised to see that his wife was suddenly not angry anymore and believed in him, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't expect that just when he breathed a sigh of relief, the whole Tao family came. The daughter-in-law of the Tao family came with her parents-in-law and brother-in-law with a red and swollen face. Seeing Mu-yun at the village chief's house, she smiled, her eyes full of pride, but the smile did not last for a second before it broke, because when she smiled, she pulled the flesh on her face, and the pain made her tears come out instantly. "Village chief, my daughter-in-law was beaten, and Maida Zhuang has already reported to the police. We came to tell you about this first." The mother-in-law of the Tao family spoke with an angry look on her face. Although she didn't like this daughter-in-law very much, she was also a member of their Tao family. The new Mu-yun was too arrogant. It was said that she was an orphan. Bullying their Tao family was simply looking for death. The village chief heard that his head was big. "Sister-in-law of the Tao family, you reported to the police for such a small matter. Isn't this delaying the business of the government? Didn't you say that if you have any problems, come to me and I will solve them for you?" The Tao family's mother-in-law snorted coldly. "Looking for you? I heard that the little witch had an affair with you, and you had to protect her. How could I come to you for this matter? We are not fools." Mu-yun sneered, stood up and said, "Who is the little witch scolding?" The Tao family's mother-in-law didn't know that the person in front of her was Mu-yun. She had never seen him, only heard of him. "Who are you?" Mu-yun sneered at the corner of his mouth and said slowly, "I am Mu-yun." Hearing this, the Tao family's mother-in-law was surprised. Then she snorted coldly and said, "The little witch naturally scolded you. You shameless thing. You dare to hit my people. When the people from the Yamen come, you'll see what happens. Muyun sneered. Okay, I'll wait. If the daughter-in-law of the Tao family could speak at this time, she would have started to curse again, but unfortunately she couldn't, and could only look at Muyun with frustration and resentment. The village chief was about to speak, but he saw two Yamen runners coming to the door. Village chiefly, a man named Tao Dazhuang, went to sue that a man named Muyun beat his sister-in-law and beat her so hard that she couldn't speak. We are here to pick him up. You lead the way. The village chief was helpless. The man is here. There is no need to look for him. In the end, Muyun and the village chief and others all went to the Yamen. Muyun could only let the village chief's family go to his home to report the news and let Zizhu take good care of the 3 children. County Yamen in the city. It was the first time for Muyun to come to the ancient Yamen, and he looked around curiously. In the lobby, Tao Dazhuang was sitting, and when he saw his family coming, he hurriedly got up to greet them. Dad, Mom, the county magistrate said that he would let me come in person, and it's useless for me to sue. The mother-in-law of the Tao family patted her youngest son's hand. We are here, it's okay. The county magistrate is here. You all be quiet. As the voice of the Yamen runner sounded, a man in official uniform walked out from the back of the hall. Muyun looked at the magistrate. He didn't expect him to be so young. He heard from Peng Qingyun that the magistrate came from the capital. He must be a young master of a noble family who went to the countryside to gain experience and make political achievements. He didn't know if this person was reliable or not, and whether he would do anything reckless. Just as Muyun was thinking, the magistrate in the hall spoke. Who are you in the hall, and why did you report to the authorities?
Tell me one by one.
The mother-in-law of the Tao family explained the matter. In her words, she described Muyun as arrogant, domineering, and good for nothing. Muyun was not in a hurry and let her finish first. The magistrate in the hall frowned, looking at the mother-in-law of the Tao family, who was talking incessantly, and Muyun, who had a calm face, and thought to himself, Okay, I understand your appeal. What about the defendant, Mu? Do you have anything to say? Seeing that it was finally his turn, Muyun spoke up and refuted what the Tao family's mother-in-law had said one by one, and said, Sir, I did this only to maintain my reputation and protect myself. It's not only the knife that can kill people, a mouth can also kill people. Since ancient times, many women have died from rumors and slander. A woman's reputation is the most important, but knowing that it is important, some people still start to make up stories and distort the facts, not afraid of causing any harm to others. If I were a little more fragile, I'm afraid I would have hanged myself after not being able to bear the discussions of the villagers. In order to protect myself and clarify the rumors, I can only take action to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, so that those who like to make up stories and make up stories can see that there is a price to pay for talking nonsense. Sir, please give me justice, and give justice to those women who have been hurt by rumors. As long as you are willing to stand up for me and let everyone know that talking nonsense, fabricating facts, spreading rumors, etc. are all illegal and will be held accountable, then everyone will learn to speak properly in the future, because if you don't speak properly and spread rumors about others, not only will you cause harm to others, you will also have to pay a price yourself. Muyun talked a lot incessantly, and his mouth was dry. The magistrate looked at Muyun and was rarely surprised that she could say such a thing. Indeed, a woman's reputation is extremely important. Many women are often hurt, abandoned, scolded, and despised because of a false rumor. No one cares whether the rumor is true or not. Everyone just wants to watch the fun and will only say that there is no smoke without fire. He has seen a lot of women being delayed by rumors and fabrications when he was in the capital. I already know the ins and outs of the matter. As Mu said, Mrs. Tao was wrong first and she didn't repent. She repeatedly provoked and insulted. It is normal for her to be beaten for such behavior. Insulting others, spreading rumors about others, fabricating facts, and distorting facts are all inappropriate behaviors. Mrs. Tao, you should repent. The people of the Tao family couldn't believe that the county magistrate would make such a judgment. They had asked someone to give money to the county magistrate, who was the village chief's brother. Why didn't he help them now? Sir, I don't accept it. The The daughter-in-law of the Tao family spoke while holding back the pain, her eyes full of anger. Sir, it was obviously her who beat me. Why didn't you arrest her and put her in jail and still said it was my fault? Are you protecting this little witch because she is pretty? As soon as she said this, everyone thought she was crazy, and they looked at her in surprise, their eyes full of disbelief. How dare this Mrs. Tao speak to the county magistrate like this in court? The county magistrate in the court was shocked for a moment, then his face turned ugly, and he spoke coldly. Bold Mrs. Tao, not only did you speak ill of innocent people, slander and spread rumors, humiliate and abuse them, but now you are slandering the court officials in court and making up rumors at will. It seems that not only have you not been wronged, but you have also underestimated you. The magistrate shouted loudly, "Come here." Mrs. Tao not only spread rumors and insulted her neighbors, but also openly slandered court officials in court. She is unrepentant and has no regrets. Now she will be severely beaten 5 times and imprisoned in jail for 5 days to serve as a warning to others. Upon hearing this, the daughter-in-law of the Tao family was stunned. She was suddenly frightened and felt regretful. She subconsciously opened her mouth to insult again, but realized that this was in court, so she didn't dare to open her mouth again. She could only shout loudly, it's unjust, sir. I won't dare to do it again. Please forgive me this time. Please forgive me this time." The daughter-in-law of the Tao family finally screamed out of fear, but no one paid attention to her. 2 yamen runners dragged her and pressed her on the board. The yamen runner, who was executing the sentence, was holding a big board in his hand, looking very aggressive. The daughter-in-law of the Tao family felt that her legs were so weak from fear. She really regretted it at this moment. She shouldn't have been so quick-tempered and shouldn't have been so outspoken. After these 5 big boards, her buttocks would be broken and she would have to go to jail. How could she live like this? Fear took over her whole body. She began to tremble, and tears flowed down her face. "Sir, please spare my life. Please spare my life." The whole family of the Tao family knelt down and begged for mercy, but the magistrate ignored them. He was really angry. It can be seen how bold she is. If she is not taught a lesson, she will not learn her lesson. Who knows how many people will be slandered and ruined by this mouth in the future. Tauda watched his wife being beaten, but he didn't feel any pity. She moved to the city because she was disliked by the neighbors around because of this mouth. After a month, she couldn't stand the indifferent attitudes and gossips behind others, so she went back to live in the village. But she didn't expect that she would cause such a big thing in the village. Their Tao family has never been to court in their lives, but today they all came because of her. Dad, mother, second brother, third brother. She did this herself. She deserves what she is now. Don't beg for mercy. Adults have their own rules for handling cases. How can they give up the punishment just because of your plea? After hearing what their eldest son said, the 2 elders also felt that it made sense, so they also stood up, and the father and mother stood up. The 2 sons also stood up. Their family's money was earned by the eldest brother selling buns in the city, so they obeyed the eldest brother's words. Muyan looked at Tauda, and he didn't expect him to be so heartless to his wife, but Tauda's wife's temper was really annoying. It seemed that her husband was annoyed with her, otherwise he wouldn't be so indifferent. The yamen runners began to beat with boards. After each board, Tauda's wife cried out in pain. The yamen runners ignored her and continued to beat her. The 5 boards were soon finished. Tauda's wife was too painful to scream. She never thought that she didn't steal or kill anyone, but just because of her mouth, just because she said some harmless words as usual, she would end up like this today. If she had known this would happen, she really wouldn't say it again. After she was beaten, Tauda came to her and said coldly, "Zhao Finfang, I told you before that if you don't mind your mouth, you will suffer sooner or later, but you didn't believe it. Do you believe it now? Will you learn your lesson in the future?" Tauda was not really asking her, he was just narrating. 5 days in jail is not long. You should repent. Wait until you come out, I'll pick you up. After saying that, Tauda left, shouting his parents and brother. Zhao Finfang's eyes were full of disbelief. At this time, she really needed her husband's comfort and care, but her husband ignored her and left directly. At this moment, she was really scared. Their relationship was not good before. Tauda always complained that she talked too much, saying that she loved to talk nonsense and that she always made things up. She was not convinced and always quarreled with him. Later, Tauda didn't say these things anymore. But he didn't say anything else to her. He seemed to become dumb when facing her. She felt even more dissatisfied and lonely, so she liked to visit people and chat with like-minded women. Mrs. Tao shed sad tears and was taken away by the yamen runners. Muyan saw that the matter was over and was about to say goodbye to the village chief when a girl suddenly ran out from behind the case hall and walked towards her with a look of surprise on her face. "Sister Mu, do you still remember me?" Yim Toning. Chuning had been watching for a long time in the back. Because she was working just now, she couldn't come out to disturb them. She waited until everyone else left before she ran out. Muyan looked at this face and naturally remembered it. He didn't expect to see this girl here. "Of course I remember. You are so beautiful, it's hard for me not to remember you." Muyan smiled and looked at her and spoke. Chuning felt a little embarrassed by the compliment and smiled with a red face. "Sister Mu, you are more beautiful. I recognized you at a glance just now, but I was busy trying a case and didn't come out." "Aining, do you know this lady?" The magistrate Xiao Ningji came over and looked at the two of them curiously. Chu Ning hurriedly pulled Xiao Ningji over and introduced her. "Brother Ningji, Sister Mu is the one who saved me that day." Hearing this, Xiao Ningji bowed to Mu Yun and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you, Madam Mu, for your help. Aining told me that if it weren't for you, something bad would have happened. After Aining found me, we immediately went to the inn, but it was a pity that we didn't see you. At that time, Aining felt very sorry. I didn't expect that you would meet again so soon. It's really fate." Mu Yun also felt that it was really fate. The girl he helped casually turned out to be a relative of the magistrate. Looking at the two of them, they had a close relationship. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Your Excellency is too polite. It's just a small favor. Don't take it to heart." Chu Ning pulled Mu Yun and said, "Sister Mu, I want to treat you to a meal. Thank you for your help that day. I heard that there is a restaurant here that has been doing very good business these 2 days, with a lot of variety. Can we go together? It's time now, it's about to get dark, but people in the county don't go to bed so early, so the restaurant is naturally still open." "Okay, then I won't be polite." Mu Yun agreed readily. "Aining, wait for me to change clothes, let's go together. It's not safe for you two women to go out, wait for me." Xiao Ningji was no longer as rigorous as he was at work just now, but like a cheerful big boy, full of vigor. Chu Ning nodded. "Okay, then hurry up, Sister Mu, and I will wait for you at the door." Xiao Ningji nodded hurriedly and ran away. His steps were not like those of a county magistrate. The village chief was stunned. How could Mu Yun get close to the new county magistrate? His brother said that the county magistrate seemed to be of great origin, from a big family in the capital, and had an extraordinary background. Such a person now regarded Mu Yun as his savior. This Mu Yun was really extraordinary. The village chief was stunned and did not leave. Mu Yun looked back at him and shouted, "Village chief, why are you not leaving? Are you going to stay here overnight?" Hearing this, the village chief came to his senses and ran out hurriedly. "Village chief, do you want to have dinner with us?" Mu Yun asked politely. The village chief still had eyes and did not dare to disturb him. He could not even think of having dinner at the same table with the county magistrate. He shook his head repeatedly. "No, you guys go. I'll go see how my dolly is doing in school." Mu Yun nodded and ignored him. Soon Xiao Ningji came out after changing his clothes. He was wearing a navy blue robe, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, handsome features, and noble temperament. He was the first good-looking man she had seen since she came to this world. "Miss Chu, what is your relationship with this county magistrate?" Mu Yun asked bluntly. Chu Ning blushed and said, "Sister Mu, please call me Aining. Don't call me Miss Chu, it's so formal. Brother Ningji and I are engaged." Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, "You two are a good match." Chu Ning smiled embarrassedly and then said playfully, "I think so too, hee hee." Mu Yun was a little surprised. Women of this era are reserved, but Chuning is unexpectedly outgoing and dares to speak and act. She probably came here alone. Otherwise, a young lady from a wealthy family would be followed and protected by maids and servants wherever she goes. So how could she be in danger? The three of them came to Pang's restaurant. Although it was late, there were still many people. Seeing Mu Yun coming, the waiter hurried to greet her. "Miss Mu, you are here.
Please come in.
There are many guests now. I will take you to the host's private room." Mu Yun nodded. "Okay. Thank you for your trouble." Chu Ning and Xiao Ningji followed him up to the second floor. After the waiter left, Chu Ning asked curiously, "Sister Mu, are you familiar with this place?" Mu Yun smiled and said, "It's okay. I can't say I'm familiar with it. I'm friends with the boss here." Soon the shopkeeper came over and greeted the three people enthusiastically. When he saw Xiao Ning, he was even more surprised. But he didn't show it. The shopkeeper personally served the three people and ordered the food, then quietly left. Chu Ning praised the food here, saying that even the food in the capital didn't have so many varieties. This small county actually had these, which really surprised her. Xiao Ningji was also surprised. He has been here for 2 months, and he knows a lot about this small county. He has heard of Pang's restaurant and Li's restaurant. The two are competitors. The boss of Li's restaurant once asked for help to find him, but he ignored it. I didn't expect that the Pang family, which had a bleak business before, is now doing so well, and the food is also varied, delicious, and beautiful. On the other hand, the Li family, no one started to leave, and the business declined rapidly, which is interesting. The three of them ate and talked, but most of the chats were about trivial matters. When Xiao Ningji wanted to pay after the meal, he was rejected by the shopkeeper. "Sir, Miss Mu doesn't have to pay for dinner. You two are her friends, so this meal is naturally Miss Mu's treat. If I dare to charge, my boss will fire me tomorrow." Xiao Ningji said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, what you said is not right. This restaurant is not opened by Miss Mu. How can we not pay? You'd better not be polite. In business, no matter who the guests are, you should charge them." The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. "Sir, you are right, but Miss Mu is different. If it weren't for her, our restaurant would have closed down by now. How could there be today's grand occasion? So we absolutely cannot accept Miss Mu's money and her friend's money." Xiao Ningji looked at Mu Yun curiously. "Is this store your masterpiece?" Mu Yun smiled. "Not really. I just sold them some recipes and gave them some suggestions. The shopkeeper and Mr. Pang are kind and have to be so nice to me. I am flattered." "Shopkeeper, Mr. Xiao is a rich man, and our store earns money through hard work. Just accept it. Don't be polite to him." Hearing this, the shopkeeper finally agreed. "Okay. Then I won't be polite. You and the lady are welcome to come often in the future." Chu Ning smiled and said, "Of course you come often. I haven't eaten enough." Mu Yun smiled. "Okay, you treat me today and I'll treat you next time, Miss Chu. Mr. Xiao, you go back first. I'm going back to the inn later, so I won't go with you." Chu Ning said dissatisfiedly, "Sister Mu, I told you not to call me Miss Chu. I treat you as a good sister. You must call me Aining. It's so intimate." After getting familiar with each other, Chu Ning talked more. She was lively, innocent, and cute. Mu Yun liked her very much. "Okay, Aining, you two go back. I won't see you off." Chu Ning nodded. "Okay, Sister Mu, then I'll go first. Are you staying in the same inn as last time? I'll come to see you tomorrow, and we'll play together." Mu Yun was helpless. "I'm going back to the village tomorrow. We'll get together next time I come out." Chu Ning felt a little disappointed when she heard this. She finally made a friend she liked here, but it was a pity that she didn't live in the city. "Okay then. Then Sister Mu, you must come to see me next time you go out," she reminded worriedly.
Mu Yun nodded. "Okay."
After watching the backs of the two people disappear, the shopkeeper asked, "Miss Mu, that was the county magistrate. We shouldn't have accepted his money just now." Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, you are wrong. It is precisely because he is the county magistrate that he should accept this money. Some officials like to take advantage, like to be satisfied with the so-called face, and enjoy the way you please him. But this Xiao Ningji is different. You said so much and repeatedly said that it was because I couldn't accept the money. What you said was very reasonable, but he still insisted on paying. I think even if you talk your mouth off, he still has to pay the money. He has his principles. You can't break it. If you insist on breaking it, it will also cause his disgust. So this money should be accepted. Just accept it with peace of mind. Hearing this, the shopkeeper finally understood. I know. Thank you, Miss Mu, for your reminder. I thought you didn't know his identity. Mu Yun smiled. I just came from the government office, so of course I know. The shopkeeper was surprised. And a little worried, Miss Mu. Did you encounter any problems? Do you want me to inform the boss? Mu Yun shook his head. No, it's okay. I'll stay at the inn. You go about your business. After that, Mu Yun went to the inn alone. Mu Yun got up early the next morning, strolled around the city, bought some things for the children, and went back in the ox cart. Feeling the bumps and shakes of the ox cart, which hurt her ace, she had another small goal in her mind, to buy a horse carriage. Shaking all the way to the village, she got off the car, picked up her things, and walked towards home. On the way, everyone looked at her curiously. The whole village knew about the Tao family's report to the police yesterday, and everyone was curious about how the case would be judged. Seeing Mu Yun return safely, everyone speculated in their hearts. But no one dared to step forward and ask, Xiao Yun, are you back? Hurry, go home quickly. Something happened in your family. Lu Yu was running, and suddenly saw Mu Yun, and hurriedly shouted. Her panicked look made Mu Yun's heart skip a beat. She hurriedly ran towards Lu Yu. Sister Yu, what's wrong? What happened to my family? There were only 3 children, and a weak Zizhu at home. Seeing Lu Yu like this, Mu Yun's heart was lifted at the moment. I don't know where these 2 men came from, and they ran to your house and smashed it early in the morning. Your Yuanbao is smart. I knew to come out and call for help. When Da Qiang and I arrived at your house, the Chen family next door were all at your house to help stop them. I heard from the sister-in-law of the Chen family that the 2 men wanted to bully Zizhu, but were stopped by the eldest brother of the Chen family in time. The 3 children were also beaten. Mu Yun didn't have time to finish listening and ran away. When Lu Yu finished speaking, her figure had already run away. Mu Yun had lived 2 lives, and this was the first time she was so angry and anxious. When she arrived at home, she saw many people standing in the yard. Mother! Mother! Auntie Yun. Seeing her, the 3 little ones immediately ran over, each with a wronged face, and it was obvious that their clothes were covered with mud. Mu Yang and Yuanbao both had swollen faces, but Yueya was fine. She didn't see any injuries, but her clothes were stained with mud. Mu Yun stretched out her hands to embrace Yuanbao and Yueya, who were running over. Seeing that Mu Yang stopped and didn't come over, she waved her hand and shouted in a low voice, Come here. Auntie Yun has a look. Hearing this, Mu Yang ran over. Mu Yun held the 3 children in front of her and looked at them carefully. Where were you hit? Tell me everything, she said in a serious tone. Then she said gently, Mom will avenge you. Yuanbao pointed to his face, and Mu Yang pointed to his legs and face. Yueya said aggrievedly, Mom. They threw me to the ground, and it hurt a lot. Mu Yun heard his daughter's aggrieved and soft voice and saw her tearful eyes, and his anger reached a new level. Don't be afraid. Mother is here. Mother will avenge you. Lu Yu came after them breathlessly. Da Qiang was holding a man down, and there was another man who was being held down by the man next door. There were 5 or 6 people standing nearby. Mu Yun knew them. They were the family closest to her home, but she didn't know their last names and they didn't like to talk, so they didn't know each other. Sister Mu Yun, we have these 2 bad guys under control, don't worry. Miss Zizhu wasn't bullied, thanks to Uncle Chen's family, and the 3 children weren't hurt either. Uncle Chen's family is close to yours, and when Yuanbao called for help, his family heard it and rushed out to help. We heard it later and rushed over as soon as possible. Fortunately, nothing happened. Mu Yun looked at each of them one by one, and then thanked them solemnly. Mu Yun is here to thank you all, and please allow me to resolve this matter first, and then I will thank you one by one. Uncle Chen's family waved their hands. We are neighbors, and when we encounter people who bully women and children like this, it is impossible for us not to help, so you're welcome. The eldest son of the Chen family was obviously not used to being treated so solemnly, and he felt a little embarrassed. Mu Yun went to the kitchen, found a rope to tie up the 2 gangsters, and then asked, Now I ask a question and you answer it. If you don't answer it nicely or don't say anything, I will break one bone at a time. You try it." Hearing this, the two men looked at each other. They didn't expect it to turn out like this. Seeing that the two men's eyes were rolling around, but they didn't speak. Muyun raised a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, looked at one of them and pointed at him, and said, "Then you go first. Let me ask you, why did you come to my house to beat people up?" The man didn't speak. Although there was trepidation in his eyes, he was also very determined, like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water.
Click.
An unexpected voice sounded, followed by a man's painful wail. His little finger was broken. Muyun didn't say a word. He just started to act. The degree of brutality directly shocked the onlookers. Another man was also frightened and looked at Muyun in disbelief with his eyes wide open. The look in his eyes was as if he saw the devil.
I'll tell you
everything, just don't break my fingers. I admit my mistakes, I apologize, and I repent." Muyun kicked the still wailing man aside, approached another one, and said, "Okay, you say it, I'll give you a chance. My name is Zhang Dazui, and this is my eldest brother Zhang Deong. My eldest brother asked me to come here. He said that you bullied his beloved woman, and he is going to teach you a lesson. He also said that you will be locked up in the government office and will not come back, so we came to your house." Muyun frowned tightly. His beloved woman?
Who?
I don't know. I usually listen to my elder brother. I do whatever he tells me to do. I don't even know who his beloved woman is. Muyun pinched his little finger, scaring him so much that he trembled all over. "I don't know, I really don't know. I'm not lying to you. Don't cut off my finger. I won't be able to find a wife after you cut it off." Muyun didn't believe it, and with a click, the little finger was broken, and Zhang Dezhu screamed,
E.
"I really don't know. Why did you cut off my finger? I'm telling the truth." Muyun spoke with a cold tone. "Think about it first, or I'll start with the second finger." Hearing this, Zhang Dezhu was even more horrified. I guess it should be Widow Zhang. I'm just guessing. I don't really know, lady. Please spare me. Don't cut off my fingers. I really won't be able to find a wife if you cut them off again." Widow Zhang? Muyun's eyes flashed with confusion. He didn't understand when he had offended such a person. Thinking about it carefully, the original owner had no contact with this Widow Zhang, and he didn't even know her. How could he offend her? Muyun walked to Zhang Deong, picked him up, and then threw him to Zhang Dezhu. "Zhang Deong, right? Tell me, why did you come to my house to beat people up?" Zhang Deong kept silent, turned his head to the side, and didn't even look at Muyun. "Okay, you don't say it, right? Then I'll go to Widow Zhang's house, beat her up, and then tell everyone about her and Zhu Sheng, yes, and about you. I want to see what she will do." Hearing this, Zhang Deong became anxious instantly. "You dare? Why are you so vicious at such a young age? She has been harmed by you, and you still dare to beat people. Is there still any law?" Zhang Deong was very excited and angry. His accusation was ridiculous. Muyun said coldly, "You came to my house to commit crimes. Is there any law?" She said with disdain, "You can see if I dare. I, Muyun, always keep my word. Whoever hurts me, I will repay him 100-fold. Zhang Deong was helpless. "I feel sorry for her and want to beat you up to vent her anger. You can do whatever you want, just don't make things difficult for her." "Brother, is it really Widow Zhang? Did I guess right?" Zhang Dezhu was surprised, and his expression was very funny. Zhang Deong rolled his eyes at him and said harshly, "Shut up. You spineless fellow. Don't call me big brother anymore." Zhang Dezhu pursed his lips and turned away with a guilty look. "Okay, I'll deal with you first. I'll also settle accounts with this Widow Zhang. I'm the one who holds grudges the most. If anyone hurts me even a little, I'll repay him 100%, not a cent less." After saying that, Muyun beat Zhang Deong violently. She was very measured in her attack and did not hurt any vital parts, but it made Zhang Deong feel the most painful feeling in his life. For a moment, the only sounds in the yard were Zhang Deong's shouts and cries of pain. Uncle Chen's family was stunned. It was the first time they saw a woman so powerful. Zhang Dazui was trembling on the side, not daring to look at the way his elder brother was beaten. He hugged his head and shrank to one side, secretly praying in his heart that Mu Yun would not see him, hoping that Mu Yun would ignore him. Unfortunately, his wish was not fulfilled. After beating Zhang Daong almost to death, Mu Yun's eyes fell on Zhang Dazui and slowly walked towards him.
Don't hit me.
Please don't hit me, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Zhang Dazui wanted to cry but had no tears. His heart was filled with fear. He had never been so scared in his life. Mu Yun seemed to be unable to hear his pleas for mercy and attacked him mercilessly, hitting him everywhere on his body, and then she stopped. This is the first lesson, remember it. If you dare to do it a second time, your head will be moved.
Now you can get out.
The two men wanted to cry but had no tears. Their legs hurt so much that they couldn't walk at all. How could they get out? Seeing that the two men were hesitating to move, Mu Yun looked over coldly. Why don't you get out? The two men had bruised faces and noses, and it was hard to tell what their expressions were, but one could see the helplessness and embarrassment in their eyes. Mu Yun understood instantly, and she spoke again. I said get out, I didn't tell you to leave, you can get out, I know exactly what I did, if you don't get out, you may not be able to get out. Hearing this, the two of them hurriedly controlled their bodies and rolled out. This scene made people feel inexplicably funny, but no one dared to laugh. After all, Mu Yun had a cold face. When she had a cold face, she was really scary. Mom, they look like two caterpillars. Yueya's innocent voice sounded and Mu Yun smiled.
They really look alike.
Our Yueya is so smart that Mom didn't see it. Maybe they are too ugly. Even caterpillars are prettier than them. The two who were about to roll to the door heard this and felt so ashamed and angry that they wanted to find a hole to crawl into. They had never been so embarrassed in their lives. The two of them accelerated their speed of rolling out and rolled out of the yard fence in a few seconds. After she could no longer see the two of them, a smile appeared on Mu Yun's face. After asking about Ziju's situation, she thanked the people who helped. Mu Yun was not surprised that the two from Daqiang's family would come to help, but she was a little surprised that Uncle Chen's family came to help, and at the same time, she was even more grateful. She wanted to keep a few people to stay for dinner, but Uncle Chen, the whole family, said they had to go to the fields, each with their own things to do, and declined Mu Yun's kindness. Daqiang and Lu Yu also said they had to go to work and refused to stay for dinner. Mu Yun did not try to persuade them to stay, thinking that he would find a chance to repay them later. After everyone left, Mu Yun carefully checked whether the three children had any other injuries. Finally, after checking that they were not seriously injured, she was completely relieved. It seems that she can't leave them alone at home in the future. If something unexpected happens, she will regret it too late. Taking out the snacks she bought and sharing them with the three children, Mu Yun and Ziju went to the kitchen. Ziju, you have been wrong today, I will compensate you. After all, it was because of her that she provoked the bad guys. Women in this era value chastity the most. Although Ziju was not bullied, she must have been scared. Mu Yun still felt guilty. Sister Yun, don't say that. I don't need compensation. I am the maid you bought. Why are you always so polite and nice to me? It is my duty to protect you. There is no need for any compensation. Ziju's young face showed a steadiness and understanding that was not in line with her age. Mu Yun smiled and was relieved to see that she didn't seem to have any psychological trauma. Okay, then it's not compensation, it's a reward. Mu Yun took out a tael of silver and handed it to her, which was considered compensation, not the monthly salary. The monthly salary was paid once a month, and it was not due yet. Ziju couldn't refuse and had to accept it. Mu Yun didn't know how to cook, so he left the venue to Ziju and went out to supervise the three children squatting in horse stance. After they practiced their basic skills as soon as possible, he could teach them the moves. After breakfast, Mu Yun taught the three of them to read and recognize characters. At noon, the sun was strong, and she really didn't want to go to the field. There were still some sweet potato seedlings left, so she would plant them after the sun went down. The sound of three children reading aloud rang out in the yard, and the villagers passing by heard it and cast surprised eyes. This kind of sound has never been heard in the village. The three children are very smart, and they can understand many words after reading them once. We'll be able to remember it. But not only do you have to remember, you also have to be able to write. Muyun specially bought an extra set of paper and pen today, one for Muyang. Crescent Moon and Yuan Bao were bought last time. But there is only one writing table at home, which is not enough. Thinking that the Li family at the head of the village is a carpenter, Muyun asked the 3 children to study and review by themselves, and she went out to customize a few tables for the children. If you want to learn to write, a table is very important. After Muyun arrived at the Li family, she knocked on the door and went in. The yard was full of wooden products, including chairs, benches, and tables. Carpenter Li seemed to be working. Seeing Muyun, he didn't recognize her and politely asked her what she wanted. Muyun looked around the yard and liked the craftsmanship of the master. These things looked very delicate. Master Li, I want to make a few tables for children to write on.
Can you do it?
Master Li nodded, with a smile on his face, neither too enthusiastic nor cold. He asked, any requirements? Muyun shook his head. No, in addition to the table, I also need a chair, but it is best if the chair can be adjusted in height, so that if the child grows taller, it can also be used. Hearing this, Carpenter Li frowned slightly. Adjustable? I haven't heard of this. Muyun was stunned. Were there no chairs with adjustable height in ancient times? She didn't know either. After thinking about it, Muyun said, it means that the chair can be adjusted according to the height you want. Master Li, you haven't made this, right? Carpenter Li shook his head. No, our family is a family carpenter. I have been a carpenter for almost 30 years, and I have never seen the one you said. Muyun looked around and asked, Master Li, do you have paper and pen at home? I'll draw it for you to see, and see if you can do it. Carpenter Li nodded. You can draw it. I can definitely do it as long as I can understand what you draw. Carpenter Li was also very curious. No one had ever told him this unfamiliar word. In woodworking, he himself had made many innovations, but he had never thought of the height being able to be adjusted at will. Muyun thought about it in her mind, and then drew the shape of a chair on paper, and then she said, Master Li, I am not a carpenter, so I don't understand some things. So, I will take this picture to explain to you, and see if you can make it. Muyun only knows how to draw, but she doesn't understand the shapes of the interfaces at the adjustment point, so she can't draw. Carpenter Li nodded, stood beside Muyun, and listened to her carefully. As the two were talking, the door was pushed open and a man came in. It was the eldest son of the Qin family, who helped in the morning. Muyun was a little surprised to meet him here. Master, I'm here. Carpenter Li nodded, and then hurriedly said, Chingsong, come and see. This little girl drew a picture and is telling me a new production method, which I think is very interesting. Carpenter Li introduced Muyun. Girl, this is my only apprentice, Chen Chingsong, who has been learning carpentry from me for more than 10 years and has excellent skills. Muyun smiled and said, I didn't expect that you, Brother Chen, are Master Li's favorite apprentice. Carpenter Li was puzzled. Do you two know each other?
Muyun nodded. We just met.
Brother Chen and his family helped me a lot this morning. Seeing that he should be older than himself, Muyun called him brother. Carpenter Li nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Chen Chingsong was a tongue-tied person who didn't talk much, especially with women.
He didn't know how to talk.
He followed his master's words and came to his master to look at the drawings together. Muyun continued to talk, and the 3 of them didn't stop when they discussed. The more they talked, the more inspiration they felt. They felt that many of the furniture they had made before could be changed into other shapes, which would be more practical and more beautiful. After a conversation, Carpenter Li and Chen Chingsong were very grateful to Muyun. They began to be eager to try and couldn't wait to quickly make the things in their minds. After Muyun returned from Carpenter Li's house, the sun had slowly set and the weather was not so hot. She went back with the children, carried the sweet potato seedlings on her back, and went to plant sweet potatoes in the fields. The breeze blew, the weather became cooler, and she had more energy to work. Aunt Zhang's field was right next to Muyun's. Seeing that Muyun had planted sweet potato seedlings in his field, and that the ones planted in the past few days were doing well, she was also a little tempted. Her family's field had just been plowed and was originally going to be used to plant corn, but the corn harvest was not good. Seeing Muyan planting sweet potatoes, she also wanted to switch to planting sweet potatoes. If successful, sweet potatoes are much more delicious than corn and can also fill her up. Seeing that Muyan came to plant again today, Aunt Zhang wanted to ask for advice. Muyan, are you here to plant sweet potatoes? Aunt Zhang said with a smile and walked over. Muyan nodded. Well, I'll come and plant it today if I have time. The land was too wide, and she had to finish planting the sweet potato seedlings today, but most of the land was still empty, and she didn't want to plant sweet potatoes in the rest. She planned to use a small piece to plant some peanuts, and also wanted to try planting some watermelons. It seemed that planting watermelons on this kind of land was also very good, but the watermelon seeds were a problem, and she didn't know where to buy them. Muyan, I think you are really smart. You can even think of a way to start the seedlings first and then plant them. We never thought of it before. Aunt Zhang's face was full of smiles, and that expression showed that she was worried, because there was a hint of flattery in it. Muyan smiled helplessly and said, Aunt Zhang, you are too kind. I am embarrassed by your praise. Aunt Zhang smiled and then said, Muyan, I also want to plant some sweet potatoes to try, but I don't know much. Can you tell me how to plant them? Don't worry, when the sweet potatoes are planted, Auntie will definitely thank you very much and will never let you suffer a loss. Muyan smiled. Of course I can tell you. I have never thought of hiding anything, Annie, just ask whatever you want to know. I will tell you everything I know. Hearing this, Annie Zhang was immediately pleasantly surprised. Really? Muyan, you are so kind, you child. You really have a heart of a bodhisattva. Auntie Zhang smiled happily and did not forget to praise. Muyan laughed helplessly. It's just planting sweet potatoes. It's no big deal. Auntie Zhang, don't brag about it. Auntie, go back and buy some sweet potatoes. You know how to make them sprout, right? Auntie Zhang replied quickly. I bought the sweet potatoes. I know how to make them sprout, but I've never made sweet potatoes before, and I'm afraid of making mistakes. Muyan spoke while working. It's okay. Just cut them into several pieces and bury them in moist soil. Water them more often to keep the soil moist. They will sprout in a few days. Soon, you can water them less after they sprout. Wait a few more days for the buds to grow and become seedlings. You can dig them out one by one and plant them in the soil. It's very simple. Auntie Zhang nodded. Okay, then I'll go back and try. Apart from these, is there anything else to pay attention to when planting? Muyan shook his head. No, if they don't grow well at that time, just add fertilizer. Thinking about fertilizer, Muyan thought she had to think about how to make this fertilizer. The expert had told her before that fertilizer is actually very simple, but she couldn't remember some of the ingredients he mentioned. She would think about it carefully when she gets back. If fertilizer can be made, it will greatly help people of this era. In this way, more people will be able to have enough food. Thinking about it, Muyan felt that it was necessary to study fertilizer. If she had known earlier, she would have written it down carefully. Aunt Zhang was puzzled. What is fertilizer? Muyan couldn't explain it to her for the time being, so she only said, Aunt Zhang, you sprout and plant the sweet potatoes first, and I will tell you what happens next. This fertilizer is not easy to make. I will tell you when I figure it out. Aunt Zhang nodded. Okay, then I'll go back and sprout the sweet potatoes. Muyan, you go busy.
Muyan nodded.
Thinking about the fertilizer in her mind, she quickened her hands' movements, and the remaining sweet potato seedlings were soon planted. She sat on the ground and carefully recalled what the expert said at that time. The so-called calcium phosphate powder was out of date. Most of those fertilizers were chemical products. She knew a little about everything, but she knew nothing about chemistry. However, the expert seemed to have said that in addition to using chemicals, fertilizers can also be made from leaves. It seems that the leaves are pushed up, and then decomposition will occur in the process, converting organic waste such as leaves into nutrient-rich organic fertilizer. This method is relatively simple and does not require money, but it is laborious. Compared with other methods of making fertilizers, Muyan feels that this one is more practical at present. After thinking about it, she decided to find some leaves and go back to do an experiment. Let's go back. Muyan called the children to go back together. While it was still light, she wanted to go to the mountain behind the house to sweep some leaves and start making fertilizer. After returning home, she arranged for the children to read some books and the three-character classic. Ziju started to cook, and Muyan picked up the backpack and went to the back mountain. After a while, he brought back a pile of leaves. Muyan, your family doesn't feed pigs or cows. What are you going to do with these leaves? An ant passed by and saw Muyan carrying leaves, so she asked curiously. Muyan wanted to say that she was going to make fertilizer, but then she thought about it and decided not to say it since she hadn't done it yet. I'm just playing with it. Ant, do you need leaves to feed pigs? Pigs don't seem to eat leaves, right? Muyan asked hesitantly. The ant smiled and said, pigs don't eat leaves, but leaves can be used to pad the pigsty. In this way, after a few months, the leaves can become pig manure, and then they can be used to grow crops.
Ah.
Muyan suddenly felt embarrassed. It seemed that since there was manure, farmers would use manure to grow crops. If leaves and other things were added with pig manure, cow manure, etc., and then fermented, wouldn't the effect be better? How could she be so stupid? She even used leaves to make fertilizer, so stupid. After the ant left, Muyan threw away all the leaves and went back with an empty backpack. Ziju saw her coming back with an empty backpack and asked curiously, What's wrong, Sister Yun? Why did you come back with an empty backpack? Muyan was helpless and sat down on the stool angrily without saying a word. She felt so stupid. She didn't even think of such a simple thing. It was the first time that Ziju saw her like this, and she found it inexplicably funny. Sister Yun, are you angry? Ziju asked with a smile, looking very curious. Muyan put her hands on her hips and snorted angrily. Nothing, I was stupid by myself. Ziju was surprised. How could it be? I think Sister Yun is the smartest woman I have ever met. Don't underestimate yourself. Muyan was helpless. She didn't belittle herself, but was a little annoyed. However, when she smelled the fragrance of the food made by Ziju, she put her worries aside and asked Ziju when dinner would be served. Ziju hurriedly replied, It will be ready soon. Hearing this, she put the matter of making fertilizer behind her and stopped thinking about it. She went to call her 3 children to eat. After breakfast the next day, Muyan went to Carpenter Lee's house. The master and the apprentice worked very quickly. They didn't make the table first, but the chairs first. When Muyan arrived, Carpenter Lee was doing other carpentry work in the yard. Seeing Muyan coming, his face was full of smiles. Muyan, you are here. Take a look. This is a chair, Ching Song, and I made it yesterday. See if it fits. Now that Carpenter Lee saw Muyan, he smiled sincerely and brightly and couldn't wait to show her the results of himself and his apprentice. Muyan walked over and watched Carpenter Lee demonstrate the lifting function. The chair was controlled by a buckle to control the lifting. If you want to raise it, just pull it out and put it into the buckle above. It is safe and stable. The wood is very solid, and it looks like it can be used for many years. Very good. Masterly, your craftsmanship is really good. This chair is so well made, beautiful and practical. Muyan praised with a smile. Carpenter Lee smiled honestly. Well, Muyan, I want to make all the things you told me for display and sale. Do you think it's okay? Of course, if you don't agree, forget it. Carpenter Lee looked at Muyan with expectation and uneasiness in his eyes, a little afraid that she would not agree. He is too upright, too rigid. Some principled things are very important and will not be easily broken. He was always uneasy without telling Muyan. Muyan smiled and said, Of course, this is your craftsmanship. You can sell it, no need to ask me. Muyan was not so stingy. She didn't do anything, just casually said some things she knew. The craftsmanship was all Lee Carpenter's own. Hearing this, Lee Carpenter hurriedly said, How can that be? I must tell you, after all, if you don't tell us, we can't make this. This is all your idea. Muyan smiled. I don't say it, you will know it sooner or later. You are the most powerful carpenter I have ever seen. This kind of small problem. You think more, explore more, and you will know it. Muyan's praise made Lee Carpenter a little embarrassed, but also happy. Through the inspiration given by Muyan, he had many new ideas in his mind, and felt that the old-fashioned household items could be discarded, and he could now make a brand new upgraded model. You are such a sweet talker, girl. As a thank you, I won't charge you for the 3 sets of tables and chairs. I hope you can tell me if you have any new ideas in the future. Mu Yun hurriedly said. How can that be? Masterly, this is hard-earned money for your craftsmanship. I have to give it to you anyway. Don't be polite to me. Mu Yun felt that it was easier for him to make money than Masterly, and he didn't want to take advantage of him. The two talked about money for a long time until Chun Ching Song came. Knowing that the two disagreed on this, Chun Ching Song said, Then let's do this. Buy one set and get 2 sets for free. In this way, the master won't suffer any loss, and it will also thank Mu Yun for his help. Mu Yun, you don't have to feel embarrassed or afraid that the master will suffer any loss. Carpenterly said, Then buy 1 set and get 2 sets for free. It's settled. The price of 1 set is 50 cents. Mu Yun was helpless. Masterly, you really are. Okay.
Thank you.
Mu Yun saw that he was so stubborn, so he had to agree. But this price is too cheap. Such a good set of tables and chairs, only 50 cents. Masterly, isn't this a bit cheap? I think your craftsmanship is worth 1 or 2 taels of silver. Carpenterly was helpless. How can it be worth so much? 50 cents is too expensive for everyone, and many people can't afford it. Thinking of the economy at that time, Mu Yun also understood. Everyone was still too poor. Carpenterly said, I took other orders before you, and I have to make them for them first. You just make this and see. If you want to finish it all, you have to wait about 10 days. Mu Yun nodded. It's okay, don't worry. Take your time, then I'll go back first. You and Brother Chen are busy. Come to think of it, she hasn't gone to the Chen family to express her gratitude yet. Tomorrow she will take the children to the city, and after returning, she will look for anything suitable to thank them for their help before. After returning home, Mu Yun began to rummage in the kitchen. In this era, giving food as a gift to others can best show sincerity. She prepared a large piece of lean meat at home, some sweet potatoes, snacks for the children, and a piece of better cotton cloth. When it was still light in the evening, she took the 3 children and Zizhu to the Chin family. She looked at the time. At this time, they should all be back from the fields, and they happened to be all at home. Sure enough, when they arrived at the Chin family, their family had just returned from work. They were a little surprised to see Mu Yun coming. Looking at the things in her hands, Uncle Chen immediately understood what she was here for. Uncle Chen, Aunt Chen, thank you for your family's help the day before yesterday. If you hadn't arrived in time to stop it, I'm afraid something would have happened. These are my gifts of thanks. Please don't despise them. Please accept them all. As he said that, Mu Yun put all the things on the table. Chen's eldest daughter-in-law, Mrs. Hu, the wife of Chin Ching Song, looked at the cloth with excitement. The light green cotton cloth would definitely make a beautiful skirt. She was attracted at first sight, and the second and third daughters-in-law were also attracted by the cloth. Aunt Chen was embarrassed and said hurriedly, This is too much, too expensive. It's not worth it. It's just a small favor. You really don't have to do this. The couple were honest people, and they didn't think about rewards when helping others. What's more, Mu Yun had too many of these things. Such a large piece of meat and cloth must not be cheap. The 2 elders refused again and again, but they could convince Mu Yun, and finally, they could only accept it reluctantly. After Mu Yun left, the 3 daughters-in-law went to see the cloth with great interest. Touching the smooth feel, the 3 of them couldn't let it go. Aunt Chen looked at it and smiled helplessly. You 3 take it and divide it. Be fair. Everyone should get the same amount. Fry the meat, and we will eat together in the evening. The 3 daughters-in-law hurriedly agreed. The eldest daughter-in-law, Mrs. Hu, said, This Mu Yun doesn't seem to be what they say. I think she has a good heart, but she may have a bad temper. The second daughter-in-law said, I also think that those people are talking nonsense. Such a beautiful sister can be a little fierce, but it doesn't affect my liking for her at all. The third daughter-in-law teased, You like the cloth she gave you, right?
Oh.
Third sister-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? The 3 of them were quarreling together, and Aunt Chen couldn't help laughing when she saw it. Mu Yun got up early, packed his things, and went into the city with Zizhu and the children. The few of them went to stay in the inn as usual. After putting away their things, Mu Yun took them to the restaurant. It was morning now, and almost no one came to eat. After Mu Yun told Ziju to look after the 3 children, he asked the waiter to call Pang Qingyun to meet him. Pang Qingyun has been busy with a cloth shop these days. Today, he had just finished breakfast and was about to go to the cloth shop, but he received the news that Mu Yun was here. He was very happy and hurried to the restaurant to see her. "Miss Mu, you are finally here. If you don't come, I will have to invite you." Pang Qingyun couldn't wait to speak when he saw Mu Yun. "We have woven a lot of cloth, all of which are very beautiful. Come on, I'll take you to see it. Can we start preparing for the reopening of the cloth shop?" Seeing that he was so excited and anxious, Mu Yun couldn't help but smile at the corner of his eyes. "Why are you in a hurry?"
Take your time.
"The business will not go away." Pang Qingyun smiled a little embarrassedly. He was not in good health originally, but during this period of time, he felt that he was particularly energetic, as if he had endless strength all over his body. He was full of hope for life every day and felt that the future was bright. Before meeting Mu Yun, he was frowning every day. Facing the loss-making shops, he felt that life was hopeless. Sometimes after falling asleep, he didn't want to wake up. Once he woke up, he had to face a lot of troubles. It was better to sleep. It was a pity that he couldn't fall asleep later. Fortunately, everything is fine now. Yes, I'm not as steady as you, but it's not my fault. It's really Miss Mu. You're so amazing.
I really admire you.
With you, I dare to dream of the position of the richest man in Xia country. Pang Qingyun said jokingly, with a smile in his eyes. Mu Yun smiled. After finishing the work of the cloth workshop and cloth store, I will revive other industries under your name, and then we will develop new industries. Hearing this, Pang Qingyun was even more surprised. Miss Mu, what other skills do you have? I'm really curious. Mu Yun smiled helplessly. It's hard to explain it in a short time. Let's take care of the current things first. Let's go to the cloth shop. Pang Qingyun nodded, told the shopkeeper to take good care of Ziju and the children, and he took Mu Yun to the carriage and headed for the cloth shop. The location of the cloth shop is not remote, only a few kilometers away from the city. After a while, the carriage arrived. After getting off the car, Mu Yun saw the cloth shop, a somewhat old wooden door, and it was very spacious inside. The middle yard was full of cloth and was drying. There were houses around the yard and people were weaving, sorting silk threads, etc. Look, this is the cloth woven by our cloth shop. Woven according to the method you gave. It looks good, right? Mu Yun looked at the cloth drying. The color was okay, the fabric was soft, but the color was not very good looking. Thinking of the problem of dyeing, Mu Yun said to Pang Qingyun, "Where are the materials for dyeing cloth?" "I'll go and have a look." Pang Qingyun nodded, took her to the dyeing workshop, and entered a yard through another door. The yard was full of large water tanks and high-hanging bamboo poles. The water tanks were filled with red, blue, and other color dyes. "Can all cloth be dyed only these colors?"
Mu Yun asked.
Pang Qingyun nodded. "Well, these are the most common colors and sell well." Mu Yun felt that these colors were too heavy. "Are there no lighter colors? I feel that these colors are too strong. They are suitable for older people to wear, but who would wear such strong colors for young girls?" Pang Qingyun thought for a while and said, "Young women mostly wear pink, white, green, and other more elegant colors. We also have these colors." Mu Yun thought of the light and refreshing colors of modern times. There are many kinds of pink, many kinds of green, and many kinds of yellow. Those colors are brighter and more transparent, and the dresses made are more beautiful. Call the dyeing master out. I want to communicate with him. Pang Qingyun was a little confused when he heard this. What's wrong? Is there any problem with dyeing cloth? Mu Yun shook her head. No, I just want to learn how to dye cloth from him. After the fertilizer-making incident, Mu Yun is now much more cautious. She doesn't want to make a fool of herself and appear ignorant and stupid.
She also knows something about dyeing.
In her previous life, Mu Qing dyed all her designs by herself and made the cloth by herself. From a thread to a beautiful skirt, her works were all made by her stitch by stitch, so they are very unique and no one can imitate or surpass them. As her good friend and partner, Mu Yun often saw her do these things. After watching more, she also remembered some of them. When she was bored, She would go to help Mu Qing dye and draw design drafts. Although Peng Qingyun felt strange, he didn't ask much, and directly asked someone to call the dyeing master out. The dyeing master's surname was Liu. He was an older man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. When he heard that Mu Yun wanted to learn dyeing, he looked at Peng Qingyun. Peng Qingyun said, "Master Liu, you don't have to worry about it. Miss Mu is the other owner of this cloth shop. Like me, she has more power than me. Just do whatever she says." After taking over the cloth workshop, Peng Qingyun said that there were 2 bosses. Besides him, there was another one, so everyone knew about it, but they just hadn't seen it. Master Liu nodded. Although he felt that the boss was looking for trouble, he couldn't refute it because he was the boss. He began to tell Mu Yun about dyeing cloth, and Mu Yun listened carefully. In order to dye beautiful colors, she decided to live in the cloth workshop for the next few days, and she would leave after dyeing new cloth. Peng Qingyun was helpless after hearing her words, and finally decided to live in the cloth workshop with her. Mu Yun worked so hard, he couldn't be lazy. Mu Yun stayed to learn dyeing cloth, and asked Peng Qingyun to bring Zijou and the 3 children over. She learned dyeing cloth very quickly, but her most important thing was to learn how to dye cloth. The purpose is to mix other dyes and dye new colors. So, after learning how to dye cloth, she also learned how to mix dye liquid. Mu Yun's learning ability is so strong that even Master Liu was surprised. He no longer disliked it at the beginning and became more serious when he talked about things. This boss is different and learns things so quickly. The preparation of dye liquid is more complicated. Master Liu began to teach her one by one. There is raw leaf dyeing, which is the simplest. You only need to pick raw leaves that can be dyed and mash them into juice, then extract the dye liquid, and then dye it directly. Another method is decoction dyeing. Plant dyes that cannot directly extract pigments are boiled to reach the temperature required for dyeing, and then the cloth is soaked and boiled, which can make the pigments can be better attached to the cloth. There are also several other dyeing methods such as fermentation dyeing and overdyeing. Although Mu Yun had seen Mu Qing dyeing clothes in her previous life, many modern dyes are different from those in ancient times, so she had to learn by herself and then explore innovation. She did not stop learning until Peng Qingyun called her at dinner time, and she stopped what she was doing. The children were picked up. The cloth workshop was in the suburbs, surrounded by open grass and many things to play with. Zijou took them all to play for a while and came back for dinner. After dinner, seeing that it was not dark yet, Mu Yun wanted to find some plants that could be used for dyeing, so he went to the mountain alone with a small backpack. Peng Qingyun wanted to go with him, but Mu Yun disliked his body and refused to let him go. He had no choice but to stay. Thinking of the names of plants that can be used for dyeing in his mind, Mu Yun walked towards the mountain. There are many flowers and plants on this mountain road. As long as she saw beautiful flowers and plants that can be used to dye cloth, she picked them and threw them all into the backpack. When she walked all the way to the mountain, her backpack was full of flowers and plants, but she was still picking. She found that there are many flowers and plants that can be used for dyeing here, but if they are needed in large quantities in the future, they have to be planted by herself. No matter how many wild ones there are, they can't supply the amount needed by the cloth workshop in the future. Seeing that the backpack could not hold any more, she went back down the mountain. After returning to Bufong, she sorted all the plants she picked before it got dark and put them in piles. After everything was done, it was dark. When she got up the next day, because she had not told the workers about it, these leaves and flowers were almost swept away. Fortunately, Zijou showed up in time. She knew that these were specially found by Mu Yun and understood that they must be useful, so she stopped the workers from sweeping them away. After Mu Yun got up, he saw Zijou sitting on a small stool, guarding the piles of flowers and plants. "Zijou, why are you sitting here?" Mu Yun asked. Zijou hurriedly said, "Sister Yun, these things of yours were almost swept away just now. I have to watch them here for you. Otherwise others will think they are useless and sweep them away." Hearing this, Mu Yun hurriedly said, "I really didn't expect that I forgot to say hello to them. Zijou, you did a good job, thanks to you." Zijou smiled a little embarrassedly after being praised. Mu Yun asked her to call Peng Qingyun. Zijou ran towards where Peng Qingyun lived after hearing this. Pang Qingyun had just gotten up. When he heard Mu Yun looking for him, he hurriedly dressed and went. When he came, he saw Mu Yun fiddling with some leaves and flowers, so he asked curiously, "Miss Mu, did you go to the mountain yesterday to find these? What are you going to use them for?" Mu Yun said, "I want to do an experiment and tell you when it succeeds. I called you here because someone almost accidentally swept away these flowers and plants of mine this morning. Maybe they thought they were weeds and were useless. So, you call all the people in charge of cleaning and tell them that in the future, they must ask me before moving anything that belongs to me." Pang Qingyun nodded. "Okay, I'll go now." Pang Qingyun asked the servant to immediately call all the cleaning staff, informed them of Mu Yun's identity, and explained Mu Yun's words before letting them go. Mu Yun began to research new dyes. She classified the flowers and plants she picked to make dyes, and then tried to mix the dyes to create fresh and light colors. She made a dozen small portions of dyes of different colors and placed them in the yard. Then she cut many pieces of undyed cloth, dyed them one by one, and hung them up to dry. When Pang Qingyun came to call her for lunch, she saw the small pieces of cloth drying. The cloth strips were not dried yet, and no special colors could be seen. Pang Qingyun was puzzled. "Miss Mu, are you dyeing these small pieces of cloth useless?" Mu Yun still had the last color in her hand. When she heard Pang Qingyun's words, she smiled and said, "Just wait and see. Wait another hour or two, and you'll see." Although Pang Qingyun was puzzled, he saw that she was confident, so he didn't ask any more questions. "It's time to eat. Today your girl is cooking. She said you like her cooking and that the cook here doesn't cook well. So, I cooked for you." Mu Yun smiled and said, "My Ziju's cooking is really delicious. Wait, mine will be ready soon. You go first. I'll just wash my hands and come." Pang Qingyun didn't leave, but said, "The Li family is starting to want to take action against us. It's just that Li Xiaoping couldn't help it because the business of one restaurant is getting better. If the business of our cloth shop is also getting better, I'm afraid Li Xiaoping will be so angry that he will die. He will definitely not just watch us get better step by step. He will definitely use some means to hurt us." Pang Qingyun had just received the news that Li Xiaoping sent someone to their restaurant to get diarrhea medicine, but he was caught and didn't succeed. Mu Yun was not surprised. Competition in the business world is very fierce, and some villains use dirty tricks, which is a common thing. She said, "It's okay, we can deal with whatever tricks he uses. The restaurant is just trying to slander us by saying that the food is not clean. You just need to find someone to watch the restaurant kitchen and prevent any strangers from entering." Pang Qingyun nodded. "Well, I have already given the order and sent more people to guard the kitchen door." Mu Yun nodded. "That's good. Let everyone in the store pay more attention and only use familiar people for waiters and other people. Don't hire other unfamiliar people and don't let customers get close to the kitchen. Generally speaking, nothing serious will happen." Pang Qingyun nodded. "I'm just worried that Li Xiaoping can't help it just because of a restaurant. I'm afraid that our other industries will also have twists and turns. Li Xiaoping seems to have some connections. It is said that he has a relationship with the prefect. I'm afraid something will happen at that time. After all, we have nothing to do with government officials here." Hearing this, Mu Yun thought of Xiao Ningji. She didn't believe that the shopkeeper didn't tell Pang Qingyun about her dinner with Xiao Ningji and Chu Ning. "Boss Pang, just speak frankly. Since we are partners, it's better to say whatever you want to say and don't hide anything." Pang Qingyun was a little embarrassed. "I heard that you had dinner with the county magistrate before. I wanted to ask you what your relationship with the county magistrate is. If something really happens, can we rely on this relationship to protect us? If we can get a good relationship with the county magistrate, we don't have to be afraid of the Li family. Although the prefectural magistrate has a higher rank, the county magistrate is not ordinary now, and the prefectural magistrate has to consider the county magistrate's face." Mu Yun didn't say anything. She hung up the last piece of cloth to dry, and then went to wash her hands in a basin of clean water. "I know." Such a light sentence made Pang Qingyun a little confused. "Well, if you are embarrassed, you don't have to force yourself. It's just that I don't know the county magistrate, so it's not good for me to make friends with him rashly. Otherwise, I would have gone. I heard from other businessmen that this county magistrate Xiao is different from the previous ones. He is not someone who can be bribed. Therefore, many people who want to get to know him can't find a way. Mu Yun wiped his hands and said as he walked, "No, I will see to it. This county magistrate Xiao is an upright person and will not do anything wrong. It is impossible for Li Xiaoping to bribe him." Pang Qingyan nodded, "That's good. If we can't bribe him, no one else can bribe him. In this way, it will be difficult for Li Xiaoping to do bad things." Mu Yun nodded, "Yes, so don't worry." After dinner, Mu Yun finally had some free time to accompany the 3 children to play on the lawn outside. "Mom, I want to fly a kite." "Mom, can you make a kite?" Yueya looked at a few children flying kites not far away, and her eyes showed longing. Mu Yun looked over there, and it seemed to be someone's farm. Several maids and servants were surrounding the children, taking care of them flying kites. Mu Yun was a little embarrassed. "Yueya, your mother doesn't know how to make a kite. How about this? I'll go to the city to buy it for you another day." Yueya nodded obediently and didn't cry because of it. As she was talking, she saw a kite flying over and hanging on the big tree in front of them. Yueya looked at it curiously. Seeing that she liked it so much, Muyang said, "Yueya, Brother Muyang will make it for you later. I will learn how to make it after watching it." Muyang was very confident in himself. He seemed to have an impression of the kite in his mind, and he seemed to have made it once, but he couldn't remember who he made it with. The face in the impression was blurry, and he couldn't see it clearly. The children in the distance ran towards the side, and the servants behind them also chased after them, shouting loudly, "Young master, slow down, don't fall." The little boy, who looked about 4 or 5 years old, was chubby and ran over happily, wanting to pick up his kite, but stopped when he saw Mu Yun and the others.
Who are you?
The childish voice, the arrogant expression, the gorgeous and exquisite clothes, it was obvious that he was the spoiled young master.
Mu Yun said, "Who are you?"
The child put his chubby hands on his waist and said confidently, "I am Hu Tianxi." As soon as you heard the name, you knew it must be someone's baby. The 2 words Tianxi were enough to show that the family valued the child. The servant behind also ran over, and in addition to the servant, the other 3 children also ran over. "Young master, you can't talk to strangers." As he said that, the servants secretly glanced at Mu Yun and the others with disdain. Mu Yun frowned, offended by his look. They didn't do anything. The servant looked down on others. "Young master, wait, I'll pick up the kite for you from the tree." Hu Tianxi nodded, "Go." The other children came over, chattering Hu Tianxi's name and trying to please Hu Tianxi one by one. Mu Yun frowned at the scene, and then he found it funny. How could such a small child have so many expressions on his face? Sometimes proud, sometimes frowning, and sometimes arrogant. Yueya looked at them curiously, just thinking that their way of getting along was so strange. "Tianxi, look at that child, he is so good-looking." "Yes, yes." White and chubby, with 2 pigtails, so cute. The children thought they were whispering, but in fact their voices were very loud, and everyone present could hear them. Mu Yun smiled and ignored them. He pulled Yueya and Yuan Bao Muyang to sit on the grass on the side to bask in the sun. "Young master, I can't get it and I can't get down. What should I do?" On the big tree, the servant just now shouted with a crying voice. Mu Yun looked up curiously and saw that the servant was hanging on a relatively fragile branch. The branch was a little shaky, as if it would break at any time. The kite was on the opposite side of the branch, not far away from the servant. If he stretched out his hand a little more, he could get the kite, but at this moment the servant didn't dare to move at all, and his whole body was trembling. Hu Tianxi's little face was full of impatience. "You can't even pick up a kite. I will ask my mother to sell you later." Hearing this, the servant was suddenly frightened in his heart, and hurriedly said, No, little master, I will pick it up now, and I will definitely pick it up." Just because of the servant's eyes just now, Mu Yun didn't want to help, so she didn't move. Just looking at Hu Tianxi, the naughty child, she said, "Xiao Hu, you are so young. Why do you have such a bad temper? It's not good for you to do this. You will become ugly." Hu Tianxi didn't know who Mu Yun was talking about, but when he saw her looking at him and talking, he thought that the name Xiao Hu didn't seem to have anyone. Seeing that Mu Yun was still looking at him, Hu Tianxi asked dissatisfiedly and puzzledly, "Did you just say me?" As he said that, Hu Tianxi walked angrily to Mu Yun and the others, and the 3 little boys behind him followed. "Yes, I'm talking about you. Isn't your name Hu Tianxi? Is it okay for me to call you Xiao Hu?" Mu Yun smiled and looked at him and said. Hu Tianxi's round eyes were full of unhappiness, and his emotions were obvious. "My name is not Xiao Hu, it's so ugly. My name is Hu Tianxi, you can just call me Master Hu." As he said that, his confident expression was raised again. Mu Yun laughed, then frowned and said, "This Master Hu is too ugly. Xiao Hu is so cute, you can tell it's a fat baby, so cute. This Master Hu is a big villain. Are you a big villain?" Hu Tianxi shook his head. "I'm not." At this time, an uncontrolled scream suddenly came from the tree. "Aha!" The branch broke, and the servant shouted in fear. Mu Yun frowned and saw that the branch was completely broken. The moment the man fell, she flashed and appeared under the tree. When the boy fell, she stretched out a hand, grabbed the boy's clothes, and then threw him to the ground. "It's just a small matter. Why are you yelling, a grown man? You have no shame. Weren't you very manly when you looked at us just now?" Several little boys stared at Mu Yun with wide eyes, surprised at her strength. The servant thought he was dead, but he didn't want to be rescued by someone, and it was the person he looked down on just now. He still had the kite in his hand, and he quickly stood up and swept the dirt off his body. He blushed and bowed to Mu Yun. "Thank you, young lady. I was rude just now. I hope the young lady will be magnanimous and don't argue with me." Mu Yun rolled his eyes at him. "I am naturally a magnanimous man. I don't care about those short-sighted villains." The servant smiled awkwardly. Yes, young lady. You're smart." Mu Yun snorted and sat back on the grass. "Master, your kite." The servant handed the kite to Hu Tianxi. Hu Tianxi took the kite and said, "Well done. I will reward you with 1 or 2 taels of silver when I go back." Hearing this, the servant smiled. "Thank you, young master." The fat boy Hu Tianxi looked at Yueya and asked, "Do you want to play with a kite? Let's play together." Mu Yang was very dissatisfied with the fat boy's invitation, and he hurriedly said, "Your kite is broken, my Yueya doesn't want to play. Go play by yourself." Hu Tianxi smiled and walked towards Yueya. "So your name is Yueya. That's nice. Is it the Yueya of the moon?" Yueya nodded shyly. She was a little timid in front of strangers. Mu Yang was very dissatisfied with being ignored, frowned his little brows, walked in front of Yueya to block the little fat boy's sight. "Don't get so close to my sister. You'll scare her. Go further away." Mu Yan watched the children getting along with each other and thought it was very fun, watching with interest. The little fat boy had a puzzled face. "Why would I scare her? I'm so beautiful. Not scary at all." Hearing his words, Mu Yan couldn't help laughing and almost laughed out loud. Mu Yang was speechless, thinking that the little fat boy was a little stupid. "Sister Yueya, did I scare you?" The little fat boy asked Yueya hurriedly. Yueya shook her head, but she didn't scare her. She was not a coward.
"Look."
Sister Yueya said that I didn't scare her. "Are you her brother? Then we can play together. After Yueya flies a kite, you can also fly a kite, but you have to let Yueya fly first." The little fat boy was quickly won over by Yueya's cute appearance and wanted to play with Yueya. Surprise suddenly flashed in Yueya's cute big eyes. "Can I fly your kite?" Hu Tianxi nodded. "Of course, let's play together in the future. I have a lot of fun toys." Yueya was a little moved. She had never flown a kite before and she really wanted to try it, but she was a little afraid to play with other people's things. Mu Yan saw her hesitation and said, "Yueya, you can play if you want, but be careful. Tomorrow I will ask your Uncle Pang to buy you a kite when he goes to the city. You can play with it whenever you want in the future. Today you can learn how to fly it with your friends." With her mother's permission, Yueya nodded immediately. "Okay, mother." Hu Tianxi walked around Mu Yang, took Yueya and left. Mu Yang looked at this scene, and his small brows frowned again. Mu Yan smiled and said, "Mu Yang, Yuanbao, you two go and protect your sister." The two nodded and hurriedly followed. Zizhu hurriedly said, Sister Yun, I will go and watch too. Muyan nodded, okay, come back and tell me if there is anything. After everyone left, Muyan also went back to the cloth workshop to check on her research results. The sun was so strong. They should all be dried by now. When Muyan returned to the yard, he saw Peng Qingyan checking her cloth strips one by one. Seeing Muyan coming back, Peng Qingyan frowned and said, Muyan, come and take a look. The colors of your cloth strips are so strange, and some are even faded. What are you doing? Muyan went to check and saw that most of the cloth strips were so ugly. She was a little disappointed. After checking them all, there was not a single good-looking one. The color of this one is okay, Muyan, take a look. The color was different from the gray-green color on the market now. This one was a little lighter, but the color was very bright. Muyan looked at it, and her eyes lit up. She hurriedly snatched it from his hand and looked at it carefully. It didn't fade, so the quality was okay. But the color was not amazing. It needs to be improved. Fortunately, at least one of them was half successful.
Muyan smiled.
Peng Qingyan watched from the side and asked curiously, Muyan, are you going to mix new colors? Muyan nodded, and after he was sure in his heart, he did not hide it anymore. I think the colors on the market are too dark. I want the ones that are clearer and brighter. If there are new colors, our cloth will sell better. Peng Qingyan admired her very much. She was already so good, but she was still learning and innovating. No wonder she was so good and knew so many things. It turned out that it was not only because she was smart, but also because she loved to learn and was willing to work hard. Peng Qing hurriedly said, if you need my help, just tell me directly. I will take care of the other trivial matters. You study hard. Peng Qingyan felt that he did not suffer any loss by splitting all the industries with Muyan in half. Looking at Muyan's level of hard work, their industries will surely be prosperous in the future and will be spread all over the country. Muyan said nothing, just buy a few kites for Yueya and the other two when you go back to the city tomorrow. They want to fly kites when they see other children flying kites.
Peng Qingyan nodded, okay.
No, where did they see other children flying kites? Peng Qingyan asked curiously. Muyan replied while fiddling with his dye, there seems to be a farm next to the cloth shop, and there are a few children there. Peng Qingyan frowned and thought, I haven't seen the owner of the farm next door, and I don't know whose it is. It has always been very mysterious. Hearing this, Muyan was a little worried about whether it would be inappropriate for the children to go there to play. Why don't you go and take a look? If they have finished flying kites, call them back. After all, they are strangers, and it's not good to go there rashly. Peng Qingyan nodded, okay, you do your thing, I'll go and take a look. After Peng Qingyan went over, the three children were flying kites with the fat boy, and they didn't see the owner either. There were only a few maids and 2 servants accompanying them. Peng Qingyan did ask indirectly, but the maids and servants were very tight-lipped and didn't say a word about the master's family. This made him even more confused. Could it be that this family was not worthy of being seen? Otherwise, why would they hide it? It was strange. Not knowing the details, Peng Qingyan didn't let the children stay any longer. After each of them flew a kite, he took them back to the cloth shop. The fat boy Hu Tianxi was reluctant to leave. After a while, he liked playing with Yueya and the others more. Yueya, Yuanbao, Muyang, can we play together tomorrow? I have a lot of other things to play with. Come tomorrow, and we'll play together. Friendships between children come quickly, and Hu Tianxi soon fell in love with the 3 of them. But Yuanbao and Muyang felt that the fat boy had too many problems. His personality and temper were bad, and he always liked to yell at people. They didn't like him very much. But the fat boy was enthusiastic towards them. Facing his enthusiasm, Yuanbao and Muyang couldn't be too indifferent, so they replied perfunctorily. If you want to play, just come and play with us. We can't come to your house,
Muyang said.
The little fat boy was puzzled. Why can't we come? Muyang said impatiently. We can't, you have too many family members, it's not fun. Hearing this, the little fat boy didn't ask any more questions, but said, okay. Then I will go to play with you tomorrow. Looking at their backs as they walked away, the little fat boy was still reluctant. Tianxi, don't you like playing with us anymore? A little boy asked carefully, with a cautious expression. Hu Tianxi looked at them dissatisfied. You are not fun at all. You obey me in everything, like an obedient dog. There is no point in playing with you. Hearing this, the three little boys looked ugly, with hurt eyes.
See,
I told you guys, and you didn't refute me. What's the point? Why do you have to put yourself in such a difficult position? It's really annoying. I hate you guys the most for being punched in the face. Cowards. You are not worthy of being my friend. The fat boy yelled, and his face turned red. The three little boys looked even uglier. No, we are not cowards. If you didn't have a good father, who would praise you like this? Do you think you are so great? It's just reincarnation. Without your father, you are nothing. We won't follow you in everything, praise you, and give in to you. Hu Tianxi, you don't know what's good for you. One of the boys couldn't help it. He had been in the Hu family for more than 10 days. He had a lot of grievances in his heart, and he finally burst out at this moment. The nicer they were to Hu Tianxi, the more difficult he was to serve. He was not going to do this job anymore. I would rather die than go home. It's so embarrassing. The little fat man was stunned, but there was no anger in his eyes, just surprise. A maid immediately said, Master Zhou, please be careful with your words. If you make our young master sad, be careful that my old lady will blame you. The maid's domineering look made Zhou Zirwei snort coldly. Blame it if you want. I won't serve you anymore. I want to go home. With that, Zhou Zirwei left. After taking 2 steps, he stopped and looked back at the other 2 boys and said, Are you leaving? The 2 boys hesitated for a moment. One of them gritted his teeth and walked towards Zhou Zirwei, and the other chose to stay. Looking at them, the little fat man said, Fugui, please ask someone to send them back. I don't need playmates in the future. I like to play by myself. Hearing this, the servant said in embarrassment, Master, this requires the old lady to say it. The little fat man's eyes were angry. What do you mean? What I say is useless, what? Fugui had no choice but to make the arrangements. The remaining boy was named Tang Yuan, the quietest and most timid one among the 3. He refused to leave when Hu Tianxi called him to go. The little fat boy's angry expression soon improved. Okay, then we will take you to play in the future. No more playing with those 2. It's just that my mother said that every child is her treasure. If you stay here, what if your mother misses you? Tang Yuan's eyes were confused. Mother? He has no mother. They said that his mother died a long time ago. He only has a mother, not a mother. My mother won't miss me when she's not around. Tianxi, I like playing with you. Here, he can still have enough food, put on clothes, at home, there is nothing, and there are always people bullying him. So Zhou Zirwei and the others want to go back, and he doesn't want to go with them. Hu Tianxi didn't understand. He just secretly heard Zhou Zirwei say that he didn't want to stay here, saying that he missed home, didn't like himself, and didn't like the Hu family. That's why they quarreled and asked him to go back. If he didn't like it, then he didn't like it. He didn't like them to play with him either. Even their smiles were fake. Now it's good, they are all gone. Grandma shouldn't bring them here again in the future. After all, I don't like them now. In the past, Grandma brought them here because he liked them, but now that she doesn't like them, she naturally won't take them, and they don't have to leave their home. Let's go. Since you like to play with me, we will play together in the future. Don't worry, I won't yell at you. I yell at them, because I don't like them. But you're fine, I still don't hate you. The 2 children said as they walked away. It was getting darker and darker, and the people in the cloth shop finished their work and gradually went to bed. Just when Mu Yun was half asleep, she suddenly felt something was wrong, as if there was a sound. She got up and walked out, and a strange sound became louder, as if something fell. When she walked out of the cloth shop, Mu Yun saw a fire rising to the sky across the street. It was the farm where the children played during the day. Her pupils immediately dilated in shock. Thinking of so many people inside, she didn't have time to think too much. She hurriedly put on her coat and ran towards the fire. When she ran to the front of the farm, she saw that all the doors and windows were on fire and heard the sound of horse hooves gradually fading away. She immediately understood that this family might have been retaliated or offended by someone, and the whole family was killed. Muyun looked at the fire, a little at a loss, not knowing how to save people, or perhaps everyone had been killed, and setting the fire was just the last step. Woo woo woo. Mother, mother, wake up, mother, don't die. Woo woo Tang Yuan. What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. We're hearing the faint cry of the little fat boy from inside. A flash of surprise flashed across Mu Yun's face. The little fat boy is still alive? Unable to watch the little fat boy being burned to death, Mu Yun became anxious. There was nothing here that could put out the fire. She couldn't break in like this. Her clothes would definitely be burned. By then, let alone saving people, she would die in there. Her brain turned quickly. She couldn't find any other tools. She could only run back to the cloth shop as fast as possible, then picked up the quilt and quickly walked to the water tank in the yard to wet it. Her movements were so big that they startled Peng Qingyun and Ziju, who were sleeping soundly. The two hurriedly got up and came out to check. Seeing Mu Yun scooping water and pouring it on the quilt in the middle of the night, they were stunned for a moment, and then thought that they might have encountered a ghost. Sister Yun? Ziju tried to shout, with some fear in his eyes. Mu Yun didn't have time to pay attention to them. He grabbed the quilt after it got wet and ran away. I'll go put out the fire. After saying this, he disappeared. Peng Qingyun was shocked. He also ran out and saw the fire in the opposite manner. He was shocked and called for people to get up and put out the fire. Mu Yun was very fast. She came to the fire again. She put on the quilt, picked up a thick stick, and rushed straight into the house. The little fat man couldn't cry anymore. His throat hurt so much. He also knew that his mother and friends were dead. The maids and servants, all of them were dead. He escaped because he was stuffed into the rice jar by his mother. But now he was going to die too. Just when he was about to faint, he suddenly heard a loud noise. He slowly raised his head and looked at the door, only to see that the door was knocked open and a person whose face could not be seen rushed in. The little fat man thought it was an enemy, and he instantly became energetic again, with anger in his eyes. He wanted to avenge his mother and good friend. His misty eyes were looking for weapons that could hurt people, but he heard an unexpected voice. Little fatty, how are you? Don't be afraid, I'll take you out. There was a bead curtain between Mu Yunyu and Hu Tianxi. The door beam on the bead curtain was burned and fell down, separating her from Hu Tianxi so that she could not enter for the time being. Hu Tianxi widened his eyes in surprise, looked straight at Mu Yun, and tears suddenly filled his eyes. I'm scared, I don't want to die, woo-woo, aunt, save me. Woo-woo, the little fat man's voice was very hoarse, and he was still hiccuping. His throat hurt a lot when he spoke, but he still wanted to say it, and wanted to ask Mu Yun to save him. At this time, the little fat man was no longer proud and confident as he was during the day. He was like a poor homeless puppy. On his dirty face, only the pair of round, misty big eyes were the brightest. Mu Yun's heart softened, and she couldn't bear it, so she slowed down her voice. Don't be afraid, I will take you out. Don't talk now, shut up, hold your breath, and try not to inhale the thick smoke, which will hurt your throat. Mu Yun looked at the fire in the middle of the bead curtain, observed the beams on the door curtain, and after confirming that the roof would not collapse, she picked up the long stick in her hand, pushed away the burning wood, and then wrapped herself tightly with a quilt and jumped in. She hurriedly picked up the little fat boy, and after feeling the weight, she felt helpless. It was so heavy. It was not easy to run out with it, so she had to carry it on her back instead. Come up, I'll carry you out. She squatted down and spoke to the little fat boy. After carrying the little fat boy on her back, she covered the quilt on his back and wrapped them both, and then jumped out of the bead curtain again, but the fire outside was too big, and she couldn't run out. Mu Yun was anxious. She wouldn't die in here. In this case, what would happen to the 3 children? Just when she was at a loss, water poured in from outside. Mu Yun, are you there?
Mu Yun.
Sister Yun? Sister Yun, can you say something? Peng Qingyun and Ziju's anxious voices rang out. Hearing their voices, Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief.
He was saved and would not die.
Pour water here at the middle door, and don't worry about anything else." Mu Yun shouted loudly to the outside. Then he asked Hu Tianxi, "Xiao Hu, are there any members of your family still alive?" The little fat man shook his head, and thinking that Mu Yun couldn't see him shaking his head, he endured the burning pain in his throat and replied, "No. Everyone died, only he was hidden in the rice jar by his mother, and was not discovered." Mu Yun didn't know how to comfort him, and now was not the time to comfort him. After the fire in the middle was extinguished, she told the little fat man to hug her neck tightly, and then ran out quickly. Seeing Mu Yun come out safely, Pang Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. "You really scared me to death. Next time you want to save someone, tell me first. We will choose a safer way to save people. If you do this, be careful not to lose your life." Pang Qingyun's voice was a little loud. He was really scared just now, thinking that Mu Yun was going to die in there. After spending so many days together, Mu Yun helped him so much. He really regarded Mu Yun as a friend in his heart. If she had an accident, not to mention losing his business, he would feel very uncomfortable. Ziju's eyes were also full of tears. She almost thought that Mu Yun was buried in the sea of fire. "Sister Yun, you scared me to death." Mu Yun smiled and said to her, "Don't worry, your sister Yun can do anything. Nothing will happen." Mu Yun put the little fat man down, but found that he had fainted, and had no choice but to pick him up again. Let's go back. Don't worry about this fire. This fire is unusual. If it is put out, it may cause some trouble." Hearing this, Pang Qingyun nodded, told the others not to put out the fire, and the group went back to the cloth shop. There was no doctor here, and no one was treating the little fat man, but Mu Yun carefully checked him and found that he was not injured. He should have been smoked by the smoke, and he was too sad and emotional, so he fainted. After finding an empty room to settle the person down, Mu Yun asked Ziju to wipe the little fat man clean, and then find clean clothes for him to change. After packing up everything, Mu Yun went out again and looked at the village opposite. The fire was bigger. In addition to that village, there was only this cloth shop in the suburbs. The fire did not stop until dawn. Early in the morning, Pang Qingyun asked someone to report the case to the county government in the city. When the little fat man woke up in the morning, he was fine, but he refused to speak and remained silent. Mu Yun called the 3 children and gave them some instructions before asking them to accompany the little fat man. The people from the government came, and Mu Yun met Xiao Ningji again. Xiao Ningji was also a little surprised to see Mu Yun here. After saying hello, the two did not speak. Xiao Ningji was trying to understand the situation of this village, but found that no one knew whose village it was. After a round of questioning, nothing came out. The only people she could ask were the workers in the cloth workshop. The workers in the cloth workshop only knew how to weave and dye cloth, and they didn't know anything else, so naturally she couldn't ask anything. Seeing Xiao Ningji frowning tightly, Mu Yun thought for a while and said, "This family should be surnamed Hu." Xiao Ningji looked at her in surprise. "Miss Mu, do you know?" Pang Qingyun thought Mu Yun was going to reveal the identity of the little fat man, but she just said, "Yesterday, several of my children played with the young master of this farm for a while. The child asked us to call him Master Hu, so my family should be surnamed Hu." If Xiao Ningji could find out who this Hu family was and what their identity was, she would arrange to send the little fat man home. In the case of knowing nothing, she couldn't rashly say it out or put it in the open. Otherwise, if she was retaliated again, the little fat man would die. The little fat man whose family had already died was very pitiful, and Mu Yun couldn't bear to let him die again. When Xiao Ningji heard the surname, he subconsciously thought of Hu Wei, the prefect of the neighboring county, and then the thought was suppressed. Although the two counties are not far apart, it is impossible for the Hu family to come here to buy a manor. There is no shortage of manors over there, and it is said that this prefect who is a person who likes luxury. This place is so remote that it is impossible for his family to own it. The house was burned to ashes by the fire, and there were no clues. There were only many horse hoof prints on the road to the west. Didn't you hear anything last night? The fire was so big, there couldn't be no movement, right? Xiao Ningji looked at the few people with doubtful eyes. His eyes were sharp and oppressive. It surprised Mu Yun. He didn't expect him to have such a powerful look. He was really a powerful official. If it were other people, they might not be able to bear the guilt, but Mu Yun and Peng Qingyun had a good psychological endurance and would not show any fear at all. Peng Qingyun replied seriously, "No, we went to bed very early. When we got up and went out to the yard, we smelled the smell of burning. We went out and saw that the fire was on the opposite side. Although it was on the opposite side, the farm was still a little far away from our cloth shop, and any movement could not be transmitted." Xiaoningji looked at the cloth shop opposite. It was indeed a little far away, not close. The large number of horse hoof prints to the west proved that this fire was not an ordinary fire. The people in the whole farm died, and they must not have been burned to death, but after killing people, they set the fire. All kinds of deeds show that this fire has nothing to do with the cloth shop, so Xiaoningji just asked casually and did not really doubt it. Xiaoningji left quickly, and Muyan also went back to the cloth shop, thinking that after 2 days, he would go to the city to play with Chu Ning and then inquire about the news. But he didn't expect Chu Ning to come by herself the next day. Xiaoningji assigned her a maid and 2 guards, and the 4 of them drove a carriage to the cloth shop. When Peng Qingyun heard that the person was looking for Mu Yun, she looked at Chu Ning with some curiosity and then asked someone to call Mu Yun out. Mu Yun was still doing her experiment, and the results of a new experiment had not yet come out. When she heard that there was a girl looking for her, she was confused for a moment and she couldn't figure out who it was. When she went out and saw that it was Chu Ning, she was surprised for a moment. "And Ning, why are you here?" When Chu Ning saw Mu Yun, she happily ran over and took her hand. "Sister Mu, you didn't come to play with me when you came to the city. You don't keep your word." Mu Yun was helpless. "I have something to do. I was thinking of looking for you to play after I finished the work in the cloth shop, but I didn't expect you to come first." Mu Yun took Chu Ning to her dying yard. Seeing her maid following them, Mu Yun smiled and said, "Your maid must be tired standing like this. Let her go outside to rest. There is tea and some fruits in the yard in front." The maid hurriedly said, "No, miss, I'm not tired." Chu Ning smiled and said, "It's okay, you go and play. I'll talk to Sister Mu." The maid hesitated for a moment, then nodded and turned to go out. Mu Yun chatted with Chu Ning and then mentioned, "Yesterday when Lord Xiao was handling a case, I thought you would come, but you were not there. Seeing that you have such a good relationship, I thought you would be together wherever you go." Mu Yun's teasing made Chu Ning feel very embarrassed. After blushing and smiling, she said, "We usually come together, but yesterday he said that this place is too far away and he was afraid that I would be tired, so he didn't let me come." Mu Yun looked at her face full of sweetness and laughed along. "I didn't expect that Lord Xiao, such a serious person, has such a considerate side, but this must be a side that belongs only to you, so others can't see it." Chu Ning smiled sweetly and shyly and said in a tender voice, "Oh, Sister Mu, why do you always tease me?" Mu Yun laughed, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. By the way, has Lord Xiao found out about the arson of the farm? Who is so cruel and killed the whole family? I couldn't sleep well last night, for I was afraid that I would be killed that day. Kuning kuriedli sait, boh. Sister Mu, don't say these unlucky words. You haven't offended anyone who would kill you. Chu Ning leaned close to Mu Yun and whispered, "The owner of this manor is Yueya, the prefect of Tianai County next door. His wife and son lived in the manor. Yueya and his mother, Mrs. Hu, who did not live there, were also killed. The Hu family's house was also burned down by a fire. It was burned completely without any traces left. There is nothing that can be found out about this matter." Surprise flashed in Mu Yun's eyes. It turned out to be an official of the prefectural government, which was not a small one. He must have offended that senior official, or he knew something and was silenced. How cruel. Mu Yun was also glad that he did not reveal the existence of Hu Tianxi. Otherwise, if the person behind the scenes knew about it, it would definitely be very troublesome. Oh my God, who is so cruel? He actually killed the whole family. Is there any hatred or grudge? Too cruel. Mu Yun showed a shocked look to Chu Ning and started to complain. Chu Ning nodded, yes. Too cruel. Although this prefectural government who is not a good person, but killing the whole family is really too cruel. Muyan asked curiously, why is this prefectural government who not a good person? Is he a corrupt official or something? Chuning lowered her head and whispered to Mu Yun about many things about the Hu family. For example, the Hu family members were very doting, and the old lady doted on the only young master of the Hu family, so much so that she would pick the moon from the sky. For example, the prefect Yueya abused his power, oppressed the people, embezzled and accepted bribes, ignored the suffering of the people, etc. He was simply an unforgivable villain. Muyan didn't expect that the fat boy's family was so bad, but she didn't see it. That's not right. The fat boy was very arrogant at a young age, and his temper was not very good. He must have been influenced by his family, but he shouldn't be a bad person. If she finds out that the fat boy is a bad person in the future, then she'll get rid of him. So, this prefect who is also guilty of death.
Muyan said.
She hated officials who oppressed the people the most. Corruption and bribery were all fine, as there was no official who was not corrupt, but oppressing the people was too much. Without the people, how could they be officials?
Toning noted.
Yeah, I think so too. It's just that his family members did not deserve death, but the whole family was wiped out. It's really tragic.
Muyun nodded.
Yeah, it's too tragic. Muyan didn't know what expression to have when she was heard saying bad things about the other person's father. The fat boy's whole family had just died, and when he heard them say that about his father, he must have some thoughts in his mind. Muyan put down the cloth in his hand and said to Chuning, I'm going to get something outside. You wait here.
Toning noted.
As soon as Muyan stood up, the fat boy ran away. She chased after him, but the fat boy ran into the room and locked the door. Muyan was helpless, she explained. Xiao Hu, I was not talking about your father just now. I was just asking for information, so I said that on purpose. Don't be angry. Hu Tianxi inside the door still didn't speak, but he hadn't spoken in the past 2 days. Yuan Bao and the others heard their mother's voice and ran in from outside, and saw Muyan standing at the door of Hu Tianxi's room. Yuan Bao asked, Mom, what's wrong? Muyan told the 3 of them that Hu Tianxi's family had died, and asked the 3 of them to pay more attention to him. So Yuan Bao and Mu Yang were also very good to Hu Tianxi in the past 2 days. At this time, they thought something had happened to Hu Tianxi, and the 3 children were a little worried. Muyan was a little helpless. It's okay, you pay more attention to him and care about him more in the next few days. The 3 children nodded, and Muyan spoke again. Xiao Hu, you are not a 3-year-old child. You should be sensible. I just said that to find out the news about your family. I chatted like this on purpose. I didn't mean to say anything about your father. Don't be angry. If you get angry, you will be the one who suffers. I'm going to be busy. Let Yuan Bao and the others talk to you. After Muyan left, Yuan Bao and Muyang looked at each other, and then Yuan Bao knocked on the door and shouted inside, Hu Tianxi, why are you angry with my mother? What did my mother say? Tell me, I will help you analyze it and see if you can be angry. Yueya couldn't help but said, Brother Tianxi, open the door and let's have a good talk. My mother said that misunderstandings must be resolved in time. Otherwise, the misunderstandings will grow bigger and bigger and then destroy our relationship. Muyang also said, Aunt Yun said that a man must be brave and solve problems when encountering problems. He can't hide and be a coward. Hu Tianxi sat on the floor in the room, crying silently. His throat had gotten much better since he had taken the medicine. He didn't speak because he didn't know what to say. Thinking of his father and grandmother being gone, he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. He wasn't angry with Mu Yun. He was just sad to hear that his father and grandmother were dead, and everyone in the family was dead. He knew that his father was not a good official because when he went out to play, he always heard people saying bad things about his father. Although he was young, he understood that what they said might be true. But others hated his father, but he didn't, because his father was very good to him, would tease him, buy him delicious food, and was willing to give him everything. He liked his father and his grandmother, although others always said they were not good, but he still liked them. But now, not only did he lose his mother, but he also lost his father and grandmother. He had nothing. Thinking of this, Hu Tianxi couldn't help crying out loud. Woo woo daddy grandma Wu, hearing him crying, Yuanbao and others outside the door were a little anxious. Hu Tianxi, don't cry. If you have anything, tell us and we will help you. Don't cry. Brother Tianxi, come out and I will give you some candy, okay? You won't want to cry if you eat sweet things. Men shed blood, but not tears. Hu Tianxi, if you were a man, you should stop crying. The little fat man ignored them and continued to cry. The three of them had no choice but to sit at the door and wait for him to stop crying. It was unknown how long it took for the crying inside to subside. Hu Tianxi didn't hear any sound from outside and thought they had all left, so he stood up and opened the door to see. But when he opened the door, he saw Yuanbao and the other two sitting in a row at the door. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the three children immediately turned around and saw Hu Tianxi coming out, and they immediately surrounded him. Brother Tianxi, are you okay? Yueya asked worriedly. Seeing that Hu Tianxi's face was full of tears, she took out the small handkerchief her mother bought for her and wiped Hu Tianxi's face. Brother Tianxi, don't be sad. I'll tell my mother to let you live with us in the future. In this way, you will have a family again, okay? Muyang looked at Yueya wiping Hu Tianxi's face and felt very jealous. Cry, 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 you only know how to cry, and you even want a girl to wipe his tears, how shameless. Hu Tianxi was comforted by Yueya's heartwarming action. As soon as he felt a little warmth in his heart, the handkerchief in Yueya's hand was snatched away by Muyang. Yueya, let me wipe it for him. You are so short, it's too tiring to stand on tiptoe. Yueya was pushed aside, and when she heard Muyang say that she was short, she looked at herself, then looked at them, and indeed they were all taller than her. Yueya was a little unconvinced and pouted and said, I will eat more in the future, and I can grow taller. Brother Muyang, you are annoying, I am not short. Seeing Yueya unhappy, Hu Tianxi couldn't help coaxing. I also think Yueya is not short. Other children of your age are not as tall as you. Muyang rolled his eyes at Hu Tianxi. Aren't you sad? Why do you still have the mind to say these? Muyang retracted his hand, put Yueya's handkerchief in his pocket, and then said to Yueya, the handkerchief is stained with Hu Tianxi's snot and tears. It is too dirty. I will give it to you after Brother Muyang washes it. Hu Tianxi was very angry. Where do I have snot? Where do I have it? Muyang, you're talking nonsense. The fat boy's sadness disappeared unconsciously after being teased by them. Yueya smiled. It's okay. Brother Tianxi is still a child, and it's normal for children to cry and have snot. I don't mind. Just wash the handkerchief. Muyang didn't want Yueya to touch such a dirty thing, and insisted on washing it himself. In fact, he wanted to buy Yueya a new handkerchief, but he had no money. Hu Tianxi finally smiled on his chubby face. Thank you, Yueya. Seeing that he was willing to come out and stopped crying, Yuanbao changed the subject. Hu Tianxi, I just saw 2 crickets on the lawn outside, but I don't know how to catch them. Do you want to go and see if you can catch them? Hu Tianxi nodded. He used to catch crickets for fun, and he was the best at it. The 4 children left as soon as they said they would, and went out to catch crickets together. Zijou had been watching from the side. When she was not cooking, her job was to look after the 3 children. Seeing that they were all out and Hu Tianxi was much better, she went to tell Mu Yun, and then went out to look after the children again. Chu Ning hadn't left yet. She said she wanted to see what the fabric dyed by Mu Yun looked like. She was very curious, mainly because she didn't have much to play with when she went back, so she didn't want to go back. This was the umpteenth time Mu Yun had tried it. After the strips of cloth dried, the refreshing green color gradually revealed itself, and she was immediately pleasantly surprised. She actually managed to research a new color. That's great. It was also the first time that Chu Ning saw such a beautiful green. It didn't look old-fashioned at all, but very bright and very young. It didn't look like the green on the market, which was not suitable for little girls at first glance. Sister Mu, you're so amazing. You can actually develop new colors by yourself. How did you do it? You are amazing. Chu Ning felt it was magical and incredible that Mu Yun could actually develop a new color. Mu Yun hurriedly said, Wait, I'll go get some new cloth to dye it. Our new cloth looks better, and with this color, it will definitely be amazing. Muyun couldn't wait to find a new cloth, and then mixed another pot of dye according to the previous dye, and then put the whole cloth in for dyeing. Pang Qingyun went back to the city at noon and was not there at this time. Only Muyun and Chuning were in the yard. When Master Lu, who was dyeing, found out, he followed curiously. Master Lu believed too much in Muyun's development of a new color. Although Muyun was smart, he wouldn't be so amazing. New colors can't be made just by mixing. Master Lu, you came at the right time. This piece of cloth is dyed. Please help me dry it together. Master Lu questioned, how long did you put it in, and it's already dyed? Muyun made a relatively simple timer by herself to record the time of each dyeing and the time of drying. She found that this time was also very important, but there were no watches or other things to tell time in this era, so she made a simple one by herself, which only recorded the time from start to finish. Now the time is up, and the time used for the piece of cloth just now is this time. She recorded the time, paint, and so on of each piece of cloth, and wrote a lot of manuscripts. Okay, Master Lu, believe me, you will see the results soon. Master Lu was just a little skeptical whether this would work. Seeing that Muyun was so confident, he also looked forward to it and helped her to dry the cloth. Several long poles were pulled for the long cloth. After they were all hung, the three of them sat and waited. Fortunately, the sun is good now and there is wind. It should be dry in half an hour. Master Lu looked at Muyun's thick manuscript and recognized her efforts. Boss, you didn't start out to learn dyeing. You wanted to develop new colors, right? At this time, Master Lu finally understood. Chuning was surprised. Sister Mu, are you the boss of this cloth shop? Muyun nodded. Well, I guess so. I'm in partnership with Boss Peng, so I'm also half the boss. After Muyun finished talking to Chuning, he said to Master Lu, the colors on the market now are a bit old. I want to develop some relatively new colors so that our cloth shop business will have no worries. Master Lu, you have been a dyeing master for many years. You can actually study new colors. You can take a look at this manuscript of mine. If you can develop a new color, I will reward you 100 taels of silver for the first color, 300 taels for the second, and 500 taels for the fourth. The more colors, the more money. Master Lu was helpless. Although he was very tempted by the reward, he knew his ability and it was almost impossible to develop new colors. Boss, you really think highly of me. This new color is not so easy to develop. Muyun smiled and said, if I can do it, of course you can too. Be more confident, Master Lu. Master Lu smiled helplessly. Let's take a look at your color first. He didn't quite believe that Muyun could develop a new color. Not only did he have no confidence in Muyun, he also had no confidence in himself. The three of them sat in the yard chatting, waiting for the cloth to dry. About half an hour later, the color of the cloth slowly emerged. In the sunlight, bright waves shone through the cool green cloth, like tender green buds in the sun, transparent and moist, which made people feel pleasing to the eye. Master Lu and Chuning were stunned. The two hurriedly walked to the side of the cloth that was drying and took a closer look. Such a beautiful and transparent color was really amazing. Chuning touched it gently. The cloth was soft, smooth, and delicate, and it felt better than the best Yuehua brocade. Sister Mu, what kind of cloth is this? Why is it so soft, delicate, and silky? It's not like Chuning hasn't seen good things before. She's seen better cloth, but this is the first time she's seen such a color. Muyun named this cloth Huanhuajin because the pattern on it is very similar to the splashing water, so it's called Huanhuajin. This is a new product called Huanhuajin. If you like it, I'll give you one. Chuning waved her hand. How can that be? I'll buy it, but you can't let Sister Mu give it to me. If I have to give it to you, it should be me. Master Lu carefully touched and examined it for a long time and said excitedly, Boss, I also want to learn and study new colors. Your color is so good, I really admire it. Master Lu was excited and stimulated by Muyun. He also had the idea of developing new colors. Muyun wanted Master Lu to try to mix new colors. This is actually not difficult. It's nothing more than doing experiments day after day until the right color is mixed. After all the cloth was dried, Muyan was ready to take the cloth back to the city. She gave the formula for mixing the color to Master Liu and asked him to continue dyeing the cloth. She took the dyed one and got on Chuning's carriage back to the city. There were a lot of people and the carriage was a bit crowded. Chuning saw Muyan's 2 children for the first time. She liked them very much at first sight. But she always felt that Yuanbao's face was familiar, but she couldn't remember where it was familiar. It was a bit vague, so she didn't think too much about it. Sister Mu, why do you have so many children? Chuning thought it was only Yuanbao and Yueya, but there were 2 other boys. Muyan couldn't have so many children at her age. Muyan smiled and said, I picked up these 2. Hearing this, Chuning was a little surprised and admired very much. Sister Mu, you are a good person, always doing good things. You will definitely be rewarded in the future. Hearing her innocent words, Muyan smiled. She only did things according to her conscience, but didn't ask for any rewards. After the carriage entered the city, it drove towards the restaurant. As soon as it arrived at the door, it saw many yamen runners standing at the door. There were many onlookers, whispering and talking about what happened in the restaurant. Muyan drew aside the curtain and looked at this scene, his brows furrowed tightly. What big thing happened? So many yamen runners were dispatched. Did the government intervene? Chuning was also curious. Sister Mu, what happened? Muyan turned around and told Zizhu, Zizhu, take the 4 of them back to the inn and wait for me. I'll go see what's going on. Aining, why don't you go back first? Chuning shook her head. It's okay, Sister Mu, I'll go with you. Let my carriage take them to the inn.
Muyan nodded.
The 2 got off the carriage and walked towards the restaurant, but were stopped by the yamen runners. Didn't you see the government investigating the case? You can't go in now. Chuning was about to speak when she heard Muyan say, I'm the other owner of this restaurant. Can I go in too? Another bailiff came over and whispered to his companion's ear about Chuning's identity. As she was both the boss and the magistrate's fiancée, the bailiff immediately let the 2 in. In the hall, Xiao Ningji and Peng Qingyun stood on one side. A man was lying on the ground with a pale face and eyes wide open. The coroner next to him was checking the cause of death. The atmosphere in the hall was very serious, making people feel depressed for no reason. Seeing the 2 people coming in from outside, Xiao Ningji frowned and hurriedly pulled Chu Ning over to block her sight. And Ning, why are you here? This place is not suitable for you to stay. I'll have someone send you back. Xiao Ningji was afraid that she would be scared when she saw such a scene. Chu Ning didn't want to go back, so she said she would wait for him on the side. Helplessly, Xiao Ningji could only agree. Peng Qingyun seemed to be relieved when he saw Muyan coming, and he hurriedly told her the whole thing. The cause of the incident was that a man died after eating in the restaurant. Various signs showed that the man died of poisoning. The dead man was followed by his friend, named Dapeng. After the man died, Dapeng immediately asked someone to call the old mother of the deceased. At this time, the old mother had not come yet, and Dapeng was still guarding the man. The government officials had just arrived and immediately controlled all the people in the restaurant and surrounded the restaurant. Such a big thing happened. Regardless of whether the man died because of the food in their restaurant, it would affect the business of the restaurant. From then on, everyone would be cautious and suspicious. No matter how delicious the food was, if people died, no one would come to patronize it again. Muyan's mind turned quickly. There was an 80% chance that this was Li Xiaoping's method, and only a very small 20% chance that it was an accident. From the last time he sent people to catch her, it can be seen that Li Xiaoping is a ruthless person with no bottom line. In the past few days, he tried to frame someone but failed. He actually chose to kill someone. It was so shameless and vicious. Muyan was guessing a lot. The coroner was still checking. Dapeng began to say how pitiful the deceased was. He had elderly parents to take care of at home. He was so young, had not married yet, and had not enjoyed life yet. He died because of a meal. This was really unfair. The people around were all eating here before the incident. The government came in time and surrounded them all together, not allowing them to leave for the time being. Hearing the man's words, everyone was scared. Was there something wrong with the food they ate? Pang Qingyun was worried and anxious when he saw the guests like this. The business of this restaurant had just started to pick up. Would it fail like this? This is a money-making project that makes a lot of money every day. If it fails, the loss will be too great. Muyan said to Xiaoningji, "Sir, I see that everyone is very worried about the food they just ate. Could you please summon all the doctors in the city to check the food in the kitchen, the food and drinks on the table, and the guests who have eaten? If it is a problem with our restaurant, we are willing to take responsibility. But if today's incident is just a deliberate frame-up by others, then please find out the truth and clear our restaurant's name so that everyone knows that the food in our restaurant is clean and there is no problem." Xiaoningji thought for a moment and agreed. It was like repaying the favor of Mu Yun for saving Chu Ning. If it was really the restaurant's responsibility, then he would certainly handle it impartially, but if it was not the restaurant's responsibility, then he would naturally clear their name. When Dapeng heard that so many doctors were to be invited, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. At this time, the old mother of the deceased came. Dapeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately pulled the old mother of the deceased and began to comfort her hypocritically. In fact, he was secretly putting the blame on the restaurant, wanting the old mother to seek justice for her son and make trouble for the restaurant. Xiaoningji frowned and walked towards the coroner. "Hasn't it been found out yet?" The coroner's forehead was covered with sweat. He had checked many times, but still couldn't find out what kind of poison it was. Hearing the magistrate's words, he hurriedly replied, "To answer your question, the deceased was indeed poisoned to death, but I am short-sighted and cannot identify the poison at this time. I am afraid that only by dissecting the body and checking his internal organs can we find out the specific cause."
No.
"My son is already dead. Please, leave his body intact." The old lady cried sadly. Her already weathered face looked even more hopeless. She was thin and old, and as dry as a withered leaf. Her shaky appearance was unbearable to watch. Mu Yun frowned, feeling uncomfortable. If it was really Li Xiaoping who did it, then he was really not a human being. Why didn't he take himself to die, but chose such a pitiful family? Mu Yun bowed to Xiaoningji and then spoke. "Sir, the doctor will be here soon. All the food in our restaurant can be checked. We have nothing to fear because we never do anything wrong. We open our doors to do business to make money, not to poison and kill people. Wait for the doctor to come and check carefully to see if the deceased died from eating our food. Since ancient times, I have never heard of a restaurant that could eat its guests to death. I feel very sympathetic for the deceased, but we are also businessmen, and we have to open our doors to do business in the future. If we cause misunderstandings today, who would dare to come to our restaurant to eat in the future? No matter how good our cooking skills are or how innovative our recipes are, everyone will be hesitant because of what happened today. So today, please investigate it from beginning to end. If it is our fault that caused the guest's death, we are willing to pay the price." The deceased's friend Dapeng immediately shouted, "You just want to shirk responsibility. People died because they ate your food. Don't try to quibble. You, unscrupulous profiteers, you will do anything to make money, bah. You are so shameless." Mu Yun frowned and said, "This young man, it is possible to get a stomachache after eating out, but you can eat someone to death directly. Do you think this is reasonable? I don't think it's me who has no conscience. I'm afraid it's you who has no conscience. Auntie, do you recognize this man? Is he your son's friend? Your son came to our restaurant with him. He said that your son died because of eating the food in our restaurant. But there are so many people who have eaten our food. Let's not talk about the ones in the past. Just look at today. There are so many people. Everyone is fine, but your son is dead. Why do you think this happened?" The old lady shook her head in ignorance and spoke in a crying voice. "I don't know. I just want to know who killed my son. Auntie, it was this restaurant that killed Daong. Please ask the county magistrate to arrest all these people for interrogation." Dapeng spoke impatiently. Mu Yun's cold eyes immediately pierced him. "Why are you in such a hurry? Auntie, you haven't spoken yet. Are you guilty? Did you kill Auntie's son?" The man was frightened by Mu Yun's eyes, and when he heard her words, he was even more shocked. He immediately spoke incoherently. You're talking nonsense. You are simply slandering me. Muyan saw him so panicked and immediately looked at Xiaoningji and said, Sir, I suspect that the deceased was deliberately murdered, and then our restaurant was framed, just to divert everyone's attention and clear the suspicion of the murderer. You are talking nonsense. Dapeng shouted excitedly, and then realized something, and immediately retracted his excitement, trying to calm his voice, and said, Daong is such a good person. Who would kill him? It is obvious that the food in your restaurant killed people. Not only did you not apologize and compensate, but you are also quibbling here. You are such unscrupulous businessmen. You should go to jail. The Yamen runner came to report, Sir, the doctors are here, a total of 8. Hearing this, Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoningji hurriedly said, Please come in. After the doctors came in, they saluted Xiaoningji. Xiaoningji said politely, Sorry to bother a few doctors. Please check everything in the restaurant kitchen and on the dining table, and take the pulse of all the guests who have eaten here. There are 8 doctors. 2 of them stayed to feel the pulse of all the guests, 3 went to the kitchen to check, and 3 went to check all the tables. The division of labor was clear. Seeing so many doctors coming to check, Dapeng panicked. He didn't expect there would be this step. He was going to destroy the wine glass, but Zhu Daong had been holding it, so he couldn't smash it. Later, when Zhu Daong fell down, he started calling people as planned. Because he was a little nervous, he forgot to destroy the wine glass. Muyan saw Dapeng as panic and sneered in his heart. With this quality, he still wanted to frame others. He was really stupid and didn't know it. Everyone was waiting for the test results. After the people who lined up for pulse checking were confirmed to be safe, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The 3 doctors in the kitchen came out soon. They bowed to Xiaoningji and then said, Sir, we have checked everything in the kitchen, big and small. There is no poison. It is also very clean. There is no situation that can make people have stomach upset and poisoning. Xiaoningji nodded. Okay. Thank you for your hard work, doctors. The restaurant owner will pay you for the consultation fee. The 3 doctors nodded and stood aside. Soon the doctor who was checking the table also finished. A doctor came over with a wine glass and said, Sir, this wine glass is poisonous. Hearing this, everyone looked at the wine glass in the doctor's hand in surprise. Dapeng's face turned pale instantly, and he felt his legs go weak. Many countermeasures flashed through his mind, but they flashed too fast. So fast that he couldn't catch it at all, and he felt a mess in his mind. Xiaoningji asked, Besides the cups, are there other things that are poisonous? The doctor shook his head. No, there are 2 wine glasses on the table, one is poisonous, and the other is normal. The diners around started to talk about it. Knowing that they were fine, and it was not the food, they were completely relaxed and in the mood to discuss the matter. Can you find out what the poison is? The doctor nodded. Okay, but it will take some time, about half an hour. Xiaoningji said, Then please trouble the doctor to come and check what kind of poison this is. A doctor said, Sir, there is no need to be so troublesome. As long as the person who poisoned has had this poison on his hands, it can be detected with a silver needle. So you just need to put the silver needle on everyone's finger and try it. Even if you wash your hands in time, there will still be some residue. Once the silver needle touches it, it will show up. Unless you wash your hands repeatedly for more than 10 times, then it will not be detected. While the doctor was speaking, Muyan noticed that Dapeng was clasping his hands uncomfortably. This action seemed to indicate that the person who poisoned was almost certainly him. Xiaoningji immediately adopted the doctor's statement and asked 8 doctors to take out silver needles at the same time to check everyone present. Dapeng subconsciously wanted to retreat. Muyan came to him and shouted to a doctor, Doctor, come and take a look at this big brother first. I see he is very anxious and sweating. Dapeng hated Muyan to death. He was already nervous, and this made him even more nervous, and there was no chance for him to escape. He didn't dare to act rashly. Escape was impossible with so many Yamen runners around. At this moment, he could only pray that he would not be found out. He washed his hands once, but only once, because he was afraid that he would get contaminated when eating peanuts, so he washed his hands. At this moment, he regretted not washing his hands a few more times. What he regretted most was that he forgot to destroy the wine glass. As soon as the doctor approached, he began to tremble, and his whole body seemed to be out of control and shook violently. Fearing that he would suddenly attack and hurt the doctor, Mu-yun was always on guard beside him. The doctor tried the silver needle in Da Peng's left hand first, and each finger stayed for a while.
Seeing no change, he switched to his right hand.
At this moment, Da Peng was shaking even more. The right hand is the one that has the most contact with the silver needle. As soon as it is placed on the thumb, it began to change color. The doctor was startled. He immediately looked at Da Peng with wide eyes. Da Peng also saw the blackened silver needle, and his whole heart was relieved, and he no longer felt frightened. He quickly reached out and wanted to grab the doctor, but was grabbed by Mu-yun. Mu-yun was on guard against him, so he would not let him have the chance to hurt the doctor. This change happened very quickly. When everyone looked over, they only saw Mu-yun holding Da Peng's arm, and the doctor was standing aside with the blackened silver needle, still in shock. Xiao Ningji walked over quickly, and the other Yamen runners immediately came over and took Da Peng from Mu-yun. This person is the one who poisoned. The doctor handed the silver needle to Xiao Ningji, and Xiao Ningji handed the silver needle to the coroner for inspection. The coroner took out the silver needle used on the deceased for comparison and found that the two were equally toxic. Sir, the poison on the two silver needles is indeed the same. It can be almost concluded that this man is the murderer. Da Peng's legs were so weak that he was shaking. He just shook his head desperately. No, it's not me, it's not me. Swish, a sharp arrow came through the wind and instantly pierced Da Peng's throat. The two Yamen runners who were escorting Da Peng were instantly scared silly. It all happened so quickly that when Xiao Ningji led people to chase out, they could not see anything. When he returned to the restaurant again, Xiao Ningji's eyes were very cold, and he was obviously very angry. Mu-yun said, "Sir, can this prove that this man's death has nothing to do with our restaurant?" Xiao Ningji nodded, yes. Xiao Zhang, take the two dead, and we'll go back to the yamen. Mu-yun looked at the old lady. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and she didn't make a fuss when she came to the restaurant, but was just sad. She couldn't bear it, so she said, "Sir, although the dead have nothing to do with us, but seeing the old lady like this, I can't bear it. This 50 taels of silver is my pension for the old lady in the future. Please give it to her for me." "Girl, you can't do that. My son is gone. What's the point of me living as an old woman?" Mu-yun didn't speak, but looked at Xiao Ningji with a firm look. Xiao Ningji nodded and took the 50 taels she gave. "Okay. Boss Mu is affectionate and righteous. Although he is a businessman, he does not pursue profit, but keeps a kind heart. Very good. When he is free, he will come to try the food in your restaurant to see if he is as humane as your people." Seeing that she was so kind, Xiao Ningji didn't mind helping her again. With his words, the business of this restaurant will no longer be affected. Sure enough, when the others heard this, their original doubts and worries about the restaurant disappeared, and they sighed at the kindness of the boss. They all praised Mu-yun. Mu-yun didn't expect there would be such an unexpected surprise. She really just couldn't bear it and wanted to help the old lady. After Xiao Ningji took everyone away, the guests surrounded Mu-yun and praised her kindness. Mu-yun smiled and said to everyone, "Thank you, everyone. I don't know if what happened today was a frame-up by someone with ulterior motives or an accident. Thanks to the county magistrate for his keen observation, he cleared our restaurant's name. Thank you all for your cooperation. I'm really sorry for wasting your time. Today, meals are all free.
Those who haven't paid don't need to pay.
Those who have paid can go to the counter to ask the waiter for a refund. Those who don't want to get a refund can go and register. You can eat for free next time." Everyone was very happy to hear this. Words of praise came out of their mouths as if they were free. The problem with the restaurant was solved. Fortunately, there was no danger. After this incident, Peng Qingyun sighed that if it weren't for Mu-yun, he really couldn't do anything. When Mu-yun returned to the inn, it was already dark. After a busy day, She was also tired, so she washed up and went to bed. After getting up the next day, she went to the cloth shop and prepared to make the cloth in her hand into ready-made clothes. She had already drawn the design drawings. When she came to the cloth shop, Pang Qingyan was there. Muyan told him yesterday that he could tidy up the cloth shop starting today. This reopening is almost like opening a new store. Everything has to be redone, and the decoration of the store has also been slightly adjusted. It looks completely different from before. There are quite a lot of people in the cloth shop, and they are all busy with their own things. Muyan widened the ready-made clothing area a lot. In fact, selling ready-made clothes is more cost-effective than selling cloth. In the future, she plans to open a store specializing in selling ready-made clothes, recruit a group of designers, and train a group of designers. Next, there are masters who make clothes. Each step, such as cutting and pattern making, is done separately, just like a modern garment factory. The ready-made clothing store is expanded and becomes a national chain. However, these are things for the future. The current task is to run the store well. Muyan gave the design drawings and new cloth to the master, who was called by Pang Qingyan to make ready-made clothes. Seeing such new cloth and new colors, the tailor master was very interested. She immediately began to cut the cloth according to Muyan's design drawings. She was reluctant to waste any of such good cloth, so she took it very seriously. Muyan watched the craftsmanship of the master and sighed at the master's skills. The tailoring technique was smooth and natural, which was really admirable. Master Zhao, in fact, you can assign some simpler tasks to other people. You don't have to do every step yourself. It's too time-consuming. Master Zhao is a woman in her 40s. She has been a tailor for nearly 30 years. Her grandfather has been a tailor, and it is a family craft. She is very stubborn. She either doesn't do it or does it. Therefore, she wants to complete every process, no matter how simple it is, by herself. Therefore, she rejected Muyan's proposal and told her about her habits. After listening to Master Zhao's words, Muyan did not refute. Indeed, senior designers like to do everything by themselves. Mu Qing also said this in her previous life. She said that she didn't like others to touch her work. If others touched it, it meant that it was not made by her. Ordinary clothes can be made by the division of labor and cooperation of the garment factory model, but high-end custom-made clothes can only be made by experienced old tailors alone. Muyan didn't make any more suggestions, but just watched Master Zhao quietly making them. Pang Qingyan directed the people in the store to arrange each position as quickly as possible. The previous shopkeeper had been dismissed by him, and the current shopkeeper was transferred from other places, and he was relatively calm in his work. Master Zhao had good skills, but his movements were not fast. Muyan watched for a long time, and seeing that the clothes had not yet taken a specific shape, she could no longer sit still, so she got up and walked out. When she arrived at the door of the store, she looked up inadvertently and happened to see a face in the window on the second floor. The man's eyes were fixed on this side. When she looked up, she happened to meet the other person's eyes. Their eyes met, and a strange feeling spread in the air. Muyan felt that the man looked at her in a strange way, with a fierce look. She didn't know him, right? After a careful recollection, it seemed that there was no such person in her impression. In the attic window opposite, Li Xiaoping quickly retracted his gaze and closed the window, blocking Muyan's sight and observation. Pang Qingyan saw her looking at the opposite side, walked over and said, "The cloth shop opposite is also Li Xiaoping's. Basically, he also has the shops that I have, and they are all open not far from our shops, either opposite or next door." Muyan asked, "What does Li Xiaoping look like?" She guessed in her heart that the man just now should be Li Xiaoping. Pang Qingyan replied, "He looks average. Small eyes and a small nose, and he looks petty and not good-looking." Muyan heard Pang Qingyan's willful and childish tone for the first time and felt a little funny. "Boss Pang, when did you learn to attack other people's appearance?" Pang Qingyan looked angry. "The incident in our restaurant was most likely done by Li Xiaoping. I completely hate him now. Although I knew before that his methods were not upright and fair, I didn't expect him to be so cruel and to play with people's lives. I hate this person very much now. I feel disgusted when I think of his face." This was the first time that Peng Qingyun hated someone like this. Mu Yun nodded. Indeed, this Li Xiaoping is a vicious person. He sent people to arrest me before, but those people were no match for me. After I beat them away, they never came again. Looking at the look in his eyes just now, I'm afraid he's targeting me again. Peng Qingyun was worried and said in surprise, he also sent people to arrest you? Why didn't you tell me before? So, I'll hire some thugs to protect your safety. Mu Yun shook his head. No, I still have the ability to protect myself. You don't have to worry about it. Peng Qingyun was still worried. After all, Li Xiaoping was indeed too cruel. If something really happened to Mu Yun, everything would be ruined. Thinking of this, he decided to ask someone to find a maid who knew martial arts and buy her to protect Mu Yun. Seeing that nothing happened for the time being, Mu Yun returned to the inn. She had been busy these days and had no time to spend time with the children, but fortunately, the two of them now had playmates, so they would not feel lonely. Returning to the inn, she saw Chu Ning in the backyard. When Chu Ning saw her come back, she hurriedly said, Sister Mu, I'm here to return your things. Chu Ning asked the maid to get it. It was the 50 taels of silver from yesterday. Mu Yun frowned. What? That lady didn't want it? Chu Ning had a look of regret on her face, and her tone was a little low. No, it's the lady. She committed suicide by taking medicine and followed her son to die. Mu Yun was surprised. How could this happen? She felt a little uncomfortable. Chu Ning sighed and said, Annie died last night. Today, Brother Ningji brought the Yamen runners to bury the mother and son. Brother Ningji was also upset. He is now investigating the case and said that he must find out the person behind it so that Annie and her son can go in peace. It's just that this case is not easy to investigate. The person who poisoned is dead, and it's impossible to find out who shot the arrow that day. I feel that it will be very difficult for Brother Ningji to find out the truth. Mu Yun nodded. It's really not easy, but I think yesterday's incident was actually aimed at our restaurant. If we investigate from the direction of our competitors, we may be able to find it. Chu Ning frowned slightly, and she didn't dare to think about it. It's a bit exaggerated that just commercial competition has caused deaths. Mu Yun chuckled helplessly. Some people are wolves in human skin, very poisonous, so it's not certain. Chu Ning nodded. That's true. I'll remind Brother Ningji when I get back and ask him to look into this. Mu Yun hurriedly said, I was just chatting with you. Don't tell anyone. I'm afraid the magistrate will think I'm misleading him in the investigation. Chu Ning said innocently, It's okay. Brother Ningji wouldn't think so. I'll just say it was my own guess. Mu Yun was helpless. All right. It's up to you. I'll be happy if you can find the person behind it. Mu Yun took the 50 taels of silver that was returned to her, feeling depressed. After thinking for a moment, she decided to teach Li Xiaoping a lesson. The cloth shop would open in a few days, so it would be easier to beat him up, so that he would not have the energy to make trouble. Otherwise, she didn't know if he would attack again later. After making up her mind, Mu Yun went out and found a waiter in the restaurant to point out the location of the Li family. Then she asked the waiter to use some money to bribe the beggars on the street to keep an eye on Li Xiaoping. If he returned home, they should immediately inform her so that she could make preparations. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, she changed into a black nightgown, prepared the necessary items, and set off. At this time, everyone in the Li mansion had gone to bed. Except for 2 servants guarding the gate, the mansion was quiet. This was very convenient for Mu Yun to act. The Li mansion has always been safe and nothing has ever happened, so the security is not very strict. In addition to the servants guarding the door, there are 2 patrol servants. Mu Yun squatted on the wall and observed for a long time. After confirming the guard situation in the mansion, he jumped down. At this time, the 2 patrol servants had just passed by here, and Mu Yun walked in the opposite direction of them. This mansion is a bit big, but fortunately, she asked the waiter to spend money to get she remembered the layout of the Li mansion and the location of Li Xiaoping's yard. Following the map in her memory, she soon came to the yard where Li Xiaoping lived. There were 2 servants and 2 maids on duty in the yard. It was quite a grand scene. Even when she slept, she had to be watched by so many people. It was not easy to enter through the main gate, so Muyan had to check around the yard and finally climbed over the wall to go in. But even after entering the yard, she still couldn't get into the bedroom. If she wanted to get into the bedroom, she had to go in through the main gate where the servants were on duty. The windows at the back were locked. It seemed that she had to use drugs. Fortunately, she was well prepared. Her many years of career as an agent were not in vain. She took out the drugs. She took out a stick of incense, took out a fire starter and lit it, then quickly covered her nose and passed the incense towards the main door, letting the smoke drift gently over. After waiting for a while, the incense burned out, but those people didn't react yet. Muyan looked at the burnt incense in her hand and doubted the quality of this thing. Could it be that she bought a fake one? She was about to put it to her nose to smell it, and suddenly realized that it was incense. She stopped her hand and almost had a brain short circuit. Just as she was about to take out another one and light it again, she heard the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Looking up, it was the servants and maids. At this time, they all fell to the ground and fainted. Muyan was delighted. She walked over carefully and kicked one of the servants with her foot. Seeing that he was sleeping soundly and showed no signs of waking up, she immediately felt relieved. She hurriedly walked towards the door of the house, then lit another stick of incense, poked a hole in the window, and put the incense into the room to burn. When she thought it was about time, she took the incense back, found a bush and threw it, then waited for a few more minutes before pushing the door in. The creaking sound of the door opening was very obvious in the silent night. She hadn't done this kind of thing for a long time, and the sound of the door opening made her a little nervous. The room was too dark. With a little moonlight, Muyan took out the fire starter and lit the candle on the table. The next moment, everything in the room could be seen clearly. She walked towards the bed, took out the sack she had prepared long ago, lifted the bed curtain, and was about to start, but saw that the bed was empty. She was shocked. Thinking that she had been tricked, she hurriedly looked back, but saw nothing. The room was still quiet. She still didn't dare to let her guard down. She looked around and found nothing suspicious, so she slowly walked out. Nothing happened until she left Li Xiaoping's yard. Muyan ruled out the possibility of being tricked. If it was a trick, someone would have appeared and surrounded her by now. Sitting on the wall, she was a little confused. The beggar said that Li Xiaoping was back. Could the information be wrong? Not wanting to go in vain, she took out the map again, but it was a little dark at night, and the map was not clear. She had no choice but to find a place with light. After wandering around the huge mansion for a long time, she finally saw a light in a yard, and she hurriedly ran towards that yard. After that, she still climbed over the wall to go in. There were still maids guarding the door of the yard. Could it be that Li Xiaoping is here? This is not his yard, is it? As she got closer and closer to the house, Muyan heard a strange humming sound in her ears. She was stunned for a moment, and when she realized what the sound was, she immediately blushed. This, in broad daylight. That's not right. It's night now, but there are still people standing at the door. Why is there something going on inside? Muyan was at a loss. It was neither right to leave nor to stay. After thinking about it, she decided that she couldn't come here in vain. She took out the incense again to knock out the servants and maids outside. She thought it would not take long before the fight inside would be over, and then she could go in and beat them. Muyan waited and waited. The servants and maids had been knocked out for a long time, but the fight inside had not stopped. This made her really irritated. She couldn't help but lean towards the door and put her ear close to it. "Master, I really can't stand it anymore." The woman's voice was charming and pleasant, with a hint of coquettishness. Muyan's face flushed again in an instant, and she quickly retracted her ears and even covered them. What a shameless couple! Finally, after about half an hour, the strange sounds finally disappeared. Muyan breathed a sigh of relief. It was really hard to wait. She took out the incense again, lit it, and put it into the house. At this time, inside, Li Xiaoping was hugging his concubine to rest after being satisfied. The woman in his arms had a shy look on her face. She leaned lightly against his chest and said in a delicate voice, "Master, I want to wash up. I feel so uncomfortable."
Li Xiaoping shuklat.
He was in a good mood and spoke in a gentle tone. Ask someone to prepare some water. You take your time washing. I'm going to go back and rest. Hearing this, the woman suddenly looked disappointed, but did not dare to say anything. This was Li Xiaoping's habit. He never slept in the same bed with anyone. He was like this with every woman. He would leave after each time. If she was a little special, he would just stay a little longer, but he would never stay overnight. Okay, then I won't wash it yet. Can you stay with me for a while? The woman said coquettishly, her voice so charming that it could make people's bones soften. Muyun felt goosebumps all over the floor outside and prayed in her heart that the two people would faint quickly. She counted the time silently in her heart, and when she didn't hear any sound from inside, Muyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. After waiting for another 2 minutes, she pushed the door open. There was no need to light candles this time, and the room was brightly lit. In the bed curtain, 2 looming figures leaned against the head of the bed. Muyun approached carefully, stretched out her hand, and slowly lifted the bed curtain. She was afraid that the 2 people were not wearing clothes, so how could she start? She didn't even want to touch their bodies, she just felt disgusted. Muyun quickly lowered the curtain, took out a sack, and then drew the curtain open again. He squinted his eyes and put the sack over Li Xiaoping's head. Then he dragged the man to the ground along with the quilt. Looking at Li Xiaoping on the ground, Muyun thought about it and decided to take the sack down. It was useless to just put it over his head. The guy's body was wrapped tightly in the quilt, so it probably wouldn't hurt too much. He could only hit him on the face. Muyun took out the quilt he had prepared long ago. She hit the man on the ground with the prepared wooden stick. After 2 bangs, she saw that he seemed to be about to wake up, so she took out the rope and tied him up with the quilt. Then she put a sack over his head. He was unconscious just now, and didn't know who she was. He was about to wake up, so she couldn't let him see her, so she put the sack on him again. After everything was done, she could finally hit him boldly again. The wooden stick hit him 2 or 3 times, and Li Xiaoping woke up. He didn't know anything and couldn't resist at all.
Woo?
Woo? Muyun let him struggle without saying a word and continued to beat him until she was tired. She calculated that the time was about up, so she stopped. Then she walked to the table, picked up a pen and paper, and wrote a line of words. This is the retribution for you killing Zhao Daong and his mother. There will be more later. You wait. The latter part of the sentence was just a threat. After writing, she blew the handwriting dry and then used a teacup to hold the paper down, so as not to lose it and Li Xiaoping would not be able to see it. After that, she kicked Li Xiaoping in the face twice again, controlling the force so as not to disfigure him, but the color on his face would probably take a month to disappear. Li Xiaoping screamed when he was kicked, but because his mouth was blocked, the scream could only come from his nose, and no one could hear it. After Muyun did all this, she clapped her hands and climbed over the wall. It was not until she went back to the inn and slept well that the maids and servants in the Li mansion who had been knocked unconscious woke up after a long time. However, the first one to wake up was Li Xiaoping's concubine. Because there was no quilt, she was awakened by the cold. When the tired Li Xiaoping heard the sound, he immediately cried again. The concubine was frightened and hurriedly found clothes to put on. Then she asked the sack, "Who are you?"
You.
You are so brave that you dare to come to our Li mansion to commit crimes. I will report to the police and arrest you now. Come here. Come here. The concubine shouted loudly outside, and the maids and servants outside were also woken up. Hearing the anxious voice of the master, they all ran in with a confused look on their faces. Aunt Xiao, what's wrong?
Aunt what?
What's going on? The maid's voice was frightened. Aunt Xiao rolled her eyes at her. How should I know what's going on? Call the servants in the mansion and quickly let them see who the thief is, and then send him to see the official. None of these idiots knew it was him, and he was almost mad to death. When the servant came in, he carefully untied the sack and was stunned when he saw it was his own young master. Then he was frightened by Li Xiaoping's cold eyes and hurriedly untied him. Young master, I didn't know it was you. Aunt Xiao was also stunned. Master, why is it you?
This.
Oh, how do you do your job? There are bad guys in the mansion and you don't even know? I don't know what you people are used to. Aunt Xiao hurriedly untied Li Xiaoping and pulled the quilt away. Li Xiaoping felt a chill and remembered something belatedly. The maid screamed and turned around quickly. The servant was so embarrassed that he didn't know where to look. He stood there and wished there was a hole in the ground to crawl into. But he couldn't help but look somewhere. Well, although he was a noble, he was no different from them. Li Xiaoping's face turned black. When he was about to roar, Aunt Xiao quickly covered him with a quilt again. She was also very embarrassed. She didn't expect this to happen. She was even more afraid that Li Xiaoping would get angry and was very nervous. She hurriedly shouted to the maids, "Hurry up, get out, get out." After receiving Aunt Xiao's order, the maids and servants couldn't wait to roll out. When they rolled to the door, they heard Aunt Xiao shouting again, "Go find a doctor immediately." The servant hurriedly agreed. Aunt Xiao tried to help Li Xiaoping up carefully, but was pushed away. "Get out!" Aunt Xiao was pushed away, and she dared to speak out, so she could only serve carefully on the side. Li Xiaoping stood up by himself with a quilt over him. Seeing that she was still stunned, she shouted impatiently, "Why don't you go and get me clothes?" Aunt Xiao was yelled at, so she hurried to find clothes for him and then retreated, leaving him space to change clothes. After Li Xiaoping put on his clothes, he walked out with a gloomy face. He returned to his yard, and when he saw his bruised and swollen face in the mirror, he smashed things in anger. After he left, Aunt Xiao saw the note on the table and hurriedly asked someone to send it to Li Xiaoping. After Li Xiaoping saw it, his face became even gloomier and anger rolled in his eyes. He crumpled up the note and threw it away, and immediately shouted angrily for people to get up in the middle of the night to investigate what happened tonight. All the people in the Li mansion were called up in the middle of the night and worked all night until dawn. Muyan was in a very good mood today. She felt happy when she thought of Li Xiaoping's rage today. After getting up early and having breakfast, she went to the cloth shop. Master Zhao worked overnight on the design she gave him yesterday, and it was already made. The finished product was already hanging in the ready-made garment area, and Muyan saw it as soon as she arrived. The fresh and elegant aqua color matched with the jade white camellia pattern embroidered with silver thread. The whole skirt is fresh and elegant and beautiful beyond words. Just one glance can easily attract people's attention. Even Mu Yun was amazed by the real thing. The craftsmanship of the ancients was really good. When he took a closer look, he felt the high level of this skirt. The craftsmanship of every stitch and every thread was impeccable. It was definitely high-end custom-made. Isn't it beautiful? When I came in the morning, I was also amazed. Mu Yun, you are really talented. Pang Qingyun's excited voice sounded behind Mu Yun. He had a strong premonition that once the skirt came out, the threshold of their shop would be trampled down by people. There would be no need to worry about this business. The more Pang Qingyun thought about it, the more excited he became. He wished he could open the shop immediately so that everyone could appreciate the beauty of the skirt and his new fabric and new color. It was exciting just to think about it. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Master Zhao's craftsmanship is really good. She must have stayed up all night to make it. Remember to reward her. She has worked hard." Pang Qingyun nodded. "Well, she really deserves a reward." Master Zhao left not long ago, and she went back to rest. She just made the skirt. She left after hanging up the finished product. Mu Yun nodded, then asked, "How many masters are responsible for making ready-made clothes in our store?" Pang Qingyun replied, 3 because ready-made clothes are usually sold less, so we don't need too many people. Mu Yun looked at the skirt and asked, "Do you think that after this skirt is displayed, many people will come to us to buy it?" Pang Qingyun replied without hesitation, "Of course, there must be a lot of people who want it. Then will we be able to produce so many by then?" Mu Yun asked with some concern. Pang Qingyun only realized the problem after hearing this. "It is true that we may not have enough manpower." Mu Yun said, "I think we need to set up another workshop specializing in ready-made clothes, recruit apprentices, and find masters to teach them the craft. We will not have only this one store. In the future, our stores will be opened in more places, and the demand for manpower will become greater and greater. so we need to train in advance. Pang Qingyan also considered it seriously, and then said helplessly, your idea is very good, but we don't have much money now. We need money to open another workshop, hire a master, buy a house, configure tools, etc. Pang Qingyun regrets it now. If the money he lost at the beginning was put into now, he could really do a lot of things. Muyan thought about it and said, it's okay. I'll find a way. There is also the income of the restaurant that can be counted and used for the time being. You count all the money we can use now, report the number to me, and I will arrange it. Pang Qingyun nodded. Thinking of the garment workshop, Muyan felt that she could talk to Xiao Ningji. He is now the magistrate here, and the economic problem here is his most important problem. He needs good political achievements, which she can help achieve. Once she forms a bond of interest with him, many other things will be much easier. Thinking of this, Muyan felt that she should go and talk to Xiao Ningji today. He didn't need to intervene in matters of money, but perhaps Xiao Ningji could help with the house that the workshop would use. I'll go to the county government office. Wait for my news. After saying that, Muyan left. Pang Qingyun was confused. Why did he go to the county government office? What news was he waiting for? No one answered his doubts. Muyan had already left. She went straight to the county government office, but the bailiff at the door did not inform her, saying that Xiao Ningji was not there. Muyan had no choice but to wait for people at the door. As soon as she walked to the stone steps on the side and sat down, she saw two familiar figures not far away. They were Chunlan and Chunyue and a man. Chunlan and Chunyue seemed to be arguing, and the man stood aside as if persuading them. Muyan looked at them curiously. Chunlan ran over here, and Chunyue chased after them relentlessly, with anger on her face. Chunlan, stop right there. You did it on purpose. You just can't stand seeing me well. After Chunlan ran over, she suddenly saw Muyan sitting on the stone steps, tears welling up in her eyes, full of grievances. Seeing Muyan, she was very embarrassed and quickly held back her tears. Explain it to me clearly. Don't even think about running away. Are you cheap? You seduced my fiancé behind my back. Chunlan, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You usually pretend to be noble and told me that you don't like Brother Desheng, but you secretly seduced him. What do you want to do? Chunyue's voice was very loud, and it was hard for Muyan not to hear it. Chunyue also saw Muyan, but she ignored him and still looked at Chunlan with dissatisfaction. Chunlan couldn't help it anymore, so she pushed her away and shouted, I told you that it was Zhao Desheng who kept pestering me. You don't like such a hypocritical villain, Li Chunyue, are you deaf? Chunlan was angry, and Chunyue's momentum suddenly weakened. The man said from the side, Okay, don't quarrel over me, you two, and hurt the harmony between you sisters. In fact, Chunlan didn't mean anything else. It was indeed me who saw her say hello to her. Chunyue, you think too much. Chunlan was speechless and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Zhao Desheng, if you can't speak, don't say it. The more he talked, the more Chunyue quarreled with her. She felt that every time she and Chunyue quarreled more and more, it was all because of Zhao Desheng. He seemed to be persuading, but in fact he escalated the conflict. Okay, I won't say anything. Chunlan, don't be angry. You will become ugly if you are angry. Zhao Desheng's tone was like coaxing people. When Chunyue heard it, she exploded again.
Li Shunlan, get out. Muyan laughed.
These two sisters were played like this by a man. Chunyue usually looked very smart. How could she be so stupid when it came to finding a man? Okay. Two sisters, stop quarreling. Come and sit down for a while. Let's talk it over. Muyan spoke to the two of them with a smile. Before the two of them said anything, Zhao Desheng saw Muyan. His eyes immediately lit up, and he hurriedly said, Yes, this girl is right. Chunlan, Chunyue, come and sit down and talk slowly. As he said that, Zhao Desheng was about to sit next to Muyan. Muyan did not hide his disgust in his eyes, glanced at him, and said in a cold tone, Who are you? Who told you to come and sit here? Get out of here. Zhao Desheng was embarrassed for just a moment, then smiled and said, Girls just like to joke. I am Chunyue's fiancé. My name is Zhao Desheng. You know each other, right? Chunyue, why don't you introduce yourself? Zhao Desheng looked at Chen Yue and spoke. Chen Yue was annoyed, and when she saw him looking at Mu Yun, her eyes were as bright as a dog seeing a bone, and she was very angry. I'm not familiar with him. I don't know him. Brother Desheng, let us go. Chen Yue didn't want to stay any longer. When she saw Mu Yun's face, she felt upset and scared. She always felt that Zhao Desheng would have other thoughts when he saw Mu Yun. What are you busy with? Chunlan is still here. You two sisters should go back together. When Zhao Desheng spoke, his eyes couldn't help but look at Mu Yun. He had never seen such a cold and beautiful woman, and she seemed to be of low status. Maybe he also had a chance, so he didn't want to leave at all. Chen Yue could yell at anyone, but she didn't dare to yell at Zhao Desheng. Seeing that he insisted on staying, it was useless for her to be angry. Mu Yun smiled and looked at the two sisters. Are ya today? Chunlan nodded. Yes, I'm here to sell embroidery and Chen Yue is here to sell azaleas. Sister Mu, you have been in the city for several days, right? Are you going back? There are many people in the village gossiping about Mu Yun's frequent trips to the city recently, and Chunlan has also heard some of it. Mu Yun has not thought about going back for the time being. The sweet potato seedlings have been planted, and there is nothing wrong at home for the time being. But after not being back for a few days, she misses her own yard a little bit. I may have to wait a few days, she replied. Chunlan nodded. Oh, I was also thinking that if you want to go back, we can go together later. Chen Yue said with ill intentions, You haven't been back for a few days, and you often go to the city. Now everyone is gossiping about you. Hearing this, Mu Yun was curious. What did they gossip about me? Chunlan gave Chen Yue a cold look, then looked at Mu Yun and said, Some people in the village are like this, Sister Mu, don't mind it. Chen Yue ignored Chunlan's warning and said in a cold voice, They said you found a lover in the city, that you didn't do your job properly outside, and that the money you made was not clean. In short, they said all kinds of things. If you don't go back, the spit of those village women will drown your house. Mu Yun was not angry, but smiled. Let them be. It would be fine if they didn't say it to me. If they said it to me, the end would be the same as that of the daughter-in-law of the Tao family. If they are not afraid, let them be. Speaking of the daughter-in-law of the Tao family, Chunlan and Chen Yue admired Mu Yun very much. Even Chen Yue, who disliked Mu Yun, admired Mu Yun a little after hearing about it, but also a little scared. After all, she had been rude to her before. Thinking of this at this time, Chen Yue's voice became a little smaller. I just relayed those words to you. I didn't say anything about you, she explained inexplicably.
Mu Yun nodded. Yeah.
After listening to what was said for a long time, Zhao Desheng finally understood that this beautiful woman was just from the countryside and not from a wealthy family. He felt even happier. Then he couldn't help but interrupt. I also think that those gossipy women in the village are the most annoying. They do nothing every day and just get together to gossip about others. This Miss Mu looks like a good person. These rumors are really harmful. His sudden interruption made the three of them look at him. Chen Yue was helpless and angry. Chunlan was disgusted, and Mu Yun looked at him teasingly. Zhao Desheng felt a little embarrassed by the looks of the three people, but he didn't know what he said wrong, and was a little confused. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? He asked blankly. Mu Yun smiled and said, Has anyone ever told you that you are talkative? And very hypocritical. Chen Yue, although you are not that pretty, you shouldn't find such a girl. She is totally unworthy of you. Chen Yue was dissatisfied with the first half of Mu Yun's words, but she was secretly happy with the second half, and her dissatisfaction just now disappeared. Brother Desheng has a good family background. Chen Yue said this shyly. Mu Yun smiled and asked, How good is it?
Tell me about it.
Chen Yue didn't need to say anything. Zhao Desheng looked proud and couldn't wait to say, My family opened a blacksmith shop. My father is a blacksmith. I will inherit his legacy and become a great blacksmith in the future. Mu Yun nodded. Is that so? How much money can this blacksmith shop make in a month? Zhao Desheng said proudly, When business is good, we can make 7 or 8 taels of silver a month, and on normal days, we can make 4 or 5 taels of silver a month. In this era, such income was indeed very good. Some ordinary farmers could not even earn 1 or 2 taels of silver a year. At this time, most people made a living from crops, and the only way to make money was to sell some food, chickens and ducks, etc., but these were not worth much. Farming was exhausting, and the food could not be sold for much money. Although there were scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, farmers often had a much better life than merchants. Yueya did not want to farm in the countryside all her life, so in her opinion, marrying Zhao Desheng was the best choice. She would not have to worry about money in the future, and she would not have the anxiety that she would not be able to afford food next year if the food income was not good this year. So she insisted on marrying Zhao Desheng. After she caught Zhao Desheng, when she came to discuss marriage, she also deliberately tricked Zhao Desheng to choose her instead of Chunlan. But after meeting more often, she found that Zhao Desheng was very fickle, always showing concern for other women, which made her really irritated. But she was reluctant to give up this marriage that she had finally obtained. Today, when she saw Zhao Desheng being attentive to Chunlan again, she couldn't help but explode and quarreled with Chunlan. Zhao Desheng looked so arrogant just because he earned a few taels of silver every month, which made Muyan laugh. Seeing that Muyan didn't show a surprised expression, but his smile was a little sarcastic, Zhao Desheng felt a little unhappy. His smile gradually disappeared, and he couldn't help asking Miss Mu, "What are you laughing at?" Muyan smiled and said, "No, I'm not laughing at anything. I just think Yueya is too ignorant." Yueya was puzzled and didn't understand what Muyan meant. "Muyan, do you look down on Brother Desheng's income?" Yueya frowned and spoke in dissatisfaction. She really didn't know where Muyan got the nerve to think like that. Muyan shook his head. "No. It's good to have the ability to make money, but there's no such thing as looking down on someone. I only look down on a person's character, not his ability. Like you, Yueya, I think you have a bad personality, a bad temper, and unstable emotions, but you are still very positive. You know how to find ways to make money and have learned the craft of making silk flowers. I still admire you for this." Yueya's face turned red and blue because of what she said, and she couldn't understand what she was talking about. "What do you mean?" Yueya's tone was very bad. Muyan shrugged and said helplessly, "I don't mean anything. I just think you can make money yourself. There's no need to choose the wrong person because of a few taels of silver. It's better to be cautious about things in this life. After all, she is a little girl. Although she is not very likable, she is not a bad person." Muyan thought it was better to remind her that Zhao Desheng is not a good match at first glance. Yueya frowned and couldn't understand why Muyan said this to her. Zhao Desheng was a little angry. Muyan's expression obviously showed that she looked down on him and said that Yueya had chosen the wrong person. He was about to lose his temper, but was interrupted. "Sister Mu, why are you here?" Chuning's surprised voice rang out. When everyone heard it, they all looked back, only to see a noble and beautiful woman coming out of the carriage in front of the county government office, and the woman was walking towards them with a smile. Except for Muyan, the others were all amazed. Chuning is very beautiful, with a slender figure, delicate features, and fair skin. The material of her dress is something that ordinary people have never seen. It is the same color as pearls, with a soft luster, noble and elegant. At first glance, she is someone's daughter, with a natural temperament. Several people looked at Chuning curiously, and then when they saw Xiao Ning wearing the county magistrate's official uniform getting off the carriage, the three of them were all surprised. "Sister Mu, are you passing by, or are you here to see me?" Chuning walked over, took Muyan's hand intimately, and asked with a smile. Muyan smiled and said, "I came here to see you." Chuning was instantly happy when she heard this. "Sister Mu, you finally came to play with me." Xiao Ningji was standing not far away waiting, but he didn't come over. With Muyan's status, he didn't need to take the initiative to come over and say hello. "Chunlan, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You guys go and get busy,"
Muyan said to Chunlan.
Chunlan nodded. "Okay, Sister Muyan, go and get busy." The two of them walked in front, Xiao Ningji followed behind, and there were Yamen runners following behind. The group entered the government office. The three people outside stood there watching, each of them full of doubts. Does Muyan know the county magistrate? Who is that woman just now? The county magistrate's sister? Chanyue asked in a puzzled tone, feeling it was incredible that people of their status could know the county magistrate. Zhao Desheng said, I heard that the county magistrate has a fiancé who came all the way to find him. I'm afraid it was the woman just now. Hearing this, Chunlan and Chanyue were very surprised. The county magistrate's fiancé? Then why is Muyun so familiar with her? When did she climb up such a high branch? Chunyu couldn't help but feel a little sour in her tone, feeling jealous and envious. In the government office, Chu Ning warmly invited Muyun to drink tea and have snacks. Xiao Ningji went to change clothes. Chu Ning pulled Muyun to chat and talked about who they had just been to. Muyun listened carefully, and he also heard some useful information. From what Chu Ning said, Xiao Ningji was also working hard for the political achievements of Lingxi County, but it seemed that there was no effect, and he couldn't even find a clue. Muyun said, Ning, actually I came to see Lord Xiao today. I have something to tell him. Chu Ning was puzzled, but didn't ask much. Then I'll go and call Brother Ningji. He should have changed his clothes. Muyun nodded. Yes, thank you, Ning. Chu Ning smiled mischievously. Can I listen together? Muyun smiled and nodded. Of course, it's not a private matter. Besides, Lord Xiao and I don't have anything private to say, so of course you can listen. Is there any need to ask? Chu Ning chuckled twice. I'll go and call Brother Ningji. After a while, Chu Ning pulled Xiao Ningji over. Xiao Ningji was very curious about what Muyun could ask him for. Miss Mu, I heard from a Ning that you have something to ask me. What is it? Xiao Ningji asked directly. Muyun smiled and said, Sir Xiao, this is the case. I have some ideas and suggestions that I want to tell you in detail about the future development of the entire Lingxi County. Xiao Ningji heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. What does Miss Mu want to say? Xiao is all ears. Although he was confused and curious in his heart, he was not in a hurry, and no emotion could be seen on his face. Muyun didn't say any more nonsense and spoke directly. Lingxi County is remote, and the soil is not good. After the farmers here pay the grain tax every year, the remaining grain is barely enough to eat, and some are not even enough to eat. Therefore, for Lingxi County, the grain issue needs to be changed, but this is difficult to change. After all, most people who grow grain rely on the weather for their livelihood, and human power cannot change anything. Xiao Ningji frowned. Miss Mu, what you said is the same as saying nothing. Chu Ning heard his words, fearing that the atmosphere would be awkward, and looked at him with some dissatisfaction, and then hurriedly said, Sister Mu hasn't finished speaking. Why are you in a hurry? Muyun smiled and didn't mind his words and continued, helping the people to grow crops and increase their grain harvests. Lord Xiao can't change this, but helping the people make money and increase their income, Lord Xiao can still do it. Xiao Ningji was curious. What do you mean, Miss Mu? Do you have a way? Muyun nodded. Yes, I have a way to help. I came here today to discuss with Lord Xiao about increasing the income of the people in the whole county. Is Lord Xiao free? You may not believe it just by saying it. If you are free, you can go with me, take a serious look, and finally see how my proposal goes. Before Xiao Ningji agreed, Chu Ning hurriedly said, When you are free, you are free. Brother Ningji, let's go and take a look with Sister Mu. I am also curious about what Sister Mu said. Xiao Ningji looked at her helplessly. Okay, let's go and take a look. He is really worried now. Although he doesn't know what medicine Muyun sells in his gourd, it won't affect anything to go and take a look. The three of them got on the carriage and went directly to the cloth shop. Peng Qingyan was busy in the shop at this time. The cloth shop was about to open, and a batch of woven and dyed cloth had just been delivered from the weaving workshop. He just directed people to put it in place. Looking at these new cloths and new colors, he was full of joy in his heart, and even had a sense of proud accomplishment. Just as he was secretly happy, he turned around and saw Muyun coming with Xiao Ningji and Chu Ning. He was surprised for a moment, and then hurried over to greet them. Master Xiao, Miss Chu, why are you two here? Muyun said, I invited you, you can go and do your thing. I'll take care of it. Peng Qingyan nodded, wondering what Muyun wanted to do, but it was not easy to ask at the moment. He went out directly.
He left it to them.
Seeing the new cloth and colors all laid out, Muyun was even happier, which made it easier for Xiao Ningji to believe. These cloths are woven and dyed by our own cloth workshop. Lord Xiao, please take a look. Currently, the only new color is the aqua green color developed by Muyun himself, but there are 3 types of new cloth. Muyun introduced to the 2 of them. This cloth is called rain silk cotton, with a delicate luster and as thin as rain silk. It is a new product of our cloth workshop. It was the first time that Xiao Ningji saw this kind of cloth. It looked not much different from the brocade used by the nobles in the capital, but it feels completely different in texture and material. Sir Xiao, our price for this cloth is 5 taels of silver per piece. Do you think it's easy to sell at this price? Chu Ning and Xiao Ningji were both surprised. 5 taels of silver?
So cheap?
Chu Ning couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. You know, the yunjin in the capital costs 40 taels of silver per piece, and it's hard to buy. This rain silk cotton is not as good as that yunjin, but it's almost the same. Compared with 40 taels and 5 taels, who would buy yunjin? Xiao Ningji frowned. Won't we lose money with 5 taels of silver? Muyun smiled and said, not at all. This rain silk cotton is cheap to make, and the cost is not high. We will also make a profit if we sell it for 5 taels. There is also this kind called Huanhua Jin, which is more expensive. We plan to sell it for 8 to 10 taels of silver per piece. There is also this kind, which is the best kind, called Sanhua Ling, which is delicate, thin, and soft, with jacquard patterns on the cloth. The workmanship is complicated, and it takes 5 workers a month to weave 1 piece. We plan to sell this kind for 30 taels of silver per piece. These cloths are more amazing than 1 piece. But what surprised them more than the cloth was the price. Looking at this Sanhua Ling, Chu Ning couldn't imagine how easy it would be to sell in the capital. Even if it was 50 taels per piece, there were still people scrambling for it. Sister Mu, if this scattered flower silk is placed in the capital, even if you have 100 pieces, they will be gone in a day. You can just lie down and count the money. Chu Ning touched the scattered flower silk and couldn't let it go. Every woman loves beauty, and she is no exception. Her dresses are all made of the best and most popular fabrics and styles in the capital, but when she saw Muyun's scattered flower silk, she felt that the fabrics she had used before were ordinary and nothing special. Xiao Ningji asked, so, what is the method that Miss Mu mentioned to drive the people of the whole county to increase their income together? Xiao Ningji is not stupid, and he understands at this time that what Mu Yun said should be related to these fabrics. Muyun smiled and looked at Xiao Ningji and said, I plan to expand our weaving workshop, dyeing workshop, and add another garment workshop. These will require a large number of workers, and these workers can be selected from the people. I will not offer less wages. In this way, the people can increase their income. What do you think, Lord Xiao? Xiao Ningji frowned, but the people don't know anything, and your workshops may not be able to grow big. If they can't grow big, you won't need so many people. Muyun looked confident. Don't worry about these, Lord Xiao. I am sure that the people don't know how to weave and dye cloth. I can let people teach them. I will find a group of special teachers to teach them so that they can all learn the craft. As long as my 3 workshops are successfully opened, the income of the people in the entire Lingxi County will be greatly increased, and people will no longer only have the income of farming and selling grain. I think Sister Mu's idea is very good, and it can also help many people find a way to make a living, learn a craft, and not go hungry wherever they go. This is a good thing for the country and the people. Chu Ning said in agreement. Xiao Ningji didn't disagree, but he was worried that things wouldn't develop as well as Mu Yun said. Indeed, what Miss Mu said is also a benefit for the people. So, what does Miss Mu need me to do? Xiao Ningji asked directly. Mu Yun put forward his own request. I need a place. We don't have extra money to buy a house to open a garment workshop. The dyeing and weaving workshops can be expanded, but this garment workshop needs to find a new place, and this place cannot be small, it must be big. Sir Xiao, you can help provide a place. Don't worry, it's not in vain, but the money will definitely be given later, whether it's renting it to us or selling it to us. At that time, you can come forward and let the people in the county government set up a stall and recruit apprentices. We will teach them for free, and after they finish their studies, They will work in our workshop with generous monthly wages. After hearing her request, Xiao Ningji didn't think it was excessive, but it was too simple. He asked, "You can recruit apprentices yourself. Why do you need the county government to do it?" Mu Yun replied, "It's different. The county government is more authoritative and everyone trusts it more. Moreover, when we make money in the future, everyone will only say that it is the care and concern of the county magistrate for the people and that he has worked hard for the survival of the people. This is extremely good for your reputation as an official." Xiao Ningji smiled. This little girl from a remote farm family actually knows the word official reputation. It seems that Mu Yun knows a lot. Yes, seeing these cloths, you can understand that Mu Yun is not an ordinary person but a person with real skills.
Miss Mu is right.
Okay, I will find a place for you. It is guaranteed to be big enough. During this period, Xiao Ningji found several wealthy businessmen and wanted to talk to them about the economic development of Lingxi County, but these people were obviously afraid that he would ask them to pay. One by one, they all made excuses, sometimes this, sometimes that. Xiao Ningji was not a person who asked for help. He wanted to find a way to solve the problem by himself, but he didn't expect Mu Yun to come to him. Apart from anything else, just seeing the cloth made him more confident in Mu Yun's weaving workshop. Such good things, with such a cheap price, would not be a problem to sell them all over the country in the future. Seeing that he agreed, Mu Yun smiled happily. "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Lord Xiao. I will definitely not let you down in the future," Mu Yun said confidently. Xiao Ningji smiled and was looking forward to it. After looking at the cloth, Chu Ning also went to see the finished garment and was immediately amazed. However, there was only one piece of this dress for the time being and Mu Yun couldn't give it to her, so he promised to design a better one for her in the future, using her favorite scattered flower silk. Chu Ning was looking forward to it. After sending Xiao Ningji and Chu Ning away, Peng Qingyun came to ask them what they were doing here. Mu Yun told Peng Qingyun everything. After listening, Peng Qingyun was very supportive and admired Mu Yun's ideas. Doing this will indeed boost the income of the entire Lingxi County. If our cloth and ready-made clothes can be sold throughout the country in the future as we wish, then this small Lingxi County will also grow and become a place where everyone is rich. This is also a great achievement for the county magistrate. Peng Qingyun is even more looking forward to it. The next day, Xiao Ningji took them to see the place. It was a house located next to the county government office. The house was very large, but it had been abandoned for several years.
It was a bit old and messy.
After tidying it up, it was still very suitable to be used as a garment workshop. After seeing it, Mu Yun was very satisfied and immediately negotiated the price with Xiao Ningji. She wanted to buy it directly as long as the price was reasonable. This place was built by a county magistrate several times before. However, not long after it was built and moved in, the county magistrate was executed for corruption. This house was also regarded as stolen money and was taken over by the county government office. However, this house has been left for nearly 10 years and has been useless. It cannot be sold or rented out. It has been left like this and is now fully utilized. Xiao Ningji didn't sell it, but just said to rent it to them first, and the rest would be discussed later. Mu Yun also followed his advice. He also asked the people in the county government to help clean up some of the heavier work, leaving only some fine work, which needed to be cleaned up by Mu Yun and others themselves. After the matter was settled, Peng Qingyun called all the maids and servants in the house to clean up. With more people, there is more strength. In one day, the house was almost cleaned up. It's just that this place was built according to the residential model and used as a workshop, so it needs to be modified. These things will take a few more days. Because of the garment workshop, the opening of the cloth shop was delayed for a few days. But it's better to have more time. There are only a few masters who make garments now. Even if they stay up late to process, the clothes they can make are limited. With more time, they can make more sets. After telling the workers what needs to be improved, Mu Yun went back to the inn. It has been very busy these days. The children are tired of staying here and can't go to other places to play. I told her before that I want to go back to the village. As soon as Mu Yun returned to the inn, he saw Zijou running towards him in a panic. "Sister Yun, you are finally back?" That little who is missing. Zizhu had been looking for him around for a long time, but couldn't find him. She was very worried and anxious, and she was about to cry. Hearing this, Mu Yun frowned. What's the matter? How could he disappear? Mu Yang, Yuanbao Yueya, and the other two, who came from behind, also looked worried. Mu Yang's eyes were full of guilt and self-blame. Aunt Yun, I had a fight with him and he left. I'm sorry. Mu Yang was very scared and couldn't help crying immediately after he finished speaking. Mu Yun felt that his head was overwhelmed. These children were playing well together. Why did they quarrel? She did not blame Mu Yang, but said to Zizhu, You watch over the three of them. I will go look for him. When did he disappear? Did anyone in the inn see where he went? Zizhu hurriedly said. The waiter said that he saw him running towards West Street. I was afraid that the three children would be left unattended, so I did not dare to chase him, which delayed me. Mu Yun patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry, I will go look for him. Mu Yun walked out of the inn again and walked towards West Street. As he walked, he carefully checked both sides of the street. Mu Yun quickly searched the entire West Street, but still couldn't find Hu Tianxi. She was a little worried. If the little fat boy got lost, it would be fine. But if he met a bad guy, that would be a disaster. Mu Yun stood at the end of West Street, looking around, not knowing where to look. Seeing a man selling toys next to her, she walked over and asked politely, Big brother, my child ran over here to play and couldn't find it. I want to ask if you have seen him? Such a tall, fat little boy. The man was a real person. He didn't get impatient or ignore her when he heard it, but recalled it carefully. I seem to have seen a little fat boy, but I don't know if it's yours. Mu Yun asked hurriedly. Where did you see it?
When?
The man said, It seemed that not long ago, a man seemed to have been talking to the little fat boy, but the little fat boy didn't like to talk to him, so I thought it was very strange, so I looked at him a few more times. Hearing this, Mu Yun became worried. Could Hu Tianxi have met a bad guy? Mu Yun hurriedly asked, Brother, did you see where they went? The man pointed to the direction of the suburbs and said, It seems that they went straight ahead. I didn't notice them behind me. Mu Yun hurriedly thanked him and ran to the place the man pointed. There were few people in the suburbs. At a glance, there were only mountains and land, and there were several forked roads. Mu Yun didn't know where to look for a moment. Just as she stood there confused, a bullock cart suddenly passed by. There were two men on the cart, one driving the cattle and the other sitting on a board. Mu Yun was only looking at the distance and didn't notice the bullock cart. It was not until the bullock cart went far away that the cloth on the board was blown up by the wind. She seemed to see half of a child's leg. Mu Yun suddenly reacted and hurriedly chased after it. The man sitting on the cart saw a woman chasing him and immediately said, Big Fatty, is that woman chasing us? What's going on? The man called Big Fatty looked back and saw that it was a woman, but he didn't take it seriously. He whipped the ox on its back, sped up, and then said, It's okay, run farther and catch the woman later. Wouldn't it be more profitable? Hearing this, the man on the cart agreed. Yes, I was panicked just now, but now I think that if a woman catches up, she will only die. The two were no longer afraid and ran forward directly faster, but they underestimated Mu Yun's speed. She ran too fast. In a few minutes, she caught up with the two people's ox cart. The fat man driving the cart smiled and asked, Sister, do you want to drive the cart? Where are you going? I see if it's on the way. If it's on the way, I'll take you. After seeing Mu Yun's appearance, the fat man was even happier. If this beauty was sold, the price would definitely not be low. The man was thinking happily, but he saw Mu Yun was about to lift the cloth on the cart, and he jumped off the car to stop him. With an angry face, he said, Sister, what are you doing? How can you touch other people's things casually? Mu Yun looked at the two and said, My child is lost. I just saw a child hidden under your cloth. I want to see if it is my child. Are you two human traffickers? Although Mu Yun's words scared the two, they felt relieved when they thought that she was the only weak woman here alone. Big Fatty looked at her with ill intentions and said, Sister, your eyes are quite sharp. Since you have seen it, let's go with us. Brother will find you a good family. I guarantee that you will have a good life after you go there. As he said that, Big Fatty's disgusting pig's hoof was about to touch Muyun. Muyun sneered and kicked the man out with one foot. Then he looked at the man on the cart. The man was confused by Muyun's action just now. Looking at the flying Big Fat, he didn't react for a while. Seeing her walking towards the cart, the man jumped down in a hurry. Muyun ignored him for the time being and went to lift the cloth on the cart. When she saw that the person inside was really Hu Tianxi, she was relieved instantly. At the same time, she was also very scared. Almost this little fat boy was taken away and sold. Shaking the little fat boy, seeing that he was sleeping soundly, Muyun's eyes flashed with worry. What medicine did you two give him? He sleeps so deeply. The man stood aside with a trepidation. Seeing that the fat man who was kicked away came back, he hurried over to help him. Fatty, what should we do? This woman seems to know martial arts. Fatty was in a very bad mood after being kicked just now. He drew a knife from his waist and said fiercely, "Humph. If you don't accept the toast, you'll be punished. I want to see how powerful you are. Daming, take out your stuff, let's go together." Hearing this, the man obediently took out the knife hidden in his waist, and the two of them killed Muyun together. Muyun went straight up to them. These two people were just good at boxing and kicking, and they were not as strong as the group of people sent by Li Xiaoping to catch her. However, she was angry and hated this kind of human traffickers, so she beat them up so hard that they couldn't walk. Finally, she took out the rope from the two ox carts and tied them up, then moved them to the ox cart and moved the fat man away. Finally, she drove the ox cart back to the city and sent them directly to the government. When Xiao Ningji learned that Muyun had sent two human traffickers, he was surprised. He hurriedly put on his official uniform and went to the trial. As a result, this interrogation really turned out several cases. There were also families who lost their children in Lingxi County, and they also reported the case, but they didn't find out what the follow-up was, so the cases of these missing children were left unresolved. But I didn't expect that it would be found out today. According to the human traffickers, they have another den, and there is also a contact point in the next county. Xiao Ningji was very angry and immediately took all the Yamen runners out to arrest people. Muyun took the unconscious Hu Tianxi to the clinic to see a doctor. She was relieved when she heard the doctor say that he was just drugged and that he would wake up after 2 injections. When the little fat boy woke up and saw Muyun, he couldn't help crying. Muyun didn't say anything and let him vent his emotions first. The little fat boy was quite good at crying. He cried for a long time before stopping. His little nose was twitching. He was a little embarrassed to look up at Muyun, so he kept his head down. Muyun saw that he stopped crying, and then he said, "Have you cried enough?" Hu Tianxi still didn't look up, but just replied muffledly, "Yeah." Muyun smiled helplessly, slowed down his voice, and said, "Why do you want to run away by yourself? It's very dangerous for a child to be alone outside, do you know?" Hu Tianxi shook his head and didn't say anything. "You quarreled with Muyang? Can you tell me why?" Hu Tianxi still didn't speak. Muyun felt helpless. Was she too lonely in her previous life? It was a headache for God to give her so many children in this life. "Xiao Hu, you will live with us in the future. You have no other relatives. I forgot to ask you, are you unwilling to live with us?" Hu Tianxi raised his tearful eyes and looked at her and said, "No, I am not unwilling." Muyun was puzzled. "Then why did you run away?" The little fat boy's tears fell like beans, and he said aggrievedly, "Muyang said that I am not a member of this family. He said that I am an outsider. He told me not to always pester Yueya, but I have no home. I only have you, but he said that this is not my home and told me to get out." When it comes to this, the little fat boy felt aggrieved again, and tears kept flowing. Muyun felt helpless. Muyang is not a person who would talk like this normally. What medicine did he take today? Then do you know why he said that? Muyun asked. Hu Tianxi shook his head, "I don't know." Muyun thought for a moment and said he didn't mean to say that. After you left, he regretted it. He was worried about you, so he blamed himself and hid and cried. "I will criticize him when I go back. You can't talk to your family like that. He is the elder brother, and you are the younger brother. You should get along well in the future."
He was wrong this time.
"I will criticize him when I go back, but you are also right and wrong. You shouldn't run out alone like this. This will make us all very worried about you, and you will be in danger and be captured by bad guys. Hu Tianxi still remembers the scene when he was knocked unconscious. Thinking of it now, he is also full of fear. Aunt Yun, did you save me again? Although Hu Tianxi is young, he has understood many things in the past few days. Mu Yun has saved him again and again. He is grateful in his heart, but he is very confused and doesn't know what to do. He can't do anything, can't make money, and can't do anything. He will only cause trouble to others. He felt useless. He was afraid that Mu Yun, Yueya, Yuanbao, Muyang, and others would dislike him. Mu Yun nodded. Well, you were almost sold. After those people bought the children, they would cut off their hands and feet and then throw them on the street to beg. Others would give them some money because they felt sorry for them, and then those people would take the money and let the children continue to beg. Have you ever thought that you would become like this? Hu Tianxi was frightened. His ignorant eyes were full of shock and fear. He didn't know that he would be so miserable after being sold, and at this moment, he really felt scared in his heart. I was wrong. Aunt Yun, I will never dare to run around again. Hu Tianxi cried with tears in his eyes, and it seemed that he really knew he was wrong. Mu Yun didn't mean to scare him, but if he didn't say that, he wouldn't know fear, and if he ran around randomly in the future, this situation might really happen. Well, it's good to know you're wrong. Let's go. We're going back. Mu Yun stretched out his hand, and the little fat man immediately took it. After the two returned to the inn, everyone was relieved to see that Hu Tianxi was found. Although Mu Yang felt very embarrassed, he still took the initiative to come over to apologize. I'm sorry, Tianxi. I shouldn't say that to you. I won't do it again. Let's get along well and be a family in the future. Can you forgive me? After Mu Yun left, Zizhu talked a lot with Mu Yang, telling him what would happen if Hu Tianxi went out and met a human trafficker and was abducted. Mu Yang regretted it very much. He just didn't like Hu Tianxi always pestering Yueya. He didn't hate him very much, and he didn't want him to get into trouble. Seeing Hu Tianxi coming back at this time, he was greatly relieved, and the heart that had been lifted up finally settled down. Hu Tianxi also experienced some things that he didn't know before, and he became more mature mentally. He said to Mu Yun, "It's okay. I forgive you. I won't run away and make you worry next time. And Yuanbao, I'm sorry. I made you worry." After speaking to Mu Yang, Hu Tianxi said to Yueya and Yuanbao. Looking at the worried eyes of the two, he felt warm in his heart and was very happy. Yuanbao nodded and said seriously, "Don't do this next time. It's very dangerous outside." Hu Tianxi nodded obediently. Yueya also said, "It's okay, brother Tianxi. I'm glad you're back." Mu Yun was very pleased to see the children caring for each other. Thinking that Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi were both of school age, she had to consider moving to the city. Her original plan was to live in the countryside for half a year before moving here, when Yuanbao and Yueya would be of school age. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Unexpectedly, there are now 2 more children. Although they are not her own, since she has raised them, she still has to be responsible for them. But now she has no money to buy a house, and she doesn't even have a place to stay. She can't always live in an inn. Thinking of these things, Mu Yun felt that she had to speed up the pace of making money. "Mom, when are we going back? It's so boring here, and we can't go out. We can only stay in the inn every day." Yueya spoke pitifully. She really felt it was too boring. There was nothing here. Mu Yun smiled and touched his daughter's head, and then said, "If you are bored, Mom will take you to work today. Don't complain about being tired." Yueya nodded happily, as long as they could get out. Seeing that several children wanted to go out very much, Mu Yun felt a little guilty. It seemed that he had locked them up too hard. Children love to play and jump by nature. Being locked up in this inn every day would really make them uncomfortable. Let's go. Let's go to work. By the way, let's see if there are any extra rooms in the house. If possible, it's not impossible to live there first. It's more convenient to look after the garment workshop there. With an idea in mind, Mu Yun came to the house and looked around to find a yard suitable for living. When they came to the new place, the children felt very novel and looked around with curious eyes. Muyan took them to visit the whole house bit by bit, and finally the children were tired. This house is really big, and Muyan also found a yard that can be lived in. It is at the back of the house, which is relatively remote, but it is most suitable for people to live in. The house in front has to be converted and used as a garment workshop. The more remote yard in the back is not very useful. The area in the front is completely enough. There is also a small door in the back, which is very convenient to enter and exit. When the time comes, build a wall here to separate it and leave a door. In this way, the small yard in the back can be left alone, and the children can go in and out through the back door instead of the front door, which will be more convenient. Muyan was more and more satisfied, and a smile appeared on his face. Peng Qingyan learned that she was back again, and came all the way. Didn't you go back to rest? Why are you back again? Muyan told Peng Qingyan that she was going to move here. Peng Qingyan hurriedly said, "This is too small. If you want to live, I have a house on West Street. You can live there." Peng Qingyan didn't treat Muyan as an outsider now. He was also happy to hear that she was going to move to the city. In this way, Muyan will have more time to manage the affairs of various shops and workshops in the future. Sometimes there are things that really cannot be done without her. Muyan likes this place very much. She rejected Peng Qingyan's proposal. Peng Qingyan couldn't argue with her and finally compromised. He took over the renovation of the yard and said that since this was the case, he would repair it for her so that they could live comfortably. After staying in the city for the last night, Muyan took the children back to the village. This time, she had to deal with everything before coming out. After coming out, she might not go back again. When she returned to Qinghe village again, she brought back another child, Hu Tianxi. As soon as she entered the village, people started talking about it, but no one dared to talk about it openly. They all dared to talk about it secretly. After all, Muyan's power was now known to everyone in the whole village, and no one dared to be presumptuous in front of her. Seeing that she brought back another child, everyone said all kinds of things. Some even said that it was an illegitimate child, and some said that the man she remarried died, and this was the man's child, so she had to take the child. Muyan didn't know anything about these gossips, after all. No one dared to talk about it in front of her. She didn't bring any big bags this time when she came back, after all. She would have to move out after a few days. After returning home and asking Zizhu to take care of the children, she first went to the village chief and told him that she was moving away. The village chief was very surprised. He had heard those rumors, but he didn't say anything, just told Muyan to take care of himself in the future. As for the land, Muyan only planted the sweet potatoes at the foot of the mountain. She wanted to give the sweet potatoes to Da Qiang and his wife. After explaining it to the village chief agreed. After the sweet potatoes are dug out, the land can be returned to him, and Da Qiang and his wife will plant it this season. After talking to the village chief about the land, Muyan told him that the county government was recruiting apprentices. The village chief was very surprised after hearing this. When he learned that the weaving, dyeing, and garment workshops were all opened by Muyan and others, he was even more shocked.
Muyan,
You are really jaw-dropping. Such a big thing. You did it without saying a word. I really admire you. The village chief only realized at this time how outrageous the gossip in the village was. Fortunately, he was still a little skeptical and even couldn't help but believe some of it. What a result! In the end, it turned out to be like this. At this time, he also felt that it was not unfair for the daughter-in-law of the Tao family to be arrested and imprisoned for spreading rumors. Look at these gossipers. They have started to spread rumors again. The village chief was very angry. Muyan talked to the village chief for a long time about the county government recruiting apprentices. The village chief was smart and soon understood that this was the best way for the villagers to develop science. After Muyan left, he thought excitedly all night. Early the next morning, he asked people to notify every household and ask everyone to go to the dam for a meeting. Only Muyan's family did not go, and all the other families gathered in the most spacious dam in the village. Qinghe village has a relatively large population, with a total of more than 30 households and nearly 300 people. At this time, except for the elderly and children, basically everyone came. After all, It was rare for the village chief to call them together so formally. This must be something big to say. Everyone was curious and talked about it until the village chief came. The discussion stopped. Someone couldn't help asking, "Village chief, is there something wrong? Why did you call all of us here?" The village chief stood on the high platform and looked at the people below and said, "I called you here today because I have something good to tell you." Hearing that it was good news, the villagers couldn't help but reveal expectant smiles on their faces, curiously waiting for the village chief's next words. The village chief looked at the expectant expressions of these people and said calmly, "A new weaving workshop, a dyeing workshop, and a garment workshop have been opened in the city. These 3 workshops are now in need of apprentices. Starting tomorrow, the county government will set up a stall in front of the county government in the city for registration. Anyone who wants to go can sign up. The age limit is under 35 years old and over 12 years old. Both men and women are welcome, but most female apprentices are needed." Some villagers didn't understand and asked in confusion, "What is an apprentice? What are the benefits of this?" A slightly older woman asked, her face full of confusion. "Farmers like them. He knows nothing but farming." Someone nearby was about to explain to him what the term apprentice meant, but when they heard the village chief's voice, they shut up. Apprentices go to learn a skill. Weaving, dyeing, and making clothes all require skills, and you can't just learn them for free. A villager said, "Village chief, being an apprentice has no money, so how can it be a good thing? He has to pay, right?" "That's right. My son wants to learn carpentry, and he asked the masters to teach him, but they wouldn't teach him even if I paid him, saying he has no talent. Even if he learns weaving and dyeing, how much money can he make? Is there anyone willing to teach?" Everyone questioned, not understanding what the good thing the village chief was talking about. "Quiet," the village chief said loudly in a serious tone. Everyone immediately quieted down, and he continued, "We need 50 weaving apprentices, 50 dyeing apprentices, and 100 garment workshops for the time being. There is a quota limit. You all need to listen carefully to what I say, and don't interrupt me. Apprentices don't need to pay money, but there is a monthly salary of 50 coins per month, but they need to help with work. After learning, they will be converted to formal workers. The minimum monthly salary is 1 or 2 taels of silver. Those with good skills can make more money." Now the master in the weaving workshop is said to have 2 taels of silver a month, and some even more. Hearing this, everyone was immediately happy, and their faces were full of surprises. "Really, village chief? You didn't lie to us, did you?" "Oh, you. How could the village chief lie to us?"
Can you speak?
"That's right. The village chief always speaks the most truthfully, and this must be true. Village chief, can we all go? The monthly salary is too high. After learning, can't we earn more than 10 taels of silver a year? This is much more than what others make in business." When these words came out, everyone was even more shocked. Then they were full of surprises. It felt like pie in the sky hit them, and they were all in disbelief. The village chief looked at their happy faces and continued, "Well, it's true. As long as you can be selected, you can achieve what you just said. But I just said that there are quotas. In addition to our village, all other villages in Lingxi County will also register." Hearing this, everyone became anxious. There are several villages. Each workshop only needs 50 people. It must be difficult to be selected. "Village chief, is there any way just let our village go to choose? Why do we have to let other villages go? In this way, we may not be selected. If we don't get selected for such a good thing, I will cry to death." Yes. "Village chief, is there any way?" The village chief sighed helplessly. Do these people think that he opened the government office? One by one, it was really speechless. "This is the government's business. You go and tell the county magistrate." As soon as the village chief said this, everyone was quiet in an instant. They dared not go to the county magistrate no matter who they went to. Compared with the excitement and surprise just now, their hearts were full of worry and uneasiness at this time, fearing that they would not be elected. "Okay, I told you the news, you all make preparations, and there is one more thing I want to tell you. You also know the boss of these 3 workshops, that is Mu Yun. You should manage your mouth in the future. Don't make trouble for yourself. The village chief's words were like a thunder, and people immediately exploded. All the villagers widened their eyes, full of disbelief.
Muyun.
She is the boss? How is it possible? Are you mistaken? That's right. If she has such a great ability, why did she live so miserably before? Village chief, you are mistaken. This is impossible.
Yes.
Village chief, how could Mu Yun be so powerful? Questioning voices rang out one after another. Mu Yun had been the most talked about during this period, and no one believed that she could open 3 such powerful workshops. Only the Chunyue sisters remembered what happened to Mu Yun when they met her at the gate of the county government before, and they were both very surprised. They never thought that Mu Yun would have such a skill. The village chief looked at the unbelieving expressions on everyone's faces and ignored them. He said in a cold voice, "Okay, you will know whether it is true or not in the future. I am telling you this news now, hoping that you can be cautious in what you say and do, and stop talking nonsense and making rumors. Otherwise, you will offend noble people in the future and lose your future, and it will be too late for you to regret it." After the village chief finished speaking, he looked at everyone again and left, leaving behind the confused villagers. After Chunyue reacted, she immediately took Chunlan to Mu Yun's house. Liu Yu and Daqiang also immediately walked towards Mu Yun's house. Once there was one, there would be 2, and many people walked towards Mu Yun's house. Chunyue and Chunlan arrived first. When they arrived, Mu Yun was sitting in the yard reading a book. It was about some dying books, which Pang Qingyun had found for her with great effort. After reading some of them, Mu Yun felt that she had new ideas again and thought about trying to mix new colors when she went back. Just as she was thinking about it, Chunyue's voice sounded outside the fence at the door. "Mu Yun, are you at home?" This was the first time Chunyue spoke to Mu Yun in such a good tone. Seeing the 2 sisters coming to his house, Mu Yun was a little confused. "Why are you here?" she asked. The 2 sisters Chunyue also opened the door and walked in. Chunlan didn't know how to ask. She was dragged here by Chunyue, and her mind was still full of surprise and confusion. She didn't know how to ask. Instead, Chunyue asked directly, "We heard from the village chief that you opened a weaving workshop, a dyeing workshop, and a garment workshop in the city. Is it true?" Mu Yun nodded indifferently. Yes, it is true. Mu Yun didn't expect the village chief to tell the villagers about his own affairs directly, but it didn't matter. They would know sooner or later. Hearing her admit it in person, Chunlan and Chunyue were stunned. "It's true? Mu Yun, you are so amazing, aren't you?" Chunyue widened her eyes, and her face was exaggerated. Chunlan was full of admiration and smiled and said, "I didn't expect Sister Yun to be so amazing. It's really impressive." Mu Yun smiled. "You 2 came here just to ask me if this is true?" Chunlan said, "I'm just surprised. Chunyue dragged me here, so I came." "Sister Yun, I also have to go to the county government to register tomorrow. Do you think I can do it?" Chunlan asked nervously. Mu Yun smiled and said, "You're good at needlework and your craftsmanship should be very good. We also need embroidery workers. You should be able to be selected." Mu Yun has seen Chunlan's craftsmanship and naturally understands it. Hearing this, Chunlan was surprised. After Mu Yun said this, she suddenly had a bottom line in her heart, and she laughed happily. Then Sister Mu, after learning it, "Can you really earn 1 or 2 taels of silver a month?" Chunlan couldn't imagine how happy her life would be if she could earn 1 or 2 taels of silver a month. Chunyue couldn't wait to ask, "Then Sister Yun, do you think I can be selected?" Chunyue looked at Mu Yun expectantly and even changed the name. Mu Yun thought it was funny. This girl was really realistic. The name was changed without leaving any trace, and she didn't feel embarrassed at all. "You? I don't know much about your craftsmanship. In every workshop, there are masters who will check your craftsmanship. Whether it is up to standard is up to them, not me. Why do you all come to ask me?" Mu Yun said helplessly. At this time, she saw more people at her door. Familiar and unfamiliar people all ran over. She held her forehead helplessly. It would be better if the village chief didn't say anything. Daqiang and Liu Yu also came. Liu Yu knew that Mu Yun was good, but she didn't expect her to be so good. She looked at her admiringly and asked excitedly, Xiaoyan, did you really open 3 workshops? Mu Yun smiled and nodded, yes, really, Sister Yu. Da Qiang smiled honestly, Sister Mu Yun, you are really impressive. You are so capable. Mu Yun smiled helplessly, Brother Da Qiang, please stop teasing me. Other villagers came in shamelessly and asked if they could be selected. Mu Yun told everyone that selecting people was the job of the masters in the workshop, not hers. The villagers were helpless, and someone said, you are the boss, and you have the final say in the end. We are all from the same village, so can you tell us the truth? Yes, yes. We are all from the same village, so can you tell us the truth, so that we can have an idea in our hearts? Someone started to make a fuss, and the others followed suit with courage. Mu Yun looked at the people who spoke up and said coldly, I am the boss, I just count the money. The work is done by the people below. I don't interfere because I don't understand if I interfere and affect my money. What can I do? This professional matter should be handed over to professionals so that the benefits can be maximized. Hearing this, everyone's face looked a little bad. Some people wanted to say something more. Mu Yun continued, as long as you meet the standards, you don't have to worry about not being selected. If you don't meet the standards, no matter how much you say, it will be redundant. Let's go back. Get ready to go to the city to register early tomorrow. Some people with thin skin have already started to leave, and some people with thick skin want to say something else, but they feel helpless when they see Mu Yun ignore them. Then can you not choose people from other villages? Just choose our village? As the saying goes, good things should not flow to outsiders. We are all from the same village, so it's better for you to give priority to our village. In this way, everyone can make money. A woman about 40 years old spoke up. Mu Yun heard this and looked at her. The woman had a sallow complexion and was wearing a dark blue linen dress, which was not very clean. She was looking at Mu Yun expectantly at this time, with a gleam in her turbid eyes. Mu Yun was amused by her words. She smiled and asked back, why should I choose only this village? Does this village have a good relationship with me? This village raised me? Or saved my life? The woman was a little speechless, as if she had nothing to say, but she still said as a matter of course, you are also from our village, so it is natural for you to help your own village. Isn't this normal? Mu Yun smiled, his expression a little sarcastic. Strictly speaking, I'm not from this village. I've only been here for more than a month. I'm not familiar with you either. Andy, are you thinking too much? The woman swallowed and said with a flattering smile, in fact, although you have been in our village for a short time, we all treat you as one of our own. You can tell at first glance that you are a kind-hearted girl, and you are really likable. I just thought that since we are from the same village, it is normal to help each other, don't you think? By the way, the 2 hens in my family have laid a lot of eggs recently. Tomorrow I will bring a few eggs to you. My family is the Zhao family in the east. There are 3 girls in the family. The youngest is 14 years old, and the oldest is 16. Call them Chunya, Chuanxing, and Chunmei. Go to the city to register tomorrow. Yun, please pay more attention to it. Auntie will definitely thank you in the future. Mu Yun was amused. This kind of bribery was the first time she had seen it. Before she opened her mouth, Chanyue couldn't help it. Chanyue sneered and said, Aunt Xiao, forget about those girls in your family. They are not good at doing fine work. They are ordered around by you one by one. They do farm work every day, and their hands are rough. Needlework requires people with delicate hands. Your 3 girls don't have delicate hands, so you'd better forget it. Aunt Xiao was immediately dissatisfied after hearing what Chanyue said and hurriedly shouted, they are all hands. They can move. There is no difference between fine and rough. Chanyue, you're just jealous. You can't stand others doing well. You're talking nonsense. Chanyue sneered with disdain. I'm talking nonsense? If you don't believe me, just wait and see tomorrow. Your 3 girls are definitely not good at doing fine work. If they can do other work, they may be selected. But your daughters are definitely not good at weaving, embroidering, and making clothes. Just wait and see. Aunt Zhao was so angry. Her face looked ugly, and she was about to lose her temper. Mu Yun didn't want to listen to their quarrel, so he said quickly, everyone, go back and prepare. It's redundant to say anything now. You will know tomorrow. Chunlon pulled Chunyue to leave. Chunyue said quickly, well, Sister Yun, I was wrong before. Can you please not hold it against me? I really want to work in the workshop. I hope you won't hate me for being rude to you before and refuse to choose me. I apologize to you now. You are right. I am in a bad mood and need to change. I have decided to change my character in the future. Thank you for reminding me. Muyun looked at Chunyue with amusement. She was a flexible person. Seeing her eyes full of worry, Muyun chuckled and said, I've said it before. The masters have the final say in selecting people. I won't participate. If you have the ability to be selected, that's your own ability. I won't interfere. I'm not that petty. Hearing this, Chunyue felt relieved and followed Chunlon. Aunt Zhao wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Chunyue. She wanted to please Muyun now. Seeing that Muyun didn't want to listen to Aunt Zhao, she helped to pull her away. While walking, she turned back and smiled at Muyun in a flattering way. Daqiang and his wife also wanted to leave, but were kept by Muyun. Brother Daqiang, Sister Yu, you two wait a moment. The two looked at Muyun in confusion. Muyun asked Sister Yu, are you going to register tomorrow? Lu Yu nodded. Well, I want to go too, but I don't know if I can be selected. I think it's a bit risky. After all, there are so many people and there are many young girls. I'm afraid it will be difficult to be selected. Muyun nodded. People from several villages will go, and the competition is really fierce. In this case, Sister Yu, you don't have to go. I'll think of another way for you. Lu Yu was curious. What way? The couple looked at her expectantly. Muyun said, it's to supply the restaurant. The chickens you raise are very delicious. I ate them last time. The restaurant needs a large number of chickens. You are responsible for raising them. I will buy as many as you can at 20 cents per catty. Do you think it's okay? Lu Yu heard this and her eyes widened in shock, full of disbelief.
20 cents per catty?
So expensive? You know, there are almost no people who buy chickens to eat now. Chickens are raised for nothing except laying eggs, so they see and be sold for much money. But if they were sold at 20 cents per pound, they would be as expensive as pork. Muyun nodded. Yes, 20 cents per pound, sold by the pound. The chickens used in the restaurant are now bought from various places. Sister Yu, if you can raise more, I will let them buy from you later so that you can have more income. And if you go to work in the city, you and Brother Daqiang will be separated, which is not good for your relationship. Muyun finally joked, making Lu Yu and Daqiang blush. Indeed, what Muyun said was that if she could be selected to work in the workshop, she would have to separate from Daqiang. After all, there were so many fields at home, and Daqiang couldn't not farm and go to the city, so they couldn't survive. Moreover, they didn't have children yet, and it would be inconvenient to separate the two places, although they were not far away. The couple was very moved. Muyun helped them a lot. Selling mushrooms some time ago made them earn a lot, and now he is helping them so wholeheartedly. Lu Yu was about to kneel down to thank Muyun. Muyun was startled by her, but she was quick and quickly grabbed Lu Yu, so that she didn't kneel successfully. Sister Yu, what are you doing?
Don't scare me.
Muyun was helpless. Lu Yu said sincerely, Xiao Yun, I have no way to repay your kindness. The way you treat me really touches me, and I wish I could give you my life. I am not good at speaking and I can't say any words of thanks. I just want to kneel down to you. Muyun smiled helplessly. Sister Yu, you are really. If you really want to thank me, then when you raise more chickens in the future, just send me a few to eat. Don't bother me like this anymore. Lu Yu hurriedly said, from now on, I will take care of your chickens and send them to you every month. Seeing her serious face, Muyun smiled and nodded. Okay, then Sister Yu, you go back and prepare. It is easier to raise a few chickens, but it is not easy to raise a lot. You think about it yourself. Lu Yu nodded, and the couple went home with full excitement. They discussed the matter of raising chickens all night and were so excited that they couldn't sleep. The next day, knowing that many people in the village were going to the city, Muyun didn't fight with them for the ox cart, thinking of going tomorrow. She didn't need to intervene in the selection of apprentices. The masters would make their own decisions. Muyan got up early in the morning and called the children to get up and do horse dance in the yard. During the past few days in the city, she didn't let them stop. They practiced every day, but she didn't supervise them. She asked Zizhu to supervise them instead. Hu Tianxi also followed curiously for a few days, but soon he couldn't stand it and gave up. But Muyan didn't know that when she called Hu Tianxi to join her, she saw that he had a bitter face and looked embarrassed.
What? You don't want to?
This is to strengthen your body. You are a little fat. You have to practice and turn fat into muscle. Then you will become more handsome. More handsome? Hu Tianxi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Mu Yun with confusion and expectation. Muyan nodded. Well, men who love to exercise will be more handsome and more charming when they grow up, and they will not have to worry about not being able to find a wife then. Her joking tone made Hu Tianxi take it seriously. He immediately joined the horse dance team and stood next to Yueya on purpose. Seeing him so obedient, Mu Yun smiled. The air in the early morning smelled good. Feeling the refreshing breath here, Mu Yun was reluctant to leave. It was just for the future development and the education of these children that he had to leave. After Zizhu made breakfast, the family had breakfast, and Muyan asked them to pack their luggage and prepare to go to the city tomorrow. While they were packing, the village chief came. Muyan, I thought you must not have been to the city yet. Muyan saw the village chief and asked puzzledly, Why are you here, village chief? The village chief smiled and said, I came to ask you if you want to go into the city with us. I borrowed a bullock cart and prepared to take my eldest daughter to register. I also wanted her to learn a craft. I guess that you must not have left yet. There are too many people going to the city today, and the bullock cart is full. The village chief's attitude towards Muyan was better at this time, with a little more respect. Muyan nodded. Yes, there are too many people, so I thought about going tomorrow. The village chief hurriedly said, It's okay. How can we sit? You come with us. I came to call you specially. Muyan thought about it, and there was really nothing else to stay, so she nodded and agreed. They didn't have much stuff, so they packed it up quickly. The village chief also drove the bullock cart to Muyan's door to wait for her. The bullock cart gradually went away. Looking at the small courtyard that he had finally decorated, Muyan's eyes were a little reluctant, and he was afraid that he would never come again in the future. When he arrived at the county town, there was a long queue in front of the county government office. This scene shocked Muyan. There are so many people, but not many are needed for the time being. It seems that many people will fail to be selected. After thanking the village chief, Muyan got off the car with her luggage and then took Zizhu and several children to go in through the back door. She asked Zizhu to clean up the house and went to the front hall. After everyone registered their basic information at the county government, they took their names to the hall of the garment shop, where the masters checked them. Muyan hid behind the screen and did not show up. Peng Qingyan sat in the hall with them. When he saw someone behind the screen, he quietly got up and walked over. Seeing that it was Mu Yun, he hurriedly said, You are finally here. I said that you cannot be absent on a day like today. Come on, come with me to the front and sit and watch. Why are you hiding here? Mu Yun hurriedly refused. No, I just want to take a look. Let us go to the back. I have something to tell you. The two came to the back and Mu Yun said, When I just came, I saw that there were too many people registering outside, and there was a long line. Peng Qingyan nodded. There were also many people when I came, and there should be more now. Mu Yun said, I was thinking that since there are so many people, we should choose the best among them. We should first look at everyone, and then select the ones who can stay, especially for the group of people who make ready-made clothes. The skill of embroidery is extremely important. I think if there are suitable ones, we should select a few more with good embroidery talent and train them well. It will be very helpful for future development. Pan Qingyan nodded. You have the final say on these matters. I don't actually understand them. Muyan nodded. Okay. Go and tell the masters not to rush to choose anyone. After you have looked at them all, screen out all the people who can stay, and then see how many are left, and then screen again. Peng Qingyan went to tell the masters according to what Mu Yun said, and Mu Yun went back to the yard. The front hall and the yard where she lived in the back had been separated with a door. As soon as Mu Yun came back, she saw Chu Ning and Xiao Ningji. Sister Mu, you are here. Chuning called her with a happy smile. Muyan nodded and asked, "Why are you two here?" Xiaoningji said, "I didn't expect so many people to come to recruit apprentices this time. Miss Mu, I'm afraid these 3 workshops can't accommodate so many people." Xiaoningji looked a little worried. Muyan smiled and said, "Why should we accommodate them? Sir Xiao, we are doing business, not charity. It is normal for anything to have competition, and we need competition so that they will know how to cherish." Xiaoningji and Muyan have different needs and ideas. Muyan's main concern is to do business, and then to help the villagers improve their economy. However, what Xiaoningji wants most is to let all the villagers in Lingxi County live a good life, so as to show his good governance and ability. Muyan smiled and said, "Sir Xiao, don't worry. I will not only have these workshops. There will be other industries in the future, and more manpower will be needed. Take it step by step, and don't be anxious." Xiaoningji smiled helplessly. "Yes, it's good now, and it's really not urgent. I'll go out and take a look. Ning, you play here." Chuning nodded. "Brother Ningji, go and do your own thing." There was nothing else to do, so Mu Yun and Zizhu arranged the room and yard together. The desk that she had asked the carpenter to make before was not finished yet. When she saw the study, she remembered it. After it was finished, she would have to bring it from the village, which was a bit troublesome. She spent a busy day cleaning and tidying up the new house. Before she had time to ask about the result of the apprentice selection, it was already dark, so she simply did not ask. It was not until early the next morning that Pang Qingyan came to call Mu Yun and hurriedly asked her to go to the front hall. When Mu Yun arrived, the front hall was full of people. More than a dozen masters were sitting. When they saw Mu Yun coming, they all stood up and greeted him. Mu Yun glanced at the people in the hall. There were a few familiar people. Chunlon was among them as expected, and Chunyue was also there. There were also some other faces that he had seen before, but was unfamiliar. There were also a few people from Yuha village. When they saw Mu Yun, they were all very surprised, but they realized that the occasion was not right, and they all quickly retracted their eyes. "Boss, there are 400 people who meet the requirements. We have carefully selected these 220 people, including 60 from the weaving workshop, 50 from the dyeing workshop, and the rest from the garment workshop. I have classified them, and they're standing on their sides. Here are their information. Please take a look." Muyan took the information and read it. It recorded everyone's expertise, age, etc. It was recorded in great detail. You can understand it at a glance. Muyan was quite satisfied. After reading it quickly, she said to everyone, "Welcome to join our workshop. Being selected as an apprentice means that you all have some skills. However, here skills are important and character is also very important. Anyone who is ready to learn our skills must first sign a document prepared by the government. The skills learned here can only be used here. If anyone is found to have leaked or passed on our unique skills in the future, then wait for jail time." The word government was added by Mu Yun himself, so that everyone would be more afraid and cautious. Sure enough, everyone was a little scared after hearing this. Mu Yun continued, "If you work hard, the workshop will not treat you unfairly. In addition to the monthly salary, people who do a good job will also receive extra bonuses before the new year. The minimum bonus before the new year is 1 tael, and the maximum is 10 taels. As long as you are serious and responsible and work sincerely, you can get more or less bonuses." Hearing this, everyone was happy again. This treatment is really good. If you really learn it, you can make so much money in a year. What will you worry about in the future? Of course, you are here now, but it doesn't mean you will be there in the future. If you can't learn it, you will quit after a month and go home. Do what you should do. The masters will teach you seriously, but if you don't study hard, it will be redundant. Hearing this, everyone became nervous and didn't dare to have any fluke ideas. After Mu Yun finished speaking, he asked someone to arrange the apprentices. Chunyue wanted to get close to her, but found that she had left, so she could only give up with regret. Those who were selected were happy, while those who were not selected all went home in despair. When they learned that those who were selected would receive bonuses at the end of the year, the eyes of the others were red with envy. Muyan didn't know that those who were not selected cried after returning home and didn't come out for several days. After the people of Yueya village returned, they also told everyone that Muyan was the boss who recruited apprentices this time. Knowing this, everyone in Yueya village was shocked and had mixed feelings. After finishing the matter of recruiting apprentices, the opening time of the cloth shop had to be put on the agenda again. Although there are more workers now, they are still apprentices and can't do much. More depends on the masters. Muyan thought of a way to limit purchases. Whether it is ready-made clothes or cloth, each person can only buy one. After everything is ready, the cloth shop finally ushered in the opening day. On this day, a small stage was built at the entrance of the cloth shop. Women in beautiful skirts came on stage one by one to show off their new styles, unique and refreshing colors, and unique fabrics, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. No matter what era people are in, it is people's nature to love excitement. As long as people's attention is attracted, there is no need to worry about not being able to keep customers. All the waiters in the cloth shop were replaced by women, and they were trained. Compared with hiring men as waiters, women are actually more suitable, but the ancients did not like women to show up in public, thinking that this was not a good thing, so there were very few jobs that women could do in this era. Muyan wanted to break this rule so that more women could come out to work. When the guests entered the cloth shop, they found that they were all served by women. They were all very surprised, and they felt that this was more convenient and natural to communicate. The unique waiters, novel styles, and fabrics, everything in this store is very novel to people. In addition, after learning the price of the fabric, as long as they had money in their hands, they did not hesitate and bought it directly. However, when they learned that each person could only purchase one piece, many customers expressed dissatisfaction. However, Muyan had already trained the workers and was patiently explaining to the customers why the purchase limit was imposed. After listening, no one was angry anymore. Instead, they felt the preciousness of the cloth and dresses. The opening of the cloth shop was very hot, and Li Xiaoping, although the wound on his face had not healed yet, still came to see it. After all, his cloth shop was just opposite, which was convenient for him to observe. Because of Muyan's joining, the cloth shop was no longer called Pang's Cloth Shop, but was renamed Beauty Pavilion. Looking at the joyous and crowded Beauty Pavilion, Li Xiaoping's face turned blue with anger. Originally, the entire Pang family's business was about to be ruined by him, and the day of the Pang family's bankruptcy was about to come true, but an accident happened and destroyed everything. The more Li Xiaoping thought about it, the angrier he became, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. "Master, these are the cloth and dresses from the beauty pavilion. I asked someone to buy them for you. Please take a look." The shopkeeper didn't dare to breathe, but he had to report back after the young master had done what he was told to do. Li Xiaoping said coldly, "Bring them here, so I can have a look." The shopkeeper didn't dare to speak, and carefully placed the cloth and dresses on the table. Li Xiaoping touched the cloth, and his face became even uglier. He asked coldly, "How much is this piece of cloth?" The shopkeeper replied, "This is 10 taels of silver per piece." "How much?" Li Xiaoping thought he had heard wrong. The shopkeeper replied again, 10 taels. Li Xiaoping was so shocked that he clenched his fists, and his tone was filled with anger. Is Pang Qingyan crazy? This kind of cloth is only sold at 10 taels per piece. Does he want to steal our business and not want to make money? The shopkeeper didn't dare to say anything, but had to accompany him. "Boss, they have another kind of cloth, 5 taels of silver apiece, which is not bad, but they have imposed a purchase limit, and each person can only buy one. I found 2 people to buy it. In addition, there is a most expensive one, 30 taels apiece, and the fabric is even more amazing. It is said to be more beautiful than the best brocade, but cheaper than brocade. Rich ladies especially love it. The cloth is called scattered flower silk." Li Xiaoping had a gloomy face and asked through gritted teeth, "Are these cloths available elsewhere?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "No, I've been working in the cloth shop for 10 years and have never seen these cloths. It is said that they developed these new cloths themselves." Li Xiaoping snorted coldly. If that idiot Pang Qingyan could develop new cloths, he wouldn't have been suppressed by me to this point. This cloth was made by that woman named Muyan, right? The shopkeeper nodded. It should be. Now Muyun is also one of the owners of Beauty Pavilion, and the two of them are in partnership. No matter how much it costs, get their technology for me. We also want to produce new cloth. The shopkeeper nodded. Yes, boss, I'll do it right away. The opening of the Beauty Pavilion was just like the opening of the Pang's restaurant. There was no customer in the Li's cloth shop. Li Xiaoping did not leave, but just stayed on the second floor and looked at the opposite side until it was dark. The Beauty Pavilion closed because it was out of stock. This result made Li Xiaoping's teeth almost broken. Mu Yun and Peng Qingyun did not expect this to happen. The goods prepared for so long were sold out in one day. This was really too exaggerated. Mu Yun was not clear about the purchasing power of this era, and Peng Qingyun did not understand people's purchasing power because business had never been so good. Both of them had made wrong predictions. Although they were very happy counting the money, they were also anxious because there would be no goods to buy the next day. Not only would there be no goods to buy the next day, but there would be no goods to sell in the next few days.
Cloth was fine.
There would be a certain amount of cloth woven and dyed every day. Although it was not much, it could at least be used in an emergency. But the production of ready-made clothes was not so fast. The two of them were worried and went to the weaving and dyeing workshops to have a look. The progress was still too slow. Mu Yun thought of the loom in her previous life, but regardless of whether there was electricity, even if there was electricity, she could not make the loom. It was a technological product, not like learning skills such as dyeing and weaving, which could be understood after a little learning. Brother Peng, it seems that it is urgent to expand the weaving and dyeing workshops, Mu Yun said helplessly. Peng Qingyun nodded, with a worried look on his face. Yes, why don't I close the shops in other places first, recover all the funds, and develop these shops here first? Anyway, those shops don't make much income and are all losing money. Mu Yun asked, how many shops do you have left, and where are they? Peng Qingyun replied, there are about 20 more in Tianhe County, Yunzhou City, and Suzhou City. I haven't developed the ones that are too far away. These are all left by my father. After I took over, not only did I not develop them, but I also developed them back. If these shops were not bought by my father, I am afraid that I can't even pay the rent now, and I have been losing money. Mu Yun said, the shops are your own, so it's much easier to deal with them. Since they are all losing money, you should close them first. After things here are dealt with, we will do business step by step. At that time, those shops can all get back on their feet. Now they are half dead, and there is really no use. Peng Qingyun nodded and agreed with her words. Just like that, he hurried back to gather people and went to various places to collect funds. At the same time, Li Xiaoping's people were also contacting the masters of the weaving and dyeing workshops, trying to steal their new technologies. The Beauty Pavilion closed after one day of opening, not because there was no business but because the business was too good and there was no stock. When the news came out, merchants in the whole city were shocked. Not only the merchants were surprised, but the customers were also surprised. Those who bought cloth and ready-made clothes from the Beauty Pavilion became the envy of everyone for a while. Everyone was curious about how good the things in the Beauty Pavilion were to cause such a sensation. The rumors became more and more intense, and the name of the Beauty Pavilion spread throughout Lingxi County in just a few days. Everyone was looking forward to the next opening time of the Beauty Pavilion, thinking that they must go and see it. Peng Qingyun was busy collecting funds, while Mu Yun was busy drawing design drafts. In addition, in the past few days, she asked Zijou to inquire about the academy's admission of students, thinking of sending Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi to study first. On this day, Mu Yun was drawing a design draft, and Zijou walked in with a smile and said, Sister Yun, I have inquired about the academies. The best one is called Iho Academy. It is said to be the best academy in the county. The teacher came from Yunzhou City. He is very good, but he is very strict in accepting students. It seems that he only teaches 3 students personally now, and the rest are taught by other teachers in the academy. But the other teachers are said to be very good. Although they are not as famous as Mr. Chiu, they are better than the teachers in other academies.
Mu Yun nodded.
How much is the tuition? Zijou replied, 12 taels of silver per person per year, which is a bit expensive. Other academies only charge 5 to 8 taels. This is the most expensive one. Muyan smiled and said, it's okay. As long as the teaching is good, it doesn't matter if it's a little more expensive. So, you prepare some suitable gifts. I'll let the children change their clothes, and we'll visit them together to enroll the children. Zizhu nodded and hurried to prepare. Muyan looked at the design drawing in front of her, and it was almost finished. She put the drawing away and went to call a few children. Although Yueya and Yuanbao are not old enough to go to school, they can also be taken to have a look. Muyang and Hu Tianxi were surprised to learn that they were going to send them to the academy to study. They were both a little worried. It would cost a lot of money to go to school, and they were not children who knew nothing. After changing clothes, Muyan was helpless to see that the two did not look happy on their faces. Could it be that they were tired of studying before they even started studying? She asked with a serious face. Why do you two look so sad? I tell you, you can't not study. If you don't study, you will have no future. Whether you want to travel around the country to do business, or want to take the imperial examination to serve the country, you need to be literate and read. So, even if you don't like it, you must go to school. Muyang is older and knows more. He hesitated for a moment and said, Aunt Yun, education costs a lot of money. I also have Tianxi, Yuanbao, and Yueya. With so many children, how much money do you have to make to support our education? I am too old now, and I don't need to go to school. Let them study. Hu Tianxi also said quickly, Aunt Yun, I don't like studying either. I didn't like studying when I was at home before, and I still don't like it now. Let Yuanbao and the others study. Muyan didn't expect that the two of them would argue about money. They were so young, but they could consider these things. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Touching their heads, she smiled dotingly. It's okay. Your Aunt Yun is very good at making money. Let alone studying. Even if you two want to get married and have children in the future, I can also buy you property. Aunt Yun doesn't treat you as outsiders, and you are not allowed to treat yourselves as outsiders in the future. Understand? Hearing this, the two were very moved. Their eyes instantly reddened, and they felt one step closer to this family. The two nodded, and Muyang said with a firm face, Aunt Yun, I will study hard, work hard, and be filial to you when I have a promising future. Hu Tianxi also hurriedly said, and me, Aunt Yun, I will also work hard to learn skills and be filial to you when I grow up. At the beginning, she took in these two children because she couldn't bear it, but after getting along with them, Muyan also had feelings for the two children and she really liked them. Seeing their tearful and touching innocent looks, her heart became warm. She smiled and touched the children's heads again and said softly, Okay, Aunt Yun will be looking forward to your filial piety in the future. Let's go, we're going to the school to visit the teacher now. Remember, be polite, answer whatever the teacher asks, and don't be nervous. The two nodded. Muyan borrowed Pang Qingyun's carriage and took the four children to Iha Academy. Iha Academy is located on the edge of a city. It is the largest academy in Lingxi County. It was also established by Mr. Chiu himself. It is well known in Lingxi County. Even some wealthy families in the neighboring county will send their children here to study, just because of Mr. Chiu's name. After Mu Yun explained her purpose, the guards at the door did not stop them and let them in directly. As soon as they entered the academy, they felt the fragrance of books here, as if the air was filled with the smell of books. The environment in the academy is elegant, with pavilions, attics, flowers, trees, and the sound of children reading aloud. Muyun is very satisfied with this atmosphere. It seems that this academy is really good. Under the guidance of a servant, Muyun took the children through the courtyards and finally came to the courtyard where Mr. Chiu was. This is an independent courtyard with a spacious courtyard. In one room, 3 boys about 11 or 12 years old were sitting and reading. In another room, Mr. Chiu was drinking tea with a book in front of him. Mr. Chiu, the people are here. Muyun walked in with 4 children and greeted Mr. Chiu politely. Mr. Chiu glanced at the children and said indifferently, How old are you? Have you read any books? Muyang was the first to reply, Sir, I probably read some, but because I lost my previous memories, I don't remember what books I read. Mr. Chiu looked at him in surprise. Lost your previous memories? Muyang nodded, Yes, sir. Mr. Chiu looked at Mu-yun again, and Mu-yun said, I took this child in, and he has indeed lost his memory. If you want to know what he has read, you can test him. Mr. Chiu nodded, but did not ask any more questions, but asked Hu Tianxi instead, What about you? How old are you? Have you read any books? Hu Tianxi replied politely, Sir, I am 5 years old, and I have read the 3-character classic, but I can only recognize a few words. Hu Tianxi was a little nervous and clenched his hands tightly. Mr. Chiu looked at Yuanbao and asked, What about you? Yuanbao glanced at his mother, then replied, To answer your question, Sir, I am 3 years old and have never been to school. Seeing that everyone had answered, Yueya also took the initiative to reply like her brothers, Sir, I am also 3 years old and have never been to school. Mr. Chiu smiled and said, Okay, I got it. He turned around and asked someone to get a book for Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi to read, so that the two could recognize the characters and arrange schools for them. Mu Yang knew quite a lot of characters, but Hu Tianxi only knew a few characters, as he said. Mr. Chiu finally accepted a few people, but he did not teach them personally, but let other teachers teach them. Mu Yan did not say much. A good teacher will not teach you just because you beg him. Everything depends on the luck of the children. But Mu Yan was hesitant whether to send Yuanbao and Yueya to study. The 2 children can study at this age, but they seem a little small. The most important thing is that Mu Yang and Hu Tianxi are both here to study, and Yuanbao and Yueya are left at home. He is afraid that they will feel bored. Thinking about it, Mu Yan asked, Mr. Chiu, will these 2 little ones be accepted? I want them to study too. Hearing this, Mr. Chiu looked at Yueya and Yuanbao and asked, Will this girl come to study too? Mu Yan nodded. Yes, is it okay? Mr. Chiu was a little surprised. Apart from the wealthy families in the capital who would let their daughters learn a few words and open girls' schools at home and invite teachers to teach them, he had never seen a farmer's family willing to let their daughters study, let alone send them to academies. The school is full of boys, Mr. Chiu said. Mu Yan thought he was unwilling to accept girls, and his smile faded. Sir, do you think girls can't study? Seeing that Mu Yan seemed a little angry and his tone was questioning, Mr. Chiu laughed helplessly. He smiled and said, That's not what I meant, ma'am. Please don't misunderstand me. Mu Yan said, Mr. Chiu, your name is very famous in Lingxi County, and I admire you very much, but if you think girls don't need to study, I think I may admire the wrong person. People who read books are sensible, and reading makes people's thinking progressive. I think you should not be a pedantic and short-sighted person. Mr. Chiu was helpless. He didn't expect Mu Yan to say that. He said, I support women's education. My daughter is also studying in the academy, but she often complains that the academy is full of boys. She, a girl, can't play with them. She feels very uncomfortable. Later, she didn't go to the academy and learned to read at home instead. What I meant just now was that I was afraid that the little girl would not be used to it. I didn't mean anything else. Hearing this, Mu Yan realized that she had wronged others and felt a little embarrassed. Sorry, Mr. Chiu, I thought you were old-fashioned and patriarchal. You thought that women shouldn't read and learn to read. I am narrow-minded. Mu Yan had a preconceived idea. He thought that the ancients would value boys over girls and not let girls read. But in fact, there are many people who love their daughters very much and have different ideas. Mr. Chiu smiled. It's okay. Since you want to send your child to study, let her try it. If she doesn't like it or get used to it later, we can talk about it later.
Mu Yan nodded.
What Mr. Chiu said was true. If all the children were boys and Yueya was the only girl, Yueya might not be used to it. Mu Yan also began to worry, but it was impossible to stop Yueya from studying. She didn't want to lock Yueya up at home, ask someone to teach her, and let her stay at home. Such a life would be too boring. You rewrite, then let Yueya come over and try first, Mu Yan said. Mr. Chiu nodded. After that, Mu Yan paid the tuition, and the 4 children officially became students of Ihar Academy. The 4 children were full of interest and curiosity about the new study life. Mu Yan took them to buy some pens, ink, paper, and inkstones, as well as the things they needed for school, and then went back home. Thinking that the children didn't have many clothes, Muyan thought about it and designed 2 sets of clothes for each child overnight, and took it to the masters in the garment workshop early the next morning, asking them to make a set first. Both the cloth workshop and the garment workshop have been very busy recently. Looking at the shortage of masters, Muyan decided to recruit a few more people. Those who were eliminated twice when the masters were selecting people before were actually not bad. It was just that some were eliminated because so many people were not needed. After taking out the list and looking at it, she asked the masters to select 10 more and bring them to the garment workshop as apprentices. After explaining the things, the children also had breakfast. For the first time to go to school, Muyan personally sent them to the academy. Watching the 4 children enter the academy and wave to her, Muyan also smiled and waved at them. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, she had been in this world for more than 3 months. Under her care, Yueya and Yuanbao had become plump and strong, and now they went to school. Muyan looked at the children and felt a sense of accomplishment in her heart. She was in a very cheerful mood, until she could no longer see the children. She turned back. But when she turned around, she saw Li Xiaoping's carriage. The reason why she recognized this carriage was because she had seen it several times in front of Li's restaurant and shop. Muyan looked at the carriage as if it was going out of the city and was a little confused. Thinking that she had nothing to do now, she followed it. This Li Xiaoping is a selfish, narrow-minded person. The beauty pavilion is doing so well, he will definitely take action. He didn't let go of the restaurant at the beginning, and he will definitely not let go of this cloth shop now. She carefully concealed her presence and followed the carriage to a wilderness in the suburbs. Muyan didn't find a place to hide until the carriage stopped. The curtain of the carriage was lifted. It turned out to be Li Xiaoping inside. He came out and looked around. Muyan hid behind a bush. Seeing him looking around, he immediately shrank back. After looking around and making sure there was no one, Li Xiaoping's subordinates immediately whistled. Then a woman appeared, and the figure seemed familiar. Muyan looked closely, trying to see who it was, but the distance was a bit far and was blocked by Li Xiaoping, so she couldn't see clearly. The woman said something to Li Xiaoping and finally handed him something. Li Xiaoping took it and took a look, and then the subordinates immediately handed the woman a purse. After the woman took it, she said something to Li Xiaoping again. It was not until Li Xiaoping got on the carriage that Muyan vaguely saw the woman's face. It seemed that he had seen it in the weaving workshop. Muyan frowned and soon realized what the two had just traded. I'm afraid it was a confidential item of the weaving workshop. After the carriage left, the woman also set off and walked towards the road back to the city. Muyan followed her, and when Li Xiaoping's carriage turned a corner and disappeared, she immediately ran over to stop the woman. Then she dragged her behind a bush. Seeing Muyan suddenly appear and being dragged away by her with her mouth covered, the woman was frightened and widened her eyes. Her heartbeat was extremely fast, and she struggled desperately in panic. It was not until Muyan let her go that she was nervous and pretended to be calm and spoke. Dong Dong. Dongjia, why are you here? The woman was nervous and tense, with cold sweat on her back, staring at Muyan closely. Muyan looked at her guilty look, sneered, and said, Then why are you here? The woman rubbed her hands nervously and stammered, I was passing by and came to find some dying herbs. I heard that there are some here, but I didn't find them. After finding such an excuse for herself, the woman seemed to have some confidence, and her guilty eyes faded a lot, but her fast heartbeat still exposed her fear and panic. Boss, are you here to look for dyes? What a coincidence. The woman laughed dryly, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Muyan looked at her and sneered, then said, Looking for dyes? Come here to look for Li Xiaoping? Hearing this, the woman was shocked and panicked. I'm not. It's not like that, boss. Please don't misunderstand. The woman tried to explain, but because she was too flustered, she couldn't find any reason. Muyan asked directly, What did you give Li Xiaoping just now? Hearing this, the woman was even more panicked, and her hands were shaking with nervousness. It's not nothing, just some. The woman didn't dare to say it at all. She knew in her heart that Muyan had seen everything and she was finished, but she still didn't dare to admit it. Muyun had said all the rules of the cloth shop. If you steal the secrets of the cloth shop, you will not only have to pay money, but also go to jail. But what Li Xiaoping gave was too much.
His son was about to get married.
This money could not only allow their family to hold a grand wedding, but also increase the betrothal gifts to make the woman happier. She couldn't resist the temptation and secretly stole a new dying secret for Li Xiaoping. When the truth was revealed, she was so scared that she was sweating and shaking all over. Okay, just follow me to the government office. After Muyun finished speaking, the woman immediately knelt down, crying and begging in fear. Please, boss, please, don't send me to the government. I was wrong, boss, please don't send me to the government. The woman cried with snot and tears, and the whole person looked very pitiful. But Muyun was not soft-hearted. If he was really scared, he shouldn't do such a thing in the first place. Since you have done it, you have to bear the consequences. I think I have made it very clear before. You know the rules. This is all your own choice. Muyun said coldly. The woman shook her head desperately and begged bitterly. Muyun ignored her and directly dragged her to the government office. But the woman did not cooperate and tried her best to hide. Unwilling to go. Upon seeing this, Muyun knocked the woman unconscious with one palm and carried her to the government office. The drum sounded at the gate of the government office. When Xiao Ning went to the court, he was surprised to see Muyun. However, since it was in the court, he did not ask, but started the trial directly. The woman was awakened by a basin of water. Seeing that she was in the court, she panicked instantly. Muyun narrated the whole story, and then the woman cried and begged for mercy. She could not refute or explain at all, so she could only beg for mercy. She admitted it without any interrogation, and the bailiffs found the silver that Li Xiaoping had just given her on her. The evidence was irrefutable. She herself admitted it. Xiao Ningji sentenced her directly. This was the first person who dared to do this. If he didn't sentence her harshly, he would make an example of her. This kind of thing will definitely happen again in the future. In the end, the woman was beaten with 20 sticks, but she couldn't bear it all at once. Only 10 of them were punished, and the remaining 10 were executed a month later. She was also sentenced to 1 year in prison. This punishment is very severe. In normal times, there would never be such a sentence. But now it is different. This is related to the future development of Lingxi County. Xiao Ningji finally said in front of everyone, the cloth workshop and dyeing workshop are managed by the county government. They are established here for the benefit of the people of the whole county. I will not allow anyone to destroy all this. If anyone steals the secrets of the cloth workshop and dyeing workshop again, they will be treated as spies from other countries. Hearing this, everyone was scared. A spy must be executed immediately. There were also many people from the garment workshop among the onlookers. Hearing these words, everyone was shocked and immediately scared. After dealing with this matter, Xiao Ningji was worried that the cloth workshop would not be able to continue, so he went to Muyun to find out about the matter. Muyun said, what the woman sold to Li Xiaoping was the formula for dyeing cloth. It sold, so it doesn't have much impact. But other things can't be sold anymore. Xiao Ningji nodded, then I'll send a few yamen runners to the cloth workshop and the garment workshop to say hello, so that they can be more deterred. Muyun nodded. That's even better. I'll also find someone to watch over it, and try not to let the workers have any more thoughts. Xiao Ningji nodded. When the cloth workshop makes some achievements, his political achievements will come out, and he will be one step closer to returning to the capital. So these workshops can't have any problems. The news that the dyeing workshop was sold out spread throughout the workshops, and the yamen runners came to pass on the warning in person. Everyone kept their tails between their legs and dared not have any other thoughts. At the same time, there were special people guarding the 3 workshops to prevent any problems from happening again. Muyun also added a reporting rule for this purpose, so that everyone can supervise each other. If anyone is found to have abnormal behavior, they can report it to the higher-ups. Once verified, the reporter can get a reward of 5 taels of silver. Under these heavy checks and supervisions, everyone in the entire cloth workshop worked very seriously for a while, and they didn't even dare to be lazy, let alone stealing. Li Xiaoping got the formula of the dye, but he didn't have a weaving workshop, let alone a dyeing workshop. The cloth in his cloth shop was purchased from other places to sell, instead of producing the cloth himself. At this time, the formula in his hand could not play any role. He was waiting. When he got the weaving formula again, he would also set up several workshops and produce cloth for sale like Peng Qingyun and others. No wonder their cloth is so cheap. This kind of self-woven cloth must have a lower cost, so it is sold cheaper. Li Xiaoping was full of confidence. He felt that in the near future, he would be able to open a weaving workshop, weave his own cloth, and make his business bigger. When he thought of this, he was very happy. But he didn't expect that in the next few days, the people sent out would no longer be able to contact the people in the weaving workshop. I heard that the supervision was very strict. If they wanted to get anything, it would be impossible. After receiving this news, Li Xiaoping was so angry that he smashed a lot of things at home. In the end, he was helpless. On this day, the beauty pavilion opened again. There were more people than last time. This time, the purchase limit system was still in place. The difference was that Muyun had people keep samples in the store for people to watch, and they would not close the store in the future. If customers came and there was no stock, they could make an appointment. In this way, when the cloth or clothes were made, they could call someone to pick them up. This time, the quantity of goods was more sufficient, and there was no situation of selling out. However, as soon as it got dark, Muyun had people close the store. There was no need to continue opening it. Closing early would allow employees to get off work earlier. She had just come out of the store and was about to go back, but she found a group of people running towards the front, as if they were chasing something with hurried steps. The crowd ran too fast and almost hit her, but fortunately she acted quickly and avoided it. She didn't argue with them. These people looked unusual, so it was better to have less trouble than more. Muyun didn't care and continued to walk towards home. When she got home, the 4 children had already returned and were practicing writing. The tables and chairs she had ordered had been brought in a few days ago. They were very suitable and the children liked them very much. New clothes were also made. They were even cuter when they were put on. They would be praised by their classmates when they went to school. The children were very adaptable to the new academy life and liked it very much. They didn't have any resistance. "Mom, you're back. Mom, come and see how my handwriting is." Today, the teacher praised me and said that I have a good memory because I remember everything the teacher taught me. Yueya was very happy. Seeing Muyun coming back, she proudly shared her own things with her. Muyun smiled and walked over to see. Yueya was too young and not strong enough. Her handwriting was not very good, but at her age, it was very good to be able to write a shape. She smiled and encouraged and praised. "Yueya is great. You write very well. Keep up the good work. You will write better in the future." Yueya nodded happily and continued to write. Each of the 4 children was very active in writing and learning, but Muyun did not feel the collapse of tutoring homework, but just felt that they were too worry-free. Every day when they came back, everyone asked her to look at it once, and then praised each of them, and then they continued to write happily. After Muyun praised each child as if doing business, she went to her study and went to her own business. Other masters and workers were easy to find, but this designer was not easy to find, so she could only draw by herself. In the yard outside, after writing, the children opened the door and went outside to play. There was a large empty lawn outside, and there were no other houses, which was very suitable for children to play. The smell of the food made by Zijou in the kitchen had already drifted out. Muyun finished drawing the design draft and came out without seeing the children, so she asked, "Zijou, where are Yuan Bao and the others?" Zijou replied from the kitchen, "They went to play outside." "Sister Yun, the food will be ready soon. Call them back to wash their hands and eat right away." Muyun nodded and walked out the back door. It was getting dark. As soon as she went out, she saw the children squatting on the ground playing with something. Just as she was about to walk towards them, a figure suddenly fell in front of her, which scared her. Muyun was frightened and immediately stepped back a few steps. After a closer look, she found that the person in front of her seemed to be injured. There was obvious blood at the corner of the boy's mouth, and there seemed to be blood on his body. But because he was wearing black clothes, the blood color was not obvious, but the strong smell of blood still did not escape Muyun's nose.
Save me.
The boy had delicate skin and tender flesh, and his face was very outstanding, but at this moment his face was very pale, and the bright red blood at the corner of his mouth made him look even paler and weaker. After saying that, the boy closed his eyes and completely fainted.
Muyun hurriedly shouted, "Hey!
Wake up!" Muyun hurriedly stepped forward and wanted to wake him up, fearing that he would die at the door of her house, which would be very uncomfortable. But no matter how she shouted, the boy just didn't wake up. Muyun had no choice but to test whether he was still breathing. After finding that he was still breathing and not dead, she breathed a sigh of relief.
Mom, what happened to him?
The 4 children were attracted by Muyun's voice and looked at the person lying on the ground curiously. Mom, is he dead? Yueya looked at the blood on the boy's mouth and was a little scared. Yuanbao hurriedly covered his sister's eyes and said, "Don't look, you'll have a nightmare at night later." Yueya pulled her brother's hand away. "It's okay, I'm not that timid." Muyun looked at the boy who fainted in front of her house and was in a dilemma for a while. It was not right to care about it or not. After hesitating for a moment, she said to Muyang, take Tianxi and Yuanbao to the next door to ask Dr. Zhou to come over. Ask him to bring the medicine box and say that a friend of mine is injured and ask him to come and take a look. Not far from them lived the doctor from Zhouji Pharmacy in the city, which was convenient today. The 3 children went to ask for the doctor. Muyun asked Yueya to go in front, and she picked up the boy and dragged him into the house. "Mother, will he get hurt if we drag him like this? How about I help you carry him inside?" Muyun smiled helplessly. "Yueya, he is just an insignificant person. It is great that we can save him. How can we care whether he is comfortable or not? I can't hold him, so I can only drag him in." Thinking that his daughter was too kind, Muyun was a little worried, so he spoke. "Yueya, remember, you are not allowed to save people on the road casually in the future. People are treacherous. If you save someone and they come to hurt you, you will be miserable." Thinking of the TV dramas that Mu Qing had complained about before, saying that the heroine saved a man on the roadside and then fell in love with this man, but in the end this man killed the heroine's family. There are many TV dramas like this. Although there is no such outrageous killing of a whole family in reality, there are still many things that people are killed after saving someone. For the sake of his daughter's safety, Muyun couldn't help but remind her. Yueya nodded. "Okay, mother. But mother, what should I do if I can't bear to see others die?" Muyun looked at her helplessly, somewhat worried about her daughter's kindness. She said, "Then can you bear to make your mother sad? You can't bear to see others die, and you can't bear to see your mother sad. You have to choose one of the two." Yueya said without hesitation, "I choose not to make my mother sad." Muyun smiled and said, "Okay, then Yueya, remember it well. You are not allowed to save people casually in the future. Protecting yourself is the most important thing, because if Yueya is injured, your mother will be sad." Yueya nodded, and while the two were talking, Muyun had already dragged the person to the door of the utility room. Zijou was startled when she saw her dragging someone in and asked hurriedly, "What's the matter?" "Sister Yun, who is he?" Muyun said, "It's okay, you go and make your meal. I picked this up at the door. He is injured, and I will take care of him." Hearing this, Zijou stopped caring and went to cook. Although this was a utility room, there wasn't much clutter in it. It was just some things that were not used very often. It was very spacious, and there was an old bed that was not used. Muyun threw the man on the ground and kindly took an old quilt to make the bed, and then put the man on to lie down. Soon, Dr. Zhou came and examined the boy. Under the black clothes, the boy's arms, back, and chest were all sword wounds, and they were very serious. Muyun didn't expect that he was injured so badly, and finally a trace of sympathy appeared on his face. "Dr. Zhou, just give him medicine no matter how much money it costs. The injury is too serious." Muyun rarely felt compassion. Dr. Zhou nodded. "The injury is too serious, and it really requires expensive medicinal materials. If I hadn't been called in time, I'm afraid his life would be in danger." It took a long time to treat the boy's wound. Dr. Zhou said that the clothes could not be worn and had to be changed into new ones. Muyun was helpless and could not find any men's clothes for him to change into, so she immediately ran out to buy a new set and came back. Dr. Zhou was there and asked him to help change into them. After running back and forth, Muyun was out of breath. After handing the clothes to Dr. Zhou, she sat outside and waited. Zizhu came over and said, "Sister Yun, the food is ready. Do you want to serve the meal?"
Muyun nodded.
She was hungry. "Serve it. Call Dr. Zhou to eat when he's done." Zizhu nodded and turned to serve the meal. After a while, Dr. Zhou opened the door and said to Muyun, "You can come in. Change is ready." Muyun nodded, walked in again, and glanced at the bed. The young man who had washed and changed into clean clothes looked even more handsome, but his eyes were still closed. This is what he had on him. "I put here for you. This is the prescription I just wrote. Give him the medicine according to this. He will be better in a few days. The medicine on this list is for external application. Just change it every 3 days." Dr. Zhou explained in detail, and Muyun listened carefully and took notes. After he finished speaking, he invited him out for dinner. Dr. Zhou originally refused, but after smelling the fragrance, he couldn't bear to refuse again, and stayed to eat together. After that, he praised Zizhu's cooking skills and went home full. Muyun asked Zizhu to go with him to Zhou's house to get the medicine, and paid for the consultation fee and the medicine. Because the medicinal materials were expensive, it cost her more than 30 taels, which made her feel distressed. After Dr. Zhou left, Muyun went into the utility room again to see if the boy had woken up. The boy still had his eyes closed, but his complexion was not as bad as before. Next to him was something that Dr. Zhou had just put down, a white jade pendant. Muyun picked up the jade pendant and looked at it. It was of good quality and should not be cheap. It seems that the boy has a good family background. I will have to ask him for the money for the medicine later. Muyun was about to go out, but when she turned around, she saw the boy's eyelids moving. She stopped and went back to the bed again, waiting quietly for the boy to wake up. After a while, the boy finally opened his eyes. His eyes were confused, and his eyes turned around and looked around for a few times and finally fell on Muyun in front of him. "Awake? What's your name? Where do you live? I'll notify your family to pick you up." Muyun asked first. The boy's eyes were blank for a moment, and he looked very confused, and he spoke hesitantly.
Who am I?
"I don't remember." He frowned and wanted to raise his hand to touch his head, but when he moved, he found that his arm was in great pain, and he couldn't move at all. Muyun looked at him like this, smiled, and continued. "Don't you remember?" Her half-smile made the boy feel guilty. But he still nodded calmly. "Well, do you know me?" Seeing that he really wanted to pretend to have amnesia, Muyun didn't expose him. She nodded, "I know." After the boy said this, he was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted. He asked with a confused look on his face, "Then who am I?" Muyun smiled. "You're the servant I bought, named Sanchi. Because you offended a bandit, you were almost killed. I rescued you, but I didn't expect you to lose your memory." Muyun shook the jade pendant in her hand in front of the boy. When the boy saw the jade pendant, his eyes lit up instantly, and then he hurriedly covered it up. "Servant? Sanchi? This name doesn't seem to be very nice. Is it really my name?" The young man hesitated, with a hint of resistance in the depths of his eyes. He didn't expect Muyun to take the opportunity to say that he was a servant and the name Sanchi. It was too ugly. Muyun raised his eyebrows, chuckled, and said, "You used to like this name very much. Why don't you like it after losing your memory?" The young man was speechless, and it was not easy to say anything for a while, for fear of being suspected by Muyun. In this situation at this time, he could only say that he had lost his memory. Otherwise, if he was kicked out, he might be found by those people from the kingdom of Jin soon. "Okay. Think about it carefully. This name is not bad." He could only compromise helplessly. Is the jade pendant in your hand mine?" The young man looked at the one in Muyun's hand and asked curiously. Muyun shook his head. "No, it's mine." As he said that, Muyun hung the jade pendant on his waist. The young man could only watch his jade pendant being hung on Muyun's waist. He was helpless. Because he was now in an amnesia state, He couldn't ask for his jade pendant back. I'm hungry. Can you give me something to eat? The young man opened his mouth. He seemed to smell the fragrance of food. He hadn't eaten for 2 days, so even if he was given a piece of dry and hard food, he would think it was delicious. Mu Yun and the others had just finished their meal, and the smell of food in the yard had not yet dissipated. The young man had been hungry for 2 days, and at this moment, even the slightest taste made him feel hungry, and his stomach immediately growled. The gurgling sound was particularly obvious in the house, and Mu Yun naturally heard it. She pursed her lips and smiled, nodded, okay, wait. Mu Yun went out and asked Ziju to make some more food for him. By the way, his name is Sanchi. You can just call him Sanchi in the future. Ziju nodded, then said, Sister Yun, there is no more food. It will take a long time to cook again. Otherwise, I will make him some noodles. Mu Yun nodded, it's all right. Ziju quickly cooked noodles for Sanchi and brought them to him. But Sanchi's arm was injured. Facing the noodles brought in by Ziju, although he was very greedy, he couldn't eat it. Seeing his embarrassed eyes, Ziju said helplessly, Can you eat it by yourself? He shook his head embarrassedly. Ziju said, I'll help you sit up, and then I'll feed you. The boy is just a child, and Ziju doesn't feel shy. Although she is about the same age as the boy in front of her, she has long been mature in mind and consciously puts herself in the position of an elder. The boy smiled gratefully. Thank you, sister. What is your name? Ziju said. My name is Ziju. You can just call me by my name. Okay, Sister Ziju. Ziju helped him up and fed him noodles. Ziju's cooking skills are very good, and the boy was very hungry. He just felt that this bowl of noodles was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten in his life. Later, this bowl of noodles also left an indelible mark in his heart, which he remembered for the rest of his life. The boy finished a large bowl of noodles in a few big mouthfuls and licked his lips after eating, feeling unsatisfied. Ziju's surprised eyes made him feel embarrassed. Do you want more? Ziju asked. Sanchi nodded. Although he was a little embarrassed, he had already understood that compared with being hungry, nothing else mattered. He nodded and said, Anything else? Sorry to bother Sister Ziju. Ziju hummed. You wait. Ziju went to the kitchen again. Seeing that she was busy again, Mu Yun asked curiously, Why are you still cooking? Didn't you just cook it? Ziju smiled and said, He is not full. He wants to eat more. The two of them were talking in a loud voice, and the boy in the utility room also heard it. His face instantly turned red. He had lived for more than 10 years, and he had never been so embarrassed. But now he was very happy to be able to save his life, and the rest didn't matter. Ziju quickly cooked another big bowl of soup for him and fed him. Finally, the boy rested contentedly. After dark, everyone rested. Only the boy still had his eyes open, with a lot on his mind. The danger was temporarily lifted. I just don't know if those people have left. If they find this place, the family that took him in will be very happy. People afraid they will be implicated. Just as he was thinking about things, he suddenly heard a sound in the yard, like the sound of something falling to the ground. The boy instantly became alert, and a bad feeling spread throughout his body. He wanted to get up, but he was powerless to move. The pain on his body was severe. There were footsteps slowly approaching the door, very light, but he had practiced martial arts since he was a child, and he could hear the slightest movement. There were more than one person at this time, at least 4 or 5 people in the yard. The boy understood that those people were here. He struggled to get up, not caring about the tearing of the wound, and opened the door. I know you are here. I will go with you. Don't disturb others. The boy's childish tone was cold, and he forced himself to stand up straight. The man in black was about to speak when another door opened. Breaking into my house in the middle of the night. What do you want to do? The sudden sound of the door opening and the cold female voice made all the black-clothed people in the yard immediately alert. The moonlight was very bright, and the figures in the yard were very clear, but their faces could not be seen clearly. Seeing Mu Yun coming out, the young man said anxiously, There are bad guys. You go in quickly, I will deal with it. There was some anxiety in his voice. Mu Yun felt much better when he saw that he still had a conscience. Stop talking nonsense, you will die together today. The man in black looked fierce and spoke sternly. Then the long swords in their hands flew out. One of them rushed towards Mu Yun, and the remaining 4 rushed towards the young man. The young man tried hard to dodge and was worried about Mu Yun, but he saw Mu Yun counterattack, snatched the sword from the man in black, and killed the man with the sword. The young man was stunned, his eyes full of shock. Mu Yun quickly ran towards the young man and fought with the remaining 4. The young man leaned against the wall and watched in a daze. He didn't expect that a woman who looked ordinary could actually know martial arts and so powerful. Those men in black were quickly dealt with. Mu Yun looked at the corpses and felt a little annoyed. Killing people is not difficult, but how to deal with these corpses is a problem. These people don't look like they are from our Xia country, sister. What should we do? Will we be caught by the government if we kill them? The young man's nervous voice sounded, and it seemed that he was still trembling. Seeing that he was still pretending, Mu Yun smiled helplessly. He was really good at acting. Mu Yun stepped forward and pulled off the mask of the man in black. It was obvious that he did not look like a person from Xia country. He looked like a foreigner, with exotic features in his eyebrows and eyes. Since he was from another country, the body would be much easier to deal with. It would not be so easy for the government to investigate. Glancing at the young man who was supporting himself against the wall in the corner, Mu Yun walked over, took out a candle, and saw that blood was already oozing from his arms and chest. Mu Yun walked over to help him up and helped him lie on the bed. Then he took out the external medicine and bandaged him again. Be careful next time. If the wound breaks open again, I'm too lazy to take care of you. There was inquiry and curiosity in the young man's eyes. The woman in front of him didn't look very old, probably only about 20 years old. She also looked gentle, not big and strong, but the force she had just used was shocking. Did you hear me talking to you? Seeing that he did not respond, Mu Yun said impatiently. The young man quickly came to his senses. Okay, thank you for your help. He was a little embarrassed, but at the same time he was glad that Mu Yun knew martial arts, otherwise everyone in the yard would have died today. Mu Yun did not speak again. After treating the young man's wound, she went to deal with the bodies outside. After simply changing her appearance, she carried the person, walked to the river, and threw him in. She ran back and forth 4 or 5 times before throwing all the people in. But she was exhausted. Finally, when she returned home, she could not help but went to the young man's room and said, "After you recover your memory, I will settle the debt with you today." In the dark night, the young man had a guilty look on his face. He was somewhat glad that it was dark and Mu Yun could not see his guilty look. Mu Yun did not expect him to answer, so he left after he finished speaking. The next day, after Mu Yun finished her breakfast, she went for a walk around the city to see if there was any rumor. After a walk around, she did not hear any rumors about those foreigners, so she felt relieved and went home. The children all went to school, and Zizhu was tidying up at home. After Mu Yun went back, he picked up the design drafts he had drawn in the past few days and went to the garment workshop. The management of all aspects of the garment workshop has gradually matured, and everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Mu Yun came to the inner room. Chunlan saw her and greeted her with a smile.
Boss.
Chunlan changed her address so that people would not think she was trying to curry favor with Mu Yun. Mu Yun had not seen Chunlan in the garment shop before. When she came before, Chunlan was learning from the master and could not work alone, so Mu Yun had never seen her in the hall. After a period of training, Chunlan was now able to complete a part of the production independently, so she was given her own position. Mu Yun smiled and said, "Chunlan, why do you become unfamiliar with me? Why do you call me like this?" Chunlan smiled embarrassedly. "Now our identities are different. According to the rules, we have to call each other like this." Mu Yun smiled. "Don't be so polite. It's okay to call me like before." Chunlan smiled, but didn't agree. Seeing this, Mu Yun didn't say anything anymore. After smiling, she continued to walk inside. Chunlan didn't call her, but Chanyue called her sister Yun affectionately when she saw her. Chunlan studied embroidery and Chanyue studied tailoring, and they were not in the same hall. Chanyue had been waiting for Mu Yun for a long time, but had never seen her. Today, she finally saw her, and she was very happy. She stopped Mu Yun and talked to her non-stop, which attracted the curiosity of many other apprentices around. Mu Yun was a little helpless. The personalities of these two sisters were really different. Well, you do a good job, and try to become a tailoring master as soon as possible, Mu Yun said perfunctorily, then walked past Yueya and continued to walk into the inner room. Yueya smiled. Even if she felt that Mu Yun didn't want to pay attention to her, she didn't care. As long as everyone knew that she had a good relationship with Mu Yun and knew him privately, it would be fine. She looked around, and sure enough, everyone looked at her with envy and curiosity. This not only greatly satisfied her vanity, but also allowed her to gain a lot of benefits among this crowd. Yueya continued to work contentedly. Mu Yun handed the design draft to 6 masters respectively and asked them to be responsible for the production of 2 dresses respectively. After receiving the design draft, the masters were very curious and started to study it again. They have been making clothes all their lives and have never liked making clothes as much as they do now, and have never made so many beautiful clothes, which has brought them a lot of sense of accomplishment and pride. Master Zhao looked at Mu Yun and said, "Boss, I had a customer before, the lady of the Bai family in the west of the city. After she knew that I was the tailor of our beauty pavilion, she wanted me to talk to you about whether I could come to her house to tailor 2 sets of dresses for her and Miss Bai. The Bai family is going to hold a banquet, and Mrs. Bai likes the things in the beauty pavilion very much, but she can't buy them. Those dresses that can be bought are not suitable for her." Mu Yun thought for a moment and nodded, "Yes, but the price of custom-made ones will be much higher. As long as Mrs. Bai can pay, it will be no problem." Master Zhao nodded hurriedly and said, "Yes, yes, the Bai family is also a rich family in Arlingxi town. She can afford any amount of money." She herself said that as long as she is satisfied, money is not a problem. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded readily. "Okay, when is Mrs. Bai free? Come with me to the Bai family to measure the sizes of Mrs. Bai and Miss Bai." Master Zhao was pleasantly surprised and said hurriedly, "I will go to the Bai family after work today to tell Mrs. Bai and ask her when she is free." In order to ask Master Zhao for help, Madame Bai gave benefits, so she was so happy to hear that Mu Yun agreed to go. Mu Yun nodded, then walked out. When he passed by Yueya, he was greeted warmly again. Mu Yun nodded and continued to walk out. When he returned home, Zijou saw her come back and said hurriedly, "Sister Yun, Sanchi is awake." Mu Yun nodded and went to the utility room. The boy looked much better, and his face was not so pale. Seeing Mu Yun, a hint of gratitude flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. "Can I call you Sister Yun too? What's your last name, Yun?" The boy spoke, his voice clear and much stronger than yesterday. Mu Yun smiled and said, "My name is Mu Yun. You have lost your memory completely. You don't even remember my name." The boy smiled shyly, hiding the guilty conscience in his eyes. "Yes, I also want to restore my memory, but I don't know what to do." Watching the young man acting, Mu Yun smiled. "It's okay, this is also good. You owe me more after your injury heals. Just work hard to pay off your debt." The young man nodded and did not refute. Zijou brought him the 2nd dose of medicine. Mu Yun watched him finish drinking it and said, "Don't move these days, lie down well, call Zijou for help if you have anything, but remember to repay Zijou for taking care of you after you recover. Don't be an ungrateful person." The young man continued to nod, with a serious look on his face. Although Mu Yun was curious about his identity, seeing that he acted so well, she knew it was useless to ask, so she was too lazy to ask. "Sister Yun, Lord Xiao is here." Zijou's voice sounded outside. Hearing that Xiao Ningji was here, Mu Yun was confused and suspicious. Could this person have found himself here while investigating the case? Mu Yun walked out, looked at Xiao Ningji and said, "Why is Lord Xiao here?" Xiao Ningji said, "I came to ask you if you have felt anything unusual around here in the past few days." Mu Yun looked puzzled. "What's strange?" Xiao Ningji said, "It's okay. Several bodies were salvaged from the river over there. They look like people from the Jin Kingdom. This is a bit strange. I want to ask you if you have felt any strange places nearby or heard any strange noises in the past few days. The river over there is not far from where Mu Yun lives. It is next to the county government office."
There are very few people around. Apart from this garment shop, there is only the government office. That's why Xiao Ningji thought of asking Muyun. Muyun was very surprised. Jin people? How could there be Jin people here? I haven't heard any strange noises. Did something happen? Xiao Ningji shook his head. I don't know either. I'm still investigating. Did you really not hear any noise? Xiao Ningji asked again, without giving up. Muyun shook his head. No. Sir Xiao, is the security in this area okay? The appearance of the Jin people here may be dangerous. You should send more people to patrol and protect the safety of the people. Xiao Ningji nodded. I thought so too. I won't bother you anymore. You're busy. After Xiao Ningji finished speaking, he left. In the utility room, the young man also heard their conversation. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Muyun stood at the door and looked at the young man and said, Sanchi, the security in this city has been bad recently. Those people last night turned out to be Jin people. It was really dangerous. I don't know what they want to do here. Sanchi looked confused. I don't know either. Muyun smiled. Okay, I'm going out for a while. You lie down and don't get up and walk around. Sanchi nodded, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Muyun close the door and go out. He was not very good at lying, and he was really afraid that Muyun would see that he was pretending to have amnesia. Muyun went to the county government office to find Chuning. He had not yet fulfilled his promise to make clothes for Chuning, and now he could go there just to find out some things about the Jin kingdom. The original owner never left the house and didn't know anything about the Xia kingdom, let alone the Jin kingdom. The young man in the family must have an extraordinary origin, and those who could offend the Jin people were not ordinary people. She had to find out more clearly. If it was too troublesome, she would send the young man away early. If it was not so troublesome, she would be willing to help. Carrying a ruler, Muyun went to the county government office to find Chuning. Because many corpses of Jin people suddenly appeared, Xiao Ningji was worried and didn't let Chuning go out. Chuning could only stay at home bored. Just when she was bored and worried, she saw Muyun coming to find her. She was immediately happy. Sister Mu, you are here. I'm so bored, and Brother Ningji doesn't let me go out. Muyun smiled and said, Didn't I promise you that I would make you a dress? I will take some time today to measure your size, then draw the design, and then let the tailor make it for you. Hearing this, Chuning was very happy. Really? Sister Mu, that's great. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Chuning's face was full of excitement. She had wanted the skirt from the beauty pavilion for a long time. Muyun smiled and nodded. Come, I'll measure your size first. Chuning walked over obediently and let Muyun measure her size. Muyun's hands kept moving, and he said in a gentle tone, I heard from Lord Xiao that the Jin people appeared in Lingxi County. I'm afraid it's not safe recently. Don't go out if you have nothing to do. Chuning pouted. It's because of this that Brother Ningji doesn't allow me to go out, so I'm so bored. Muyun smiled and said, Although you said this as if you were very dissatisfied, your expression is full of sweetness everywhere. You are secretly happy in your heart, right? Chuning laughed embarrassedly twice. No, Sister Mu. You always tease me. Muyun chuckled and changed the subject. Speaking of the Jin people, Aining, do you know the relationship between the Jin kingdom and our Xia kingdom? I used to stay at home all the time, so I don't know a lot of things. Chuning said, The Jin kingdom and our Xia kingdom are sworn enemies. They have been in a war for many years. The Jin kingdom has strong soldiers and horses, but they are all barbarians. Our Xia kingdom has fertile land and abundant products. Our economy is hundreds of times stronger than the Jin kingdom, but the Jin kingdom has strong soldiers and horses, and its military strength is stronger than that of the Xia kingdom. The Jin kingdom has always coveted our Xia land and wanted to plunder it, but they have never succeeded. Muyun nodded, and then he realized that the relationship between the two countries was so tense. But fortunately, our Xia kingdom has a god of war, His Royal Highness Prince Ping. Because His Royal Highness Prince Ping guards our country, we can live a peaceful life. His Royal Highness Prince Ping has paid too much for this. He is the benefactor of our entire Xia kingdom. Speaking of this King Ping,
Chuning's face was full of admiration and awe, and her expression became much more serious. It was the first time that Mu Yun heard that in ancient times, there were indeed many war gods and generals who defended their country and were truly worthy of admiration. Is this King Ping so powerful? Mu Yun asked casually. Chuning talked more when she talked about this character. Of course, Sister Mu, you don't know that King Ping was injured on the battlefield in order to protect the people. It is said that he will never have his own children in this life. When they heard the news, all the noble ladies in the capital cried their hearts out. During that time, the whole capital was dead, without laughter, and everyone stopped attending banquets and were secretly sad at home. Mu Yun was a little surprised. Is this King Ping so popular? Can everyone in the capital like him? Chuning nodded. Not the whole capital. But at least half of the people like His Royal Highness King Ping, but after he lost that ability, no one ever proposed matchmaking to him again. Mu Yun took back his hand that was measuring the size and said with a smile, in this era, people pay attention to offspring. His Highness Ping'an has lost his fertility. Even if those noble ladies like him, they will not marry him. Chuning nodded, but said, yes, most people are like this, but there is one person who wants to marry His Highness Ping Wang even if she knows his physical condition, but His Highness Ping Wang is unwilling to marry him. Mu Yun became interested. His eyes full of curiosity, Chu Ning hurriedly pulled her aside and continued to talk. This woman is the eldest daughter of the Xianping Marquis Mansion, Su Qingyuan. She is so beautiful and is known as the most beautiful woman in our capital. Although she is very arrogant, she is indeed worthy of the title of the most beautiful woman and is very beautiful. If His Highness Ping Wang was not in poor health, we all think that she would definitely be the princess of Ping Wang. Mu Yun said in an appreciative tone, she wants to marry even though she knows that Ping Wang is not good. This girl must be sincere to Ping Wang. Why doesn't Ping Wang want to marry her? She is still the most beautiful woman. Chuning sighed and said helplessly, alas. Who knows, last year His Royal Highness Ping went to Yuntai Mountain to practice. Before the new year, he received news that he wanted to become a monk. The eldest princess threatened to die, so His Royal Highness Ping reluctantly gave up the idea, but he is still practicing in Yuntai Mountain and refuses to go home. Mu Yun was surprised. Became a monk?
Why? Was he injured?
Did he feel that there was no hope in living, so he became a monk? Chuning shook her head. I don't know. No one can understand what His Royal Highness Ping is thinking. For Ping Wang, the eldest princess is very anxious, and even His Majesty is very troubled and can't do anything about him. Mu Yun originally thought that she was far away from the royal family, but after listening to these gossips today, she suddenly felt that the ancient royal family was very close to her. In the near future, her business will also be able to reach the capital, and then she will take her children to the capital to meet these legendary dignitaries. There are really a lot of things about Ping Wang. Sister Mu, if you like to listen, I will tell you more. Mu Yun smiled and said, this is the first time I have heard of this. I am very curious. Aining, tell me more about the things between King Ping and the Kingdom of Jin. I am more curious about his war. Chuning nodded and pulled Mu Yun to talk a lot about the war between King Ping and the Kingdom of Jin. It was not until dark that Mu Yun finished work and went back. Chuning was really talkative. Mu Yun now understands a lot of things and has a plan in mind. The next morning, Master Zhao from the garment shop came to Mu Yun and told her that she could go to the Bai mansion today to measure the sizes of Mrs. Bai and Miss Bai. Mu Yun had just finished breakfast and followed Master Zhao to the Bai mansion in the west of the city. The Bai family is quite wealthy and their house is very large. Under the guidance of the maid, Mu Yun and Master Zhao passed through the courtyards and finally came to Mrs. Bai's courtyard. Mrs. Bai was very surprised to see Mu Yun. It turns out that the owner of the beauty pavilion is such a talented and beautiful woman. No wonder she can design so many beautiful skirts. Mrs. Bai praised with a smile, and Mu Yun politely complimented her. After the two exchanged a few polite words, Mrs. Bai asked someone to call her daughter over, saying that they wanted to measure their sizes together. The maid went to call people, and Mrs. Bai started chatting with Mu Yun. Miss Mu, I have 2 daughters. The eldest daughter is introverted, so the dresses I make for her are as simple as possible. The youngest daughter is lively and outspoken and likes brightly colored clothes, so the dresses for the youngest daughter are made more gorgeous and exquisite. Muyan nodded, but didn't think much about it. After a while, the two young ladies from the Bai mansion came. Muyan looked over and saw that one of the young ladies was wearing a white plain dress and the other was wearing a bright red exquisite dress. Based on what Mrs. Bai said just now, Muyan quickly guessed which one was the older and which one was the younger. However, the two sisters don't look alike at all. The eldest lady is pure and cold, beautiful as if she is not of this world, with a sense of coldness and alienation, making people feel that it is difficult to approach. The second young lady looks very ordinary, with ordinary eyebrows and eyes, but her dress is eye-catching. Mother, I heard that the owner of the beauty pavilion is here. I want to make the most gorgeous and beautiful dress. The fiery red figure ran towards Mrs. Bai happily, hugged Mrs. Bai's arm and acted coquettishly. Mrs. Bai smiled dotingly. Okay, it's up to you. Mrs. Bai looked at Mu Yun with a smile. Sorry to bother you, Miss Mu. This is my youngest daughter. Please see what style is suitable for her and make 2 sets for her. As for my eldest daughter, she likes simple and elegant ones. You can just make 2 sets for her. Thank you, Mother. Miss Bai spoke. Her voice didn't quite match her personality. When she was silent, it was cold, but when she spoke, she seemed much softer, with a sweet and soft voice. Mu Yun couldn't help but sigh. What a classical beauty. She couldn't help but like her. Madame Bai nodded, and she obviously didn't like her eldest daughter. There was no kindness and doting in her eyes as she did to her youngest daughter. Mu Yun began to measure Madame Bai, while Master Zhao measured second Miss Bai. Miss Bai stood quietly aside. Mu Yun was very quiet, doing things the whole time without saying a word, while Master Zhao praised second Miss Bai several times. Second Miss Bai was very happy. After Mu Yun recorded Madame Bai's data, he went to measure first Miss Bai. Seeing this, Madame Bai's eyes turned cold, but she didn't say anything. She sat aside and drank tea, watching quietly. First Miss Bai had a good figure, and Mu Yun finally understood the excitement of Mu Qing in his previous life, where he saw a good model. A good model wears clothes designed by himself, complementing each other, and that feeling is full of accomplishment. At this time, Mu Yun looked at first Miss Bai like this. Her figure was perfect, and Mu Yun's mind unconsciously emerged with a dress that suited her. After measuring her body, Mrs. Bai spoke again, and Mu Yun heard the same words as before. Mrs. Bai seemed not to want her eldest daughter to be too outstanding. Many speculations emerged in Mu Yun's mind. Until the last time she left, it was the old nanny beside Mrs. Bai who sent her off. The old nanny reminded her, "The eldest daughter is not Our Lady's daughter. When Miss Mu makes clothes, please pay attention. This banquet is mainly for the selection of a husband for our second daughter. It only needs our second daughter to be outstanding enough. The rest is not important." The nanny's words were more obvious. After listening to it, Mu Yun also understood. She nodded and didn't take it to heart. After returning, she designed a set for each of the 3 according to their own characteristics. However, Mrs. Bai said that 2 sets were needed, and a spare set was needed for the banquet, just in case. Mu Yun designed 1 set first and asked Master Zhao to be responsible for making it. The second set was designed slowly, and there was no rush. That day, the children were on vacation and did not go to school. In order to reward them for their hard work in the past few days, Mu Yun decided not to do anything today and prepare a barbecue at home, so that the children can have a good barbecue. After several days of recuperation, Sanchi's health has improved a lot. Because of the strengthening of public security, the Jin people have all withdrawn, but they have not come back. It was the first time for Sanchi to walk out of the room and sit in the yard. Although he knew that there were several children in this family before, he had never seen them. He was a little surprised to see several children at this time. This family is really extraordinary, and each of them looks so good. Especially Yuanbao. He always feels that this face is a little familiar, but he can't remember where he has seen it. Uncle Sanchi, why are you staring at me all the time?
Yuanbao asked in confusion, always feeling that Sanchi's eyes looking at him are so strange. Sanchi shook his head. Nothing. I just think you look a little familiar. Hearing this, Muyun immediately looked at him.
Familiar?
Yuanbao doesn't look like her, and Yueya doesn't look like her either. Only the mouth on the whole face looks like her, and the eyebrows and nose are not like her. The eyebrows, eyes, and noses of the two children are very similar. The only difference is their mouths. Hearing Sanchi's words, Muyun couldn't help but think of the biological father of the two children.